Chapter 141. Senior Alice? Chen Luo looked at the familiar face in front of him and asked in surprise, "Aren't you majoring in wind? Why are you here?" Alice smiled and said, "I changed my major later." "How come Blair is here?" "I remember you majored in fire." Chen Luo said awkwardly, "I also changed my major." A curious girl came over and asked, "Alice, is this new classmate your friend?" Alice turned around and smiled. "It's my junior in St. Donis." After that, she looked at Chen Luo in confusion and asked, "Junior Blair, shouldn't you be in the 3rd grade now?" "How come?" Chen Luo explained, "I received an invitation letter from the Royal Capital Magic Academy." Alice knew his background, and was not surprised by this. The faces of several nearby girls showed extremely shocked expressions. The Royal Capital Magic Academy is the best magic academy in Luolan. Countless people are trying their best to get in. There is no shortage of talented students here. Those who can get invitations from the Royal Capital Magic Academy are either geniuses among magic geniuses, or have outstanding qualities in other aspects. Among the freshmen, there may not be 1 in 100 who have invitations. But how can such a person come to their water system? Among the 4 magic systems, the combat power of the water system in the early stage is not as good as that of the fire system. The combat power in the later stage is not as good as that of the wind system, and the defense in the early and late stages is not as good as that of the earth system. Those students with good talents generally do not choose the water system, and boys with pursuits are unwilling to come to the water system, unless they want to pursue girls of the water system. As we all know, the water department is the department with the largest disparity between the number of boys and girls among the 4 departments. In the last term, there were only 2 boys in the entire water department, and in the term before that, there was no one. Boys are treasures in the water department, especially good-looking boys, like this new classmate, who will be welcomed by all the girls. However, judging from the current situation, with Alice here, they have no hope. Alice looked at Chen Luo and continued to ask, "Is Isabella here too?" Chen Luo nodded and said, "She is in the fire department." Alice did not ask any more questions and smiled and said, "Come in quickly, class will start soon." Chen Luo showed hesitation on his face. The real situation of the water department was obviously far beyond his expectations. As a grass among thousands of flowers, it would be difficult for him not to attract attention. He could not stay in the water department. Even if he went to the mathematics department, it would be better than here. Chen Luo looked at Alice and said, "Senior Alice, I have something important to do." Alice shook her head and said, "We are not in St. Donis now, just call me Alice." Chen Luo was about to find a reason to slip away, when another figure walked in from outside. "It's you?" The man was shocked when he saw Chen Luo, and quickly took 2 steps back, took a defensive posture, and said vigilantly, "Why are you here? It's really a narrow road for enemies." Chen Luo looked at Vic Stern and asked, "Are you also from the water department?" Vic was stunned for a moment and blurted out, "You too?" Before choosing the water department, he had already found out that there was no boy in the water department this year, which means that if he came to the water department, he would be the only boy in the water department, and in the next 4 years, he would be spoiled by those girls as a baby. Unexpectedly, on the first day he came to the water department, he met this guy who had made him suffer a great loss. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. Moreover, if this guy who looks better than him stays in the water department, he will definitely compete with him for favor, which can be said to be a double enmity. "I'm not." Chen Luo shook his head decisively, and turned to walk out of the classroom. It's not that he is afraid of Vic Stern. Chen Luo has experienced the fear of being surrounded by girls. He hopes that there are only boys around him, so that he can practice magic seriously without being disturbed. However, he just took 2 steps, and a teasing voice came from behind him. Christine folded her arms, tilted her head, and looked at Chen Luo, and asked with a smile, "Student Blair, you chose the water department, and now you are leaving. Are you dissatisfied with me as a teacher?" At this moment, Her Highness Christine looked like a female gangster. Chen Luo opened his mouth and said, I filled it in wrongly. I actually wanted to choose the wind department." Christine's appearance made him more determined to leave the water department. With her violent personality, Chen Luo didn't know how many beatings he would suffer under her in the future. Christine glanced at him and said slowly, "The teacher of the wind department is Helen Stern. Classmate Blair, are you sure you want to go to the wind department?" Helen Stern looked like a dead person, and Chen Luo didn't want to see her every day. He immediately changed his words. "I remembered it wrong. I actually wanted to go to the fire department." Christine looked at him and said, "Sometimes the water department, sometimes the wind department, and sometimes the fire department." Classmate Blair, are you kidding me? Chen Luo stood there, facing a cruel choice. Either go to the wind department and face the torture of the abstinence woman all day long, or stay in the water department and may be beaten by the teacher at any time. Chen Luo thought about it and decided to stay in the water department. Fortune is sought in danger. Staying in the water department may be beaten, but there is also a chance to redeem the previous shame. In this world, no one can be as cool as her after bullying him. Chen Luo thought again, and a forced smile appeared on his face, saying, I still like the atmosphere of our water department. Christine is actually a teacher in the water department, which is beyond Chen Luo's expectation. First, because of her identity as a princess, the royal family of Lauren does not seem to be so high and mighty. While her main job is a princess, she also works part-time as a teacher in the school. This place is different from St. Donis. There is only one teacher in each class. Wangdu Magic Academy will not let students waste their time on things other than their majors. Mathematics students only learn mathematics. Science students only learn science and mathematics. And magic students only learn the major they major in, with combat added at most. As for history, literature, music and other courses, they should have laid a good foundation before entering Wangdu Magic Academy. In other words, Christine will be his teacher for the next 4 years. It also means that Chen Luo has a great chance to avenge his previous shame. While Chen Luo was looking at Christine, Vic Stern was also looking at him. Although the existence of Blair would take away his favor among the girls, it would also make it easier for him to take revenge. By then, all the girls in the class would know who is the strongest man in the water system. In the first class today, Christine did not say anything. As usual, the freshmen came to the stage to introduce themselves and show their magic skills. This year, the water department enrolled a total of 46 students. Except for Chen Luo and Vic Stern, all of them were girls. Hello, classmates. My name is Lisa. I am from St. Martin City. My magic level is a magic apprentice. My name is Emma. I am from Picado City, and I am a magic apprentice. My name is Alice. I am from St. Donis College in Yavo City, and I am now a junior magician. Chen Luo listened to the introductions of everyone and had a preliminary understanding of the strength of the students in the class. Junior magicians are already very common among freshmen. In the water department, on average, 1 out of 4 students is a junior magician. In the fire department, this ratio will be even higher. Even if they are still magic apprentices for the time being, they can at least release 8 fireballs at the same time. It may only take 1 semester, or at most 1 year to successfully advance. Wangdu is worthy of being a gathering place for geniuses. The overall magic level of students can crush any college, including the other 4 colleges. Vic was the second to last to come on stage. He raised his head, looked down, and said, My name is Vic Stern, from the Stern family, and I'm an intermediate magician. After he finished speaking, his lips trembled a few times, and he quickly changed a few gestures, and a fire spear appeared in the air. Wow, fire spear magic, this is intermediate magic. The magic talent of the Stern family is really strong. He seems to be only 18 years old this year. This is the first time I've seen an 18-year-old intermediate magician. While everyone was talking, Vic walked down with his head held high, very satisfied with the sensation he caused. The only thing that made him regretful was that he knew very well that the guy named Blair was also an intermediate magician, and his existence greatly affected his brilliance. When Chen Luo was the only one left, he walked up slowly, cast a fire curtain spell, and said, Blair, a junior magician from St. Donis. When he heard that he was a junior magician, Christine's face showed a strange color, but she didn't say anything. Vic Stern was stunned. He knew very well that Blair was definitely an intermediate magician, but he actually concealed his magic level at this moment that could cause a sensation in front of girls. For a moment, Vic's vigilance against him increased a little. Insidious, cunning, these are the 2 more evaluations he gave to Chen Luo besides genius and violence. Chapter 142. After everyone introduced themselves, Christine walked back to the podium, looked down, and said, Although you all come from different cities, in the next 4 years, I hope that everyone can live in harmony like a family. Do you have any questions about studying in the Magic Academy in the future? No one in the class spoke. Since you have no questions, I want to ask. Christine looked at Vic and asked, Student Vic, your fire magic has reached the intermediate level. Why do you still want to come to our water system? Vic opened his mouth and said, Although the water system does not have a strong attack power in the early stage, after being promoted to a senior magician, it will have good attack and defense at the same time. I study the water system to make up for my lack of defense. If it's just for defense, why don't you choose the earth system? Christine seemed to see through his heart and said, "You don't have to wait until you are promoted to a senior magician." Aye. Vic couldn't tell his true thoughts in front of so many people. He racked his brains and thought for a while, and suddenly said, "Actually, I want to learn fighting from you, teacher. As everyone knows, your fighting skills are unmatched in the academy." "Really?" Christine smiled and said, "Since Vic likes fighting so much, I will take special care of you in future fighting classes." Vic looked at the smile on her face, and his heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he had a very bad premonition. After asking Vic, Christine did not ask Chen Luo and directly announced the end of the get out of class. Many students in the class did not know her identity yet. When they heard others say that their teacher was the princess of the kingdom, they were all shocked. Vic looked at Chen Luo with an indignant look and asked, "You also showed fire magic. Why didn't His Highness ask you?" Chen Luo was too lazy to pay attention to him. Christine was his future senior, so did he need to tell him? The problem now was that the situation of the water system did not match his expectations. But the teacher happened to be Christine, which made him a little bit caught in a dilemma. Seeing that Chen Luo ignored him, Vic didn't want to make things boring. He walked up to Alice, stretched out his hand, and smiled. "Alice, I'm Vic's turn, can I meet you?" Alice smiled slightly, but didn't shake hands with him. She said, "Vic's talent is really admirable." Vic said modestly, "Actually not, I'm not the best in my family." He wanted to continue chatting with Alice, but after Alice politely replied to him, she moved her chair next to Chen Luo with a brighter smile on her face, laughed, and said, "Destiny is so magical, I thought I would never see Blair again." Vic stared at this scene in a daze. Although he just knew that they were all from St. Donis in Yabo City, it seemed that Alice and that guy were more than just simple classmates. The girl he liked most in the class had an unusual relationship with the person he hated the most. What could be more sad than this? After meeting Alice again unexpectedly, Chen Luo chatted with her about the recent situation in the past few months. Suddenly, there was a sound of brisk footsteps at the door of the classroom. "Blair, let's go eat together." Isabella walked into the water department classroom, looked at Alice, who was with Chen Luo, and said angrily, "Why are you here? This is our water department classroom. Where else would I be if I wasn't here?" Alice stood up, looked at her with a smile, and said, "What are you doing here, Isabella?" The two women looked at each other, and a long-lost spark collided in the air. Chen Luo was sandwiched between them, and once again sighed that fate was playing tricks on people. Since Alice left, in the past 6 months, everything seemed to have returned to the starting point after going around in circles. Vic looked at Isabella, then at Alice, and finally at Chen Luo, with a smile on his face, and sighed, "Destiny is so magical, the end of wanting both is often to get neither." Isabella and Alice have been enemies for many years. Although they are tit for tat when they meet, their fights are all fair and square, such as comparing grades, magic skills, and who catches the biggest rabbit. They will never pull hair and tear clothes when they meet. As classmates who met again in a foreign land, they even went to the school cafeteria to eat together. Although the house rented by Chen Luo is not far from the Royal Capital Magic Academy, it is still a bit troublesome to go back to cook at noon. So after discussing it, the three of them decided to eat lunch at school and go back together in the afternoon to buy vegetables and cook. Chen Luo followed them from a distance, not disturbing them reminiscing about the past. Vic followed from behind, walked to Chen Luo, and said, "Hey, Blair, how about we make peace?" Chen Luo said, "I have nothing to say to you." Vic followed closely behind him and continued, "I can let you off the hook for hitting me last time, but if you give me one of the two girls in front, I can let you choose first." Chen Luo stopped and looked at Vic. Vic smiled and said, "Why am I nice enough?" Chen Luo said expressionlessly, "Get lost?" Looking at Chen Luo's back, Vic stood there, his face showing anger, and gritted his teeth and said, "Greedy guy, in this case, our business is not over yet." Several figures came from behind. One of them looked ahead and asked, "Has anyone offended you? Do you want us to teach him a lesson?" "No need." Vic waved his hand and said, "I will handle my business myself." The Royal Capital Magic Academy not only has a stronger faculty, but none of the teachers in the magic department are lower than senior magicians, and even the restaurant looks very high-end. The spacious hall was filled with rows of clean tables. In addition to bread, they also provided barbecue, fruit, and carefully baked cakes, and the prices were much lower than those outside. Isabella only ordered a fruit platter, Alice bought a small piece of cake, and Chen Luo chose barbecue. Judging from the appearance, the school chef's barbecue looked good. The three of them chose a seat and sat down. Alice looked at Isabella and asked, "Why did classmate Isabella switch to fire magic?" Didn't you say you wanted to become a great wind mage? Isabella glanced at her and said, you are the same. You learned wind magic, and finally changed to water magic. She still feels bad about Alice and Chenluo both choosing the water system. Alice smiled and said, my family said that water magic is more suitable for girls. Blair, what do you think? Chenluo picked up a piece of barbecue and said, I think it's not suitable or not. It depends on your own interests. I think Alice is right. Vic came over with a plate, looking very familiar with them, and said, girls are as gentle as water, and are the most suitable to learn water magic, just like Alice and Isabella. Chenluo put down his fork, looked at him, and asked, is Christine the same? Vic glanced at him and said, Blair, this is your fault. Isn't boiling water water? Chenluo asked, do you mean that Christine is boiling water? Vic lowered his voice and said mysteriously, don't look at Christine's gentleness. Her fighting skills are better than the Dean of the Night Academy, and she always likes to fight with people. You will understand later. Splash. As soon as the voice fell, he was soaked in an instant. Christine stood behind him with a plate in her hand and said, Vic, if you talk about the teacher behind his back next time, you will be splashed with boiling water. Vic ran away with the plate in his hand without looking back. Christine waved her sleeves, and the wet marks on the seat disappeared. She glanced at Alice and said, Alice, don't believe Vic's words. He always speaks sweet words. You must be careful not to be deceived by him in the future. Ahem. Chenluo, who was drinking a drink, almost choked. Although Vic looked unreliable, his words were still quite pertinent, except that the metaphor of boiling water had some flaws. If girls are compared to water, Isabella is a cheerful mountain spring, Alice is milk, Brittany is a quietly flowing lake, and Christine is the boiling magma. Christine put down the plate, glanced at Chenluo, and asked, Blair, do you have any opinion on what I said? No. Chenluo shook his head quickly and said, Your Highness, Christine is right. Vic is not a good person at first glance. Girls should stay away from him. Please call me teacher at school. Christine corrected his address and asked, Vic's purpose of coming to the water system is not pure. What about you, Blair? Your fire magic has also reached the intermediate level. Why did you choose the water system? Is it for Alice? Feeling Isabella's intentional or unintentional gaze, Chenluo really wanted to block Christine's mouth. If he had the ability. Chapter 143. After lunch, Chenluo did not follow Alice back to the classroom, but wandered around the campus with Isabella. When they walked onto the lawn, Chenluo took the initiative to explain, I didn't know Alice would choose the water system. Isabella curled her lips. Why are you explaining this to me? Since Isabella didn't care, Chenluo certainly wouldn't say much, and casually changed the subject and asked, How do you feel on the first day? Isabella's tone was a little melancholy. There are many geniuses here. A girl in the class, who is only 1 year older than me, is already an intermediate magician. The capital is both the cradle and the graveyard of geniuses. Countless geniuses who came here from small places instantly became the bottom of the class. Perhaps a very small number of people can catch up and re-enter the public sight, but more of them end up being lost in the crowd. This sounds cruel, but it is also true. However, Isabella was different from them. Chenluo smiled and comforted her. So what if you are an intermediate magician? You can become a senior magician in 2 years. Besides, you are not afraid of senior fire magicians now. Do you think I am Teacher Brittany? Isabella rolled her eyes at him and said, Even the 3 major magic families in the capital don't have a senior magician at the age of 19. Teacher Brittany was promoted at the age of 20. After Isabella's reminder, Chenluo realized that Teacher Brittany was already 22 years old this year. Most women in this world have already married and had children at her age. However, like Teacher Brittany, people in their 20s or even 30s who are not married are also common here. In the land of divine grace, men and women are equal, and women are not vassals of men. Some of them pursue the truth and become scholars, while others intend to find the end of magic and are willing to devote their lives to it. There are also many who are still unmarried in their 30s or 40s, and even single all their lives. Not only Teacher Brittany, but also Christine and Helen Stern, are not married at this age, and they don't even have male friends around them. Chenluo looked at Isabella, who was like a flower beside him. It is important to pursue dreams, but on the way to pursuing dreams, it is also a good idea to slow down from time to time and look at the beautiful scenery around you. After the self-introduction in the morning, after the students in each class got familiar with each other, the real courses of the magic department began in the afternoon. Chenluo didn't know how other departments taught classes, and he had never seen the teaching method of the magic department. They didn't have textbooks, and they didn't even have fixed class times. The content and time of the classes were determined by the teachers of each class. The self-introduction in the morning not only allowed the students to get to know each other, but also allowed the teachers to have a preliminary understanding of the magic strength of each student. In the classroom, Christine looked at everyone in the class and said, "Don't think that you can graduate successfully after entering the Magic Academy. The Academy requires that students who graduate from the Magic Department must be promoted to intermediate magicians. Some of you will stay here for 5 or even 6 years." In the first real lesson of the new semester, Christine first told everyone the conditions for graduation from the Magic Academy. The average age of first-year students is 18 years old, which means that they must be promoted to intermediate magicians before the age of 22. This requirement is very harsh for ordinary people, but the students of the Magic Academy are all geniuses selected from all over the country, and the requirements of intermediate magicians are not excessive. After all, Christine, who stood on the podium as a teacher, was only 22 years old. After telling everyone about these things, she looked at a girl and said, "Student Emma, you can now control 9 water balls. I need you to be promoted to a junior magician within 3 months. Is there a problem?" Emma looked at Christine's calm face and whispered, "No, no." Christine looked at Alice again and said, "Student Alice, your water curtain technique is only level 2. Within 2 months, before the end of this semester, you need to upgrade the water curtain technique to level 4. Is there a problem?" Alice said, "No." Chenluo had to admit that although Christine was a princess, she was also a competent teacher. There were more than 40 students in the water department. She carefully understood the magic strength of each student and made different requirements for them according to each person's situation. When it was Chenluo and Vic's turn, she glanced at them and said ruthlessly, "Other students can graduate from the academy as long as they are promoted to intermediate magicians. For you too, if you want to graduate smoothly, you must have the strength of senior magicians." Chenluo had no objection to this, and Vic had no objection either. Chenluo's goal was to become a holy magician. After 4 years, he would at least reach the level of a great magician. Christine guided each student on the most suitable magic path for them according to their shortcomings and deficiencies. When it was Chenluo and Vic's turn, she did not treat them the same way as others. She thought carefully and said, "One of your teachers is the youngest senior magician in Lauren, and the other is from the Stern family. I have nothing to teach you about magic, so I plan to teach you something else." She first looked at Vic and said, "Vic, don't you want to learn fighting? Come out. I will teach you some more fighting skills in the future. Before that, I need to understand your real fighting level." Chenluo and the girls from the water department walked out of the classroom together, looking at Christine and Vic standing on the grass with interest. Chenluo had fought with both of them. There was nothing good to say about Christine's fighting ability. In terms of fighting alone, he was not her opponent. A magician who doesn't know how to fight is not an excellent magician. Magic families like Stern will naturally let them develop comprehensively when cultivating their younger generations. And Vic Stern, although his fighting level is much better than that of ordinary magicians, compared with Christine, there is still a difference between professional and amateur. He said he wanted to learn fighting from Christine, but he lay on the ground and begged for mercy 3 seconds later. "You should ask your sister more about fighting." Christine glanced at him, then looked at Chenluo and said, "Student Blair, come down." Chenluo shook his head and said, "I am no match for the teacher." He had a very clear understanding of his own strength. It was very embarrassing for Vic to be beaten in front of so many people. Christine looked at him and asked, "Can you escape like this when facing the enemy?" Chenluo thought for a while and asked, "Can I use magic?" "You can do whatever you want." Christine smiled and said, "If you can release magic in fighting?" In principle, Chenluo is invincible in close combat, because when the enemy is close and cannot cast magic, he is not restricted by gestures and spells. The school uniform of the Royal Capital Magic Academy is very similar to the magic robe, with wide sleeves. Chenluo's hands were tucked into the sleeves, so others could not see whether he made any gestures. On the surface, he only needed to move his lips. Vic held a pillar, with a gloating smile on his face. Although he could not avenge himself, it was also a kind of happiness to see his enemies being ravaged by others. However, he soon stopped laughing. The imagined scene of Blair being killed instantly by Her Highness Christine did not appear. Not only that, the two of them fought evenly. Christine is a princess. She has been learning fighting from countless fighting masters since she was a child. Even her sister Helen Stern is not her opponent in fighting. Doesn't this mean that her sister can't beat Blair either? Not only Vic, but also the students of the water department, including Alice, were stunned by the scene in front of them. How is this possible? Blair's fighting skills are so powerful. I heard that Teacher Christine's fighting skills are the best in the academy. Doesn't this mean that Blair? Alice, you and Blair are from the same place. Was he so powerful before? In the eyes of others, Chenluo and Christine are equally matched, but only Chenluo knows that he was suppressed from the beginning, and that was when Christine didn't try her best. However, since he chose to fight, he had a plan in advance. When Christine's fist came over, Chenluo's lips moved. The next moment, a soil shield appeared in front of him. Bang! Christine's fist hit the soil shield, and then she stood still. Chenluo looked at her with concern and asked, Teacher Christine, are you okay? Christine shook her wrist and looked at Chenluo, as if she had just met him for the first time. To release magic while fighting requires a very delicate control of the timing of the battle. When fighting with her, he actually had time to release magic. He really deserves to be Brittany's student. This master and apprentice are simply monsters. She shook her wrist again and said, It's okay, let's go back to the classroom to meditate. When Chenluo walked back to the classroom, Vic walked up to him and said seriously, Student Blair, I thought about it seriously. Teacher Christine is right. We are all students of the water system. We should help each other and live in harmony. I declare that our previous grievances are written off. Chapter 144. Chenluo originally thought that Christine was strict enough, but after hearing that several students in the wind department were scolded by Helen Stern for chanting spells too slowly, he immediately had a better impression of Christine. Compared with her, Christine is still gentle. However, Helen Stern's training is not wrong. The level of magic power is not only compared with mental power. The time to communicate with magic elements, chant spells, and make magic gestures is also an important indicator for evaluating the strength of magicians. In fact, in many cases, the latter is even more important to magicians. For magicians of the same level, whoever releases magic first can take the first-hand advantage. This time advantage can even transcend levels, allowing intermediate magicians to have the ability to kill high-level magicians. Chenluo's biggest trump card is not the combination of science and magic, but his instant magic that maximizes this time advantage. As long as he releases magic fast enough, his enemies will never have a chance to fight back. Although he was no match for Christine in martial arts, if it was really a fight between life and death, he would definitely not be the one to die. After school on the first day, Chenluo walked back from school alone. Donna, Isabella's former best friend, also successfully entered the Royal Capital Magic Academy, and they made an appointment to go shopping together after school. Teacher Brittany was also invited away by Christine. Chenluo ate something casually to fill his stomach, then changed into a black robe and walked out of the back door. He didn't expect to learn any useful magic knowledge in school at all. The resources he needed still had to be obtained from the Magic Association. The headquarters of the Luolan Magic Association is located in the capital. It is a dome-shaped building that is 100 meters high. Standing on the top of the Magic Association, you can overlook the entire capital except the royal city. Senior magicians are rare in Luolan, but very common here. In the lobby of the Magic Association headquarters, Chenluo has seen more than a dozen senior magicians from the distance from the door. This kind of scene can only be seen during magic exchanges in Yabo City. He came to the Magic Association today to obtain improved magic suitable for intermediate magicians. He has learned all the few that Teacher Brittany taught him at the beginning. I heard that the Magic Association has launched something that can reduce the mental power consumption of flying. I don't know if it's true or false. Will the Magic Association stuff be false? I heard that junior magicians will be able to use flying in the future. It can reduce the mental power consumption, which is indispensable for senior magicians. Several magicians are discussing a new auxiliary aircraft launched by the Magic Association. As a senior magician, it is inevitable to travel long distances. Flying is a type of magic that magicians of all departments must learn. Reducing the mental power consumption of flying, increasing the flight speed, and extending the flight time are temptations that no senior magician can refuse. Although this thing looks a bit cumbersome and inconvenient to carry, it can also be rented and returned in any branch. Once it was launched, it caused a change in the way magicians travel. Chenluo has already seen 2 magicians renting this flying assist tool from the Magic Association. Of course, these magicians only know that the Magic Association rents this thing, but they don't know that for every 10 gold coins the Magic Association earns, 6 of them will belong to Chenluo. He walked to the front desk, showed a girl the Magic Association membership badge, and said, "I'm looking for Deacon Arthur." When he left Yabo City, Angus had already prepared everything for him. This Deacon Arthur was the person in charge of contacting Chenluo in the Royal Capital Magic Association. The girl at the front desk saw Chenluo's membership level, and did not dare to neglect him. She immediately came out and said, Deacon Arthur is in the magic test office. I take you there. Chen Luo didn't know much about Deacon Arthur. He just heard from Angus that he could find Deacon Arthur in the royal capital for anything he encountered. The magic test office is located on the second floor. It is the place where the Magic Association conducts magician certification and tests the power of improved magic. The door of the test office was closed. The girl pushed open the door, and suddenly a ball of fire appeared in front of her. As soon as she opened the door, Chen Luo's eyebrows suddenly raised and stood in front of her. The door opened, and the flames that filled the entire room seemed to have found a vent point and rushed towards the door. The receptionist's face turned pale with fear. She sat down on the ground as she watched the blazing flames rushing towards her. At the testing site, a middle-aged man looked at the figure at the door. His face changed drastically, and he said, "Hi," quickly. However, before he finished speaking, he stood there in a daze. The superclass magic released by the magician, Fire Field, suddenly disappeared strangely in the void in front of him when it swept towards the black-robed figure and disappeared in an instant. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he quickly walked forward and asked, "Are you okay?" Chen Luo said hoarsely, "It's okay." An old man with ragged clothes and messy hair ran out from the corner, staring at Chen Luo and asked, "How did you do it?" The middle-aged man didn't care about these questions at all, but looked at the old man and complained, "Vice President, please don't test your new magic here in the future. Don't forget that you are a magician. You will destroy this place sooner or later." The old man didn't even look at him. His eyes were still fixed on Chen Luo, and asked, "What kind of magic is this?" "I am Chen Luo." Chen Luo looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Are you Deacon Arthur?" "I am Arthur." The middle-aged man looked at Chen Luo and asked, "Who are you?" "Chen Luo." "Sir Chen Luo." Sir Arthur immediately said, "Angus has already told me that Sir Chen Luo came to the Magic Association this time. Is there anything?" Chen Luo said, "I want to buy some improved magic." The old man put his hands on his hips, looked at Chen Luo, and said dissatisfiedly, "Boy, are you polite? You haven't answered my question yet." Arthur hurriedly said, "Mr. President, this is Mr. Chen Luo. He is the originator of combined magic." "I'm not asking about combined magic, I'm asking how he did it just now." The old man scratched his head and murmured, "You controlled my fire element. It's impossible, unless you are a holy mage. Is it some new magic?" Seeing that Chen Luo didn't answer, he took a step back and began to chant magic again. Arthur's face changed drastically and said, "Mr. President, don't. As a powerful mage, if he goes crazy, the entire test site will be destroyed by him." However, until the old man finished chanting, there was not even a spark in the surrounding space. The old man stared at Chen Luo with wide eyes and chanted several times again, still with the same result. As a fire mage, he couldn't even cast a small fireball. Not only that, as time went by, his breathing became rapid. He held Arthur's shoulder and said, "Why do I feel a little dizzy?" Arthur said, "Mr. President, you may have overdrawn your mental strength. Come, help the president to rest." Chapter 145. It was not until the abnormal old man was helped down that Chen Luo withdrew his mental power, and the oxygen he had extracted from the surroundings was replenished again. The lack of oxygen during this period should allow him to recover for a while. When he was still a magic apprentice, he could only use this trick to toss rabbits, but now he is already an intermediate magician. His mental power has increased dozens of times, and the range he can control has also expanded a lot, enough to affect the air composition of a large space. Magicians are very sensitive to magic elements. High-level magicians can easily detect the subtle changes in the surrounding magic elements, and can also infer the magic that has been released here based on the residual tracks of magic elements in the space. However, the limitation of talent makes them unable to perceive elemental impurities, like perceiving magic elements. Theoretically, except Isabella, no one can find Chen Luo's tricks in the air, even if the other party is a magician. The old man's behavior made Chen Luo very angry. If he was not a fire magician, but a wind or water magician, the innocent girl would have died there not long ago. Chen Luo looked at Arthur and asked, "Who is the president?" Arthur said, "He is President John." "John Cavento?" Arthur nodded and said, "President John is indeed from the Cavento family." While learning about the Stern family, Chen Luo also learned about the other two magic families with divine blood. These two families, the Walkerlawn family and the Cavento family, have powerful mage-level masters in their families, and are one of the 4 giants of the Magic Association. Chen Luo had a slightly deeper impression of the few magicians in the capital. John Cavento was the only magician in the Cavento family. It was said that he was obsessed with magic to the extreme, and specialized in fire magic throughout his life. He invented and improved many new magics, and made great contributions to the Magic Association. Although he was the object of worship of many magicians in the capital, it was also a consensus of everyone to avoid President John as far as possible. Because he tested new magic regardless of time and occasion, as long as he had an idea, he would start the experiment immediately. Not only that, many times, his magic was completely uncontrollable, and even he himself was seriously injured many times because of it. If you get close to him, no one knows when you will become a victim of his new magic. Arthur looked at Chen Luo and said, President John has a weird personality. The next time you meet him, it's best to avoid him. Although he said so, he didn't feel any contempt for Chen Luo in his heart. Being able to easily dissolve the fire field of the mage level shows that his magic level is higher, at least a mage, or even a great mage. The information about Chen Luo submitted by the Yabo City branch is detailed, but there is very little description of his strength. The Magic Association only knows that he killed the senior magician Baird, and may have the strength of a great magician. However, the scene just now made Arthur conclude that he is definitely not a great magician. His strength is much stronger than that of a great magician. If he is just a great magician, he will be seriously injured if not killed in the fire field just now. A powerful mage at the level of a magician has already stood at the top of the magic world of Lauren. Arthur did not dare to neglect him at all. He personally accompanied Chen Luo to select some improved magics, and gave him the greatest discount within his authority. After all, the person in front of him is not only powerful, but also the god of mathematics, a true god who will soon have a temple. Even if magicians do not believe in the god of mathematics, they should still maintain the minimum respect for him. A moment later, Chen Luo came out of the library at the headquarters of the Magic Association. This time, he only selected 7 improved magics. It's not that he doesn't have enough gold coins, but that there are not as many intermediate improved magics as apprentice and primary ones. The relationship between the level and number of magicians is in the shape of a pyramid. The higher the level of magicians, the rarer they are, and the number of improved magics also decreases layer by layer. Without enough new magic support, Chen Luo's mental power growth rate will immediately slow down. Seeing that Chen Luo seemed a little dissatisfied, Arthur asked tentatively, Does Lord Chen Luo need more improved magic? Chen Luo asked, Anything else? Arthur shook his head and said, The intermediate improved magic of the Yabo City Magic Association is all here. If Lord Chen Luo wants more, he can only go to other countries or the imperial capital. The magic associations of various countries are not common, and their information and resources are not shared. For Chen Luo, traveling around the continent, visiting magic associations in various countries, and finding ways to obtain more resources is obviously the fastest way to improve magic power. However, his current strength is not enough. Below the high-level magician, he can only be regarded as a low-level magician. Intermediate magic of wind and water systems does not have much attack power, but when it reaches the advanced level, it will immediately change dramatically. Only after being promoted to a high-level magician and mastering high-level magic, can one be considered to have mastered his own destiny, and barely have the strength to protect himself in the Shenin continent, where strong people are everywhere. Arthur looked at Chen Luo, and seemed to be hesitant. After thinking for a while, he said, Perhaps, Mr. Chen Luo can try his luck in the black market. Black market? Arthur explained. The black market is a secret trading market among magicians in the royal capital. It does not pay taxes to the kingdom, and is not recognized by the kingdom. Some good things often flow out of it, and maybe there are some that Mr. Chen Luo needs. Chen Luo only knew that there were exchanges between magicians, and it was the first time he heard of the black market. After listening to Arthur's explanation, Chen Luo finally understood what the black market was. The black market is different from the ordinary market. Many of the things traded there are things that are expressly prohibited by the kingdom or the Magic Association. But this kind of secret transaction is impossible to prohibit, which involves many high-level magicians. Even the kingdom and the Magic Association are unwilling to offend them easily. For this reason, as long as they do not do anything that is seriously harmful to the kingdom and the Magic Association will turn a blind eye to their behavior. In the black market, you can not only buy resources from other kingdom magic associations, but also some unknown secret transactions. If you have enough chips, you can even hire someone to kill someone in the black market. In short, in the capital, the black market is a place where the glory of the kingdom's laws cannot reach. Arthur said, I happen to know the time and place of the next black market. If you need it, Mr. Chen Luo, I can tell you. Thank you, Deacon Arthur. Arthur smiled and said, The next black market will open in 5 days, and the location is? Chen Luo thought about it, and decided to try his luck in the black market. At the last magic exchange meeting, he found a good treasure, which brought him countless gold coins. Perhaps there will be other gains in this black market. Arthur escorted Chen Luo out of the Magic Association and reminded him, "What you need to know is that the black market is not under the jurisdiction of the kingdom, and transactions in the black market are not protected by the kingdom's laws. If you are deceived, you can only blame yourself. At the same time, you should also be careful of some vicious magicians. After the black market is closed, murders and treasure-stealing incidents often occur." Chen Luo remembered Arthur's reminder. When he walked down from the second floor, he saw a deacon scolding a girl. "Wipe the floor here clean. What is the Yabo City branch doing? Send everyone to the headquarters." Chapter 146. Chen Luo, who was about to leave, stopped when he saw the frail figure kneeling on the ground with her back to him. Jasmine? Chen Luo didn't have time to think about why she was in the capital. When he saw her kneeling on the ground, wiping the rough stone floor with great effort, he felt an inexplicable anger in his heart. He didn't approach, but retreated to the corner of the wall just now. Arthur looked at him and asked in confusion, "Does Lord Chen Luo have anything else to say?" Chen Luo glanced at him and asked, "Is the Magic Association headquarters in need of errands?" Although Arthur didn't know why he asked this question, he still explained, "Of course the Magic Association headquarters is not short of errands. There are many people in the capital who are trying their best to come here to work as errands." Chen Luo asked, "Then why do you let the junior deacon of the branch clean the floor here?" Arthur was startled and asked tentatively. Arthur doesn't know what Lord Chen Luo means. As the first person under the 4 vice presidents of the Magic Association headquarters, Arthur, as a great magician, rarely speaks to people so carefully. Even if His Majesty the King stands in front of him, he doesn't need to be overly careful. However, Lord Chen Luo, not to mention his identity as the god of mathematics, he is not someone he can neglect as the founder of the genius era and a strong man above the level of magician. In addition, his cooperation with the Magic Association also made the Magic Association gain huge profits. For various reasons, Arthur paid special attention to him, especially when he was obviously in a bad mood. Chen Luo looked at the figure kneeling and wiping the floor not far ahead and said, "Deacon Jasmine is my friend. I am very curious. Could it be that the junior deacon of Yabo City came to the Magic Association headquarters just to wipe the floor?" Arthur looked over and immediately understood what was going on. He explained, "Although the level of the deacon transferred from the branch to the headquarters will be lowered, he will definitely not do miscellaneous work. Don't worry, Mr. Chen Luo, I will definitely check this matter thoroughly." Chen Luo looked at Arthur and said, "Miss Jasmine is my very good friend. My property in the Magic Association will be transferred to her. In the future, I will only contact her in the Magic Association. If she is not respected in the Magic Association, then I will take her away from here. This is a warning and a threat." Arthur's heart tightened when he heard it. He nodded solemnly and said, "I understand." Chen Luo finally did not appear in front of Jasmine directly. This time was not a suitable opportunity. In order to avoid Jasmine, he did not go through the main door of the Magic Association, but left from the back door of the Magic Association under the leadership of Arthur. The back door of the Magic Association is a remote back street. There is no pedestrian on the street. Chen Luo just walked out of the door when a voice suddenly came from his side. "Hee, you didn't answer my question, and you still want to run." Chen Luo just turned around and saw a dense fire net covering him. Before the fire net arrived, an extreme heat came over him. Arthur looked at the old man standing in the corner, his face helpless and angry, and hurriedly said, "President John, stop it." He instinctively summoned a water curtain, but although the fire net technique was only an intermediate fire magic, it was performed by a magician. Even if he summoned a water curtain in time, the fire net was not affected by the water curtain. After penetrating the water curtain, it covered Chen Luo. Arthur had no choice but to remind loudly, "Sir Chen Luo, be careful." The next scene was beyond Arthur's expectation, but it was so familiar. When the fire net flew over Chen Luo, it suddenly disappeared strangely, just like the fire field that disappeared inexplicably just now. Seeing this, John's hands changed gestures quickly, and at the same time, his lips were trembling at an incredible frequency. Then, one after another, fire magic of different levels condensed from the void. Fire curtain magic, fire dragon magic, rocket magic, fire rain magic, fire field. When the fire dragon magic appeared, Arthur avoided it far away. President John, who was crazy, was a great magician, and he couldn't resist it. However, whether it was rocket magic or fire rain magic, or the super-level magic fire field that only the magician level could master, it could not cause any harm to Chenluo. He just stood there quietly, and when the fire element approached him, it would dissipate by itself. With him as the center, the entire space around him seemed to have become a restricted area for the fire element. Arthur stared at Chenluo. His expression changed from shock to numbness. At this moment, he overturned the idea that Chenluo was a magician from the bottom of his heart. The one who could do all this must be at least a great magician. Only a great magician could ignore President John, who was also a magician. Only a great magician could do all this. Sure enough, even if he was the god of mathematics, he was still a god, an existence beyond humans. From the elementary level to the super level, John released more than a dozen magics in a row. With his magician's mental power, he was inevitably overdrawn at this moment. He bent down, held the wall, and panted heavily. Chenluo looked at him calmly and asked, "Have you had enough fun?" "If you've had enough fun, it's my turn." He glanced at John, and a blue fireball suddenly appeared from the void, and in a flash, it flew to the wall that John was leaning on. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came to Arthur's ears, and then the wall collapsed with a bang, stirring up a cloud of dust. John was caught off guard and fell into the ruins. Arthur stared at Chenluo in a daze, his expression dull. Nothing he had experienced in his life had shocked him as much as the scene he saw today. Just now, he not only saw the existence of ignoring superclass magic, but also saw a blue fireball. This was the most powerful fireball he had ever seen. How powerful was the existence to make the most basic fireball of the fire system play the power of advanced magic or even superclass magic? If the target of the fireball was not the wall, but President John, the vice president of the mage level, who had studied fire magic all his life, was crushed by others in fire magic today. This was beyond Arthur's cognition. The cost of repairing the wall will be deducted from the assets I deposited in the Magic Association. Chenluo glanced at Arthur and said, "In addition, I hope Deacon Arthur can help take care of my friends." The longer he lived in the Divine Grace continent, the more Chenluo understood that only if he had super strength could he win the respect of others. If you want to gain the respect of scholars, then show your profound knowledge in front of them. If you want to gain the respect of magicians, then show your overwhelming strength in front of them. John climbed up from the ruins, ran quickly to Chenluo, and said with enthusiasm and excitement, "Sir, let me be your student, I want to learn your magic." Chenluo looked at the excited old man in front of him, and thought that others' evaluation of him was not exaggerated at all. This President John, a strong man of the Kawinta family, was simply a magic idiot. He only had magic in his eyes, and he was devoted to studying the fire system. Among the 4 vice presidents of the Magic Association, he might not be the most powerful, but he was the one that others were least willing to provoke. Cruel people are afraid of crazy people, and crazy people are afraid of people who don't care about their lives. John Kaventu is a cruel, crazy, and desperate person. Although there is a mage-level student who is also very good, Chenluo's magic can only be performed by him and Isabella, and others have no way to learn it. If John Kaventu is accepted, he will be exposed sooner or later. Chenluo looked at John indifferently, and a cold voice came from under the magic robe. "Your talent is too poor, you can't learn my magic, wait until you become a great mage." Arthur stared at this scene in a daze. The vice president of the Magic Association of the Kingdom of Lauren, a big man at the level of a mage, wanted to be someone else's student, but was rejected. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought that this world was crazy. Chapter 147. Chenluo ruthlessly rejected John Kaventu's request, and left the Magic Association without looking back. So what if he was the vice president of the Magic Association, or one of the 3 major magic families? If he wanted to learn magic from him, he had to be as cute as Isabella. John Kaventu watched Chenluo's back disappear, and murmured, "Arthur, what level do you think he is, a great magician or a holy magician?" Arthur shook his head blankly and said, I don't know. In the Kingdom of Lauren, the great magician is already the peak that countless magicians cannot climb. For so many years, only the honorary president has reached this magic realm. And the holy magician, this is the end point of all magicians in the Shinin continent. So far, there are only 4 known holy magicians on the continent. They are the high priests of the 4 major temples of wind, fire, earth, and water, sitting in the 4 major empires, and are rarely seen by outsiders. Chenluo, the god of mathematics, is obviously not one of the 4 high priests, but his strength seems to be more than just a great magician. Otherwise, how could he let Sir John be promoted to a great magician before talking about learning magic with him? Arthur suddenly remembered something, and without caring about John Kaventu, he quickly turned around and ran to the Magic Association. On the second floor of the Magic Association, a mid-level deacon knocked on Arthur's door, walked in, and asked, "Sir, what do you want to talk to me about?" Arthur glanced at him and asked, "You are responsible for arranging the deacons transferred from various branches to the capital, right?" The deacon nodded and said, "I arranged it." Arthur asked coldly, "What's the matter with Deacon Jasmine?" "Jasmine." The deacon thought for a moment and said, "Are you talking about the little girl who was transferred from Yabo City to the capital?" It turns out that Lord Arthur also feels that it is not right. The little girl is only 17 years old, and her magic level is only an apprentice. She is actually a mid-level deacon in Yabo City. The Yabo City branch is simply messing around. Arthur frowned and asked, "So, what did you do with her? What can a 17-year-old magic apprentice do?" The deacon did not notice the change in Arthur's expression, shook his head, and said, as a matter of course, "I asked the people below to arrange her to do some chores." "Paw!" Arthur slapped the table fiercely, stood up, and said angrily, "Are you a pig brain, or do you think Angus is a pig brain? Do you think you are smarter than Angus, and you can think of things that he can't think of?" Arthur pointed at him, his hands were shaking with anger, and he wished he could give him a meteorite to crush his head right now. The lawless vice president John was as obedient as a grandson in front of that person, begging to be his disciple, but he didn't want him. A small intermediate deacon actually let his friend mop the floor in the association? The deacon was stunned and asked puzzled, "Master Arthur, what's wrong?" Arthur lowered his head, waved his hand, and said, Get out immediately, get out far away, I don't want to see you again." Even if Chen Luo was just a great magician, the Magic Association could not treat him as an ordinary great magician, because he not only made great contributions to promoting the advancement of magic, but also had unparalleled influence in the academic circle. And he is not only the god of mathematics, nor is he just a great magician. Just standing there without changing his expression, allowing the magician to attack, who in the entire kingdom of Loren can do this? Obviously, he has become very dissatisfied with the Magic Association. Arthur must find a way to make up for it. Even the Magic Association cannot offend such a strong man. The staff and deacons of the headquarters of the Magic Association soon learned two unexpected news. Unexpectedly, a mid-level deacon with considerable power was demoted to a junior deacon, and a junior deacon in charge of miscellaneous affairs was directly expelled from the Magic Association. The one who made this decision was the great Deacon Arthur. In the Magic Association, the 4 vice presidents take turns to manage the affairs of the association, but the powerful magicians at the level of magicians all want to be promoted to great magicians as soon as possible, and will not waste a lot of time on such things. The daily affairs of the association are all handled by Deacon Arthur. Compared with these two people, the fact that a 17-year-old girl from Yabo City, who was only at the level of a magic apprentice, was promoted to a mid-level deacon at the headquarters surprised everyone. The headquarters of the Magic Association is not like the branches in various places. The worst mid-level deacons at the headquarters are senior magicians. As for senior deacons, only great magicians can serve as them. There has never been a mid-level deacon so young and with such a low magic level. However, although the little girl named Jasmine was promoted to a mid-level deacon by exception, the great Deacon Arthur did not explain her power and functions. When everyone paid attention, they found that there had been no abnormal power transfers in the association, which meant that the newly promoted deacon seemed to be just a nominal deacon and did not have any real power. This does not mean that Deacon Jasmine has a low status. On the contrary, it is precisely because she has no real power that she cannot be provoked. This situation only shows one problem. Behind Deacon Jasmine, there is a big man that even Deacon Arthur cannot afford to offend. Deacon Jasmine's promotion is for Deacon Arthur to see. As for the big man behind Deacon Jasmine, everyone in the Magic Association is confused, and Jasmine is also confused and surprised. She was inexplicably transferred to the capital, from a mid-level deacon to an errand boy, and then inexplicably changed from an errand boy back to a mid-level deacon, and she is still a mid-level deacon at the headquarters. She still can't figure out what happened. She looked up at Arthur and said timidly, "Sir, is there something wrong?" "No mistake." Arthur shook his head and asked, "You are Deacon Jasmine, from the Yabo City branch. You used to be a mid-level deacon of the branch. The branch president is the great magician Angus." "Yes, it's me." Jasmine nodded. "That's right." Arthur smiled and said, "For the previous negligence of the association, I sincerely apologize to Miss Jasmine and promise that such a thing will not happen again in the future." The attitude of the first powerful person under the president of the Magic Association, the great Deacon Arthur, made Jasmine confused and unsure. She whispered, "Excuse me, Sir Arthur, what do I need to do in the future?" Arthur said, "You don't need to do anything, just help Mr. Chenluo manage his property, and then every time Mr. Chenluo comes to the association, please ask Deacon Jasmine to receive him personally." Mr. Chenluo. Jasmine looked at Arthur and finally understood something. Chenluo had not been to the Magic Association these days, but he believed that Arthur should understand what he meant. That day in front of Arthur and John, Chenluo deliberately made a high profile, just to show his strength in the Magic Association. After all, some things are far from enough to just say. Arthur told him that the black market transaction time is tonight, and the location is in the underground wine cellar of a remote manor in the northern district of the royal capital. On the black market, all the things that are not allowed to be traded openly by the country or even the continent are traded at night, and the location is very secret, also for safety considerations. However, Chenluo always feels that although the Magic Association prohibits it openly, it seems to encourage this kind of black market transaction secretly. After all, in the Kingdom of Lauren, especially in the royal capital, the strength of the Magic Association is beyond imagination, and no one can do some black transactions that they really don't allow under their noses. It was late at night. After Teacher Brittany and Isabella had gone to bed, Chenluo put on a black robe that covered his entire body, walked out of the room, and flew silently out of the yard. Almost at the same time as he performed the flying technique, Brittany's clear eyes slowly opened on the bed separated from Chenluo by a wall. Chapter 148. In the capital, late at night. In the night sky, a figure covered in a black robe was floating in the air, quickly passing by the low houses. After becoming an intermediate magician, Chenluo's mental power has once again increased qualitatively. Among the intermediate magic, the first thing he learned was flying. Although this is only an intermediate spell, it has improved Chenluo's air combat ability from scratch. If he knew flying a year ago, it would be easier to deal with Baird. During the flight, he bypassed the Magic Association, the temple, and the area where the nobles gathered. After all, this is the capital, and there are countless high-level magicians. Flying around in the air like this is too conspicuous. During the day, Chenluo had already figured out the trading location of the black market. At this time, he was familiar with the route and soon landed in an abandoned manor in the city. The black market is a shady transaction. Strictly speaking, it is not allowed by the laws of the kingdom or even the empire. If there is no special relationship and channel, ordinary magicians cannot get the information of the black market at all. Not only that, the security here is also very strict. As soon as Chenluo landed, two figures walked out of the darkness. Under Chenluo's black robe, a low voice soon came out. "Swear in the name of the gods, anyone who maliciously leaks secrets will be destroyed, and his soul will be burned by eternal flames for eternity." Arthur has already told him about the precautions of the black market. Any magician who participates in transactions on the black market must swear in the name of the gods that he will never leak the secrets of the black market to the kingdom officials. It can be seen that the Magic Association and the kingdom officials do not seem to be of the same mind. After Chenluo finished reading the oath, the two figures stopped, and countless fireballs suddenly appeared in the dark void around them. These fireballs were arranged in two parallel rows, forming a road in the middle, and at the end of the road was an entrance. Chenluo looked around and walked down the steps. After walking through dozens of steps, a spacious and bright space appeared in front of him. The space was 10 feet in radius, and the walls on all four sides were filled with shelves, and wooden barrels were scattered on the shelves. The wooden barrels exuded a rotten smell with a hint of sweetness, proving that this was a wine cellar before. This underground closed environment gave Chenluo a great sense of security. If there was any accident, he could gather all the oxygen in this small space here in a very short time, so that his enemies would suffocate to death silently. When Chenluo arrived, there were already more than a dozen people wearing black robes similar to him, standing or sitting. Most of them were alone. Even if they were in pairs, there was no communication between them. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something, and the whole space was quiet. Chenluo found an empty corner and stood there. After him, about 5 or 6 people came in one after another. After about a quarter of an hour, there was a creak sound from outside, and the heavy wooden door of the wine cellar closed. A figure also wrapped in a black robe walked in from the entrance, and said in a low voice, "Everyone should know the rules here. Except for the resources of the Lauren Magic Association, you can trade anything you want to trade with each other." Before the start, the black-robed man briefly explained some rules, targeting the newcomers, who were participating in the black market for the first time. In addition to not being able to disclose the secrets of the black market to the kingdom, The resources of the Lauren Kingdom Magic Association cannot be traded here. In addition, fighting and the use of magic are prohibited in the black market. Violators will be severely punished. All grudges between magicians must wait until the black market is disbanded. Then it was the normal process of the black market. The process of the black market was very simple. The magicians took turns to speak out their trading items or needs. Magicians who had trading intentions would contact them privately. I need advanced variant magic of the fire or wind system. I can exchange it with earth or water, or provide gold coins. The first person to come forward was a middle-aged man wearing a red robe and a mask. Although he did not wear a magic robe, according to his needs, it is not difficult to guess that he is most likely a high-level magician, majoring in fire or wind, and should have encountered a bottleneck in mental power, and urgently needs a new magic breakthrough. The reason why he did not choose to get it through the Magic Association may be because he did not contribute enough to the Magic Association, or it may be that the price of the Magic Association was too high, and he could not accept it. Chen Luo noticed that after the magician walked away, two people immediately contacted him one after another. As for whether they reached a deal, Chen Luo did not know. The second person to come on stage was an old man. Like Chen Luo, he was covered with a black robe. He wanted to get a superclass water magic and offered 10,000 gold coins. Magic levels are generally divided into apprentice, elementary, intermediate, advanced, superclass, and holy level. The first 4 magic levels correspond to the magician level. The magic released by the Great Magician, the Magician, and the Great Magician, which is far more powerful than the high-level magic, is collectively called super-level magic. For example, John Cavento's fire field can fill a certain range around him with fire elements and burn all enemies in this area. As for the holy level magic, only the holy magician can comprehend it. Chen Luo only knows that after the magic reaches the holy level, there will be a qualitative change, but he doesn't know what the specific change is. So far, he doesn't know who in the Shenan continent has reached this legendary level. Not to mention the holy level magic, even the super level magic is extremely difficult to obtain. Generally speaking, magicians can only obtain it through the Magic Association. But it is impossible to get things from the Magic Association for free. First of all, magicians must join the Magic Association and make sufficient contributions to the Magic Association to obtain resources of the corresponding level. This is an important reason why there are so many masters in the Magic Association, because the high-level resources are monopolized by the Magic Association. If magicians want to go further on the road of magic, they must rely on the Magic Association. Those magicians who are unwilling to join the Magic Association can only seek other ways, either find a powerful teacher or go through the black market. This old man should have reached the level of a great magician in terms of mental power, but he lacks superclass magic and can only be considered half a great magician. With similar mental power, one can only use the fire dragon technique, while the other has already comprehended the fire domain. There is no suspense about the outcome. What surprised Chen Luo was that even a great magician would be attracted to the black market, and there were actually people trading superclass magic on the black market. Not long after the old man went down, someone came up to him, and they talked for a long time, and it seemed that they had reached a deal. In comparison, Chen Luo's demand for intermediate variant magic was a bit embarrassing. After a few more people spoke up, Chen Luo didn't care about the problem, and finally stepped forward and said, "I need 4 series of intermediate variants and improved magic, the more the better, I can exchange them with gold coins." After that, he walked to his original corner and waited quietly. However, he waited for a long time, and no one came to contact him, which made Chen Luo a little suspicious. Don't these magicians lack money? Now, except for gold coins, he has almost nothing. Others can't learn the truly valuable things, and he can't take them out. Just when he thought that he would have made a wasted trip today, a figure suddenly came over and asked, "You want intermediate variants and improved magic?" Chen Luo looked at the black-robed man and said, "In addition to those that the Lauren Magic Association has." "Of course." The black-robed man snorted coldly and said, "There are spies from the Magic Association everywhere here. Who dares to steal their business?" He glanced at Chen Luo and asked, "How many do you want?" Chen Luo asked, "How many do you have?" 10. The black-robed man said, "They are all from other. The resources collected by the country, 7 fire, 1 water, 1 earth, and 1 wind, so many, can you eat them?" Chen Luo said calmly, "You don't have to worry about this." The man looked at him again and suddenly asked, "Do you want the elementary ones?" "No elementary ones." Chen Luo said, "But if you have advanced ones, I will take them all." The Magic Association no longer has as many intermediate improved magic as apprentices and elementary ones, and advanced ones must be even fewer. Chen Luo must plan ahead and make plans for the future. Advanced? That thing is too difficult to get. The man shook his head and said, 10 variant magics, each of the fire system is 1,000 gold coins, the water system is 1,005, the earth system is 1,005, and the wind system is 2,000. Let me calculate. 1 7 equals 7, 2 sevens are 12. He calculated for a long time before looking at Chen Luo again and said, a total of 10,000 gold coins. One hand pays the money, the other hand delivers the goods. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, then looked at him and asked, it's just an intermediate magic, the Magic Association can't sell it so expensive, can't it be cheaper? The black-robed man did not give Chen Luo a chance to bargain, and said flatly, in order to get these resources, I risked my life and escaped from Gaia alive. 10,000 gold coins, not a single gold coin can be less. Chapter 149. Chen Luo knew very well that he was being taken advantage of by the guy opposite him. 10 intermediate magics could not be sold for 10,000 gold coins. This price was much more shady than the Magic Association. The prices of magics of the same level vary greatly. Sometimes, intermediate magics were not necessarily cheaper than advanced magics. Among the 4 types of magics, the variants and improvements of fire magic were the most numerous and relatively cheap. The other 3 types were rarer, and the prices were 1 to 2 times that of fire magic. In general, the other 3 types of magic were more expensive than fire magic. Improved magics that increased the power of basic magics were generally several times more expensive than variant magics that were useless except for being fancy. However, Chen Luo did not believe that the magics in this person's hands were all precious improved magics. After he explained the uses of those magics one by one, Chen Luo's guess was confirmed. All 10 magics were useless variant magics. But Chen Luo had to admit that these were indeed new magics that the Luoan Kingdom Magic Association did not have. Even if the other party asked for a high price, Chen Luo did not need to go to the Gaia Magic Association to save a few thousand gold coins. Chen Luo did not think for long before nodding and saying, deal. The black-robed man looked at Chen Luo and said, do the math again. The money and goods are settled. We will not be responsible for any problems after leaving the black market. No need. Chen Luo shook his head and said, my math is not very good, I believe you. 10,000 gold coins are not light, and Chen Luo cannot carry them with him. Considering that high-level magicians often trade large amounts of gold coins, the Magic Association specially launched a large-value gold card for them. A thin gold card is worth between 1,000 and 10,000 gold coins. Of course, the gold card itself is only worth a few gold coins. If you want to exchange it for real gold coins, you still have to go to the Magic Association. Chen Luo handed the black-robed man a gold card with a face value of 10,000 gold coins. After the black-robed man took it, he walked to a person in the distance, talked to him for a few words, and then walked back. Here you go. He took out a thin booklet from his arms. Chen Luo flipped through it, and saw that the booklet was written with the 10 intermediate magics. Chen Luo glanced in the direction he had just walked. The Magic Association and the black market were indeed connected. There were actually deacons on the black market, who confirmed the authenticity of the gold card. The black-robed man got a huge amount of money, and didn't plan to stay here any longer. He glanced at Chen Luo and said, I'm leaving first. Be careful. You were too high-profile just now. Many people here have noticed you. Chen Luo looked around, and several black-robed men who were hiding their heads and showing their tails quickly moved their sight away. Arthur had reminded him about this. Although the black market has strict rules, no one cares about the lives of these people outside the black market. The Shinan continent is a world where the strong prey on the weak. It is not uncommon for people to kill and steal treasures when they see money. Chen Luo retracted his gaze and looked at the black-robed man again, saying, if you have advanced improved or variant magic from other countries, you can find me at any time. I will take as much as you have. The black-robed man thought for a while, and said, that's not cheap. Chen Luo said, as long as you have something, gold coins are not a problem. The black-robed man glanced at him and asked, how can I find you? Chen Luo thought for a moment and said, there is a tailor shop on the west corner of the street opposite the Royal Capital Magic Academy. If you want to find me, leave a flame mark on the wall of the tailor's shop. We will meet at this manor that night. Chen Luo would pass by the tailor shop on the west street when he went to school and after school. This was the safest and most convenient way to contact him. Okay. The man in black nodded and prepared to leave. Chen Luo hesitated for a moment and called him. Wait. The man in black said, what else? Another less important question. Chen Luo looked at him and asked, "Did your magic teacher teach you math?" The man in black had never been to school and had never had a math teacher, which was within Chen Luo's expectations. In the Shenin continent, scholars have a high status, but not everyone can become a scholar. People who can receive education are either from powerful families or rich families. More than 90% of people not only do not know magic, but also cannot calculate basic addition and subtraction. However, even if he used 10,000 gold coins to buy these 10 magics, Chen Luo still suffered a loss. After the black-robed man left, Chen Luo had originally planned to leave directly. After all, his real strength was only that of an intermediate magician. If he was targeted by magicians other than the fire system, it would be troublesome. With this in mind, Chen Luo put away the booklet that recorded the 10 intermediate magics and walked towards the entrance of the wine cellar. At this time, another magician came forward and said, "I have a heretical witchcraft notebook. If anyone is interested in it, you can take it from me for only 10,000 gold coins." Heresy witchcraft? Chen Luo paused, and when he turned around, his face showed confusion. This was the first time he heard these two words. Unlike Chen Luo, other magicians on the black market obviously knew heresy and witchcraft. After the magician finished speaking, the scene immediately became an uproar. Things related to heresy are forbidden to be discussed in the Four Empires. Aren't you afraid that the temple will investigate? Magicians are forbidden to study witchcraft. Violators will be punished by the four temples at the same time. Witchcraft is the ability obtained by the heretics, who betrayed the magic gods. Even if the temple did not prohibit it, magicians could not learn witchcraft. Who is willing to spend 10,000 gold coins to buy some garbage that cannot be learned? If it was 1,000 gold coins, I might be a little interested. Chen Luo listened to the discussion of the crowd, and his mind was still full of doubts. What heresy, witchcraft, betrayal of the magic gods? Is there any other supernatural power in the divine grace continent besides magic? Not only did the teachers never tell him, Chen Luo himself had never seen any relevant description in the book. From their conversation, witchcraft does not seem to be recognized by magicians, and even those who practice witchcraft are called heretics. This immediately aroused Chen Luo's curiosity. Seeing that everyone did not seem to have the intention to buy, the magician was silent for a moment, and then said again, "I can tell you for sure that this notebook records several complete witchcrafts, and its value is definitely more than 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins are an astronomical figure for most magicians." Someone snorted coldly and said, "Even if it has value, it is only for those heretics. We believe in the magic gods, not the dark gods. Even if we know witchcraft, we can't release it. Who is willing to waste 10,000 gold coins? I want it." At this time, a low voice came from the field. Chen Luo, who was about to leave, walked back again, handed the magician a gold card, and said, "This is 10,000 gold coins, give me the notebook." Gold coins are just numbers to Chen Luo, and money is far less attractive to him than magic and witchcraft. After the magician verified the gold card, Chen Luo got the notebook made of some animal fur. He didn't look through it here, put it away, and walked out of the cellar directly. Although the prices of items on the black market are sometimes inflated, there are generally no fakes. If they want to take the gold coins on the gold card, they must go through the Magic Association. Those who use fakes to cheat will be wanted by the black market organizers. After he bought the witchcraft notebook, several people on the scene looked towards the entrance of the cellar. In the abandoned manor, Chen Luo just left the cellar, and the whole person floated up and disappeared in the dark night sky in a certain direction. Almost the next moment, the cellar door opened again, and two figures shrouded in black robes walked out. After one of them spread his mental power, and sensed the trajectory of the wind element, the two figures flew into the sky one after another, and quickly disappeared. Chapter 150. Late at night, Chen Luo used the flying technique to fly in the night sky. The abandoned manor where the black market was located in a remote suburb on the edge of the capital. The farther away from the center of the capital, the fewer houses there were. To get home from here, one had to cross a wasteland. When flying over the wasteland, Chen Luo felt something and quickly landed. At the same time, two black shadows came quickly from behind, blocking his way one after the other. Their flying speed was more than twice that of Chen Luo, and they were at least high-level magicians. However, Chen Luo did not feel a strong threat from them. Presumably, these two people were just high-level magicians. As for what system it was, he could not feel it. The black-robed man in front of Chen Luo smiled grimly and said, "Sorry, we brothers are also interested in heretical witchcraft. Give it to us, and we can let you go." Chen Luo asked calmly, "What if I don't agree?" The man said coldly, "Then go to hell." As you wish, Chen Luo said lightly, and the man disappeared on the spot. There was no excessive communication, nor was there any need for excessive communication. The two men chased all the way from the black market. There was no second possibility except killing people and stealing treasures. From the moment these two people appeared, it was destined that either they would die or Chen Luo would live tonight. The black-robed man had also been prepared and had communicated with the water element in advance. Almost at the moment when Chen Luo rushed up, a dense ice cone appeared from the void and densely covered the front. Looking for death. The black-robed man smiled coldly, intending to watch the intermediate magician on the opposite side, who overestimated his own ability being pierced by the ice cone. Judging from the things the man on the other side bought on the black market, it means that he is most likely only an intermediate magician, and his flying speed also confirms this. Even though the opponent is one level lower than him, this senior magician did not despise him at all, and was ready to release the freezing spell at close range to restrict his movements. Even if he avoided the ice cone, he would only live a little longer. However, almost at the same time as his ice cone appeared, a fire curtain suddenly appeared in front of him. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The ice cone spell is a high-level water magic, and the fire curtain spell is only a mid-level fire spell. With this thin layer of fire curtain, do you want to block his ice cone? But the next moment, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. He has seen the fire curtain spell many times, but it is the first time he has seen a blue fire curtain. What shocked him even more was that when the ice cones touched the blue fire curtain, they immediately made a hiss sound and instantly sublimated into a ball of white mist, while the blue fire curtain, without slowing down, rushed towards him. The black-robed man's face changed, and he quickly changed his gestures. Then, he was completely wrapped in a huge water ball. After the blue fire curtain touched the water ball, a hissing sound was heard, and a thick white fog that could not be dissolved immediately appeared where the black-robed man was. The next moment, a scream came from the white fog, and then it stopped abruptly, and no more sound came. The fight between the two was extremely short. From the time Chen Luo landed to the time the man disappeared in the blue fire curtain, only a short moment passed. "Victor, what's wrong with you?" When the black-robed man behind him realized that something was wrong, the man was no longer there. Chen Luo said, "He's dead." This was his second time killing someone besides Baird. At this moment, he was calmer than when he killed Baird. The law of the jungle is the law of the Shinin continent. The laws of the kingdom and the empire can restrain ordinary people, but not these magicians who have strong strength. If he was really just an ordinary intermediate fire magician, the ice cones just now would have beaten him into a sieve. If you want to send Chen Luo to hell, you must be prepared to go to hell yourself. You killed him, you actually killed Victor. The voice of the second black-robed man was almost crazy. He changed his gestures quickly, and a dense rain of fire swept towards Chen Luo. Facing this dense rain of fire, Chen Luo did not dodge or avoid, and walked straight towards him. Among the high-level magicians, the ones that really frightened him were the earth and wind magicians. Compared to the water magicians, he could handle the fire magic almost effortlessly. And at least 7 out of 10 magicians in the Shinin continent were fire magicians. When the rain of fire approached Chen Luo within 10 feet, it suddenly extinguished. The high-level fire magician was shocked. The next moment, a thick pillar of fire hit Chen Luo again. However, the fate of the pillar of fire was the same as the rain of fire. When it approached Chen Luo, it disappeared inexplicably, as if it was swallowed by something. When had the high-level fire magician seen such a weird scene? The high-level fire magic had no effect on him. Could it be that the other party was a fire mage? After a brief moment of fear, he cast the flying spell without hesitation to escape. Fire Rain and Fire Dragon were his most powerful magics. If he didn't run at this time, would he be burned to death like Victor? At this moment, he didn't have the anger of seeing his brother's death in his heart, but only the fear of the man opposite him. Regardless of whether the man opposite him was a fire mage or not, he just wanted to escape now, the farther the better. The speed of a high-level magician casting the flying spell was more than twice that of an intermediate magician. Although Chen Luo had the strength to kill a high-level magician, his mental strength was only at the intermediate level, and he couldn't catch up with a high-level magician who was determined to escape. He could only watch the other party fly into the sky and fly in the direction he came from. However, the high-level fire magician didn't fly far, and his body suddenly stopped in the air. Under the moonlight, a sharp arc of light flashed, and his head flew out from his neck. He didn't even have time to scream, and his headless body fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, a figure walked out from behind a tree not far in front of Chen Luo. In the moonlight, Chen Luo saw that the man was wearing a black robe and a strange mask on his face. He was the masked old man he had just seen on the black market. This man gave him the same feeling as Angus, Arthur, and others, which meant that he was at least a great magician, and most likely a wind magician. A great wind magician, unless he walked within 5 meters of Chen Luo, otherwise, Chen Luo had no chance of winning. However, after the man walked out from behind the tree, he never approached Chen Luo again. He looked at Chen Luo from a distance and asked, "What's the matter with the blue fire curtain?" "It's only the mental power fluctuations of an intermediate magician, but it can melt the ice cone and kill a high-level water magician. I have never seen such magic. And the magic you just used to swallow the fire dragon, and the fire rain spell is definitely not the fourth magic. Are you a heretic?" After talking to himself for a few sentences, he shook his head and said, "It's impossible. This is not a heretical witchcraft. And I can feel that the fire elements are not swallowed. They are there, and have never disappeared. But why is there no flame?" Chen Luo looked at him from a distance and said, "Thank you for your help just now." "No need to thank me." The man waved his hand and said, "Because you will die for today too." He looked at Chen Luo and said, "Give me the heretic witchcraft notebook, and then tell me how you did those things just now. I will let you die without pain." Chen Luo looked at him and said, "I tell you, can you let me go?" The masked old man said in a voice without any emotion, "No." Chen Luo looked at him, took out the notebook, and said, "I don't want to die in pain." The masked old man said, "Don't worry, I will cut off your head with the wind blade, and you will not feel any pain in the process. It's yours." Chen Luo raised his hand and said, "I hope you will keep your promise." The masked old man walked slowly towards him, 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters away from him. Chapter 151. When Chen Luo was still a magic apprentice, within 5 meters was his absolute domain. Just a small blue fireball can send a high-level magician like Baird to meet the magic gods. Although he is already an intermediate magician and his mental power can cover a larger range, his enemy is not a high-level fire magician, but a great wind magician. Whether it is the speed of casting magic or the power of magic, the masked old man on the opposite side is not comparable to Baird. What's more, the role of the blue fireball is a sneak attack. If the wind magician communicates with the wind element in advance, he can release magic in an instant, and the fireball technique is useless to him. There is no doubt that the person on the opposite side is the most powerful enemy Chen Luo has encountered since he came to the Shinan continent. So Chen Luo is waiting, and when he is close enough, he will give him a fatal blow. However, when the masked old man walked to a position about 10 meters away from him, his footsteps suddenly stopped. He stood there, looked at Chen Luo, and said, "Throw that notebook over here." Chen Luo raised his hand without hesitation, and something flew over. However, what flew over was not the witchcraft notebook in his hand, but a blue fireball. However, halfway through the blue fireball, it suddenly changed direction and hit a big tree on the left. The big tree was instantly engulfed by the blue flames and turned into ashes. Chen Luo looked at the old man opposite him. The strength of the wind magician was indeed not something he could fight against now. Under the wind magic, Chen Luo's fireball had no chance of getting close to him. "It seems that I have to take back what I said just now. Believe me, you will die in pain." The masked old man shook his head at Chen Luo. Just as he raised his hand, his face suddenly changed. His body retreated more than 10 feet in an instant. Standing in the distance, he looked at Chen Luo with extremely frightened eyes and said sternly, "What kind of magic is this?" Just now, when he wanted to use a wind blade to end the life of the weird intermediate magician opposite, he suddenly felt dizzy and had a feeling of difficulty breathing. Until he retreated here, the feeling gradually disappeared. Chen Luo looked at the old man who had retreated to a safe distance and felt a little regretful. With his current mental power, he could only control a space of 10 feet at most. Nitrogen is colorless and odorless. When the air loses oxygen, humans will not notice it immediately, but will subconsciously increase their breathing rate. The result is that they will expel oxygen from the blood at a faster rate. This deoxygenated blood will enter the brain in just a few tens of seconds, causing people to lose consciousness quickly. In the absence of oxygen from the outside world, holding your breath lasts longer than continuing to breathe. Unfortunately, this is not a confined space. The masked old man finally realized something was wrong. When Chen Luo quickly approached him, the old man kept retreating and always kept a safe distance from him. During this process, he also released several wind blades at Chen Luo. However, wind blades are the fastest of the 4 magic attacks as a close-range killing move. Others can hardly react, but at a distance of more than 10 feet or 30 meters, Chen Luo has enough time to dodge. Late at night, In the wasteland near the capital, an intermediate magician and a great magician actually stalemated in such a strange way. Chen Luo looked at the masked old man and began to gather hydrogen silently. Even though he could cast magic instantly, the content of hydrogen in the air was too small. He needed enough time to gather enough to threaten the great magician. For now, this is his biggest trump card, but the hydrogen explosion he unleashed with his intermediate magician level mental power is too powerful. Before that, he needs to find a safe place. At the same time, the masked old man looked at Chen Luo, and the shock under the mask could no longer be concealed. In the past few decades, he has seen countless intermediate magicians, but this is the first time he has encountered such a weird one. Fire magic has no effect on him. When approaching him, he will feel dizzy, and there is also the blue fireball with great lethality. Cabine even suspected that the black-robed man opposite was a heretic lurking in the kingdom of Lauren. Apart from heretics and wizards, who else could have such strange means? If he could capture or kill this heretic and hand him over to the Imperial Temple, he would gain huge benefits, and even the opportunity to be promoted to a mage. Thinking of this, he licked his dry lips and began to change his gestures quickly. At the same time, Chen Luo, who was 10 feet away from the masked old man, suddenly changed his expression. He felt the wind element in the air began to gather, and soon became saturated. At the same time, his body began to float uncontrollably. Chen Luo's expression changed, and he instantly covered his feet with a layer of earth armor, tightly connected to the earth, so as not to be controlled by the opponent's floating spell. Once controlled by the great magician, with the floating spell, he would immediately become fish on the opponent's chopping board. However, at this moment, Chen Luo once again sensed that the wind element in the distance had a familiar fluctuation. This was the fluctuation of the wind blade. Chen Luo cursed in his heart. The great magician was indeed experienced in combat. This person deliberately used the floating technique to mislead him, waiting for him to actively restrict his actions. In this way, Chen Luo could not dodge the wind blade flexibly. The only thing he could do was to send him to death before the great magician released the wind blade. Chen Luo gritted his teeth and whispered, "Explode." A faint flame suddenly rose from a distance. Boom! The old man's wind blade had not been released yet, and the faint flame turned blue. In the next moment, it swept towards him. Chen Luo could not care about the old man. After removing the restraints under his feet, he suddenly flew towards a reverse slope that he had seen long ago. However, as soon as his body jumped up, he was blown away by the first wave of air generated by the explosion. Chen Luo was more anxious than ever. Even if he didn't face the explosion head-on, the flying stones, wood chips and other things were deadly dangers. At this moment, Chen Luo suddenly felt that he had bumped into a soft embrace, and then he smelled a familiar fragrance. Brittany hugged Chen Luo and rolled to the ground. While protecting Chen Luo under her body, a heavy earth shield completely covered the two of them. Outside the shield, there was a crackling sound of impact. The stones that were blown away by the explosion hit the shield fiercely. The earth shield, which was known for its solidity, actually had cracks on it. Brittany's face changed slightly, and she released an ice shield again, covering the outside of the earth shield. After a moment, the outside returned to calm again. The double-layer shield was also overwhelmed, and after being covered with cracks, it slowly dissipated. Brittany looked down anxiously and asked, "Blair, are you okay?" Chen Luo crawled out from under Brittany's body, took a deep breath of fresh air, and shook his head. "I'm fine. Why are you here, Teacher Brittany?" Brittany said, "I was worried about you coming out alone, so I followed you." "Who are these people, and how did you provoke them?" "Let's talk about this later." Thinking of the terrifying wind magician, Chen Luo instantly became alert again. He looked around and asked, "Where is that guy?" Brittany looked in a certain direction and said, "In that situation just now, even if he was a great magician, he couldn't survive." Although he knew that Teacher Brittany was right, and that the old man couldn't survive in the center of the hydrogen explosion, Chen Luo still looked around worriedly, but only found one of his legs. The power of science and magic combined is so terrifying. If it weren't for Teacher Brittany, Chen Luo would have been skinned alive if he didn't die this time. Brittany helped him stand up and said, "The noise just now was too loud. We have to leave here quickly." She grabbed Chen Luo's hand, and the two of them left the ground and disappeared quickly. A moment later, several figures fell from the sky. Under the illumination of fire magic, they looked at the charred ground, the broken tree trunks, and the scattered limbs on the ground, and said in shock, "What happened here just now?" Chapter 152. When the sheriff of the capital led his subordinates to this wasteland, what they saw was a scene like hell. On the flat ground, there was a huge earth pit, which was charred and surrounded by body parts. They endured fear and nausea, and finally pieced the collected body parts together to form a corpse. The head of the corpse was still intact. After a guard of the capital carefully identified it, he was shocked and said, "The great magician Kempin." The sheriff walked over quickly, took a look, and said in a deep voice, "It's him. There are many great magicians in the capital, but there are only a few great magicians of the wind system, and Kempin is one of them. This person has a withdrawn personality. Although he often appears in front of people, he has few friends. Because of his personality, he has offended many people in the capital, but because of his powerful strength as a great magician of the wind system, no one dares to retaliate against him. I don't know why, as powerful as Kempin, he died here tonight. Judging from the traces at the scene, the one who killed him should be a fire mage." However, no matter how the sheriff observed the elemental trajectory and explored the scene, he couldn't figure out what kind of fire magic could be so powerful. You know, Kempin is a great wind magician. As the strongest of the 4 magic attack systems, the wind system has the ability to kill across levels. Even a fire mage may not be able to kill Kempin. At this time, another guard stepped forward and said, "Sir, we found the brothers Victor and Thompson over there. Thompson is dead, his head and body are separated, and it seems that he was killed by the wind blade. We only found Victor's identity plate and a few incomplete bones." "Brother Victor." The sheriff thought for a moment and suddenly asked, "Is today the day when the black market opens?" The guard thought for a moment and said, "It seems so." "It should be." The sheriff thought for a moment and said, "Brother Victor is notorious in the capital. They specialize in killing magicians coming out of the black market. They have been promoted to senior magicians for many years. One is a water system, and the other is a fire system. When they join forces, unless they are great magicians, they are not their opponents." The guard said, "Could it be that the great magician Kempin has targeted Brother Victor on the black market? Then how did Kempin die? Perhaps there is another fire mage who has targeted him. This possibility cannot be ruled out." The sheriff said, "Although magicians generally do not participate in the black market, accidents cannot be ruled out. This matter needs to be confirmed with the Magic Association." When he and Teacher Brittany landed in the yard, Chen Luo looked at the position of the moon and guessed that it should be after midnight. Brittany looked at him and asked, "Now you can tell me what you did at night. Why did you offend the great magician of the upper wind system?" Chen Luo lowered his head and said honestly, "I went to the black market." "Black market?" Brittany's face changed and asked, "What did you do in the black market?" Chen Luo said, "The number of intermediate level variant magic in the Magic Association is too small. I want to try my luck in the black market." Brittany frowned and said, "Don't you know how dangerous the black market is? There are many people with bad intentions there. They go to the black market with the purpose of intercepting magicians trading in the black market." Chen Luo admitted his mistake and said, "I won't do it again." The smooth sailing all the time did make him relax his vigilance. If it weren't for Teacher Brittany, he would be in danger tonight. In the final analysis, his strength is not strong enough. If he had the strength of a high-level magician, would he be afraid of a mere wind magician? If he had the mental power of Teacher Brittany, he could summon a blue fireball directly on the old man's face from a distance of 10 meters, leaving him no chance to escape. It's a pity that the farther the distance, the more dispersed his mental power is. It's easier to control gas, but it's still not enough to control a large number of magic elements. Not only that, the mental power of these high-level magicians is extremely strong. They can detect the subtle fluctuations of magic elements, and can also sense Chen Luo's mental power, so they can react at the first time. The most foolproof situation is that they walk within 5 meters of Chen Luo. Within 5 meters, even if they are great magicians, Chen Luo has the confidence to send them to see their gods. Fortunately, everything was safe and sound. Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of something, he looked at Brittany and asked, "Teacher Brittany, do you know heresy? What is witchcraft?" Brittany was stunned for a moment, then looked at him nervously and asked, "Have you encountered heresy?" "No." Chen Luo shook his head and said, "I just heard them mention it on the black market. I'm just curious." Brittany looked at him seriously and said, "Blair, you must remember that in the Divine Grace continent, you must not have anything to do with heresy." Teacher Brittany obviously knew about heresy, and Chen Luo was even more confused and asked, "Heresy, what exactly is it?" Brittany lowered her head and whispered, "They are a group of people who betrayed the magic gods. They are an extremely evil organization on the continent. Their existence is to overthrow the temple, and overthrow the rule of the empire. No matter which empire or kingdom, heretics will be eliminated. Obviously, the 4 empires and the kingdoms under their command did not publicize the existence of heretics and wizards, otherwise, Chen Luo would not have known about it until now. After teacher Brittany's narration, Chen Luo finally solved his doubts. The people of Shannon continent believed in the magic gods since the ancestors. However, in the distant ancestors, there was a group of people who betrayed the magic gods and believed in another god, and gained the ability to perform witchcraft. That god was called the God of Darkness by the magicians of Shannon continent. The magic gods taught the ancestors magic, so that they had the strength to fight against wild beasts and the ability to protect themselves. The God of Darkness brought witchcraft, chaos, and death to the land of grace. To this day, the 4 major temples are still fighting against the heretics hiding in various parts of the land. In the land of grace, witchcraft and heresy represent evil and darkness. Anyone who has anything to do with them will be punished by the temple. Sanction of death. In Chen Luo's opinion, this is essentially a war of faith. If one day, the temple believes that the god of mathematics also represents darkness, maybe the scholars who believe in him will become heretics. Of course, this situation is unlikely to happen. As a mathematical scholar, Chen Luo's faith imparts knowledge and justice to them. He is not interested in overthrowing the 4 major temples and declaring war on the gods of magic. The existence of witchcraft still puzzled Chen Luo. Teacher Brittany said that heretics cannot communicate with magic elements because they betrayed the magic gods. Similarly, magicians cannot use witchcraft because they do not believe in the dark god. Could it be that magic elements and witchcraft are really gifts from the gods? If you believe in them, you will have this ability, but if you do not believe in them, you will not have it. Then if someone believes in the magic gods today and believes in the dark god tomorrow, can't they use magic and witchcraft alternately? And what does belief here specifically refer to? They say they believe in it, but they don't take it seriously in their hearts. How can this be explained? Obviously, even if magicians say they believe in the dark god, they cannot obtain the ability of witchcraft. Chen Luo is skeptical about the legends about heretics in the Divine Grace continent. Moreover, the word heresy itself has 2 sides. For magicians who believe in the magic gods, wizards are heretics. But for wizards who believe in the dark god, magicians are heretics. Who knows what the wizards call the magic gods? Perhaps for them, the magic gods represent evil and darkness. I believe that the wizard's notebook will give Chen Luo the answers to these questions. After saying goodnight to teacher Brittany, he returned to his room, closed the door, and took out the notebook carefully without taking a shower, and opened the first page. Chapter 153. Healy. July, 3140th year of the Divine Grace calendar. The first page of the notebook only had a name and a date. On the Divine Grace continent, the 4 empires and countless countries used the same language and the same writing, namely the Divine Grace continent's common language and writing. Thousands of years ago, the ancestors on the continent still had their own languages and writing, but the gods taught them magic and helped them unify their languages and writing. This is also one of the important reasons why the continent's magic and academic exchanges have never been hindered. Chen Luo was also curious about why different worlds have similar Arabic numerals, but compared with the existence of God, these are irrelevant. Healy should be the name of this wizard. Chen Luo glanced at these 3 words and saw the time below, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It is now October, 3200th year of the Divine Grace calendar, which means that this notebook was written by this wizard named Healy 60 years ago. No wonder this notebook looks a bit old. If it was made of paper instead of animal fur, it would probably not have been preserved until now. 60 years later, maybe this wizard named Healy is no longer alive. Chen Luo turned the page again, and finally there were denser words on the paper. Diana is really the most beautiful girl in the village, and her breasts are the most plump. I was caught peeping at her breasts today. Will she beat me up tomorrow? Chen Luo originally wanted to understand what wizards and witchcraft are all about, but he didn't expect to see a peeping diary of an adolescent boy, so he turned the next page with interest. Diana seems to have forgotten what happened yesterday, and she went to the forest with me to practice magic. I heard from the great wizard that people outside know a kind of evil magic that can summon terrible flames and freeze children in ice. It's too scary. I must practice magic well and protect Diana when I grow up. The next page of the notebook wrote about him, and a girl named Diana going to the forest to practice magic. It is not difficult to guess that the magic in this notebook is the witchcraft in the mouth of the magician. And magic, in their view, is evil. Chen Luo had guessed this long ago, and was not surprised at all. He continued to flip down, and continued to browse Healy's diary. It is better to say that this is a diary than a witchcraft notebook. This diary records the daily life of the apprentice wizard Hariel, including peeping at Diana's breasts, learning magic and fighting with the great wizard, aspiring to become a great wizard, fighting against the evil magician and protecting his beloved girl. This is a diary from 60 years ago. Counting it, the little wizard named Hariel at that time should be in his 70s now. I don't know if he became a great wizard later, and whether he chased the girl named Diana. Chen Luo thought very gossipy in his heart. From this diary, Chen Luo learned a lot of information about wizards. The wizard level is the same as that of magicians, from apprentice to senior, but after senior, they are collectively called great wizards, and those who are more powerful than great wizards are holy wizards. In fact, the same is true for magicians. Although there are great magicians, and great magicians between senior magicians and holy magicians, in essence, the magic performed by great magicians and great magicians is not like that of apprentices and juniors, nor like that of intermediate and senior levels, and there is no qualitative change. The great magician, the mage, and the great mage can be classified into one level, but because the magicians at this stage have a huge difference in strength, there is a further subdivision. In Hariel's writing, magicians are evil, and the magic gods are also evil. They believe in the true god who teaches them magic, that is, the dark god in the mouth of the magician. This diary is obviously only a part of it, recording Hariel's experience for half a year. During this half year, he was promoted from an apprentice wizard to a junior wizard, and this diary also recorded two kinds of witchcraft. The first one is called natural magic. The diary says that natural magic can control the growth of plants and use them as their own weapons. The second one is called healing magic, which can be used to treat injuries. Natural magic and healing magic are both supernatural powers independent of the four magics. According to Chen Luo's cognition, promoting plant growth and accelerating cell regeneration are things that can be done by scientific means in the future. If the effects of plant growth hormones and gibberellins are magnified, it is natural witchcraft. Perhaps there is an element with such effects in this universe, and hormones that promote wound healing are even more common in the future. Compared with witchcraft that focuses on healing, the four magics are more like witchcraft. What qualifications do magicians who kill and set fire to others have to say that others are heretics, and that the wizard's gods are the gods of darkness? But the fact is that truth is often in the hands of most people. There are the most magicians in the Shinin continent, so the wizards perform witchcraft. It is not difficult to imagine that Chen Luo's hydrogen explosion and suffocation are probably also witchcraft in their eyes, and Chen Luo, who can control elemental impurities, is no different from those heretics. When Chen Luo first came to the land of divine grace, his worldview had been reshaped, so even if he heard about supernatural powers different from the four magics again, he could still be calm enough. He received too much news tonight, and he needed to digest it. Wizards, witchcraft, natural magic that can control plants, healing magic that can heal wounds, these are all means of witchcraft, and this note also mentioned that in addition to natural magic and healing magic, great wizards can control more divine magic. Not only that, from Healy's diary, wizards do not seem to need to chant or gesture to perform witchcraft, but the same thing is that magic and witchcraft are both performed through mental power. As an outsider, Chen Luo, regardless of his position, whether it is witchcraft or magic, it is a supernatural power, and the way of performing it is very similar. So here comes the question. Since the principles of witchcraft and magic are exactly the same, why does magic need spells and gestures, while witchcraft does not? Putting aside the framework of elemental magic, magic and witchcraft can be classified into the same category, a unique innate ability of humans in the Shinin continent. In order to verify his conjecture, Chen Luo looked down at his left arm that was scratched in the battle tonight, raised his right hand, and placed it on the scratch. Then, he let his mental power vibrate at a specific frequency until he communicated with some unknown elements existing in the void. He gathered those elements in the palm of his right hand, and after a moment, slowly moved away. The scratch on his left arm was no longer a minor wound, and it became smooth as before. During this process, he just felt a little itchy on the wound. Chen Luo can cast witchcraft. In other words, he is actually a heretic in the eyes of magicians. However, he can also cast magic, that is to say, in the eyes of heretics, he is also a heretic. Looking at the smooth arm, Chen Luo fell into deep confusion. What is a magician, and what is witchcraft? Magicians and wizards are both humans with a nose and a mouth. Why can't magicians cast witchcraft and wizards release magic? What's even more strange is that whether it is magic or witchcraft, or element impurities, Chen Luo can control them so easily. His intuition told him that there should be something wrong here. But he even felt that whether it was witchcraft or magic, or element impurities, they should be controlled by humans. And the reason why magicians don't know witchcraft, wizards don't understand magic, and everyone has difficulty controlling element impurities, must be because something happened. What happened in the middle? The wizard's notebook didn't have it, and no one could tell him the answer. In Chen Luo's confusion, a voice suddenly came from behind. Blair, you've been sitting there for a long time. What are you doing? Chen Luo was startled and turned his head sharply to see Isabella sitting on the bed covered with a quilt, staring at him. Chapter 154. Chen Luo stood up suddenly, looked at Isabella, and asked, It's so late. What are you doing here? I couldn't sleep, and wanted to come to talk to you, but you weren't here, and neither was Teacher Brittany. Isabella looked at him suspiciously. It's so late. What did you and Teacher Brittany do? Chen Luo thought for a moment and said, We went to the wilderness to practice magic, and killed a high-level water magician who wanted to sneak attack us, and a great wind magician. Isabella wrapped herself in a quilt and frowned. What kind of magic do you need to practice in the wilderness? Chen Luo explained. You also know that Teacher Brittany is a high-level magician, and the power of high-level magic is very strong, so she can only go to that kind of remote place. Do you think I will believe it? Isabella glanced at him and said, Why don't you say that you killed a magician? Chen Luo said, Although I have never killed a magician, there was once a magician who wanted to be my student and learn magic from me, but I refused. Isabella couldn't help laughing. When did you learn to brag? Learning magic from a magician is like learning cooking from you. She hid in the quilt and laughed so hard that her body shook. At a certain moment, she suddenly looked at him again and asked, Hey, Blair, what are you holding in your hand? Let me see. Chen Luo quietly hid the witchcraft notebook behind him. It's better not to let Isabella know about witchcraft. Chen Luo shook his head and said, This is my diary. There's nothing good to see. Hearing that this was Chen Luo's diary, Isabella wanted to read it even more, but she couldn't blatantly pee into other people's privacy. She covered her mouth and yawned, saying, Who wants to read your diary? I'm going back to sleep. Wait a minute. When she got off the bed, Chen Luo called her in time. Isabella asked sleepily, What for? Chen Luo stepped forward and said, Try to see if you can communicate with this kind of elemental impurities. Magicians call all substances other than the four magic elements elemental impurities. According to this classification, natural magic and healing magic actually also use some kind of elemental impurities. This element is obviously not a material element that Chen Luo is familiar with. He temporarily named it the growth element and the healing element. He told Isabella the vibration frequency of the spiritual power that communicates with the healing elements. After trying more than a dozen times, Isabella wondered, Blair, you are not lying to me. Where are the element impurities? Chen Luo shook his head and said, So you can't do it either, forget it. It's late, go back to sleep. Isabella can communicate with material elements, but like all magicians, she can't communicate with the two new elements, which made Chen Luo puzzled. Chen Luo stopped thinking about the things he couldn't figure out. He put a pot of green plants on the windowsill on the table, and began to try to cast the natural magic. Natural magic is a kind of witchcraft that can promote plant growth. According to the description in the notebook, Chen Luo really found a new element in a frequency range that he had never tried before. He controlled this element and approached the pot of green plants. When this unknown element touched the surface of the green plants, the stems and leaves of the plant suddenly grew wildly. Chen Luo dispersed his spiritual power, and it stopped growing. At this time, the green plants in the flower pot were more than a foot taller than before. In Chen Luo's opinion, witchcraft seems to be more interesting than magic, especially healing. Chen Luo is willing to give up any of the four magics in exchange for healing. Unfortunately, there are only these two witchcrafts in Healy's notebook. If there is a chance in the future, he must have a deeper understanding of wizards and witchcraft. Anyway, he does not believe in the gods of magic, and does not care about heresy. In his eyes, there are only friends and enemies. He has no feud with wizards. On the contrary, 3 high-level magicians have died in his hands. Of course, things about witchcraft should not be known to outsiders, otherwise, before Chen Luo completes his dream of becoming a holy magician, he will be treated as a heretic and cleared. Tomorrow is the weekend. Chen Luo studied witchcraft until midnight yesterday. When he woke up in the morning, the sun was already high. At present, healing has the greatest effect on him. Because Chen Luo's mental strength is not strong enough, natural magic can only help flowers and plants grow up earlier in his hands, and it has no effect on tall trees. He conservatively estimated that if he wanted to use plants as his weapons, he would have to wait until he was promoted to a senior magician. After Chen Luo experimented on himself, he had not found anything about whether natural magic worked on humans. If possible, he wanted to try it on Isabella. After all, she was not satisfied with her figure. Chen Luo could not only complete the experiment of natural magic on humans, but also help Isabella realize her dream, which was a two birds at one stone deal. Today, he got up too late, and teacher Brittany and Isabella did not call him. When Chen Luo got up, he found that no one was at home. I heard from Isabella yesterday that she had an appointment with her good friend Donna today. The mathematics department had a meeting today. Teacher Brittany should have gone to school. Chen Luo originally wanted to tell her about witchcraft, but it seems that he can only wait until he comes back. After cooking something to fill his stomach, Chen Luo walked out of the house and walked towards the Magic Association. At this time, the Magic Association, Archdeacon Arthur looked at the sheriff of the capital and frowned. What? 2 senior magicians died last night, and a great magician, and a wind magician? The death of a great magician in the capital is already a big deal. Early in the morning, the sheriff came to the Magic Association to inquire about the situation. The sheriff said, "The dead are the brothers Victor Thompson and the wind magician Kimpin. I suspect it was done by the fire magician. Who are the fire magicians in the capital now?" Arthur shook his head and said, "Don't doubt it. The fire magician can kill the Victor brothers, but he can't kill Kimpin. As a wind magician, if Kimpin wants to escape, no one can stop him under the great magician." The sheriff said, "But that lord has been traveling for a long time. Do you mean that there is another great magician in the capital?" Arthur thought for a while and said, "This possibility cannot be ruled out." The sheriff's face was a little serious. The great magician is the most powerful existence on the continent, except for the high priest of the temple. It is definitely not a good thing for a great magician whose background is unknown to appear in the capital. He murmured, "If it is a great magician, why would he go to the black market? There shouldn't be anything that the great magician likes there." "Wait." Arthur was stunned when he heard this and asked, "You said the black market? Could it be that the deaths of Victor and Kimpin are related to the black market?" The sheriff said, "They all participated in the black market yesterday. According to my guess, these 3 people should have targeted the same person. After leaving the black market, they followed and killed him all the way." Without waiting for the sheriff to finish, Arthur said decisively, "Okay, don't investigate this matter anymore." The sheriff was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" Arthur sneered, "These 3 blind guys actually set their sights on that person. If they don't die, who will die?" The sheriff asked tentatively, "Who is the person that Archdeacon Arthur is talking about?" "It is not convenient for me to tell you who it is," Arthur said, "but I can guarantee that he will not cause any harm to the capital. But the premise is that you don't provoke him, otherwise, the president can't speak for you." The sheriff was shocked. "Is he really a great magician?" Arthur shook his head and said, "I don't know whether he is a great magician, but I know that even if it is President John who is chasing him, the result will not be better than Kevin." Chen Luo's strength has always been a mystery in the Magic Association. The initial information of the Magic Association showed that he was just a magic apprentice, but not long after, he killed the senior magician Baird. Just when everyone thought he was a great magician, Arthur saw that President John, a magician, could not release a fire magic in front of him. A few days later, the wind magician Kevin died in his hands. This was enough to prove his strength. Arthur only had awe for him in his heart. This was the natural respect that magicians had for the strong. Seeing Arthur's serious face, the sheriff did not dare to ask any more questions. President John was already a magician. It was not easy for the great magician to kill him. The seriousness of this matter was beyond his control. He did not ask any more questions. After saying goodbye to Arthur in a hurry, he left the Magic Association. At the entrance of the Magic Association, Chen Luo passed by a guard in silver armor. He walked straight to the front desk of the Magic Association and said to a receptionist, "Please tell Deacon Jasmine that someone named Blair is looking for her." Chapter 155. While waiting in the lobby downstairs, Chen Luo learned from another receptionist that Jasmine was already a mid-level deacon at the Magic Association headquarters, directly under the head deacon Arthur, and the other deacons had no right to command her. Chen Luo waited for a while downstairs, and there was a slightly hurried sound of footsteps at the stairs. Jasmine hurried over and smiled. "Mr. Blair, you are here." In a cake shop not far from the Magic Association, Chen Luo looked at Jasmine and asked, "Why are you here?" Jasmine sat opposite Chen Luo, with her hands folded on her knees, and whispered, "President Angus transferred me to the headquarters. So, for what happened that day, thank you, Mr. Blair." Chen Luo smiled and said, "After all, you are also my financial officer. If you encounter any grievances in the Magic Association in the future, or if someone bullies you, just tell me." "No one bullies me." Jasmine shook her head and said, "Deacon Arthur takes good care of me, but I am not very good at it." "You can't do anything well." That's because you haven't discovered your talent. Chen Luo looked at her and said, magic talent doesn't represent everything. Some great scholars are only magic apprentices for their whole lives, but they are also respected. Molly whispered, but I haven't been to school, so I can't be a scholar. Chen Luo said helplessly, I don't mean to ask you to be a scholar. Don't you find that you are very talented in managing property? Although Chen Luo currently has a lot of assets, geometry is dependent on the Mathematics Association, and the flight aid only takes the share from the Magic Association. The economic lifeline is in the hands of others, and he is always unsure. Chen Luo had long wanted to have his own independent business, but he did not have the time and energy. Although Jasmine was not very talented in magic, she was good at financial management, which Chen Luo had already experienced. After considering for a long time, she decided to hire Jasmine as his financial officer. In this way, her relationship with the Magic Association would become a cooperation rather than employment. Financial officer? Jasmine looked up at Chen Luo and asked, Can I? Chen Luo said, It doesn't matter if you don't understand now. You can learn slowly in the future. As long as you are willing, I will negotiate with them at the Magic Association. Jasmine did not think for long, and nodded, saying, As long as I can help Mr. Blair, I am willing. Chen Luo smiled and said, I will go to see Deacon Arthur later. Chen Luo originally invited Jasmine to this lunch, but she insisted on paying for it herself. Although Jasmine looked weak, she had a strong self-esteem, and Chen Luo did not insist. He went back home, changed into a black robe, and returned to the Magic Association. When he met him again, Arthur was more respectful. After listening to Chen Luo, he said, As long as Miss Jasmine is willing, this is certainly not a problem. At the same time, she can retain her status as an honorary deacon. Chen Luo said, Thank you, Deacon Arthur. You're welcome. I have someone take care of Miss Jasmine's matter soon. Arthur sent Chen Luo to the door and finally couldn't help but said again, Master Chen Luo, I'm sorry to ask, Brother Victor and the great wind magician Kempin. I killed them. Chen Luo did not deny it, and said, These 3 people followed me all the way out of the black market and attacked me halfway. How come? Is it wrong to defend oneself in the capital? Of course not. Arthur said, They have offended you, they deserve to die. I have already informed the sheriff. This matter ends here, and no one will investigate further. Thank you very much. You are polite. Chen Luo has a better understanding of the laws of the Kingdom of Lauren. Magicians are noble. As long as they do not do anything that harms civilians, the kingdom does not have too many restrictions on them, and senior magicians do not take the kingdom seriously. The kingdom never cares about the fights between senior magicians, even if they are injured or killed in the fight. In general, here, the law protects civilians. Magicians' affairs are under the jurisdiction of the Magic Association. If a great magician dies, the Magic Association will certainly investigate, but if he deserves to die, don't expect the Magic Association to stand up for him. In the next 2 days, Chen Luo introduced Jasmine to the Mathematics Association. From now on, she can replace Chen Luo in anything related to gold coins. In addition, Chen Luo spent most of his time learning the 2 witchcrafts, which can also be said to be new magic. In addition to the 10 intermediate magics, these 2 witchcrafts should be his biggest gains in the black market. Natural magic and healing magic also require mental power to release. Chen Luo clearly felt that in just a few days, his mental power had increased significantly. If there are a few more witchcrafts, Chen Luo is confident that he can break through and become a high-level magician within half a year. The advanced magician is an important leap in the magician's strength. The advanced and intermediate levels seem to be only 1 level apart, but in fact, they are worlds apart. After becoming an advanced magician and mastering advanced magic, combined with Chen Luo's own abilities, he can be called a real strong man in this world. As for natural magic and healing magic, Chen Luo prefers the latter. At present, he has roughly figured out the characteristics of healing magic. First of all, it has the effect of healing wounds, at least general trauma is no problem. In order to verify this feature, he has experimented on himself in the form of self-mutilation. Facts have proved that the element he communicated with can repair a certain degree of trauma. Although the deeper the wound, the more mental power is required and the longer the time, as long as his mental power is strong enough, in theory, as long as he does not die, he can be healed under the healing magic. This kind of magic that can benefit the public is actually called witchcraft by magicians. It really blinds their dog eyes. The significance of healing magic is much more important than the 4 magics. As for whether the healing technique is useful for non-external injuries, it was not written in the notebook, and Chen Luo did not dare to use himself for experiments for the time being. With the medical level of this world, Chen Luo did not dare to risk his own death. Maybe a small cold would cost him his life. Today, Christine taught martial arts, and the get out of class was delayed until very late. Teachers Isabella and Brittany went home first. After returning home, Chen Luo washed his hands and prepared to cook. He had just walked to the kitchen door when he heard a cry of pain. Brittany put down the knife, looked at the wound on her finger, and frowned. Chen Luo walked in quickly and asked, "Teacher Brittany, what's wrong?" Brittany shook her head and said, "It's okay. I wanted to help you cut vegetables, but I accidentally cut my hand." Chen Luo walked up and held her injured hand. Under Brittany's gaze, the shallow cut on her hand healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Brittany's face showed astonishment, and she murmured, "Blair, what is this?" A few days ago, Chen Luo wanted to tell her about witchcraft, but he hadn't figured out how to say it. This time, he took this opportunity to tell her. Chen Luo looked at Brittany and said, "Last time on the black market, I got a wizard's notebook with 2 witchcrafts recorded on it, one of which is healing. After I tried it, I found that I could cast it." Brittany was stunned for a moment, then her face changed and she asked, "Who else knows that you can cast witchcraft?" Chen Luo shook his head and said, "Only Teacher Brittany knows." Brittany said seriously, "You can cast witchcraft, but you can't tell anyone else." Chen Luo nodded and asked, "Teacher Brittany, do wizards are evil heretics?" Brittany was silent for a moment, and said, "Magic is still witchcraft. There is no distinction between justice and evil. People who use witchcraft are righteous. Witchcraft is justice. I believe there are many good people among wizards, and there are countless evil wizards around us." Chen Luo smiled and said, "I think so too." At the kitchen door, Isabella looked at Brittany, then at Chen Luo, and finally at their hands holding together, with a very confused expression on her face. Chapter 156. Chen Luo looked at Isabella and explained, "Teacher Brittany's hand was injured while cutting vegetables just now. I help her." He let go of Brittany's hand. Under the effect of healing magic, the shallow wound on her hand had healed. I just want to take a piece of bread." Isabella took a piece of bread and left quickly, as if she didn't see what happened just now. During lunch in the afternoon, Isabella was out of character. She usually chattered non-stop, but today she was unusually silent. After dinner, she took the initiative to wash the dishes and then returned to her room. Isabella's door was closed, and Chen Luo returned to his room and began to learn new intermediate magic. Learning magic is much more difficult than witchcraft. Chen Luo was able to perform natural magic and healing magic for the first time, but every time he learned new magic, he always felt an invisible resistance. Chen Luo probably understood why magicians regarded wizards as heretics. Witchcraft and magic are actually the same ability, but wizards do not need gestures or spells, and have innate advantages in combat that magicians do not have. It can also be said that wizards are born to be the nemesis of magicians. The 2 witchcrafts that he just learned, especially the healing spell, made Chen Luo very curious about witchcraft and eager to get in touch with more witchcraft. But wizards are regarded as heretics in the magic world. Even if there are wizards around them, they will definitely hide their identities. They can pay more attention to the black market, and there may be unexpected surprises. While Chen Luo was learning a new intermediate fire magic, Brittany was lying on the bed in her room, but she was not sleepy. Elemental impurities, witchcraft, the god of mathematics, Blair has too many secrets, so many that she can no longer bear them. She never thought that a student she accepted a year ago, because of his mathematical talent, would be such a magical existence. Brittany didn't know if he was really the reincarnation of a god. She only knew that she was his teacher now, and his senior in the future. And once these secrets of his were leaked, it would cause a crisis of destruction to him. By then, the kingdom of Lauren, the OS Empire, and even the magicians of the entire continent would be his enemies, and he would become a heretic that the 4 major temples must eliminate. He must have strong strength to protect himself. As his teacher, or his senior, if she wants to fulfill her promise to protect him, she can't just be a senior magician. Brittany's mood changed from chaos to calmness, and then she sat up from the bed and began her first meditation in the past 2 years. Chen Luo slept comfortably, got up early, and prepared breakfast for the 3 of them. Healing has an unexpected effect. It can eliminate fatigue. Just let the healing element wander around in the body, and you will feel energetic. The Witchcraft Notebook also mentioned that healing can prevent diseases. This is too important for Chen Luo. Although the development of medicine in Shannon continent is better than that in medieval Europe, it is not much better. In another world, before modern medicine began to develop, there was not much difference between Western medicine and witchcraft. Similarly, because of the development of academics, medicine in Shinin continent is also a subject with countless scholars. Among the 5 major colleges in the royal capital, there is a medical school. However, in the Royal Capital Medical College today, how to bleed, open the skull, induce vomiting, and amputate is still a major research direction of medicine. In most cases, patients can survive by luck, not by doctors. In Chen Luo's opinion, it is the most stupid thing for magicians to regard wizards as heretics. Even apprentice wizards can do the simplest healing. If the identity of wizards is recognized, countless people in Shinin continent will be saved from illness and death every year. Chen Luo was most worried about getting sick before, so he was very careful about food and living habits. If he got sick, he could only pray for good luck. After learning the healing technique, he breathed a sigh of relief. With the improvement of his mental power, the effect of the healing technique will definitely get better and better. In this way, he can release magic at a long distance, fight at a close distance, and heal himself when injured. He is not only a magician, but also a warrior and a priest. For breakfast today, Chen Luo simply fried ham and eggs. Teacher Brittany started to clean the table early, but Isabella was still late to get up. After Brittany brought breakfast to the table, she said, "Blair, you eat first, I go wake up Sasha." Chen Luo was a little surprised. Isabella used to like to sleep in, but now she practices magic harder than Chen Luo, and often wakes up earlier than Chen Luo. It has been a long time since she slept this long. Chen Luo just picked up the chopsticks, and suddenly Brittany's panicked voice came from Isabella's room. "Sasha, what's wrong with you?" Chen Luo quickly put down the chopsticks, and rushed into Isabella's room. Brittany looked at him, and said anxiously, "Blair, Sasha's face looks bad and her forehead is hot. Is she sick?" Chen Luo walked to the bed, and touched Isabella's forehead. It was indeed terribly hot, but he didn't know how to treat illnesses, and he didn't know if the healing technique would work on her. "Stay with Sasha first, I go get a doctor," Brittany told him, and ran out quickly. Isabella lay on the bed, opened her eyes with difficulty, and said, "Blair, I feel so uncomfortable." Chen Luo wet the towel, put it on her forehead, and said, "Lie down for a while, don't talk. Teacher Brittany is going to ask the doctor." Soon, Brittany came back here again. She looked at an old man beside her and said, "Doctor, please take a look, what happened to Sasha? You, go out and close the door of the room." The old man walked in, looked at Chen Luo arrogantly, then pointed at Isabella and said, "You, take off your clothes." Chen Luo frowned. "What did you say?" The old man said impatiently, "I want to listen to the sound of her organs in her body, and she needs to take off her clothes. Are you her husband? If not, get out." Knowing that the sound of organs can be used to judge whether there is a lesion, it shows that the doctors here have already possessed this basic knowledge of modern medicine, but they don't even have a stethoscope. Lying on the patient's chest to listen to the heart is too unprofessional and offensive. Chen Luo glanced at him and asked, "Are there no female doctors?" The old man looked at Chen Luo with disdain and said, "In the eyes of doctors, there is no difference between male and female patients." Chen Luo asked directly, "How do you plan to treat her?" The old man said, "Of course, drain the bad blood in her body. Go, go, go." Chen Luo waved his hand, gave him a silver coin, and said, "No need to treat." If this old man treats based on the body fluid theory, the effect is not as good as Chen Luo touching Isabella. The old man snorted coldly and said, "If you don't believe in doctors, then you can wait for her to die of illness." Chen Luo took the silver coin back and looked at him coldly. "Get out." The old man was furious. "How dare you?" As soon as he finished speaking, a fireball appeared in front of him. He held back what he was about to say, turned around and left, never looking back. Brittany looked at Chen Luo and shook her head, saying, "I find another female doctor. Wangdu has female doctors who specialize in treating young ladies and ladies." "No need." Chen Luo looked at Brittany and asked in confusion, "Are all doctors in Wangdu like this?" Brittany shook her head and said, "I don't know. I've never been sick." Chen Luo looked at her and asked, "How about I try healing?" Brittany looked at Isabella lying on the bed and nodded, saying, "Sasha is not someone else. You try it." Chen Luo walked to the bedside. Isabella slowly opened her eyes and asked, "Blair, where is the doctor?" Chen Luo said, "I also know a little bit of medical skills, and can help you treat." Isabella was stunned for a moment, then quickly shook her head. No, this won't work." Brittany stepped forward and said, "Sasha, believe Blair, he can definitely cure you." Isabella looked at Brittany, then at Chen Luo. Her face gradually turned red, and after a long time, she closed her eyes tightly, her voice as thin as a mosquito. "Blair, come on, I'm ready." Chen Luo asked in confusion, "Come what?" "My mother is a doctor, I know how to do it." Isabella's face was red as if blood was dripping, and she said, "Teacher Brittany, help me take off my clothes. Blair, can you close your eyes?" Chapter 157. Chen Luo admitted that his thoughts were a bit narrow-minded. He actually thought that being a doctor in this world was a very happy thing. The doctors here have realized that when a person's body is diseased, the sounds made by the internal organs are different. But they have not invented the stethoscope. Doctors can only ask patients to take off their upper body clothes and then put their ears on the patient's chest or abdomen. In order to ensure accurate diagnosis, whether male or female patients, they cannot wear clothes on their upper body. The nobles will have special female doctors to serve the noble ladies and ladies. As for the common people, they look down on them even if they are sick. Isabella closed her eyes and lay quietly on the bed, her arms on both sides of her body, her fists clenched, and she looked like she was letting him do whatever he wanted. Chen Luo said awkwardly, "I don't need to take off clothes to treat illnesses." Isabella slowly opened her eyes, took a long breath, and her face was not so red. She asked weakly, "Then how do you treat it?" Chen Luo sat on the bed and said, "Give me your hand." Isabella glanced at him, and slowly stretched out her hand. Chen Luo held her hand and said, "You should sleep first, and you will be fine after a while." Because of the fever, Isabella was already drowsy. Holding Chen Luo's hand, she felt safe in her heart and fell asleep soon. Chen Luo silently communicated the healing element and slowly transferred it into Isabella's body. Brittany waited for a while and couldn't help asking, "How is it?" Chen Luo was also unsure, so he reached out and touched Isabella's forehead, exclaiming, "It seems that it is really not hot anymore." Brittany walked forward, touched Isabella's forehead, and said in surprise, "Witchcraft can really cure diseases." Chen Luo continued to transfer healing elements into Isabella's body. According to his speculation, Isabella should have a severe cold. As long as the fever subsided, there would be nothing to worry about. From this point of view, healing seems to be useful not only for external injuries. Chen Luo could never have imagined that as a math teacher, he also had the potential to be a doctor. There were footsteps outside the door, and Christine came in from outside and said, "So you are all at home. What happened today? None of you went to school." Brittany explained, "Sasha is sick, Blair, and I stayed to take care of her. Please ask for leave from school for me. I have already asked for it for you." Christine looked at Isabella lying on the bed, already asleep, and whispered, "Have you called a doctor?" Chen Luo didn't want to make things complicated, so he said, "I have already called." Christine said, "I will go to the palace to ask Dr. Catherine to come over. These doctors outside only know how to bleed and let patients drink some strange potions. I don't trust them." Brittany shook her head and said, "Don't bother, Sasha is much better now. No trouble, Isabella's health is the most important." Christine waved her hand and said, "Wait for me for a while, I will be back soon." As soon as the voice fell, she walked out of the room, and the next moment, Chen Luo noticed the fluctuation of the wind element. Although Christine was violent and belligerent, she had a kind heart. When she heard that Isabella was sick, she flew back directly to ask for a doctor. Brittany said, "Dr. Catherine is the chief physician of the royal family. She is very good at medicine, and is very famous in the capital. It would be good to let her help Sasha again. To be the chief physician of the royal family, this Dr. Catherine should have some ability. In medicine, Chen Luo is a complete layman, but he has learned about the medicine of this world. As an independent discipline, medicine, like mathematics, magic, science, and alchemy, has countless scholars and schools of thought. These schools have different ideas, different propositions, and different treatment methods. Some schools are keen on bleeding patients, some schools are keen on opening the skull, and some schools will prepare some strange medicines for patients to take. In short, from Chen Luo's advanced vision, in the Shenan continent, if you are sick, you may survive if you fight hard, but if you choose to see a doctor, whether you can survive or not is up to fate. There are too many people who have been killed by doctors in history. At the end of the 17th century, King Charles II of England suffered a mild stroke. Then, 12 doctors who represented the most advanced medical skills at that time treated the king in this way. First, the royal doctors cut open the king's blood vessels and released a full 1,000 milliliters of blood. Then, they fed the king emetics, causing him to vomit continuously. At the same time, they also used potions made of fennel, cinnamon, cardamom, violet, beetroot, salt, etc. to give the king an enema every 2 hours for 5 days. Seeing that the king's condition did not improve, the royal doctors shaved the king's hair again, and then used a red-hot iron to burn the king's scalp to make blisters, and then squeezed out the blood blisters. While burning the head, they smeared pigeon feces on the king's feet, stuffed sneeze powder into his nostrils, covered his body with hot plasters, and ground his skull into powder, mixed it with laxatives, and gave it to the king to drink. With the efforts of the royal doctors, Charles II finally died a few days later. This was the daily method used by doctors to treat illnesses at that time. It was hard to imagine that this happened only more than 300 years ago. In some aspects, the medical science of the Shinan continent was not as good as that of Britain 300 years ago. After learning about this, Qianluo swore that if he got sick here, he would never see a doctor. I don't know what kind of path that Dr. Catherine took. If she opened her mouth and asked Isabella to bleed and induce vomiting, then Qianluo would not give it even for Christine's face. Christine moved quickly, and she appeared in the yard again in a short while. The palace was built on the top of the mountain. Only high-level magicians and above could make a round trip in such a short time. Next to Christine, there was another woman, a beautiful woman. She should be no more than 30 years old, wearing a white robe, taller than Christine, and with a more exaggerated figure than teacher Brittany. Even the wide robe could not cover it. It was hard to imagine that such a young woman would be the chief physician of the royal family. This is Dr. Catherine. Christine introduced Brittany and Qianluo, and looked at Isabella on the bed, saying, "Excuse me, Dr. Catherine." Catherine looked at Qianluo and smiled. "My classmate, can you please go out for a while?" Although Catherine is a woman, Qianluo still feels a bit disadvantaged when he thinks that she will look at Isabella's body. Qianluo looked at her and said tactfully, "She just fell asleep. Can you wait until she wakes up?" Catherine looked at Isabella on the bed, nodded, looked at Christine, and said, "Your Highness, I have something to do, so I want to go back to the clinic first. I will come back to see the child later." Christine said, "Then I come to you when she wakes up." After Catherine left, Christine looked at Qianluo and asked, "Catherine is a doctor, and a female doctor. Are you worried that Isabella will be taken advantage of by her?" Qianluo didn't want to discuss this matter, so he changed the subject and said, "Dr. Catherine is very good at medicine. She looks so young." "Of course." Christine said, "She is different from those liars who torture people. She is a real doctor who has cured many patients. Otherwise, how could she become the chief physician of the palace?" Qianluo didn't discriminate against her age or women. She could make a name for herself in the capital and become the chief physician of the royal family. Her ability was beyond doubt. There are many schools of medicine in the Shinan continent, and it can be said that there are many schools of medicine. Those who can stand out and be recognized by people must have real skills. However, after Isabella wakes up, if her illness is cured, she won't need to see her anymore. After all, even if it was two women doing that kind of thing, it was a bit strange. Don't change the subject. Kristen didn't let Qianluo fool her. She looked at Qianluo and asked with interest, "You are so nervous about Isabella. Do you like her? Let me ask you, Isabella and Alice, which one do you like?" When Christine asked this question, Brittany couldn't help but look at Qianluo. Even Isabella, who was lying on the bed, quietly opened her tightly closed eyes a little. Chapter 158. For Christine, Alice is a student she values, and Isabella is the student of her best friend. She is also very curious about which one Qianluo will choose. Qianluo thought for a while and said, "Senior Alice and I are just friends, and my relationship with Senior Isabella is also pure." Christine shook her head and said, "Student Alice will be very sad to hear this." Brittany's eyes inadvertently swept across the bed and said in surprise, "Sasha, you woke up. How do you feel? Are you feeling better?" Isabella sat up from the bed, looked at Qianluo with a puzzled look, and asked, "My head doesn't hurt at all, Blair. How did you do it?" "It's because of your good health." Qianluo put the hair. He wet the towel, wrung it out, and handed it to her, saying, "Some diseases will heal on their own without treatment. I didn't expect, Blair, that you also know medicine." Christine looked at him in surprise and said, "That's what Dr. Catherine said. She said that there are many diseases in the world that will heal on their own without treatment, many that will heal only if they are treated, and a large part that cannot be cured even if they are treated." Qianluo said, "When I was bored before, I read a lot of medical books in the library." Isabella woke up, and before Catherine had gone far, Christine went out again to invite her back. Catherine looked at her carefully and said in surprise, "Isabella should have been infected with a bacteria, which caused the fever. Most of the time, as long as you drink more water and pay attention to rest, you can recover on your own in about 7 days. But this is the first time I have seen someone recover as quickly as Isabella. Although Isabella is now as lively as a rabbit, just now, she could only lie weakly on the bed. In this case, there is often only one possibility, that is, she is pretending. Many people have had such experiences in their school days, pretending to be sick because they don't want to go to school. Catherine did not expose her, and asked with a smile, "Do you need me to diagnose you again?" Isabella's mother Anna is a doctor, so she knows very well that diagnosis is to put the doctor's ear on her naked chest. Although Catherine is a woman, Isabella still feels embarrassed and quickly said, "No, I feel I'm all right." The patient was unwilling, and Catherine did not force it. She stood up and said to Christine, "If there is nothing, I will go back to the clinic first. If there is any situation in the palace, your highness can send someone to inform me." Chen Luo looked at Isabella and said, "In order to prevent missing anything, let Dr. Catherine diagnose you." Catherine's words just now made Chen Luo realize that this beautiful and sexy woman is definitely an experienced doctor. He did not dare to guarantee that the healing technique completely cured Isabella. It is better to leave such professional matters to professionals. He took out a bamboo tube from the side, handed it to Catherine, and said, "Perhaps, Dr. Catherine can try this." Catherine looked at him in confusion and asked, "What is this?" "I call it a stethoscope." Chen Luo explained, "With this, the doctor can hear the sound of the patient's internal organs more clearly. Compared with traditional diagnostic methods, it is more hygienic and convenient, and can avoid many embarrassing occasions. The most primitive stethoscope is actually a hollow wooden tube. It was invented by the father of thoracic medicine, French Dr. Reinecke, in the early 19th century. Because this stethoscope looks like a flute, it is also called the doctor's flute. For a period of time, it was regarded as a symbol of doctors. Catherine held the bamboo tube and murmured, "But it is just an ordinary bamboo tube." Chen Luo smiled and said, "This is just a primitive model. I have a more mature design here." He picked up the feather pen on the side, and simply outlined the prototype of the stethoscope of later generations, saying, "This stethoscope consists of a sound pickup part, a transmission part, and a listening part. The transmission of sound waves in solids is less attenuated than in air, and there is almost no attenuation in metals. With the help of this device, the sound of the patient's internal organs can be amplified, which helps doctors diagnose." Seeing that Catherine still didn't seem to understand, Chen Luo walked to the wall and explained, "We can't hear the sound from the next room when we stand here, because the sound is greatly attenuated in the air, but if you put your ears close to the wall, you can hear it clearly. This is because the wall can transmit sound better than the air. Dr. Catherine can try." In order to make Isabella less embarrassed, and for Catherine not to put her ears on Isabella's chest, Chen Luo was also worried, and did not hesitate to popularize acoustic knowledge for her. Catherine half believed and half doubted. She put her ear close to the wall and listened. After a moment of shock, her face immediately turned red. Chen Luo was stunned. It was just to let her listen to the sound next door. There was no reason to blush. Chen Luo put his ear close to the wall, and the next moment his face turned red, and he retreated. The young couple next door are really capable of making a fuss. They are so energetic so early in the morning. Chen Luo coughed dryly to cover up his embarrassment and said, "I think this thing should be helpful to doctors." Catherine also came back to her senses at this time. After figuring out the principle, she looked at Chen Luo and murmured, No, it is really helpful. This is the most useful invention in the medical field in the past 100 years. With it, doctors' diagnosis will become easier. Classmate Blair, you are really a genius." Brittany's expression did not change much. Her student is a rare genius, and she has long been aware of this fact. Christine looked at Catherine in surprise and asked, "Is a bamboo tube so useful?" Catherine held the bamboo tube and said, "I would like to ask His Majesty the King to make more." She looked at Chen Luo and asked, "Student Blair, what do you call it?" Chen Luo said, "Stethoscope." Catherine looked at Christine and said, "I would like to ask His Majesty the King to make more stethoscopes. Every doctor needs it." Catherine used a simple stethoscope to diagnose Isabella, and the result was that she was in good health. Although Isabella was wearing a small vest at the time, Chen Luo still walked outside to avoid suspicion. After Catherine expressed her gratitude to Chen Luo again, she went to the palace to ask the king to order a large number of them. The importance of the stethoscope to doctors is self-evident. It was regarded as a symbol of doctors in later generations. The invention of the stethoscope is the beginning of modern medicine. In addition to helping Isabella avoid embarrassment, Chen Luo also made a significant contribution to the development of medicine in the Divine Grace continent. With the help of Christine, the first batch of stethoscopes were quickly customized. Although the materials were limited and the effect could not be compared with the professional stethoscopes of later generations, the difference between the two was not big. In the future, doctors would no longer lie on the white chest of patients to listen. After being cured by the healing technique, Isabella was happier than before she got sick, which also made Chen Luo feel relieved. At present, It seems that the healing technique should have no side effects. Under Christine's suggestion, Chen Luo registered the patent of the stethoscope, but he did not use it to make money. First, he was not short of money, and second, it was not technically difficult and could not make much money. It was better to contribute it to the medical association and sell them a favor. For this reason, the medical association also specially awarded him a medal. With this medal, Chen Luo can receive any medical services from the medical association for free in the future. Of course, Chen Luo will never use this medal in his life. Even if he dies of illness, he will never go to the medical association and endure the torture of those executioners. In the classroom, Alice looked at Chen Luo with admiration and said, "Student Blair, I heard that every doctor in the capital now carries your invention with them. It is you who makes it easier for doctors to diagnose diseases. All doctors must be very grateful to you." Chen Luo smiled and said, "I am also for those patients suffering from illness. This can allow doctors to diagnose diseases more accurately." In the capital, a luxurious manor of a noble. A young doctor walked out of the manor. He was invited to treat a noble lady. When he asked the beautiful noble lady to take off her shirt as usual, she actually gave him a stethoscope. If doctors need a stethoscope for diagnosis, why should he be a doctor? This damn stethoscope ruined his dream of becoming a doctor. He threw the stethoscope in his hand to the ground fiercely and cursed, "Damn Blair, I will never forgive you." Chapter 159. The stethoscope is just a simple gadget, but it has taken medicine a big step forward. In the Shenan continent, some medical schools still believe that illness is caused by an imbalance of body fluids in the human body, and that bloodletting is enough to cure illness. They usually study which part of the patient to bleed, how much blood to bleed, and whether to use a knife or leeches. Some medical schools have already had the prototype of modern medicine. They have mastered the method of extracting certain ingredients from plants and mixing them into medicines. There are many plants in the Shenan continent that Chen Luo does not know. After a lot of experiments, some doctors have discovered that some plant ingredients have a good therapeutic effect on certain specific diseases, and gradually use them in medicine. The emergence of the stethoscope helps doctors diagnose diseases more accurately. Chen Luo does not expect doctors to be grateful to him, but only hopes that those male doctors with bad intentions will not hate him. "Alice, you need to master the transformation magic I teach you as soon as possible. Vic, you need to practice the technique of releasing magic quickly in battle. Blair, do whatever you want." Christine walked around the podium and assigned tasks to several students. When it was Chen Luo's turn, she waved her hand and sent him away casually. It's not that she doesn't care about Chen Luo, but a few days ago, when she taught him the transformation magic of water system, she found that he could do what she could do, and he could do what she couldn't do. This was a big blow to her as a teacher. If the Werner family was not good at fighting, I'm afraid that as a teacher, she would not be better than him except that her breasts were fuller than his. Chen Luo also didn't want Christine to assign him tasks. He had his own pace in practicing magic. If he followed Christine's words, his rhythm would be disrupted. After lunch, Teacher Brittany went to the library to look up some information. Chen Luo had nothing to do, so he followed her to the library. The mathematics books were on the second floor. Chen Luo separated from Teacher Brittany on the second floor and went straight to the fourth floor. There were 2 rows of bookshelves here, which were books about the history of the continent. Since he learned about the existence of wizards, Chen Luo felt that he needed to re-understand the history of the continent. The library of St. Donis did not mention wizards, but Chen Luo found some clues about them in the library of the Royal Capital Magic Academy. From the beginning, wizards were the existence of opposition to magicians. The gods they believed in were different, so they were destined to have different positions. Although magicians of different departments believed in different gods, the 4 magics had a big similarity, that is, they needed spells and gestures, while wizards did not. This means that magicians always release magic a step slower than wizards. Although it takes time for wizards to communicate with dark elements, they are still faster than magicians without spells and gestures. The history books say that wizards are heretics, who have always wanted to overthrow the 4 major temples, and the rule of the 4 major empires, and let the Shenan continent be filled with war. They are evil beings. Any magician has the obligation to eliminate wizards, and contribute to the peace of the continent. Chen Luo is skeptical about what is written in the history books. He dares to guarantee that in the wizards' history books, magicians are evil beings. People cannot change history, but they can change history books. Even in the later civilized era, some people with ill intentions, and forgetting their ancestors often do such disgusting things, turning the most easily bewitched young people into useless people who can only kneel. It only takes a few decades to influence future generations through education, and completely subvert the facts and reverse justice and evil. Chen Luo cannot make a subjective judgment on who is justice, and who is evil between magicians and wizards. He only knows one fact, that in today's Shan'en continent, magic has achieved a complete victory, and wizards are forced to hide in dark corners and live cautiously. Once they are discovered by magicians, what awaits them is the punishment of death. It stands to reason that in this environment, we should try to avoid intersections with witchcraft and wizards. But a month ago, Chen Luo fell into the bottleneck of the growth rate of mental power, and the emergence of witchcraft just pointed out a new path for him. The dual cultivation path of magic and witchcraft. This can increase his mental strength and return to the speed of a magic apprentice. If he has enough witchcraft, plus those intermediate magic, Chen Luo is confident that he can be promoted to a senior magician in 3 months. However, he was lucky to get this witchcraft notebook. Under the full suppression of the magician, witchcraft is something that can only be encountered by chance. Chen Luo put aside these thoughts and began to deliberately collect some information about the magic gods. The things between magicians and wizards made him completely unsure about the existence of the gods. There is no doubt that the Shan'en continent is a place with special beliefs, and beliefs cannot be created out of thin air. If this place is still regarded as a place like the Earth, there are too many things that Chen Luo cannot explain. He had also doubted in his heart whether God was some kind of advanced life, just like two-dimensional creatures could not understand the existence of three-dimensional creatures. Chen Luo himself was in the three-dimensional world, and his physiological structure destined him to be unable to understand the abilities of high-dimensional creatures. For example, giving lower life the ability to release magic with spells and gestures. Things that Chen Luo could not understand did not mean that they did not exist. Perhaps it was just because of the limitations of his own thinking. Although Chen Luo was very curious about this, it was obvious that the library of Wangdu Magic Academy could not give him any answers. When the class was about to start, Chen Luo went downstairs to say hello to teacher Brittany, and walked to the classroom alone. Brittany searched for information about half of the god's grace before leaving the library. As soon as she walked down the stairs, a strange voice suddenly came from behind her, with no concealment of the sarcasm in her tone. "Hey, isn't this Brittany, the genius of the Stern family? How come the most talented magic genius in Wangdu is teaching mathematics?" Brittany turned her head and glanced at the young woman not far away, turned around with a calm face, and walked away slowly. A female companion next to the young woman asked, "Amanda, is that Brittany, the #1 magic genius in the capital?" Amanda sneered and said, "Yes, she used to suppress all the geniuses in our 3 major families, and now she is still a math teacher?" The female companion laughed and said, "The #1 genius, she doesn't look like one at all, she just left like that." Amanda showed a sarcastic look on her face and said, "This is more like her, the shame of the Stern family." Before she finished speaking, her face suddenly changed, her hands changed quickly, and a wall of earth soon appeared in front of her. Bang! Almost the next moment, when the earth wall solidified, a wind blade suddenly came, leaving a deep mark on the earth wall. Amanda turned her head suddenly, looked at a figure not far away, and said angrily, "Helen, are you crazy?" Helen Stern looked at her calmly and asked, 2 years ago, when she was promoted to a senior magician, where were you?" Amanda's face was a little unnatural. When Brittany Stern was promoted to a senior magician at the age of 20, they, as peers, were still struggling at the intermediate level. At that time, the people in the entire capital only knew Brittany Stern, and even she, who was just beginning to show her talent at that time, could only be used as a foil to her. She glanced at Helen and sneered, "What about you? Weren't you always suppressed by her at that time?" "I was not as good as her at that time, but I will surpass her in the future." Helen Stern looked at her with disdain and said, "And you will only use dirty words to cover up your inferiority in your heart 2 years later. This is the behavior of the weak." After that, she never looked at Amanda again. When she turned and left, she said lightly, "You are the shame of the Caventa family." A waste who was promoted to a senior magician at the age of 22 actually laughed at a 22-year-old great magician. "Who gave you the confidence, John Caventu?" Amanda Caventa's face turned red, and she wanted to tear Helen's mouth, but she forcibly suppressed this impulse. One reason is that she, who had just been promoted to a senior magician, was not a match for Helen, who was promoted to a senior wind magician a year ago. Another reason made her even more shocked and frightened. She looked at her female companion and said in disbelief, "What did she just say? Brittany is already a great magician?" Chapter 160. "So what if I'm a great magician?" Amanda's female companion didn't care at all and said, "The capital has never lacked great magicians. Your grandfather is a mage. Amanda glanced at her and said nothing. Can a 60-year-old mage be compared with a 22-year-old great magician? A 22-year-old great magician means a mage, and even a great mage will not be the end of her magic road. If Lauren can produce a holy mage, even the OS Empire will have to lower its profile in front of Lauren. The Stern family has produced many geniuses in this generation, and has firmly occupied the top position of the three major magic families. Brittany's sister is already in existence that cannot be surpassed by all the geniuses in the capital. Her magic talent is even better than her sister. Even if Brittany has already broken up with the Stern family, Helen Stern is still the first genius of the younger generation of many magic families in the capital today. Thinking of the three sisters of the Stern family, she felt powerless. Helen Stern was right. When Brittany was shining, she could only hide in the dark and envy her. Now she could only use words to save her pitiful self-esteem. However, even this little self-esteem was ruthlessly trampled by Helen Stern. Amanda felt sad. As a genius girl of the Caventa family, she was praised by people since she was a child, but in front of the real genius, she was just a green leaf. Chen Luo accidentally learned from Christine what kind of existence Brittany was in the capital 2 years ago. Under her light, the so-called geniuses in the capital seemed too dim. Even Chen Luo envied teacher Brittany's talent, and he had a vague feeling that teacher Brittany seemed to have become stronger in the past 2 days. Not only teacher Brittany, but also Isabella, had a rapid improvement in mental strength. Chen Luo seriously suspected that after coming to the capital, she had awakened some strange talent. As long as you work hard, there is nothing you can't do. Under their stimulation, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He hurried to learn all the new magic, and then studied Healy's notes to see if there was anything he missed. Half a month passed like this. One day after half a month, after school, Chen Luo saw a flame mark on the outer wall of the tailor's shop on West Street in the capital. However, unlike what was agreed before, there was a barrel mark behind the flame, but there was a cross on the barrel, and there was an oval and a bird's head behind it. Isabella saw him standing here for a long time and couldn't help asking, Blair, do you want to order new clothes? No, I'm just looking around. Chen Luo shook his head and said, go to the market in front to buy some vegetables. There are not many ingredients at home. After dinner, Chen Luo told Brittany and Isabella that he was going out for a walk and left home. The night in the capital is very lively, especially the square and the theater, which will really be lively at night. The Royal Capitol Theater is a building with an oval top, which is unique in the capital. Chen Luo changed into a black robe halfway, and came here when the night had already darkened. There were many people inside and outside the theater. Chen Luo walked around the theater, and found a man wearing a black robe like him next to a stone pillar. This is not a black market, and people wearing black robes and crow masks like him are somewhat conspicuous. Chen Luo walked to the side of the pillar and said casually, anyone who maliciously leaks secrets will be destroyed. The black-robed man continued, the soul will be burned by eternal flames for eternity. After speaking, he turned around and faced Chen Luo and said, the last time the black market ended, Victor and Thompson brothers died, and the great wind magician Kempen also died. The wine cellar is no longer safe, so I changed the place temporarily. I was worried that you couldn't find it. Chen Luo said, let's talk somewhere else. The black-robed man looked at the crowd around him, and followed Chen Luo to a secluded place. Chen Luo looked at him and asked, you asked me to come here this time. Do you have new magic? No intermediate ones, but I got 2 advanced ones. The man did not ask any more questions and said, fire is 6,000, water is 7,000, one price, 15,000 gold coins. Do you want it? The price of each level of magic is reasonable, and the difference of 5 to 10 times is reasonable. Although this price is a little higher than the Magic Association, it is not an exorbitant price. Chen Luo did not bargain, but reminded him, 6,000 plus 7,000 equals 13,000. The black-robed man was stunned for a moment and asked, didn't you say you don't understand math? Chen Luo said, simple addition is still not wrong. Then let's make a deal. The black-robed man said, do you have money? No. After spending a lot last time, Chen Luo didn't have that much money on him for the time being. He looked at the black-robed man and said, let's trade at this place tomorrow at this time. The black-robed man shook his head and said, go directly to the Magic Association. I don't know whether your gold card is real or fake here. Chen Luo said in surprise, aren't you afraid that the Magic Association will catch you? The black-robed man smiled and said, it's not the Magic Association's resources. They won't care. Do you think the black market can be opened without their permission? The Magic Association knows everything about the transactions on the black market. Chen Luo nodded and said, then let's do it. Chen Luo is rich and powerful, decisive and straightforward, and never bargains. The black-robed man was surprised by his behavior. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly looked at Chen Luo and said, do you want to kill anyone? Chen Luo said, why are you asking this? The black-robed man smiled and said, to be honest, reselling magic resources is just my side job, and being a killer is my profession. For the sake of being an old customer, I can give you a discount. Killing an intermediate magician starts at 1,000 gold coins, a senior magician 5,000, a great magician 30,000, and no win system, no magicians above. Chen Luo shook his head and said, no need. This guy gave him the feeling that he was just a senior magician, but he dared to take the job of assassinating a great magician. He looked unreliable. And the price is too high. When Chen Luo killed Baird, an extreme criminal who had killed several people, the Magic Association only gave him 1,500 gold coins. An ordinary high-level magician would get at most 1,000 gold coins, and a great magician would only get 10,000 gold coins. This guy obviously treated him like a fat sheep and slaughtered him. Then I see you at the Magic Association tomorrow. Remember to look for me, if you need this kind of work in the future. Rejected by Chen Luo, the black-robed man shook his head with some regret and said, my name is Crow, what's your name? Chen Luo thought for a moment and said, Vic. At noon the next day, Chen Luo took advantage of his lunch break to complete the transaction with Crow at the Magic Association and obtained a fire-based improved magic and a water-based improved magic. However, these two magics are both advanced and Chen Luo cannot learn them in a short period of time. Watching Chen Luo leave the Magic Association, Crow weighed a large bag of gold coins in his hand, revealing an India's face under the crow mask, and murmured, rich man, rich man. He walked out of the Magic Association, and suddenly a magician came up and asked, are you Crow? Crow looked at him and asked, I am Crow, do you want magic resources or? The magician said, I want you to kill someone. Murder? Crow immediately became interested and asked, who to kill? Let's make it clear in advance, I have 3 no kills, no killing of women, no killing of children, no killing of good people. The senior magician said, I know your rules, he is not a woman, nor a child, let alone a good person. Welcome to cooperate. Crow looked at him and said with a smile, senior magicians start with 1,000 gold coins, great magicians 10,000, and magicians at least 50,000, and no one above the great magician will accept. Chapter 161. In the Shenin continent, October is the month of peace, representing peace and hope, but October in the capital is not so peaceful. In just half a month, 3 senior magicians and 1 great magician died in the capital, and all of them died abnormally. The one who died yesterday was a nobleman of the kingdom, and had the title of Earl. The deaths of the Victor brothers and the great magician Kempen were more than deserved, and the Earl with the rank of senior magician did not seem to be a good person. On the way to the Magic Association, Chen Luo and Isabella heard the civilians in the capital discussing the murder that happened last night. Earl Dick, a senior Earth magician, was found dead on the bed in the bedroom by servants early this morning. There were traces of fighting in the bedroom. The Earl was obviously assassinated. The capital is the place with the best security in the kingdom of Lauren. A noble was assassinated here. The sheriff was of course angry, and searched the whole city for the assassin. Those who provided information about the assassin could also get a generous reward. The common people in the capital applauded the death of Count Dick. Count Dick relied on his status as a magician and nobleman to do whatever he wanted in the capital. Many common people had suffered from his oppression. With his death, the capital has one less scourge. Although the laws of various countries on the continent are sound, and the concept of intellectual property rights is even more advanced than that of later generations, it is ultimately because of the high status of magicians and scholars. And the law serves the nobles, magicians, and scholars. The interests of the nobles cannot be violated, and they really cannot be violated. The interests of the common people must be guaranteed, but it is just talk. Whoever takes it seriously first will lose. Walking all the way to the headquarters of the Magic Association, Isabella was going to get certified as an intermediate magician, and Chen Luo was waiting for her downstairs. Isabella seemed to have really awakened her magic talent. At this time, only 10 months had passed since she was promoted to a junior magician. Chen Luo was actually a little confused about this. Magic talent is related to genes. There are very few people who awaken for the second time. Generally, it has been fixed from the moment of birth. Although the genes of the Clavius family are not bad, they are not better than those of the Stern family. Otherwise, the Lord of Austin should be a magician now, not a senior magician. Chen Luo watched Isabella's figure disappear on the second floor, and a figure walked in from outside and passed by Chen Luo. The man was wearing a black robe and a crow mask. It was obviously the crow that had traded with Chen Luo twice. After not seeing him for a few days, Crow looked a little embarrassed. He was walking with a cane and limping. He walked to a counter, handed a card to the receptionist, and said, "Please help me take out these 1,000 gold coins." Chen Luo looked at Crow from a distance. He was a little curious about this person. The magic associations of various countries attach great importance to their own magic resources, and absolutely do not allow them to flow to other countries. He can steal so many intermediate and improved magic from other countries, which is considered to be quite capable. Crow took the gold coins, and was about to leave the magic association with a cane when he found a boy in the hall looking at him. The boy was wearing a water magic robe with only a ripple on his chest. He was just a junior water magician. Crow walked past him and suddenly stopped and asked, "Brother, do you want to improve magic?" Chen Luo shook his head and said, "No." The crow explained, "This is a new magic from the Gaia Magic Association, water-based, very rare, and very cheap. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it." "No." Chen Luo remained unmoved. The crow was silent for a moment, and then said, "It doesn't matter if you don't want magic. If you have any enemies, and it's inconvenient for you to do it yourself, I can help you. A high-level magician only needs 1,000 gold coins, and a great magician can be 10,000 gold coins." Chen Luo looked at him. A few days ago, he told him in person that the minimum for a high-level magician is 5,000, and the great magician is 30,000. This is for the sake of familiar customers. A high-level magician, for the sake of gold coins, even dares to hit the great magician. This guy will die on gold coins sooner or later. Chen Luo shook his head and said, "Sorry, I don't need it." Crow shook his head and walked away disappointed. When he walked out of the door of the Magic Association, he sighed and shook his head and said, "Business is not easy. It would be better if there were more people like Brother Vic." Chen Luo watched Crow leave. This person was too mysterious. Chen Luo didn't want to have too much interaction with him, except for necessary transactions. He waited for a while, and Isabella's voice came from the stairs. After being entangled for a long time, Isabella looked at an old man impatiently and said, "I have said many times that I have a teacher, and my teacher is very powerful. I will not learn magic from you." John Caventa asked hurriedly, "Who is your teacher? In the capital, is there anyone who knows fire magic better than me? Even if you are a magician, I will not learn magic from you." Isabella refused and walked downstairs. She almost trotted to Chen Luo and said, "Blair, let's go." John Cavento stood at the stairs and said, "Girl, think about it again. I will teach you a lot of powerful fire magic that you can't learn outside." Arthur stood behind him and said helplessly, "President, this kind of thing can't be forced. Do you think I don't know?" John glared at him angrily and said regretfully, "But she is only 17 years old. Even if she can't compare with the two people in the Stern family, she is much more talented than Amanda." Arthur looked at John's disappointed look and didn't dare to say anything more. During this period, the president suffered too many blows. First, he was crushed by others in the fire magic he was best at. As the president of the Magic Association, a powerful mage, he wanted to become a disciple, but was rejected. Now he finally saw a super genius who was learning fire magic, and he wanted to take him as a disciple, but unfortunately the other person already had a teacher. He failed to become a disciple, and failed to become a disciple. At this time, he had better not provoke President John. Outside the Magic Association, Isabella, who already had 2 ripples on her chest, walked on the street and couldn't help complaining. "The Magic Association really has all kinds of people. That old man insisted on making me his student." Chen Luo said, "He is John Caventu, a powerful mage, one of the 4 vice presidents of the Magic Association." Isabella snorted and said, "What's wrong with a mage? One day, I will become a mage. No, I will become a great mage, a holy mage, and at that time, you and Teacher Brittany will let me protect you." During this year, Isabella has changed more and more. Not only is she getting taller, but her chest has also become more curved. Her biggest change is reflected in her magic talent. A year ago, her magic talent was similar to Alice's, but now Isabella, except for her figure, has left Alice far behind in all aspects. Her magic talent is no weaker than any top genius in the capital. Starting today, Chen Luo decided to divide half of his investment in Teacher Brittany on her. Whether it is Teacher Brittany or Isabella, it would be enough for Chen Luo if either of them became a holy magician. On the way home, I passed by Dr. Catherine's clinic. This clinic is very famous in the capital. Although Catherine has no magic talent, her medical skills have been recognized by everyone in the capital. Isabella wanted to go in to see more, but the door of the clinic was closed. As the chief physician of the royal family, she should have gone to the palace. Chen Luo and Isabella passed by the entrance of the clinic. Inside the clinic, Catherine stood in the corridor, looking at a black-robed man in the yard, and asked, "Why are you here?" The black-robed man lowered his voice and said, "A witchcraft notebook has flowed into the black market. I don't know who bought it. The priest asked me to investigate." Catherine said, "Even if the magician knows how to release witchcraft, he can't master it. The priest doesn't have to worry at all." The black-robed man said, "That notebook is of great significance to us." Catherine seemed to have thought of something when she heard it, and immediately asked, "Could it be that someone leaked our whereabouts in the notebook? Isn't this strictly prohibited?" "No." The black-robed man shook his head and said, "That notebook was written 60 years ago." Catherine breathed a sigh of relief and asked again, "Then what else do you have to worry about?" The black-robed man flipped down his hat and said solemnly, "Because this notebook belongs to a saint." Chapter 162. It is shameful to peek at someone else's diary, but Chen Luo couldn't help but flip through He Lie's diary dozens of times. In addition to making sure that he didn't miss any important information about witchcraft, he was also very curious about who had a better figure, the girl named Diana or Alice. Of course, Chen Luo soon realized that this behavior was wrong. This diary was written 60 years ago. 60 years later, the beautiful Diana girl may have wrinkles all over her face and no longer be beautiful. And the premise of all this is that she is still alive. In the Shenan continent, living past 60 is considered lucky, and living past 70 is definitely old. However, unlike magicians, every wizard is a doctor, and the lifespan of wizards should be far beyond the average level of magicians. Perhaps the little wizard He Lie back then is still alive now. After Chen Luo gossiped about the later stories of He Lie and Diana in his mind, in order to avoid being discovered by the curious Isabella, he locked the notebook in the box, then crawled into the mosquito net and planned to go to bed. In the autumn of the royal capital, there are many mosquitoes. If you are not careful, you will be bitten all over. Half a month ago, Chen Luo hung a mosquito net beside the bed. Tomorrow is the weekend. Chen Luo will get up early and go to see Alice with Isabella. Alice is sick and did not come to class yesterday. The students in the class made an appointment to see him today. Although Isabella fought with Alice, she was also concerned about her at this time. The two got up early, went to the market to choose gifts, and then walked towards the Clark family. The Clark family is a small noble family in the royal capital, and it is also the family of Alice's aunt. After coming to the royal capital, Alice has been living in her aunt's house. Walking on the road, Isabella, holding a gift, asked, "Blair, can you cure Alice's disease?" Chen Luo shook his head and said, "How can I cure diseases?" Isabella said, "When I was sick that time, didn't you say you knew how to cure diseases?" "I lied to you." Chen Luo said, "Dr. Catherine said that you recovered on your own, and it had nothing to do with me. I just wanted to comfort you at that time." Isabella showed doubt on her face and said, But when you held my hand at that time, I seemed to feel something running into my body. That was because you were confused by the fever and had hallucinations." Chen Luo glanced at her and said, "Remember to cover yourself with a blanket when you sleep at night. You won't be so lucky next time." Isabella looked at him and asked, "Then you won't hold Alice's hand for a while?" Chen Luo asked back, "Why should I hold Alice's hand? Can a girl's hand be held by an outsider?" Isabella snorted and asked, "Are you not an outsider to me?" Chen Luo looked at her, shook his head, and said disappointedly, "Senior Isabella, you disappoint me so much. We have been together for so long, but you actually treat me as an outsider." Seeing Chen Luo leave quickly without looking back, Isabella hurriedly chased after him and said, "Oh, you misunderstood. I have always treated you as my wife. Isn't it okay to treat you as my wife?" Although the Clark family does not have a prominent position in the royal capital, it has been a noble family for many years. The family's manor is located in the royal capital where the nobles live. When Chen Luo and Isabella arrived at the Clark family, many carriages were parked on the street outside. Entering the manor, Chen Luo saw several familiar faces from afar. Alice had a wide range of friends at school. After learning that she was sick, many people came to visit her and walked in front of them. In the courtyard, several girls from the water system saw Chen Luo and Isabella appear and immediately whispered, "It's Blair and Isabella from the fire system." Why is Isabella always with Blair? Are they dating? They eat together every day and go home together after school. Last weekend, I saw them go to the Magic Association together. Are they living together? It seems that Alice has no chance. Chen Luo walked up to several girls, greeted them, and asked, Lisa, how is Alice? Lisa looked at Chen Luo and Isabella with a strange look, and then said, Dr. Catherine. The doctor was treating Alice inside. She just said that Alice just had a common fever and would be fine after taking some medicine. That's good. When Chen Luo and Isabella walked towards the door of the room, Catherine just came out. She saw Chen Luo and Isabella and smiled and said, Is the patient your classmate? Don't worry, she just has a fever. I prescribed some medicine for her, and she will recover soon. Isabella said sweetly, Thank you, Sister Catherine. Catherine smiled and said, There are a lot of patients in the clinic today. I go back first. You can go in and see her. While Chen Luo was talking to Catherine, Lisa and others had already walked in. After saying goodbye to Catherine, Chen Luo and Isabella walked into the room. Alice leaned against the head of the bed, looking a little haggard, with a smile on her face, and said, Blair, Isabella, you are here too. Except for Chen Luo, there were only girls in the room. Alice was only wearing a V-neck pajamas, which could not cover all the skin on her chest. Isabella took a step forward, picked up a piece of clothing beside the bed, put it on her body, and said, Student Alice, you are already sick, be careful not to catch a cold again. Chen Luo could finally let go of his sight. He walked to the bed and said, Student Alice, take good care of your illness. Before he finished speaking, the expression on his face suddenly froze. As he approached Alice, Chen Luo actually felt the remnants of healing elements on her body. Magicians cannot sense healing elements, but Chen Luo can. Although the traces are very faint, and will soon disappear completely, Chen Luo can be sure that his perception is not wrong. After losing control of the mental power, the healing element disappeared very quickly in the air, which meant that a wizard had just come into contact with Alice not long ago. His mind was spinning rapidly, and he immediately ruled out the possibility of everyone present. Isabella saw Chen Luo staring at Alice, snorted and said, Blair, we should go back. Teacher Brittany is still waiting for us at home. Got it. Chen Luo responded to Isabella, then looked at Alice and asked, Student Alice, how many doctors have treated you this morning? Alice said, There is only Dr. Catherine. Her medical skills are very good, and she was the first doctor my aunt invited. Dr. Catherine's medical skills have always been admirable. Chen Luo smiled and said, Isabella and I will go back first. I wish Alice a speedy recovery. After leaving the Clark family, Chen Luo was almost certain that Catherine was the wizard who had contact with Alice. There was no second possibility. His feeling was not wrong, and if Catherine was a wizard, then her medical skills and her status could all be explained. Every wizard is a good doctor, not only because they can heal, but wizards' understanding of plant characteristics is also far higher than that of magicians. Even if they don't use healing, they are experts in pharmacy. Chen Luo has no discrimination against wizards, but is more curious. A wizard, a heretic in the eyes of magicians, is the chief physician of the royal family of Lauren. I wonder what her purpose is. Of course, it is also possible that Chen Luo is overthinking. Wizards are not tolerated by magicians. If they want to gain a foothold in the world of magicians, they can only hide their identities. The last time Chen Luo performed healing on Isabella, Catherine was not there. When Christine brought her here, a long time had passed. The healing element had long dissipated, and she should not have noticed it. I didn't expect that Catherine was actually a wizard. This was beyond Chen Luo's expectation. She was the only wizard Chen Luo knew. I wondered if it was possible to get more witchcraft from her. Isabella walked beside Chen Luo. Seeing that he had been absent-minded since leaving the Clark family, she snorted coldly and said, If you want to stay a little longer, I can go back alone. Let's not go back yet. Chen Luo said, Let's go to Dr. Catherine's clinic. Isabella looked at him in a daze, and said in disbelief, Blair, have you been thinking about Dr. Catherine just now? Chapter 163. The headquarters of the Medical Association of the Kingdom of Lauren is located in the capital, which has the most medical schools and clinics in Lauren. Medical scholars are different from other scholars. Even when conducting academic research, they need to contact a large number of patients. Therefore, they are scholars and doctors at the same time. No one can guarantee that they will never get sick. In the capital, medical scholars are often highly respected. Dr. Catherine is very famous in the capital. The cure rate of her patients is much higher than that of other doctors. This makes her very popular among the nobles, and she has become the chief physician of the royal family. Chen Luo was once curious about the medical theory of Catherine's school. Now it seems that the biggest reason why the patients who have been treated by her have such a high cure rate is probably because of her identity as a wizard. Magicians cannot communicate with healing elements, nor can they feel them, so naturally they cannot discover her secrets. Catherine is the first living wizard Chen Luo has ever seen. In order to confirm his guess, after visiting Alice, Chen Luo went directly to her clinic. Unfortunately, although there was a long queue of patients outside the clinic, Catherine was not there. She was summoned to the palace a quarter of an hour ago. Although Chen Luo was disappointed, he could only go back first. Walking on the road, Isabella held it in for a long time, and finally couldn't help asking, "Blair, what do you want to see Dr. Catherine for?" Chen Luo said, "I am very curious about medicine, and I want to ask her some questions." Isabella curled her lips and said, "When did you start to be curious about medicine?" Chen Luo said, "If I become a doctor, next time you get sick, you don't need to ask Dr. Catherine, I can cure you myself." Isabella paused when she heard this, looked up at Chen Luo, her face slightly red, and whispered, "Pft, pft, you will be sick next time." After getting away with Isabella, Chen Luo could only find another opportunity to get close to Catherine next time. Before that, he wanted to ask Alice about the details of Catherine's treatment for her. However, in just one night, things developed in a direction that Chen Luo had never expected. Alice still did not come to school the next day. Not only that, the number of students in the class was more than half less than usual. Not only that, Christine also told them with a serious face that from today on, they did not need to come to the academy anymore, stay at home, and try to avoid going out. After Chen Luo asked, he learned that a serious plague broke out in the capital in this short day. In fact, a few days ago, many people in the capital began to frequently experience high fever symptoms. At first, the doctors in the capital did not take it seriously, thinking it was just a common disease. Every winter and spring, many people will get sick at the same time, and the doctors have long had experience in dealing with it. However, the situation this time is different. The reason why the situation took a sharp turn for the worse overnight is that patients began to die from yesterday. The first to die were the elderly and children. This morning, 2 more adults, including a senior magician, were killed. The powerful magician was vulnerable to the disease. This has never happened before. Although there have been deaths due to epidemic fever in the past, they were exceptions and have never been so frequent. The horror of the plague has penetrated into everyone's bones. In front of it, no matter if they were civilians without magical talent or powerful magicians, they were all so weak and powerless. After receiving the news, the 5 major colleges in the capital had closed the campus and did not allow students to enter and leave at will. If anyone was found to be infected, they would be isolated immediately. Chen Luo looked at Christine and asked, "What disease broke out this time?" Christine shook her head and said, "Dr. Catherine has led the royal doctors to investigate, and the medical association is also studying it. There has never been such a disease in the royal capital, and there may be no results in a short time. You should go home first. These days, if there is nothing important, don't go out." Chen Luo didn't waste any words and asked, "Where is Dr. Catherine?" Christine said, "In the medical association. Why are you asking this?" Chen Luo waved his hand and said, "Nothing, I go back first." "Stop." Christine suddenly grabbed his wrist and asked, "Student Blair, do you have any ideas about this plague?" Chen Luo shook his head and said, "You have to see Dr. Catherine to know. The symptoms are high fever, which makes all the doctors in the royal capital helpless. Although there are many diseases, common diseases can be solved by healing. Even Catherine is powerless, which means that this is definitely not an ordinary flu." Chen Luo has already guessed it in his heart. "I go with you." Kristen heard this and took him to the sky without saying anything. Chen Luo went to the fire department and mathematics department first, and asked teacher Brittany and Isabella to go back first. Without waiting for them to ask, he left again with Christine in a hurry. When flying over a street, Chen Luo suddenly said, "The Clark family is below, let's go see classmate Alice first." Christine didn't say much, and took Chen Luo to land quickly. Although the people of the Clark family looked anxious and worried, they still saluted Christine respectfully. Christine asked directly, "Where is classmate Alice? How is her condition?" A noble lady wiped her tears and said, Alice has contracted the plague, the princess should not go in." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Luo had already walked quickly into Alice's room. Alice was lying on the bed with a pale face. When she saw Chen Luo, she was surprised at first, then she became afraid. She covered herself with a quilt and cried, "Blair, get out quickly, I will infect you with the plague." Chen Luo walked forward, patted the quilt gently, and said, "Don't worry, I will cure Alice." A small crack appeared on the quilt on the bed. Alice asked timidly, "Really?" "Don't forget, I am also a doctor." Chen Luo smiled and comforted her. You should have a good rest first. I will go to the medical association, and you will recover soon. Alice lifted the quilt and looked at the back figure walking out of the door. She couldn't help but feel a sore nose and sparkling water in her eyes. A year ago, when facing the evil senior magician Baird, it was also this back figure who stood in front of her. He faced death and left the hope of life to her. A year later, when she was infected with the plague and even the doctor and her dearest aunt were unwilling to enter the room, she saw this figure again. At this moment, this not-so-strong back was deeply engraved in her heart, and she would never be able to erase it in her life. After comforting Alice, Chen Luo did not stay in the Clark family for long, and flew straight to the medical association. He did not test the healing technique on Alice. Catherine's healing technique must be stronger than his. If even she couldn't do it, Chen Luo didn't have to waste his efforts. The building of the medical association was not as magnificent as the magic association, and it was usually deserted. But at this moment, the medical association, which had always been deserted, was crowded with people. A sudden outbreak of plague brought together medical scholars in the capital, and they argued endlessly about the treatment of this plague. An old man in a white robe said, "The root cause of the plague is the imbalance of body fluids in the patient's body. As long as the poisonous blood is drained from the right part, the patient will slowly recover." "Do you know anything else besides bloodletting?" A young doctor snorted coldly and said, "How many patients have been killed by your bloodletting? Researching a suitable antidote is the right way. When will the antidote be developed? Otherwise, make them vomit first, and then let them drink some mercury. I think the root of this disease is in the brain. We should drill a hole in their heads and remove the diseased brain." "Shut up, you stupid guys. Can 1 out of 10 patients who have holes drilled in their heads survive?" Catherine stood in front, looking at the arguing crowd, with fatigue and worry on her face. The severity of the plague in the capital this time was beyond her imagination. If it could not be controlled in time, it would be a huge disaster, a disaster that might wipe the capital off the map of Lauren. As she was anxious and having a headache, 2 figures flew over the crowd and landed beside her. She looked at the 2 people and asked in confusion, "Princess Christine, classmate Blair, why are you here?" Chapter 164. Blair? Blair is here too. He's the damn Blair. Damn it, he invented this unnecessary thing called the stethoscope. As soon as Catherine finished speaking, Chen Luo and Christine didn't say anything, but the atmosphere around them was like a pot of boiling water, boiling instantly, and the atmosphere was even more heated than the discussion of the plague just now. At the same time, Chen Luo also felt deep resentment from the people around him. However, he was regarded as a devil and a symbol of evil in the mathematical world, and he was used to being hated by others. Chen Luo ignored everyone and looked at Catherine and asked, "Dr. Catherine, have you found out what disease caused the plague?" Catherine shook her head and said, "No, there has never been such a disease in the capital, and the doctors don't know what kind of medicine to prepare. What symptoms do the patients have? It is not easy for doctors in this world to diagnose the disease," so Chen Luo changed the way of asking. Catherine looked at him and said, "The patient sweats a lot, has a headache, is thirsty, and often has intermittent chills or fever." Chen Luo asked, "Is the interval between the 2 attacks exactly about 2 days?" Catherine was stunned for a moment, looked at him, and asked in surprise, "How do you know?" This conclusion was just discovered by several doctors. The patient is generally normal between 2 attacks, but every time an attack occurs, he will immediately fall into danger or even die. Chen Luo murmured malaria. He is not a doctor, but he has heard of the bad reputation of malaria. Malaria, AIDS, and tuberculosis are known as the 3 major diseases in the world. Malaria, an intermittent fever disease, is even called the murderer of millions of people. If the impact of malaria is evaluated based on the number of victims and the degree of damage, then it can be said to be the most devastating disease in human history. Throughout the 17th century, malaria was rampant around the world and almost killed Emperor Kangxi. Even in the 19th century, it was still a common disease in continental Europe. After entering the 21st century, nearly 300 million people in the world are infected with malaria every year, and 1 million people die from it. This is still in the modern era, with advanced medical technology, and in the Shannon continent where bloodletting is still the mainstream. In the absence of specific drugs, patients infected with malaria can only rely on luck to survive. Catherine looked at Chen Luo in confusion and asked, "What?" Chen Luo came back to his senses and whispered, "I may have a way to treat this plague." Catherine's face showed joy when she heard this. She excitedly grabbed his hand and asked, "Student Blair, is this true?" Chen Luo nodded and said, "I saw it in a book before." Someone called this disease malaria and successfully cured many patients. Catherine hurriedly asked, "Where is the book now?" Qianluo shook his head and said, "I lost it when I moved later, but I still remember 2 medicines for treating malaria, provided that we can find the raw materials." In the medical association, when other doctors were still arguing about what method to take to treat this plague, Qianluo, Catherine and Christine had already come to a quiet room. Christine closed the door, and Catherine looked at Qianluo and asked eagerly, "What materials are needed to make that medicine?" The discovery that quinine is a specific medicine for treating malaria is one of the greatest achievements of medicine in the 17th century. The reason why Qianluo knows this knowledge is that Tu Yu's team discovered artemisinin, solved the problem of ineffective anti-malarial treatment, won the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine, and stood on the Nobel Prize podium, which made the mainstream and non-mainstream media in China scramble to report. Qianluo, who is in college, is also one of the countless young people who are proud as scientists. For this reason, he went online to learn about malaria and knew that before artemisinin, quinine was the best specific medicine for treating malaria. However, the cinchona tree used to produce quinine is native to South America and is not found everywhere. Qianluo does not know whether this tree exists in the Shinan continent. Qianluo looked at Catherine and said, "That is a kind of tree. I don't know what the tree is called. I only know that its bark is gray-brown, thin, with shallow and many cracks, the corolla is white or light yellow-white, and the inner edge has light yellow long soft hairs." Catherine looked at Qianluo and said in confusion, "I know a lot of plants, but I have never heard of this kind of tree." Qianluo sighed. Even Catherine didn't know the plant. It might not be that there is no plant in the world, but there is definitely no plant near the capital. The way to treat malaria with quinine is temporarily blocked. In addition to quinine, Qianluo knows that the only thing that can treat malaria is artemisinin. Artemisia annua is widely distributed and grows in temperate, cold, and subtropical regions in Europe and Asia. Qianluo rarely goes out and has not seen it in the kingdom of Lauren, but it does not mean that it does not exist. Qianluo looked at Catherine again and said, "There is another plant that is more than 1 meter tall, and the plant has a strong volatile aroma. The roots are vertical, narrow and spindle-shaped, and the stems can grow to the height of an adult, with longitudinal ridges, green when young, and then brown or reddish-brown, with many branches." Before Qianluo finished speaking, Catherine blurted out, "Fragrant silk grass." She took out a thick book from the bookshelf in the corner, flipped through it for a while, pointed to one of them, and asked, "Is this what classmate Blair is talking about?" Qianluo recognized at a glance that the thing called fragrant silk grass in the book was Artemisia annua. He breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "That's it." "How to use it?" Catherine continued to ask. "After crushing it and extracting the juice, should it be given to the patient?" Qianluo shook his head and said, "It won't have much effect if taken directly. The effective ingredients need to be extracted." Catherine asked, "How to extract it?" Qianluo thought for a while and said, "First, you need to prepare some very pure alcohol, and then you need to use alcohol to prepare some ether. First, prepare a large amount of fragrant silk grass. How to extract it will be discussed later." For most people, high school is the peak of their wisdom in their lives. Thinking back then, Qianluo also knew the principles of celestial movement, organic and inorganic reactions, solved elliptical hyperbolas, and drew cell biospheres. He could speak English, translate ancient Chinese, find number series, talk about Marxism, recite the chemical element table, and understand physical circuit diagrams. After entering college, except for the knowledge of his major, he was almost illiterate. Now, he has forgotten most of these things. The remaining knowledge, the extracted artemisinin, is better than the direct juice, but the purity is not very high. But what Qianluo can't do doesn't mean Catherine can't do it. The wizard's understanding of plants is not comparable to that of magicians. They can even use witchcraft to extract some components from plants out of thin air. This is mentioned in Healy's notes, but he didn't record the specific method. Catherine obviously didn't worry about purification. Christine said, "I will ask someone to prepare a large amount of fragrant silk grass immediately." Christine quickly arranged it, and Qianluo finally put his mind at ease. He didn't want malaria to rage in the capital, and he couldn't let Alice die without help. After the tense atmosphere was relieved, Qianluo suddenly found that Christine was looking at him with a suspicious look. Qianluo asked, "Does your Highness Princess have anything else to say?" Christine said, "Call me Teacher Christine." "Okay." Qianluo looked at her and asked again, "Does Teacher Christine have anything else to say?" Christine folded her arms, looked at Qianluo, and asked, "You said you saw these in a book. What's the name of the book, and what's written on it?" This excuse really couldn't be hidden from Christine. As a princess, she was well informed. If Chen Luo continued to make up, it would be very likely to be exposed. He smiled embarrassedly and said, sure enough, it still can't be hidden from Teacher Christine. In fact, I didn't see these in the book. A doctor who traveled around the continent taught me. But he told me not to say it casually. Since Teacher Christine asked, it's okay to tell you. Doctor? Yes. Chen Luo nodded and said, the story started in a winter 3 years ago. That winter, it snowed heavily in Yabo City, and an old man with gray hair fell at the door of my house. Chapter 165. Only by walking more roads can you see more scenery. Magicians and scholars in the Shinin continent like to travel. A city or a country is too small for them. The best way for scholars to expand their knowledge and magicians to strengthen their strength is to travel to various countries on the continent and see a wider world. This is especially important for scholars. If you don't go abroad, you will always be a frog at the bottom of the well, and can only guard the small piece of sky at the well mouth. If the mathematical scholars of Gaia don't come to Luolan, they will never know that their wind mage Achilles, the fastest man in the kingdom of Gaia, can't even catch up with the turtle. And if doctors don't go out, they will never know that the diseases they think cannot be cured may have been cured in other countries. Therefore, when a doctor from another country collapsed at the door of Chen Luo's house due to hunger and cold while traveling on the continent, it is also reasonable to teach him some medical skills because of Chen Luo's kindness. Christine looked at him and asked, what's the name of the doctor? Chen Luo said without hesitation, Hua Tuo. Hua Tuo. Christine thought for a moment and said, what a strange name. However, compared with eradicating the plague, this matter seems less important. Christine looked at Chen Luo and said, if this plague can be quelled, I will definitely let my father reward you heavily. Chen Luo waved his hand and said, I am also half a doctor. Saving the dying and healing the wounded is the doctor's duty. Saving the dying and healing the wounded is the doctor's duty. Catherine walked in from outside and said admiringly, if Blair can become a doctor, he must be the best doctor. Chen Luo smiled and said nothing more. Catherine continued to ask, the plague cannot break out without reason. What is the reason this time? Mosquito bites. Chen Luo said, some mosquitoes carry pathogenic factors in their bodies and spread them to humans through bites. Haven't the kings in the past discovered this disease? Catherine shook her head and said, no, I have never seen it in the years I have been in the capital. Speaking of this matter, Chen Luo was also a little strange. Although the impact of malaria is great, it is highly regional. Mosquitoes carrying viruses generally live in tropical and subtropical areas. Because of this, more than 90% of people who die from malaria every year are in Africa. There were few malaria patients in the kingdom of Lauren before, so how could there be a sudden large-scale outbreak? After all, the spread of malaria, apart from mother-to-child transmission, is through mosquito bites or transfusion of blood from malaria patients, not through air or droplets. There is no reason for so many patients to appear in just a few days. Could it be that the mosquitoes in the capital collectively mutated in a short period of time? This possibility is very small. Chen Luo thought about it, looked at Christine, and said, regarding the outbreak of this plague, it is necessary to investigate it seriously. I suspect that this may be intentional. You mean, someone wants to create a plague in the capital? Christine frowned and nodded. I will ask my father to send someone to investigate it carefully. After Chen Luo told Catherine the brief method of extracting artemisinin, he found that it was getting late, and he should go back to cook for teacher Brittany and Isabella. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. Chen Luo looked at Catherine and said, if there is anything, you can come to my house to find me. Catherine said, Student Blair, if the plague can be eliminated, you will save the entire royal capital. Christine looked at him and said, thank you on behalf of the people of the royal capital. Chen Luo waved his hand, said nothing more, turned around and walked out of the room. Walking from here to the outside of the medical association, Chen Luo, as expected, experienced another baptism of eyes. Because of the fear brought by the plague, there were few people on the streets of the royal capital, and even the vegetable market was closed. Chen Luo, who wanted to buy some vegetables, could only return empty-handed. Just as he walked to the door suddenly opened, and Isabella ran out, frowning and saying, Blair, why are you running around? What if you get infected with the plague? Chen Luo said, don't worry, the plague will disappear soon. Isabella was stunned, and then asked happily, will Alice be okay? Alice will also recover. Chen Luo closed the door and said, be careful when you sleep these 2 days, don't get bit by mosquitoes. While the doctors in the capital were still arguing about the control of the plague, the royal medical team had already given the cause and treatment of the plague. The Royal Medical Team are all the top doctors in the Kingdom of Lauren, and Dr. Catherine is deeply trusted by the people of the capital. For a time, the action of killing mosquitoes immediately became popular in the royal capital. His Majesty the King personally sent dozens of water magicians to clean up the streets of the royal capital, leaving no dead corners untouched. The nobles even asked the fire magicians to quickly burn every corner of their homes to kill the mosquito larvae that cause disease. In the next 2 days, there was no increase in malaria patients in the royal capital, but there were several fires. Fortunately, there were water magicians on the streets, so there was not much damage. The extraction of artemisinin was smoother than Qianluo expected. Although Catherine didn't even know what alcohol and ether were, they successfully extracted an effective ingredient for treating malaria from the fragrant silk grass according to Qianluo's guidance. After taking the medicine containing this ingredient, the patients who were already ill showed obvious improvement, which also meant that the plague in the royal capital had been completely suppressed. After sending away the last patient, Catherine closed the door of the clinic and stared at a white crystal in the palm of her hand. This is the ingredient she extracted directly from the fragrant silk grass, which has a healing effect on that disease. It is more refined than the one extracted by the method that Blair told her. Blair didn't know that she was a wizard. Plants are the weapons of wizards. No one knows plants better than them, and knows how to use them better. After a while, she put the crystal away, looked at the black-robed man in the yard, and asked, "Did you do it?" "It was us." The black-robed man corrected her and said, "Although you have been in the capital for many years, don't forget that you are a wizard, and you carry the mission of a wizard." "I am also a doctor." Catherine said, "Please don't do this next time. It is because of your existence that wizards are considered evil." "You are wrong." The man in black robes said coldly, "The 4 great temples are high above, and these stupid magicians are all bewitched by them. Those who do not believe in the magic gods will be considered heretics, damn heretics. No matter what you do, no matter how many people you save, in their eyes, you are evil." Catherine was silent for a moment and asked, "What is your purpose?" The man in black robes said, "If it weren't for Blair, the credit for eliminating the plague would be ours, and we would definitely be able to gain the trust of the Lauren royal family." Catherine shook her head and said, "But healing can't treat this." "But it won't break out." The black-robed man said, "As long as all the people who got sick at the beginning die, the plague will end. This can be our credit, but it's a pity that it was robbed." Catherine suddenly looked at him and said, "Don't hurt him, he is a real doctor. This disease is called the sickle of the god of death in the southern countries. He can take the sickle from the god of death. He is worth winning over." The black-robed man looked at Catherine and said, "Find a way to win him over. We need such people." Catherine shook her head and said, "He is a student of the Royal Capital Magic Academy. I am a doctor. I have no chance to contact him. How can I win him over?" The black-robed man looked at her and said lightly, "If there is no opportunity, create one." Chapter 166. After artemisinin was extracted, malaria in the capital was quickly brought under control. As Qianluo expected, although malaria is serious, it is highly regional, and will not break out on a large scale in most places. Qianluo and Isabella went to see Alice. With the special medicine, Alice recovered very well, and could go to school in 2 days. Alice leaned on the bed, her face was much rosier than the previous 2 days. She looked at Qianluo and said gratefully, "Thank you, classmate Blair. Dr. Catherine said that you found a way to treat the plague. You have saved me twice." Qianluo smiled and said, "We are friends. Classmate Alice is polite." Alice looked at him and suddenly said, "Classmate Blair, can you go out for a while? I have something to say to classmate Isabella." Qianluo glanced at them, then nodded, turned and walked out of Alice's room. Isabella looked at Alice suspiciously and asked, "What do you want to say?" Alice looked over from the door and asked, "You haven't dated Blair yet, have you?" Isabella had experienced the same situation when she was in St. Donis. She snorted and said, "No, if you want to pursue Blair, go and pursue him yourself and see if he will agree to you. I lost to you in St. Donis." Alice shook her head, regret in her eyes, and said, "I know that from that time on, Blair and I are impossible." Isabella asked doubtfully, "What do you want to say?" "Let's make peace." Alice looked at her and said, "I won't compete with you for Blair anymore, and you shouldn't treat me as an enemy anymore." Isabella blushed and blurted out, "Who wants to compete with you for Blair? Who treats you as an enemy?" Alice looked at her, sighed, and said, "I know why I lost to you." Isabella asked curiously, "Why?" Seeing Alice's eyes looking at her, she realized something and immediately stood up and said, "I don't want to know. You take good care of yourself. I'm going back." On the way home, Luo turned his head to look at Isabella and asked casually, "What did you say when I was not here just now?" Isabella shook her head decisively and said, "Nothing." They must have said something important, because they deliberately left themselves out. Although Luo was curious, he didn't ask much. It was very likely that it was a girl's private talk. Alice was fine, so Luo had nothing to worry about. But how to approach Catherine gave him a headache. One of them was the chief physician of the royal family, and the other was a student of the Royal Capital Magic Academy. Under normal circumstances, the two of them would not have frequent interactions. Luo couldn't pretend to be sick and go to her clinic every day, otherwise she would easily think that he had some other plans for her. Besides, Luo didn't know how to explain that he went to Catherine, Isabella, and Brittany every day. There were two beauties at home, one big and one small. Was Brittany not gentle and intellectual enough, or was Isabella not young and lively enough? He actually went to see women outside every day, which simply showed that he didn't take them seriously. Besides, Dr. Catherine is already 26 years old. Although this age is not old, she is 4 years older than teacher Brittany, and 9 years older than Luo. The age gap, professional gap, and status gap meant that the two of them were destined to have no topics to talk about, except medicine. Luo had never studied medicine, but he was good at biology. With his knowledge accumulation that was hundreds or thousands of years ahead of others, he might be able to get close to her under the guise of discussing medicine. Thinking of Catherine, when he and Isabella returned home and saw Catherine standing in the yard, Luo almost thought he was hallucinating. "Student Blair, you're back." Catherine came up with a smile and said, "I'm here to thank you on behalf of the Medical Association." Luo said, "You're welcome. That's what a doctor should do." Kaiser looked at him and asked, "Student Blair eliminated the plague and saved the capital. The Medical Association wants to invite Student Blair to become a director. I wonder if Student Blair is willing." Luo didn't think about it for long, then nodded and said, "I am willing." The directors of the Medical Association, like the deacons of the Mathematics Association and the Magic Association, are all leaders in the association. A year ago, Luo would have refused without hesitation, but now his mind has changed. The Shannon continent is a world where the strong prey on the weak. To gain a foothold here, in addition to having super strength, there must be a strong force behind you. A Mathematics Association alone cannot be a strong backing for Luo. Since he learned about the wizard, Luo has never forgotten that he is also a heretic in the eyes of the four great temples. Luo didn't know if there would be a day when he would have to face the whole world. Before that, what he had to do was to improve his strength and expand his influence. The president will be very happy if he knows. Catherine smiled at him and said, "We have checked the association's books. The malaria that Blair mentioned often breaks out in some southern countries. It is called the scythe of the god of death, and it harvests countless lives every year. The president wants to inform those countries of the treatment of this disease." Okay. Luo did not hesitate. Malaria is a global disease, and artemisinin does not belong to him alone. If it were something else, Luo might sell it through patents, but it involves the lives of millions of people, and he cannot earn this money with peace of mind. Catherine thought for a moment and said, "This medicine was invented by Blair. The association will sell it to medical associations in other countries, and all the proceeds will be transferred to Blair." Luo said, "This is not my invention, it is." Catherine smiled and interrupted him, saying, "This disease is a terminal illness in the entire continent. If a doctor has discovered its treatment, it would have been famous throughout the continent. Your Highness Christine may not know this. It seems that the story he made up not only did not deceive Christine, but also did not deceive Catherine." Luo was too lazy to make up a new reason and said, "There is no need to sell it. Give it free of charge to countries suffering from malaria. It does not belong to me, but to all mankind." Catherine lowered her head, was silent for a moment, and said, "I am just a scholar, but Blair is a real doctor. In the land of divine grace, all doctors are medical scholars, but not all medical scholars are doctors." At this moment, Catherine had a strong respect for this boy who was nearly 10 years younger than her. The messenger sent by the priest asked her to get close to Blair and make friends with him. Treating illnesses was Catherine's strong point, but asking her to make friends with such a boy made her feel embarrassed, and she didn't know how to do it. At this moment, she didn't know what to say. She wanted to be friends with Blair, but she couldn't arouse his suspicion. She could only wait until later. Similarly, Luo and Isabella could flirt with each other all day long, and discuss mathematics and magic with teacher Brittany for 3 days and 3 nights without getting tired. But when facing Catherine, she didn't know what topic to talk about. But the opportunity cannot be missed. Who knows when we will see each other again if we let her go this time. Catherine stood up, smiled at Chenluo, and said, Student Blair, I'm going back first. If she leaves this time, it will be difficult to find another opportunity next time. Chenluo almost subconsciously said, Since we are here, Dr. Catherine, why don't you eat before leaving? Catherine had already planned to leave. She was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then nodded without much hesitation. Sorry to bother you. Chapter 167. Chenluo invited Catherine to dinner at home because he was anxious for a while. He didn't expect that she would really agree. Given their relationship, it seems that they are not that familiar yet. For this reason, Isabella looked at him several times in a short while, and Chenluo could only pretend not to see it. After Brittany and Isabella became familiar with the use of chopsticks, knives and forks never appeared on the dining table at home again. Fortunately, there were 2 sets of spare knives and forks, which Chenluo prepared specially for guests. In case Brittany's friends came, he would not lose his manners in front of the guests. At the table, Chenluo looked at Catherine and asked, I wonder if Dr. Catherine is used to the taste of these dishes? Isabella and Brittany's tastes have long been consistent with Chenluo's. Chenluo didn't know whether Catherine, who was used to bread, would eat this kind of Chinese food. Catherine put down her knife and fork and said sincerely, This is really the most delicious food I have ever eaten. Chenluo smiled, and after a few polite words, he suddenly asked, Actually, I am also very interested in medicine. I don't know which school Dr. Catherine belongs to. I am very interested in your treatment methods. I don't have a school. Catherine shook her head and said, I also learned from my teacher when I was very young. My treatment method is very similar to Blair's. Both plants are made into medicines to treat diseases. Chenluo nodded and said, Some plants are really magical. They can be made into medicines to cure human diseases. I don't know what the name of Dr. Catherine's teacher is. He should be a very famous doctor on the mainland. My teacher is not famous, and she has passed away. Catherine smiled and said, If Blair is interested in these, I can teach you. Thank you so much, Dr. Catherine. Although he did not get any useful information, the progress between him and Catherine was smoother than Chenluo expected. He struck while the iron was hot, and immediately said, Can I ask Dr. Catherine for any medical questions in the future? Finally, she found a breakthrough to approach Chenluo. Catherine was very happy, and smiled even brighter. She nodded and said, Of course, my clinic welcomes Blair at any time. The meal was delicious. After the meal, Chenluo and Catherine became as close as siblings, and the way he addressed her changed from Dr. Catherine to Sister Catherine. Chenluo called her intimately, but he felt a little guilty in his heart. Catherine was sincere to him, but he had other purposes, just wanted to use her witchcraft. On the other side, Catherine's expression was a little unnatural, because her purpose of approaching was not pure. The more intimate Chenluo was to her, the more Catherine blamed herself in her heart, and she didn't even know how to face him. After dinner, she hurriedly said goodbye. Not long after Chenluo returned to his room, Isabella walked in and said in a sour tone, Sister Catherine, you call me sister after just knowing me for a short time. Chenluo said, I will ask you for advice in the future, of course I have to call you nicer. Isabella snorted and said, You are a guy without principles, calling beautiful girls sister when you see them. After saying that, she glared at Chenluo and went out. Chenluo didn't want Isabella to know about witchcraft, and he didn't refute her. Although he had established a good relationship with Catherine on the surface, it might not be so easy to get the witchcraft from her. This matter still needs to be considered for a long time. After that, Chenluo went to the Mathematics Association and handed them some things about the concepts and basics of calculus, and then came to the Magic Association as Chenluo. A long time ago, he wanted to separate his property from the Magic Association. Jasmine has been doing these things these days. Now Jasmine, in addition to being the honorary deacon of the Magic Association, is also Chenluo's financial officer. However, Chenluo has not yet decided what industry to expand. She only needs to help Chenluo manage the existing gold coins. As an honorary deacon of the Magic Association, she no longer has any substantial responsibilities. Her only responsibility should be to represent the Magic Association and contact Chenluo. As a magician, Jasmine has a good magic talent and a rare dual magic talent. When she was still a receptionist, she was already a magic apprentice. Chenluo just learned that she had successfully advanced to a junior magician a few days ago. This kind of magic talent can only be regarded as mediocre in the Royal Capital Magic Academy, but for her, who can only spend a small part of her time practicing magic, it is already very good. After checking his gold coin balance in the Magic Association, and chatting with Jasmine for a while, Chenluo left the Magic Association. John Cavendish stood on the balcony on the second floor, looked at Chenluo, who was walking away, and then looked at Jasmine below, and asked Arthur beside him, "What is the relationship between that little deacon and him?" Arthur said, "Deacon Jasmine is a friend of Mr. Chenluo, and Mr. Chenluo takes good care of her." "Friend?" John muttered a few words, as if he thought of something, and a chrysanthemum-like smile suddenly bloomed on his old face. After seeing Chenluo off, Jasmine walked back to the hall of the Magic Association. When she saw Vice President John, she immediately stopped and said respectfully, "Hello, Vice President." John looked at her with a smile and asked, "Your name is Jasmine, right?" Jasmine nodded timidly. John's smile became even brighter, and he asked, "Little Jasmine, are you willing to be my student and learn magic with me?" The population of Wangdu is 10 times that of Yabo City, making the entire Wangdu unusually prosperous. Chenluo searched several streets before finding a remote dead end and changed his clothes back. Although Chenluo's identity is useful, it is really troublesome to change clothes every time. Now he usually wears a magic robe underneath. When he needs to change back to Blair's identity, he only needs to take off the black robe outside. The whole change of clothes takes no more than 5 seconds. He just got home and Isabella ran out of the house. "Blair, where have you been? Why did you come back so late?" Chenluo said, "I went to the Magic Association." It's better not to tell Isabella that he went to the clinic to see Catherine. Chenluo walked towards the kitchen and said, "I'm going to cook. Can you help me wash the vegetables?" Christine came today by chance, and it was dinner time again. Since she came to see teacher Brittany once, and happened to meet dinner time, she would choose this time almost every time she came. After a few times, she even became proficient in using chopsticks. During the meal, Christine looked at Chenluo and asked, "Blair, do you have anything to do tomorrow night?" Chenluo shook his head and said, "Nothing." Christine said, "After school tomorrow, come with me to the palace." Chenluo looked up and asked in confusion, "Why?" Christine explained, "You have made a great contribution to the eradication of the plague this time. Father will personally reward you at tomorrow's dinner." Chenluo immediately became interested and asked, "Reward? What reward?" Christine thought for a moment and said, "Maybe you will be rewarded with some gold coins, or a title, or you will be allowed to marry a noble lady. I don't know what it is." Click. Isabella's chopsticks fell to the ground. Chenluo also put down his chopsticks, stared at Christine, and asked, "Marriage?" "Just kidding." Christine looked at Isabella, then turned her eyes back and said, "Father usually does this only after both nobles agree. Last time you defeated the Gaia scholar in Yabo City, and saved the honor of the kingdom. Father once said that he would give you a title. This time you have made such a great contribution. I think he should confer a title on you tomorrow night." Chapter 168. Lauren's nobles love to hold banquets, holiday banquets, birthday banquets, academic banquets, whether they are happy or unhappy, even the king is no exception. Although Chenluo didn't want to go, it was obviously not a wise thing to refuse the king's invitation. So he could only agree. Christine said, "There will be many noble ladies at the banquet tomorrow night. Blair, if you like anyone, you can pursue them boldly. You are very popular among them." Isabella looked at Christine hatefully, and lowered her head to pick up the chopsticks that fell on the ground. "Forget it." Chenluo waved his hand and said, "I don't want to think about these things now. Whatever you want." Christine didn't care and said, "Remember to wait for me in the classroom after school tomorrow. The biggest purpose of the banquet held by His Majesty, the King this time is to celebrate that the plague in the capital has been controlled. Although some people died, there was no large-scale outbreak. This is almost a miracle in the Shenan continent. In the past, every plague took away thousands or tens of thousands of lives. In severe cases, a city could even become a dead city. Compared with those places, the loss of the capital this time can be ignored." After Christine left, Chenluo and Isabella washed the dishes together. Isabella glanced at Chenluo and said unintentionally, "Blair, I heard that some of those noble ladies have also been infected with the plague. They will definitely thank you at the banquet tomorrow." "Yeah," Chenluo hummed in response. Isabella asked again, "You saved their lives. Do you think they would want to marry you?" When facing such a situation, many girls will have this idea. Chenluo glanced at her unhappily. "I saved your and Alice's lives. Have you ever thought about this?" "That's different," Isabella said. "Like is like, gratitude is gratitude. You can't take gratitude as love. I will repay you in other ways in the future." Chenluo asked curiously, "What?" "Let's talk about this later." Isabella waved her hand and said, "Anyway, at tomorrow's banquet, Blair, you must stick to the bottom line, and can't fail to resist the temptation of others. Isabella didn't trust herself. He even withstood Alice's temptation. How could he not withstand those noble ladies? Are they as gentle as Alice, as beautiful as Alice, and as big as Alice? Obviously not. The noble ladies of the same age as them in the capital are basically in the Magic Academy. There are several in Chenluo's class. Although they have good conditions, Alice's beauty is famous throughout the academy. Because of her personality, she is even more popular than Isabella. After all, although Isabella is prettier than Alice, she hangs out with Chenluo all day long, and has long been labeled as a beauty with a boyfriend, so her influence is naturally weaker. The next afternoon, after school, Chenluo did not go back with Isabella and Brittany, but waited for Christine in the classroom. The palace is located in the center of the capital, built on a high ground, with winding stairs around it. People can only go up the stairs. Unless it is an emergency, they cannot use flying skills, otherwise they will be regarded as assassins, and killed directly by the palace guards. The three magic families in the capital are the most powerful, but what people don't know is that the power of the royal family is stronger than that of Stern, Kavintu, and Walkerlawn. In the Shenin continent, power is directly related to strength. If the royal family does not have strong strength, it will not be able to intimidate many nobles. With Christine, Chenluo certainly does not need to climb up the steps one by one. Christine took him directly up and landed on a square with a large area. Looking up, there is a towering castle in front. Unlike the castle in fairy tales, the Lauren Palace has no spire or dome building. The tallest building does not exceed 3 floors, but each floor is at least 10 meters high. The castle is surrounded by walls. Standing on the square, you can't see the specific situation inside. A road paved with stone slabs leads directly to the gate of the castle. Although the gate of the castle is open, most people are waiting in the square. There are not many people attending the banquet. There are only a few dozen people scattered in the square. Christine looked at Chenluo and said, "Wait here for a while. When the banquet starts, a servant will take you in." Christine entered the palace first, and Chenluo waited in a corner of the square. It was called a banquet, but it was only afternoon now, and no one knew when it would officially start. "Blair!" Chenluo waited for a while, and suddenly a surprised voice came from behind him. He turned around and saw Vic walking towards him. Although Chenluo didn't like Vic, he didn't hate him at all, and greeted him indifferently. Vic was surprised and asked, "Are you here for the dinner too?" Chenluo asked, "What do you think? I remember that you cured the plague this time." Vic looked at him in confusion and exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to be a doctor." Chenluo ignored Vic. He planned to walk around the square before the dinner started, mainly because he didn't want Vic to make noises in his ears. However, no matter where he went, Vic followed him, without saying a word, and didn't know what he wanted to do. Chenluo finally couldn't help it, and looked at him and asked, "Do you have anything else to do?" Vic said, "No." Chenluo said mercilessly, "Then please don't follow me. I want to walk alone." "Blair, don't be so ruthless. After all, we are classmates." Vic smiled and said, "I am more familiar with the palace than you are. I will take you in later." Chenluo soon discovered Vic's purpose. He stood here for a while, and a girl came over, smiled at him and asked, "Excuse me, are you Blair?" "I am Blair." Chenluo looked at her and asked in confusion, "Excuse me, who are you?" "My name is Cecilia." The girl smiled, stretched out her hand to him, and said, "Blair eliminated the plague and saved my life. I am here to thank Blair." Looking at her outstretched hand, Chenluo hesitated for a moment, shook her soft and boneless little hand, and said, "You're welcome. This is what a doctor should do." Seeing this, Vic immediately stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and said, "Miss Cecilia, my name is Vic, and I am Blair's friend." "Hello, Vic." Cecilia just smiled at him, then looked at Chenluo again and asked, "Blair, can I dance with you later?" Chenluo shook his head and said, "Sorry, I don't know how to dance." Cecilia smiled and said, "It's okay, I can teach you." Without waiting for Chenluo to refuse, she waved to Chenluo gently and said, "Blair, see you later." "You refused, you actually refused." Vic looked at Chenluo and said, "Do you know what a good opportunity this is? You can put your arm around Cecilia's waist. Her waist is so thin, so..." Chenluo said, If you want to dance with her, you can invite her yourself." "Do you think I don't want to?" Vic said helplessly, but she never accepts invitations from the opposite sex. As he was talking, he suddenly looked at Chenluo and said, "Student Blair, why don't you teach me medicine? In return, I can teach you the magic that is not passed down in my family." Chenluo shook his head and said, "No need." Vic thought for a while and said, I can teach you how to pursue girls. Do you think I need you to teach me? Or you can teach me. Chenluo was too lazy to talk nonsense with Vic and planned to find a quiet place. But he just took 2 steps and his steps suddenly stopped. A girl of 16 or 17 walked past him. The girl was petite, not as tall as Isabella, and was about the same height as Jasmine. She was wearing a black long skirt, and the hem of her skirt did not drag on the ground like other noble ladies. Her face was particularly beautiful. When she turned her head to look at Chenluo, an unprecedented astonishment appeared in her dark pupils. When the girl turned her head to look at Chenluo, Chenluo was also looking at her. He glanced at the other noble ladies at the dinner party, no matter how beautiful they were or how good their figures were. Only this girl made him stare at her for a long time. Because her hair was black. Her pupils were also black. The same black as Chenluo's. Chapter 169. Looking at the girl with black hair and black eyes, Chenluo felt very friendly. Having seen many blondes and blue eyes, Chenluo couldn't look away for a while when he saw the same hair color and eye color as him. The girl was the same. They stared at each other for a long time, but no one felt offended, although staring at others for no reason was really an offensive thing. After a long time, the girl realized that something was wrong. After nodding slightly to Chenluo, she turned and left. Chenluo's eyes were still looking at the direction she left. He liked teacher Brittany's light brown hair and Isabella's light blue eyes. He would also feel friendly when seeing brown hair and blue eyes, but it was different from the intimacy that the girl gave him. Vic stood beside Chenluo and said with some gloating, "Don't look at her. Even if you like her, there is no possibility for you to." The girl had already walked away. Chenluo looked at him and asked, "Do you know her?" Vic curled his lips and said disdainfully, "I know all the beautiful girls who come to the capital." Chenluo asked him, "Which family is she from?" Vic looked at Chenluo with strange eyes and said, "Don't think about it. She is not a noble lady from Lauren. As a classmate, I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible. Although you both have black hair and black eyes, you look quite compatible." Vic talked too much nonsense, and Chenluo didn't plan to ask him again. When the party started, he asked Christine the same thing. Vic took the initiative to introduce Tasia, the only princess of the kingdom of Gaia and the future queen. She came to the capital with the visiting scholars from Gaia this time. "You won't forget what you did to the scholars from Gaia, right?" Tasia. Chenluo looked in the direction of the girl, and did not ask Vic anything. He just felt that the girl's black eyes and black hair looked friendly, and he did not really want to develop a further relationship with her. If she was the princess of Gaia, then Chenluo would keep a distance from her. The problem of Achilles and the tortoise has not yet been determined in the mathematical community. Gaia mathematical scholars have even developed deep doubts about their own school of thought. I am afraid that none of them do not hate themselves. As for people from Gaia, he would still avoid them if he could. On the other side, the girl walked to a corner, and several figures came up and said respectfully, "Princess Tasia." "Mr. Tang Yin, Mr. Benson, good evening." The girl greeted several people, then looked at Benson and asked, "Mr. Benson, are you feeling better?" "Thank you, Princess, for your concern. I think I have recovered." Benson smiled, but he was still frightened. The disease that Lauren called malaria is called the sickle of death in some countries. The death wields his sickle and ruthlessly harvests the lives of the sick. For those who suffer from this disease, waiting for death is the only outcome. Benson thought he was dead. As the vice president of the Gaia Science Association, he would die in an academic visit. This made him feel terrified and sad, and he was also very depressed. But just when he was most desperate, hope came. Lauren's doctor actually found a drug to treat malaria, took the sickle from the hands of the death, and Benson was cured. Tasia looked at him and said, "You shouldn't thank me, but the doctor and Lauren." Benson nodded solemnly and said, "I will personally thank the great doctor tomorrow." Tasia didn't continue on this topic. She looked back and suddenly asked Tang Yin, "Sir Tang Yin, you once led a group of scholars to the capital of Lauren. Do you know any nobles in the capital?" Leading a group of mathematical scholars to visit Lauren is definitely the most painful memory that Tang Yin doesn't want to recall in his life. However, when the princess asked, he had to bite the bullet and answered, "The last time I came to the capital, I attended many noble banquets, and I know most of the nobles." Tasia pointed in a certain direction and asked, "Do you know that young man? Which family is he from? What's his name?" Tang Yin looked in the direction of her finger. The next moment, his face turned pale from rosy, and his body trembled. He said in a trembling voice, damn it, how could that devil be here? He should be in Yabo City." "Devil?" Tasia looked at him and asked, "Sir Tang Yin, What's going on? Why do you call him Devil? Tang Yin looked excited. It's not me who calls him Devil, but the people of Lauren also call him that. Your Highness Tashia, he is Blair. He proposed those 3 questions, and he also released that damn turtle. It was because of him that the World Mathematics Center was transferred from Argaia to Lauren. Blair. Tashia was not unfamiliar with this name. The solver of the Ravis puzzle, and the winner of the Lorraine Ivan Prize. His method of solving the 9 bridges problem was so ingenious that even the great scholars of Gaia praised him. Of course, Blair was remembered by the people of Gaia for another reason. He stopped the entire group of scholars in Gaia with 3 simple ruler and compass construction problems, and caused a storm in the mathematical community of Lorraine with a problem related to turtles, which has not subsided to this day. Gaia originally wanted to completely consolidate its position as the world's mathematical center by suppressing Lorraine, but it did not expect that the entire visiting scholar group fled because of Blair alone. Later, the publication of Geometry, the God of Mathematics, made Gaia completely lose its position as the world's mathematical center. Blair's actions in the city of Yabo were the fuse that caused all this. He even made turtles be called ominous things and symbols of evil in Gaia, and they were bred and sold. Tashia looked at Tang Yin and asked, "Is he Blair? Did you make a mistake, Mr. Tang Yin?" "Absolutely not," Tang Yin said with great confidence. "That devil has the same hair and eyes as the princess. I would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. Because Blair, as a mathematician, now gives him a headache when he sees a ruler. Many times in the middle of the night, he was awakened by a fast-running turtle. He would never make a mistake in anyone but Blair." Tashia looked in that direction, with a strange light in her eyes. Before she came to Lauren, the great scholar once told her that the dozens of questions Blair left for Lauren contained the key to the future of mathematics. In addition, the great scholar also gave her a guess. A guess that was enough to shock the world. Before meeting Blair, Tashia had imagined countless things about him, but she had never thought of this one. This foreign boy gave her a kind feeling from the soul that neither of her parents had ever given her. At this time, a Gaia scholar took 2 steps forward and suddenly said, "Your Highness, I heard that the medicine for treating malaria was discovered by a man named Blair. I wonder if it was that Blair." A girl not far away looked over here, pointed in the direction of Chenluo, and smiled. "Yes, the plague in the capital was solved by classmate Blair. If you want to thank him, he is there." Chenluo regretted that the dinner was delayed. Instead of waiting here for so long, he might as well come later. Just as he was about to go somewhere else, footsteps suddenly came from behind him. Benson walked up to Chenluo and asked tentatively, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Blair?" "It's me." Chenluo looked at him and asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" "My name is Benson." Benson looked at him excitedly and said, "The medicine invented by Mr. Blair saved my life. It turned out to be another malaria patient." Chenluo smiled and said politely, "You're welcome. This is what a doctor should do." After Chenluo finished speaking, his eyes looked at the figure behind Benson. Tashia generously extended her hand to him and said, "My name is Tashia. Mr. Blair, can I meet you?" Chenluo confirmed that she didn't have any hidden weapons in her hand, and then gently held her hand. "Blair, I'm glad to meet Her Highness Tashia." Chapter 170. The 2 hands touched lightly and separated quickly. Tashia looked at Chenluo and said softly, "I have heard of Mr. Blair's name a long time ago." If someone else said this, it would probably be a compliment, but it was not necessarily the case for Tashia. The name Blair was no different from the devil in the kingdom of Gaia. "Your Highness, you are joking." Chenluo smiled and said, "It should be Blair's bad reputation." Tashia shook her head and said seriously, "Mr. Blair misunderstood. Gaia is a country that advocates truth. In Gaia, your name is also respected by scholars. You raised a very meaningful question. Although we all know that Lord Achilles can catch up with the tortoise, we still cannot explain its process." Benson stood aside and couldn't help asking, "Mr. Blair, what is going on? Are time and space really not continuous? Is there really a smallest unit of time and space? I don't know about this." Chenluo shook his head and said, "Otherwise I wouldn't ask Gaia scholars. I hope someone can give us the right answer in the future." Princess Gaia didn't seem to come to ask for punishment, but even so, Chenluo didn't plan to discuss quantum mechanics with them. Scholars haven't even studied macroscopic mechanics clearly, and studying microscopic mechanics is simply asking for trouble. Tashia smiled at Chenluo and said, "Mr. Blair is a great scholar. We will be staying in the capital for a long time. Can I discuss academic issues with Mr. Blair frequently?" Chenluo said, "You are welcome anytime." Tashia nodded again and said, "The dinner will start soon. I won't bother Mr. Blair." Jai is really a country that loves academics. Their country is not large in area, and their military strength is not strong, but it is definitely a great academic country. Not only mathematics, their research in science, astronomy, medicine and other fields are also at the leading level in the continent. This can be seen from Princess Tashia. Chenluo did not refuse her request. In the absence of obvious hostility from the other party, Chenluo actually wanted to look at her more. After all, in this world, Chenluo has only seen black-haired and black-eyed people, except Chenluo himself. Why? After Tashia left, Vic stood beside him and murmured. Chenluo said, "Why? You are supposed to be enemies. Why is she so polite to you?" Vic looked at him eagerly and asked, "How do you make all the girls like you? Teach me, please." Chenluo was not liked by all the girls at the beginning. At the beginning, Blair was also hated by everyone at St. Donis College. Everything today was earned by his actions little by little. Alice treated her well, because Chenluo saved her life. Isabella was close to Chenluo because Chenluo not only saved her life, but also cooked for her every day, took care of her when she was sick, accompanied her when she was lonely, and boiled brown sugar water for her when she had her period. Princess Tashia did not regard him as an enemy, purely because she was broad-minded. In fact, although she is relatively petite, her mind is not small at all. As the current princess of Gaia and the future queen, she has the mind that a leader should have. Even though Chenluo caused great losses to Gaia, seriously hurt the feelings of Gaia's scholars, and even almost made Gaia's turtles extinct, she did not blame Chenluo. This broad mind, Chenluo himself can't help but admire. On the other side, Tashia, who had already left, looked back again and asked unintentionally, "What should God be like?" Benson was stunned for a moment and asked, "Your Highness, are you talking to me?" Tashia continued to ask, "Has anyone seen the real God?" Benson thought for a while and said, "Except for the ancestors thousands of years ago, no one should have seen the real God. It is said that even gods cannot master the rules of time, and their divine bodies cannot withstand the ravages of time." Tashia looked at him and asked, "Do you mean that the gods have died long ago?" "Of course not, Benson," he said quickly. "According to legend, although the bodies of the gods cannot be immortal, their consciousness can last forever, unaffected by the erosion of time, reincarnated for thousands of generations, immortal and indestructible." Reincarnation? Tashia looked in a certain direction and murmured, "That means, an ordinary civilian on the continent may also have the soul of a god in his body?" "You can say that." Benson thought for a while and said, "However, it is not that the soul of a god is in the body of a civilian, but from the moment he was born, he is a god. God is not bound by the rules of this world, and has innate knowledge and power." Tashia asked, "Do gods still exist on the continent today?" Benson thought for a moment and said, "If there are still living gods on the continent, it must be the god of mathematics, Chenluo. I wonder if we have a chance to meet him." The dinner finally started when Chenluo was almost impatient, and he finally got rid of the chatterbox Vic. Every country in the Shenin continent has a very strict hierarchy, which is particularly evident among the nobles. Specifically, at today's dinner, every guest present has his own exclusive seat. In the center of the hall, there is a red carpet on the ground, and on both sides are tables that are put together and can't be seen at a glance. The king and queen are in the front and middle position, and from front to back, they are arranged in order according to their titles or status. Vic came here on behalf of the Stern family, and his position is very forward, but Chenluo is still in front of him. This is because today's dinner was originally to celebrate the king's capital from the plague, and in this matter, Chenluo is the absolute protagonist. The king of Lauren was a fat man with a bloated figure, but the queen had a good appearance and figure. She was 40 years old, and some people would believe she was 30. Christine almost perfectly inherited the queen's beauty. She was not far in front of Chenluo. After signaling Chenluo with her eyes, she looked away. After the king and queen arrived, everyone stood up and saluted. The past few days have been sad days. His Majesty the King stood at the front, looking down, and said, "The sickle of the god of death is waving over the capital, trying to take away the lives of the people of the capital. In this plague, some people lost their loved ones, and the kingdom lost a viscount forever." He paused for a moment, and his voice gradually became excited. At the most critical moment, the doctors in the capital did not give up hope. "We finally defeated the plague. For this, all the people in the capital have to thank one person. We have to thank Blair." He looked at a certain position below and said, "It was this young man from Yabo City who invented the medicine to treat the plague, took the sickle from the hands of the god of death, saved countless people of Lauren, and drove the plague out of this land." He looked at Chenluo and said slowly, In order to thank him for his contribution to Lauren, today, here, I, Orlando Werner, in the name of the king, confers him the title of Viscount. Chapter 171. Christine told him yesterday that he had made great contributions to the treatment of malaria, and His Majesty the King might confer a title on him. Chen Luo thought it would be a baron, but he didn't expect it to be a viscount. Among the titles of the kingdom, the duke is the highest, followed by the marquis, the earl, and the viscount. The title is easiest to obtain when the country is founded, and it becomes more and more difficult as time goes by. Unless a commoner makes a great contribution to the kingdom, he will never have the opportunity to be promoted to a noble in his lifetime. The nobles of the kingdom generally have no fiefdoms and no real power, but this is a kind of recognition. Only by obtaining this recognition can they have the qualifications to gain a foothold in the aristocratic circle. For example, nobles will only marry nobles. If Chen Luo is a commoner, he basically has no chance to marry a noble lady. Of course, if he is a powerful magician or a famous scholar, he still has the opportunity to cross the class. At present, becoming a viscount could not bring him any substantial benefits, but Chen Luo still stood up, bowed slightly, and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Orlando Werner looked at him and encouraged him. "I hope Viscount Blair can make more contributions to the kingdom and the people in the future." Celebration is the theme of today's banquet. After the king and the queen gave a brief speech, they announced the official start of the dinner. Dinner is not just about eating, dancing is also a very important step. Even the king and the queen personally went down to dance. Chen Luo could see that these nobles had strong dancing skills. Chen Luo's body coordination ability was okay, but he had never learned to dance. The food at the dinner was nothing more than cakes, bread, fruit salad and the like. Chen Luo put down his knife and fork after eating a little. Compared with these, he was more looking forward to going home and eating rabbit with Isabella after the dinner at the palace. The food was nothing new, but the red wine was very good. He thought about saying hello to Christine later and asking him to take a bottle back for teacher Brittany and Isabella to taste. He had just picked up the wine glass when a soft voice suddenly came from behind him. "Viscount Blair, can you dance with me?" Chen Luo turned around and looked at the girl named Cecilia, apologetically saying, "Sorry, Miss Cecilia, I really can't dance." Not far from Chen Luo, Vic, who had been rejected for the third time, saw this scene, and the blow on his face became even stronger. Why would he be rejected when he invited a girl, but Blair, this guy, rejected such a beautiful girl? Cecilia's hand was still in the air, and she smiled and said, "It's okay, I can teach you." Chen Luo hesitated for a moment, and finally held her soft and boneless little hand. At the ball, men should invite women. This is the rule in gentlemanly demeanor. Rejecting a girl's invitation is not only ungentlemanly, but also makes the invited girl a joke of the ball. Chen Luo didn't want Cecilia to lose face, nor did he want to be an outlier at the ball. It's just a dance, at most holding hands and hugging waists. Anyway, Isabella is not here. The nobles danced a kind of court dance. The movements were not large, and only a small space was needed. Chen Luo put one hand on Cecilia's waist and the other on her shoulder, looking straight ahead and moving mechanically. Cecilia smiled and said, "Viscount Blair, relax, you don't have to be so nervous." It was impossible for Chen Luo not to be nervous. When he hugged Cecilia, he was thinking of Isabella in his heart. He always felt that he had betrayed her, and he always felt that Isabella was hiding in the dark and watching. Winter was coming. If Isabella knew that he danced with other girls at the party and refused to sleep with him out of spite, Chen Luo would have to face the cold bed every day. It was scary just to think about it. After walking around with Cecilia for a while, Chen Luo made an excuse to leave. However, just as he sat back in his seat, another noble lady came up, stretched out her hand to him, and smiled. "Viscount Blair, can I invite you to dance?" Not far away, Vic picked up a spoon, looked at his face reflected in the spoon, looked at Chen Luo again, and began to doubt his life. Chen Luo was a little suspicious whether the mosquitoes in the royal capital only bit beautiful women. In just a short while, for noble ladies invited him to dance, and the reasons were surprisingly consistent. But he had already promised Cecilia, so he couldn't refuse them. After 4 times, when he saw Tishia walking towards him, Chen Luo subconsciously said, "Your Highness Tishia, I really can't dance anymore." "Don't worry, I'm not here to invite you to dance." Tishia looked at him and smiled. "It seems that Mr. Blair is very popular in the capital, especially among the noble ladies." Chen Luo knew very well that there were 2 biggest reasons why he was popular in the capital. One was the malaria incident a few days ago, and the other was that he made the Gaia scholar escape from Luolan, saving Luolan's face and becoming a national hero. Of course, this reason cannot be told to Tashia. I just happened to save them. Chenluo said, just now I also saw many people inviting Her Highness Tashia. Her Highness is also welcome here. Tashia shook her head and said, I can't dance, and you Luolan can't dance even more. I just thought Mr. Blair might be a little troubled, so I came to help you. After Tashia came, no noble lady came to see him again. Chenluo said sincerely, Thank you, Her Highness Tashia. You're welcome. Tashia smiled and said, When I first met Mr. Blair, I felt very familiar, as if we knew each other before. Chenluo said, What a coincidence. That's right. Maybe it's because of our hair and eyes. Tashia said, This is the first time I've seen someone like me. Chenluo asked in confusion, Your mother and father? Tashia said, They both have brown hair and blue eyes. Genetically, this possibility is very small, but it's not impossible. When they first met, Chenluo certainly couldn't discuss whether she was his parents' biological daughter. He just smiled and said, I still like black. Tashia smiled and said, Me too. As the Princess of Gaia, Tashia couldn't stay with Chenluo all the time. After a moment, she got up and left. As soon as Tashia left, Christine came over, looked at Chenluo in surprise, and asked, How do you know Princess Tashia? Chenluo said, Just now. Christine said, But you two look very familiar. Chenluo smiled and said, Maybe we got along well. Christine looked at him and said, Tashia is the only princess of Gaia and the future queen of Gaia. She has never taken the initiative to talk to others in the past few days, since she came to the capital. You are the first and only one. I also saw her smile at you. Is it because you both have black eyes and hair? Maybe. Chenluo replied casually, and suddenly thought of something. He looked at Christine and asked, Teacher Christine, is it possible for you to become the future queen of Lauren like Tashia? Chapter 172. This question may be a bit presumptuous, and Christine did not answer Chenluo. Someone beside him snorted coldly, The right to inherit the throne, is it something you, a small viscount, can discuss behind the back? It was a nobleman, wearing a dark red velvet coat with white fur trim, and 3 gold lines sewn on his soft hat, indicating that his title was Earl. Christine glanced at him and said, Earl Phil, Viscount Blair doesn't mean that. It's better not. Earl Phil looked at Chenluo with a bad face and walked away. Christine looked at Chenluo and said, After the ball, you wait for me here, I will take you back. Chenluo waved his hand and said, No need, I know the way back. Wait for me. Christine didn't waste time talking to him, and left temporarily without questioning. Vic came over from the side, looked at Chenluo and said, Blair, you are in trouble, and it is a big trouble. Do you want to know? Chenluo simply said, No. Vic said, As long as you tell me how to make so many girls like you, I will tell you. Vic said seriously. Chenluo looked at him and said, You tell me first. Vic smiled and said, This time, the plague that almost plunged the capital into disaster was solved by you, and Her Highness Christine also made a lot of efforts in it. Is this my trouble? It's not that simple. Vic shook his head and said, When the plague just happened, His Majesty regarded it as a test for the eldest prince and the second prince. The eldest prince and the second prince have many doctors under their command. Whoever can quell the plague first can take charge of the royal palace knights. The knights are responsible for guarding the palace. Both princes want it. Vic changed the subject and said, But the first and second princes haven't made any achievements yet, and the plague has been solved by you and Her Highness Christine. His Majesty has made you a viscount, and handed over the royal capital knights to Her Highness Christine. The first and second princes got nothing. Do you think they hate you? Chenluo looked at Vic and asked, Is this the trouble you are talking about? Isn't this a trouble? Vic said seriously, The 2 princes and Her Highness Christine may inherit the throne in the future. You help Her Highness Christine, which means you are against them. Do you think they will let you go? I have told you everything I should say. Vic looked at Chenluo and said, Now it's your turn to tell me how to make so many girls like you. Chenluo thought for a moment and said, First, you have to win the Edwin Award, and then at the critical moment, restore Lauren's honor and become a national hero. After that, you only need to save those noble ladies from the hands of the god of death when the next plague breaks out, and you will become very popular among them. Vic looked at him with a dull expression. If I can do all this, do I still need to ask you? From an outsider's perspective, Chenluo had to admit that Vic had good conditions, outstanding looks, high magical talent, and was born in the top magic family in the capital. It stands to reason that he should be able to attract the attention of a large number of girls. But with such good conditions, He was servile and extremely flattering in front of girls, which led to no one taking him seriously. If he could be aloof, perhaps the current situation would be reversed. Chen Luo gave him a little reminder because he kindly reminded him. Is this okay? Vic stared at Chen Luo with a look of disbelief and asked, Are you lying to me? Chen Luo said, Believe it or not. Vic's eyes flickered. After carefully considering Chen Luo's words, he decided to give it a try as he said. Even if it didn't work, it wouldn't be worse than the current situation. Vic sat in his seat honestly, and didn't invite any more daughters. Chen Luo held up his wine glass, and pretended to be tasting wine to prevent anyone from inviting him again. At that time, he just wanted to treat some patience within his ability, and didn't think about participating in the Warner family's struggle for royal power. The struggle for royal power here is different from the ancient China that Chen Luo is familiar with. There is no distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children, no distinction between the old and the young, and no distinction between men and women. Including Lauren, the countries on the continent generally choose heirs based on ability or contribution to the country. In principle, the probability of Christine inheriting the throne is 1/3. The queen gave birth to 3 children for the king, and the next king of the kingdom of Lauren will be chosen from among the 3 of them. But Christine didn't seem to have any interest in the throne, otherwise she wouldn't be a teacher at the Royal Capital Magic Academy, but would have established her own forces early and prepared to compete for the throne. Before the end of the dinner, Christine appeared in front of Chen Luo again and said, Let's go, I take you back. The two walked out of the hall, and on the other side, several noble ladies were a little restless. Young Master Vic of the Stern family had just invited several girls, but they were the only ones not invited. Now the ball is about to end. If they are not invited by the end, won't they be outdone by others? This is a very embarrassing thing in their circle. A noble lady finally couldn't help it, slowly walked to Vic and asked, Master Vic, don't you plan to invite me to dance? Vic was delighted and subconsciously wanted to agree. At the critical moment, he remembered Chen Luo's words, shook his head and said, Sorry, I'm a little tired. When the girl walked back, she couldn't believe her ears. Just now, she was rejected by Vic, the one who couldn't help but approach and chat with beautiful girls when he saw them. What an incredible thing. After rejecting several noble ladies in succession, Vic drank a glass of red wine, and the whole person was a little dizzy. Tonight is simply the peak of his life. He finally experienced the feeling of being invited by girls, and he found that rejecting them seemed to make him feel more excited than agreeing to them. Thinking of Chen Luo's words again, Vic couldn't help but whispered, Great. Although the flying spell is not very powerful, it is definitely the most convenient magic for magicians. In 5 minutes at most, Christine took him to the door of his house. If it wasn't a little cold at night, this time could be even shorter. After landing, Christine looked at Chen Luo and said, We're here, you go in? Chen Luo asked, Your Highness Christine, don't you want to go in and sit for a while? It's too late, I won't go in. Christine shook her head, and then said, Besides, how many times have I told you to call me Teacher Christine? Chen Luo said, Okay, Teacher Christine. Calling me Teacher Christine is better than calling me Queen, although the latter sounds more exciting. Chen Luo was suddenly shocked. He didn't know why he thought the latter was more exciting. This was not his real idea. Christine turned around and prepared to leave, but stopped again and said, Sorry, I accidentally involved you in this matter. Even if I knew it would offend the 2 princes, I would do that thing. Chen Luo waved his hand, walked into the house, and said, Good night, Teacher Christine. Christine looked back, and after a long time, she flew into the sky again. When Chen Luo returned home, Teacher Brittany and Isabella had already fallen asleep. He pushed open his door and turned on the light, and something suddenly moved on the bed. Isabella crawled out of the quilt and asked vaguely, Blair, why did you come back just now? The party just ended, and Teacher Christine sent me back. Chen Luo walked over and asked, Why aren't you asleep yet? I was waiting for you in bed, and I accidentally fell asleep. Isabella said sleepily, then sniffed, and woke up instantly, angrily said, Lily, Jasmine, Rose, and Tulip, Blair, what did you do at night? Chapter 173. Chen Luo forgot that Isabella's nose was sharper than a dog's. She could actually identify all the perfumes on her body. I didn't do anything. Chen Luo answered honestly. After the dinner, there was a dance party. Several noble ladies invited me to dance for a while, and then I came back. Don't you know how to dance? They said to teach me. Isabella was very angry, but she couldn't find a reason to be angry. She was not Blair's person. Why was she angry? What right did she have to be angry? So she got out of bed without saying a word and walked out the door. When she walked to the door, Chenluo suddenly said, I won't do it next time. Isabella stopped, pouted, and said, Why are you telling me these things? If you like, just dance with him. Although she said so, her tone was much softer than before. After she finished speaking, she quickly returned to her room. Chenluo walked over and closed the door. He didn't know why he promised Isabella and cared so much about her feelings. Lying in the quilt that still had Isabella's body temperature and fragrance, Chenluo realized whether he really liked her. Although she had a little temper of a young lady, arrogant and willful, she was the one who cried and stayed to die with him when facing the evil senior magician, and she changed her major in the middle of the course just to provide him with protection. She was the one who gave up her bright future, and was willing to stay with him in a small place like Yabo City. Why didn't Chenluo like Isabella like this? When he first came to this world, if Chenluo was given a chance to go back, he would leave without hesitation and without any nostalgia. But now, even if this opportunity is really in front of him, he can no longer be as resolute as before. During breakfast the next day, Isabella did not mention Chenluo dancing with the noble lady, but was obviously happy that Chenluo had a title. The title of Viscount is not high, but it is not the lowest either. It is considered to have just entered the circle of nobles. This matter also caused a lot of discussion in the class. For some students in the water department, Viscount is nothing, but Chenluo is the only one who is awarded a title at the age of 17 for his contribution to the kingdom. This means that his future is limitless. Chenluo returned to his seat again, and Vic quickly came over and said, What you taught me yesterday was really useful. Do you have any other tricks? Chenluo said, The rest, you need to understand it yourself. Thank you. Vic thanked Chenluo very rarely, and then said, By the way, you have to be careful of His Royal Highness the Second Prince. The Royal Palace Magician Corps is controlled by the First Prince. The Second Prince originally attached great importance to winning over the Knights this time, but because of you, he wasted a year, and the Second Prince not only holds grudges, but also has very vicious means, so you have to be careful. Vic thought for a while, and continued, With your strength, you should not be worried if you encounter a magician below the senior level, but there are still many senior magicians around the Second Prince, including some of the wind system. Yesterday Vic only told him to be careful of the First Prince and the Second Prince, and did not tell him so many details. After only one night, he added so much. Chenluo thought for a while, looked at him again, and said, I can teach you a few more tricks. Vic said, The great water magician Waters, his strength is infinitely close to that of a magician, and he is the #1 magician around the Second Prince. You should be most careful of him. Chenluo thought for a moment, and said, You can ask me if you have any emotional problems in the future. Vic said quickly, Waters relied on his own strength to do whatever he wanted in the capital, secretly helping the Second Prince to eliminate many enemies. The Second Prince has wanted to control the Palace Knights for a long time. You destroyed his plan, and made his efforts for nearly a year go to waste. He may want to kill you. He may send a senior magician, but in order to be foolproof, the great magician may also take action. The laws and rules of the kingdom are not applicable to everyone. Magicians are prohibited from flying over the palace, but if they are princes, princesses, or powerful people at the level of magicians, let alone flying, no one dares to stop them from driving a carriage up there. A powerful magician, backed by the Second Prince, does whatever he wants in the capital, and is not someone a sheriff can provoke. Chenluo did not tell teacher Brittany about being involved in the royal dispute. The Stern family might not take the Second Prince seriously, but if he left the family, teacher Brittany could do nothing about it. However, Chenluo still underestimated the Second Prince's hatred for him. After school, the three of them were attacked on their way home. When the three of them passed by an alley, a sky of ice needles burst out from the alley. If teacher Brittany had not had a premonition and condensed a protective shield in a very short time, she might have been able to avoid it safely as a great magician, and Chenluo could also instantly use the upgraded version of the fire curtain defense, but Isabella would be in danger of her life. The dense ice needles are more lethal than ice cones, and belong to the category of superclass magic, which can only be mastered by great magicians. After Waters missed the attack, he evacuated decisively. He didn't expect that there was a great magician who knew earth magic here. He couldn't break her defense in a short time. If he attracted the masters of the Magic Association, it would be difficult for him to escape. Isabella, who already knew what happened, looked at Chenluo, who protected her behind him at the first time, and something seemed to melt in her eyes. It's the great water magician Waters. Brittany put away her shield, looked solemnly at the direction where the ice needle came from, and whispered, Why did he attack us? The alley was empty. Chenluo dispersed the fire curtain and said, I will go back and explain this to teacher Brittany. A quarter of an hour later, in the small courtyard, Chenluo looked at Brittany and Isabella and said, "This is what happened. The credit for curing the plague fell on Her Highness Christine. The second prince lost the royal palace knights and may blame it all on me." Isabella said angrily, "Why did the second prince do that? Is it wrong to save people?" Brittany was silent for a moment and said, "Blair, stay with me in the future and don't leave home and school alone. Can you always stay with him and protect him?" A figure descended from the sky, looked at Brittany, and said slowly, "You can take him back to the Stern family. I promise that Pete Warner will never retaliate again, otherwise, he will lose his throne forever." This is a middle-aged man wearing an ordinary robe, but what he said is not ordinary at all. Pete Warner is the name of the second prince. No one except the king is qualified to say this. This person is obviously not the king, but he is the most powerful magician that Chenluo has seen. Even John Caventou, the vice president of the Magic Association, did not give Chenluo such a feeling. There are not many magicians in the king's capital who are more powerful than John Caventou, and there are even fewer who are qualified to say this. One of them is Edward Stern, the head of the Stern family, and a powerful man who is only one step away from becoming a great magician. Chapter 174. In the courtyard, Edward Stern looked at Brittany and said, "Don't think about yourself, but also think about your student. Can he withstand the revenge of the second prince and face Waters' assassination?" Brittany stood there, not agreeing, but not refusing immediately. However, the next moment, Chenluo stood up, looked at Edward, and said, "This is my own business. The Stern family doesn't need to worry about it." Edward Stern didn't say anything else. He just glanced at Brittany and said, "When did you change your mind? The door of the Stern family is always open to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he floated up and soon disappeared from their sight. Brittany thought for a moment, and seemed to have made a decision. She looked at Chenluo and said, "Blair." "No need." Chenluo knew what she was going to say, shook his head, and said, "I hope whether to return to the Stern family is just teacher Brittany's own choice, and it has nothing to do with anyone or anything." After that, he looked at Isabella and asked, "Are you okay?" Isabella shook her head and asked, "Am I useless, and can't help you at all? You have worked hard enough." Chenluo smiled at her and said, "Things will always be solved. Come and help me wash the vegetables. It's time to cook." Kristen always came when it was time to eat, but this time, even if Chenluo got her bowls and chopsticks, Christine didn't sit down. She looked at Chenluo and Isabella and asked, "Are you not injured?" Chenluo shook his head, "No. I will take care of this matter." After saying this, Christine flew away. Chenluo invited her to have dinner, but got no response. In a hall somewhere in the palace, a young man was enjoying lunch. He picked up a piece of barbecue with a fork, but the whole table gave off a chill the next moment and froze into ice in an instant. He sat still, calmly put the piece of roasted meat into his mouth, chewed and swallowed, then looked at the woman opposite, and said with some regret, "The meat that the chef just roasted will not taste good if it gets cold." Christine looked at him and said coldly, "Stay away from Blair." The young man put down his fork, wiped the corner of his mouth carefully, and said, "What are you talking about, sister? Who is Blair? It sounds familiar." Christine said, "I don't want to get involved in the fight between you and my brother, but if he gets hurt, I will give the knights to my brother." Peter Warner's face was gloomy in an instant. If the Royal Palace magicians and the knights were controlled by Paul Warner, he would have no chance. He stared at Christine and asked, "Are you threatening me?" Christine said, "You can think so." The second prince closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened his eyes again and said, "He made my 1 year of hard work go to waste in the matter of the knights. For your sake, I can let him off the hook, but I hope he won't go against me again in the future. Otherwise, I don't know what Mr. Waters will do." Christine glanced at him and turned away. After she walked out of the hall, a figure walked out from behind the pillar. As he walked out, the thick layer of ice on the table began to disappear, and the barbecue on the table, roasted by a flame, began to emit fragrance again. The second prince picked up another piece of roast meat, put it in his mouth, and spit it out quickly, saying, "It doesn't taste the same as before." Waters walked to the second prince and said, "I missed it. I didn't expect that there was a great magician next to him. Your Highness, the second prince, please pay attention to the collection of intelligence in the future." "It's okay." The second prince looked at him and said, "Don't worry about Blair for now. When will Mr. Waters be promoted to a magician?" Speaking of magicians, a hint of eagerness appeared in his eyes. In Lauren, and even in most countries on the continent, except for the 4 empires, magicians are absolutely strong. As long as Waters becomes a magician, and becomes a strong man at the same level as the 4 vice presidents of the Magic Association, the balance between him and Paul Werner will completely tilt to his side. Waters' face showed a hint of expectation, and he said, "It's almost there. I have touched that wonderful barrier. In half a year at most, I will be able to successfully advance. By then, part of the power of the Magic Association can also be used by the second prince." Christine left quickly, and came back quickly. She appeared in front of Chen Luo again after just one meal. She looked at Chen Luo and said, "The second prince will not attack you again. You can rest assured. I'm sorry that I have implicated you this time." Chen Luo waved his hand to show that he didn't care about this matter, and asked, "How strong is Waters?" "He is a great magician of the water system, and he is already at the peak of the great magician. He will soon be promoted to a mage." Christine looked at Chen Luo and said, "He is not someone you can deal with. Don't provoke them again." Chen Luo shook his head and asked, "Do I look that stupid? Last time, a great magician, Kempen, almost cost him his life. Waters, who is only one step away from being a magician, was obviously more difficult to deal with than Kempen. Chen Luo certainly would not risk his life. But asking him to just let it go was impossible. Isabella was almost injured and even in danger of her life. If she had any mishap, how could he face Austin? Chen Luo has never been more eager to become a senior magician than now. The gap between intermediate and advanced is a huge gap in the magician level, no less than the gap between the great magician and the holy magician. If he was a senior magician, Waters would stay forever today. Half an hour after Christine left, a figure in a black robe appeared in the Magic Association again. Having not been to the Magic Association for some time, Chen Luo hopes to select a few useful intermediate magics from the useless magics he eliminated. He had just walked into the Magic Association when a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Brother Vic?" Chen Luo had no intention of paying attention, but he quickly reacted, turned around and looked at the man wearing a crow mask, and said in a low voice, "Sir Crow, we meet again." Crow saw Chen Luo, as if he saw a pile of gold coins, and immediately came forward and said, "Brother Vic, I got 2 more intermediate variant magics, this time from the OSS Empire Magic Association. I wonder if you are interested?" Through 2 transactions with Crow, Chen Luo found that although he was greedy and black-hearted, the variant and improved magic in his hands were of extremely high quality, and were definitely not comparable to the garbage that filled the numbers in the Magic Association. 2 useful variant magics are equivalent to 10 magics from the Magic Association, which is enough for Chen Luo to successfully advance to a senior magician within 3 months. Chen Luo nodded and said, "2 intermediate magics? I want them." Seeing Chen Luo so straightforward, the crow was stunned for a moment and asked, "Don't you want to verify it?" Chen Luo said, "I believe in the credibility of Lord Crow." The crow smiled and said, "It's still easier to trade with Brother Vic. Next time I have good things, I will find you. If you have any enemies to kill, I will give you a discount." Chen Luo thought for a while and said, "Speaking of enemies, there is one recently." "Who is it?" Hearing this, the crow immediately became interested and said, "Intermediate magicians cost 1,000, I will count you as 800, and high. The top magician costs 5,000, I charge you 4,000, the great magician costs 30,000, you just need to pay 25,000. Chen Luo looked at him and said, "But I heard that Lord Crow only charges 1,000 to assassinate a high-level magician, and 10,000 to assassinate a great magician." Crow was shocked when he heard this. Who leaked it? He always sets prices based on the person. Those who don't even frown when spending 10,000 gold coins definitely don't mind spending another 10,000, and those who hesitate for 1,000 gold coins for a long time. If the price is too high, they will be scared away to a large extent. Being discovered by the rich and straightforward Vic brother, he immediately fell into embarrassment. He laughed dryly and said, "I remembered it wrong, I remembered it wrong. A senior magician costs 1,000, I count you as 800, a great magician costs 10,000, I count you as 8,000. By the way, who is the one who is at odds with the Vic brothers?" Chen Luo lowered his voice and said, "The great water magician, Waters." The crow was startled. "Who?" Chen Luo had not counted on the crow, and seeing that he seemed to be frightened, he smiled and asked, "Why can't you take this task?" "It's not that you can't take it." The crow said in embarrassment, "Waters is already at the peak of the great magician, and will soon be promoted to the mage. He can't be treated as an ordinary great magician, and he is the second prince's man. Killing him is too risky." Chen Luo was surprised and said, "What do you mean, Lord Crow?" The crow said embarrassedly, "You have to pay more." Chapter 175. Although Chenluo also wanted Waters to leave this beautiful world as soon as possible, he did not want to pass the danger on to others. Crow was at best just a high-level magician, and Waters had already stepped half a foot into the ranks of magicians. Crow's assassination of him was no different from committing suicide. Give him 3 months, and Chenluo can personally avenge Waters. Chenluo shook his head and said, Sir Crow, gold coins are important, but your life is more important. I won't bother you with Waters' affairs. Crow was silent for a long time before saying, Brother Vic, you are the first person to say these words to me. Gold coins can be earned at any time, but life is only once, cherish it well. Chenluo waved to Crow and said, If you have new high-level magic, you can contact me at any time. After saying goodbye to Crow, Chenluo went directly to find Jasmine. The receptionist looked at him, shook her head and said, Deacon Jasmine is not here. Chenluo asked in confusion, Where did she go? The girl shook her head and said with some envy, I don't know either. Deacon Jasmine is now a student of Vice President John. Maybe Vice President John took her out to practice magic. Chenluo was surprised. When did Jasmine and Vice President John learn magic? The girl said, Just a few days ago. Chenluo was puzzled by the fact that Jasmine was not found, and she was learning magic with John Caventu. Jasmine had some talent in magic, but it was impossible for her to impress a magician like John. There were so many geniuses in the capital, but John had not taken anyone as his apprentice. But soon, Chenluo figured out the key. If it was because of him, then everything made sense. In this way, John should not have any bad intentions towards her, which is a good thing for Jasmine. Jasmine was not there, so Chenluo went directly to Arthur. Upon hearing that Chenluo had come to the Magic Association, Arthur personally greeted him. After a few pleasantries, Chenluo asked directly, Does Arthur, the great deacon, know Waters? Waters? Arthur was stunned for a moment, then said, He is a senior deacon of the association. Although I know him, we don't have much friendship. As if he had thought of something, Arthur's face changed and asked, Did Waters offend you? Chenluo shook his head and said, No, I just asked casually. Arthur said, Waters, relying on his strong strength and the support of the second prince, has done many excessive things in the capital. If Waters offended you, I will report to several presidents and ask him to apologize to you in person. From Arthur's words, even he could not restrain Waters. Chenluo didn't want to waste extra energy, so he waved his hand and said, No, I will handle my own affairs. Although he said this very plainly, it made Arthur feel cold in his heart. He didn't know what this meant. Was it the same treatment as the treatment of the great magician Kempin, or something else? Although Waters was a bit stronger than Kempin, if he let him die, his fate would definitely not be much better than Kempin's. After Chenluo left, Arthur wanted to report the matter, but after careful consideration, he remained silent. With Waters' background, he would definitely not give Arthur face. In this case, he should clean up the mess he made himself. It is not worthwhile to let that person vent his anger on the Magic Association for Waters. After leaving the Magic Association, Chenluo went straight to the Mathematical Association. In the past 2 months, the Mathematical Association has a low presence in the capital. Most of the scholars are at home or in the association. Except for eating and sleeping, they don't even see guests. God brought them a lot of advanced and profound mathematical knowledge. They haven't even fully understood the concepts of infinitesimals and limits, let alone L'Hopital's rule and Taylor's formula. Many scholars don't even know that there is a plague in the capital. Andy, the president of the Mathematical Association, looked at the many formulas in front of him. Although he had a headache because he couldn't understand them for the time being, he couldn't stop feeling happy. These days, it has been recognized by scholars that Roland has replaced Gaia and become the New World Mathematics Center. As the president of the Mathematical Association, he has seen the god of mathematics and witnessed the miracle with his own eyes. He has no regrets in this life. A deacon walked in from outside and said indignantly, Mr. President, the second prince is too lawless. Mr. Blair is a hero of Lauren, and he saved the capital from the plague. He was just made a viscount. He actually asked Waters to assassinate Mr. Blair in the street. What? Andy almost jumped up from his chair. He looked at the deacon with extreme concern and asked, Boo, is Mr. Blair okay? It seems that he is not injured. The deacon looked at him and said, Mr. Blair is an honorary scholar of our mathematical society. Should we protest to His Majesty the King? Andy's eyelids couldn't help twitching, and he asked, Don't use as if, is Mr. Blair injured? The deacon had never seen the president show such an expression, and couldn't help shivering and said, I check it right away. After the deacon ran out, Andy turned around and found that there was an extra person in the room without knowing when. God. Andy stepped forward quickly and asked, "Are you okay?" Chenluo waved his hand and said, "No. Waters deserves death." Andy's face showed extreme anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I will summon the masters of the association immediately. The blasphemer Waters should be judged to death." Chenluo asked, "Does the association have a magician?" Andy was stunned for a moment and said, "No." "Then what do you want them to do to die?" Chenluo glanced at him and said, "You don't have to worry about Waters' affairs, but the second prince." Andy said, "What price do you want Peter Werner to pay?" Scholars of the Mathematics Association put most of their energy on academic research. Their overall strength is far behind that of the Magic Association, but in terms of connections, the Magic Association is not as good as the Mathematics Association. Mathematics, as the foundation of most disciplines, plays a foundation role and has a great influence in academia and politics. Chenluo said, "I don't want to see him in the capital anymore." The prince who left the capital was no different from being exiled. This also meant that he had lost his throne forever. The royal family of Luolan, the Magic Association, and the major associations were closer to a cooperative relationship. The Magic Association, the Mathematics Association, the Science Association, etc., were united because of Luolan's honor. And Lauren's honor is not the honor of the Werner family. Edward Stern, as a powerful mage, vice president of the Magic Association, and leader of the Stern family, is qualified to say this. Chenluo, as a god, is also qualified. The next day is the weekend. Last night, Isabella pestered Chenluo to practice the blue fire curtain until midnight, and Chenluo slept until very late before getting up. At the moment when Waters launched the attack, if Isabella could release the fire curtain instantly like Chenluo, the ice magic would not be able to harm her. Unfortunately, it takes time for her to cast magic. Although this time is very short, it is not enough to deal with emergencies and sudden situations. This is also one of the reasons why Isabella has become more hardworking. When Chenluo went out early to buy groceries, he saw pedestrians on the street in a hurry, and groups of security guards walked through the street with stern faces, as if something big had happened. He picked some fresh vegetables. Another pair of security guards walked by the street. Chenluo bargained with the vendor for 2 rounds. He looked back and asked, "What happened?" Everyone looks panicked. "You don't even know about such a big thing?" The vendor looked at Chenluo in surprise and said, "Last night, the great magician Waters was killed on his way home from the palace." The second prince was almost mad and was looking for the murderer all over the city. Chapter 176. Chenluo almost lost his basket and muttered, "Waters is dead?" The vendor said he died, and died tragically. He was stabbed 18 times, and every stab was in a vital spot. The person who killed him must be a powerful assassin. Waters died, and Chenluo immediately suspected the Mathematics Association. The first thing he dispelled his suspicions was also the Mathematics Association. As far as he knew, the Mathematics Association did not have powerful assassins. Even scholars at the level of great magicians were weaker than ordinary magicians, and did not have the strength to kill Waters. The second point, and the most important point, was that President Andy would definitely not disobey Chenluo's words and act on his own, so Waters' death was definitely not caused by the Mathematics Association. The Magic Association was even more impossible, as Chenluo's friendship with them was not that deep. As for the crows, that was even more impossible. When Chenluo saw him yesterday, he was still limping. Obviously his old injury had not healed yet, not to mention that he was just a high-level magician. How could he kill Waters, who had already stepped half a foot into the mage? Besides, their deal was not reached, and the crow had no reason to do this. It seems that the second prince and Waters must have done all kinds of bad things and offended someone they shouldn't have offended. Just like Waters didn't take the lives of low-level magicians seriously, the powerful mage or great mage level might not treat him as a human being. It's not impossible that he stabbed him 18 times because he didn't like his actions. Chenluo originally thought so until he saw a crow mark on the wall of the tailor's shop. After going back to make breakfast and changing clothes, Chenluo followed the instructions behind the mark, crossed 2 streets, and came to the gathering place of the poor in the capital. The houses here are generally low and dilapidated, and the courtyard walls are even more dilapidated. Walking into the narrow alley, through the broken courtyard wall, you can even see the situation in the courtyard. Along the way, there is a bird head mark at every distance, and the last mark is on the dilapidated door of a dilapidated house. Chenluo raised his hand and knocked on the door. After a long time, a weak voice came from inside. "Wait a minute." After another long wait, the wooden door was opened from the inside, and Chen Luo saw the crow again from behind the door. At this moment, he was in a more miserable state than Chen Luo had ever seen. He leaned on crutches with both hands and a bandage wrapped around his forehead, which was still bleeding. Crow looked at him, forced a smile on his face, and said, "Brother Vic, come in first." Chen Luo was startled, walked into the yard, closed the door, and turned back to ask, "Sir Crow, what's wrong with you?" Crow gritted his teeth and said, "Waters, this guy hides his strength. In addition to being a great magician, he is also a powerful warrior. I think." Crow has been in the industry for 10 years, and has won countless victories, but he almost fell into his hands. Chen Luo took a breath and said, "Did you really kill Waters?" Crow looked at him and said, "Don't worry, Brother Vic, Waters is a gift from me. I won't charge you for it. This is my sincerity. We will cooperate more in the future." "No, no, no." Chen Luo looked at the gauze on Crow's forehead that was still oozing blood, shook his head, and said, "You must take this money, 30,000 gold coins, not a single gold coin less." "No, no." Crow said hurriedly, "In fact, the price of a great magician is 10,000 gold coins from me, and Waters is worth at most 15,000. Chen Luo said firmly, "I think he is worth 30,000 gold coins. Lord Crow, don't refuse any more. If you don't accept it, we won't have to cooperate in the future." He still has an unknown amount of property deposited in the Mathematical Association. Besides, geometry has not been completed. Even if it is completed, there may be differential calculus, integral calculus, numerical analysis, probability theory, and mathematical statistics in the future. If he is really short of money, he can also get involved in biology, physics, alchemy, and astronomy. Gold coins are just numbers to Chen Luo. But for Crow, it is obviously not. Every gold coin he earns is exchanged for his life. Chen Luo will argue with the vegetable vendor for 2 silver coins for a long time, but he will not give Crow less than a copper coin. Crow looked at Chen Luo with emotion and said, "Brother Vic, I really didn't misjudge you. Whatever you want in the future, no matter what it is, I will try my best to help you get it. Let's talk about this later." Chen Luo looked at Crow and said, "Sir Crow, your injury. Do you want to find a place to treat it first?" Crow waved his hand and said, "They are just superficial injuries. Why spend that money? Those damn doctors can only let my blood, and the consultation fee is ridiculously expensive. It's just robbing money." Chen Luo was surprised and said, "Sir Crow should not be short of money." So far, Crow has earned tens of thousands of gold coins from Chen Luo. This money is enough for a family of 5 to live luxuriously for thousands of years. There is no reason for him to feel sorry for this little money. The Crow sighed and said, "There are many people in the family, many children, and they all need to eat. Even if they have money, they have to save it." Chen Luo had reason to suspect that the Crow's family had a dragon, but how to spend the money was the Crow's own business, and Chen Luo couldn't ask. He looked at the Crow and said, "I understand. It's okay for a man to suffer a little, but he can't let his children suffer. However, 30,000 gold coins are not a small amount. I need some time to raise them. I will send them here when the time comes." The Crow smiled and said, "Don't worry, I believe in Brother Vic." Chen Luo thought for a while and said, "If you need money in the future, you can take it from me first. It's useless to keep the gold coins with him." Chen Luo felt that the Crow needed them more. Besides, he also needed the Crow if he wanted to get more magic in the future. For Chen Luo, a crow meant more than the entire magic association of Luolan. Crow looked at him and said with emotion, "Brother Vic, you are such a good man." Chen Luo did not stay with Crow for long and left again. He really did not expect Water's death at all. He also did not expect that Crow was such a loyal person. Just because of his words, he risked his life to assassinate the great magician Waters. What he did not expect was that Crow actually had this strength. The great magician-level strongman had such a keen perception. Waters' attack did not hide from teacher Brittany. Crow, a senior magician, could actually assassinate Waters successfully. This is a truly worthy and sentimental friend. The street was much quieter than when Chen Luo just came out. Waters was different from Kempin. He was the confidant of the second prince. His death made the second prince furious and almost crazy. He wanted to catch the murderer like crazy. Before going home, Chen Luo went to the Mathematics Association again. Geometry was still in short supply. Although 30,000 gold coins was not a small amount for him, it was not a big deal. However, it would take some time for the Mathematics Association to transfer so many gold coins. After doing all this, he walked towards home. At this time, Chen Luo was in the mansion in the capital, and the atmosphere was particularly tense. Isabella looked at the beautiful girl in front of her, who had black hair and black eyes like Blair, and felt the threat from her that neither Alice nor teacher Brittany had ever given her. Chapter 177. Isabella looked at the girl named Tashia with a calm expression, but she was already alert enough in her heart. In terms of figure, she couldn't compare with Alice, and in terms of magic talent, she couldn't compare with teacher Brittany. But these never discouraged her. Her body would always grow up, and she would slowly become a powerful magician like teacher Brittany. The only thing she couldn't change was her hair color and eye color. This girl named Tashia seemed to be born to be with Blair. Even Isabella herself had to admit that they were really a good match when standing together. Even though she was taller and wider than Tashia, who knew if Blair liked darker people, in front of Tashia, Isabella lost her confidence for the first time. Chenluo walked in from outside, looked at Tashia unexpectedly, and asked, "Your Highness Tashia, why are you here?" Tashia smiled and said, "I heard that Mr. Blair was in danger, so I came to see you." "Is Mr. Blair injured?" "No." Chenluo pointed at her and introduced her to Isabella. "This is Her Highness Tashia, the Princess of the Kingdom of Gaia. We met at the dinner that day." Isabella glanced at Tashia and said, "We have already met each other just now." Chenluo made a cup of tea for Tashia. After Tashia sat down, she looked at Chenluo and asked, "Does Mr. Blair know that Waters was killed?" Chenluo nodded and said, "I just found out." Isabella was stunned for a moment and asked, "What? The evil magician died. How did he die?" Chenluo said, "Last night, he was killed by a powerful assassin when he was returning home from the palace. He deserved it." Isabella snorted coldly and said, "It's a good thing for such a person to die." Tashia looked at Chenluo and said, "Waters is the second prince's man. He attacked you because of the second prince's intention. I heard that the second prince Peter Warner has a vicious heart. He may continue to attack you." Chenluo said, "I will be more careful in the future." Tashia shook her head and said, "It's a pity that Mr. Blair is so. Such scholars will be valued and respected in any country. On behalf of the Kingdom of Gaia, I invite you to settle in Gaia, and guarantee in the name of the royal family that you will receive the highest level of courtesy in Gaia, and such a thing will never happen." It turned out that this was the purpose of Tashia approaching him. Chenluo looked at her, smiled, and said, "I don't want to leave Luolan yet. Let's talk about this later." Tashia said, "What I said just now is always valid." Tashia said goodbye and left after only drinking half of the tea. In terms of academic strength and attitude towards scholars, Gaia is much better than Luolan. In fact, there is not much difference for Chenluo in Luolan, Gaia, or other places. But there is no teacher Brittany or Isabella there, so it is not within his consideration for the time being. Isabella looked at Chenluo and asked, "Blair, will you go to Gaia?" "No." Chenluo shook his head without hesitation and said decisively, "I have offended a great wind mage, and he is in Gaia. Chenluo now has a hard time meeting a magician, let alone a great magician, and a wind magician. It is no exaggeration to say that in the Shannon continent, Achilles of Gaia is the strongest person under the holy magician. Such a strong person is always compared with the turtle. If Chenluo were him, he would dream of cutting the initiator of this incident into pieces. The impact of Waters' death is even greater than that of the wind magician Kempen. Waters has already stepped into the realm of magician. He is the right-hand man of the second prince and has helped him do a lot of things. But now, the second prince's arm has been chopped off. The royal palace magician corps is in the hands of the eldest prince. Compared with the eldest prince, the second prince is already in a weak position. His only reliance is Waters, who has the hope of becoming a magician. Once Waters dies, not only is his power far inferior to that of the eldest prince, but even the magicians around him are not as strong as him. In the palace, the second prince Peter Warner was furious. The sheriff looked at him and said, "Waters' death was definitely caused by a killer. We are still investigating who it was." "Killer?" Peter said gloomily. "What kind of killer could kill Waters?" "It must be a magician." The sheriff glanced at him and asked, "Your Highness, which magician in the capital do you think it was?" Peter opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Just like Waters killed a low-level magician, the sheriff couldn't deal with him. If it was the magicians in the capital who killed Waters, even if he was the second prince of the kingdom, what could they do to them? No matter which magician, they can directly interfere with the existence of the heir to the throne. He had to swallow this breath. At this time, he didn't think of the little Viscount Blair at all, nor did he think that this matter had anything to do with him. Seeing that Peter was speechless, the sheriff spoke again. "Instead of worrying about Waters, Your Highness the second prince should worry about yourself." Peter looked at him and asked, "What do you mean?" The sheriff said, Does the second prince still remember that 2 days ago, you asked Waters to attack Viscount Blair? Peter glanced at him and asked, Do you have any evidence? It's useless for the second prince to tell me this. The sheriff shook his head and said, Andy, the president of the Mathematical Association, the United Science Association, and the Medical, the Academic Association, and several ruling officials in the capital jointly protested to His Majesty and wanted to expel you from the capital. The second prince can explain to them and see if they believe it. Peter was shocked when he heard this, and then he was furious. Why? If it was other people protesting, he would not even care about it, but as a small country on the continent, Lauren can be valued by all countries on the continent because Lauren's mathematics leads the world. Mathematics is the symbol of Lauren. The status of the Mathematical Association in Lauren is higher than that of the Magic Association to some extent. The sheriff said, Mr. Blair is the youngest mathematical genius in Lauren. He once saved Lauren's honor. Lauren can become the world's mathematics center, and he has a lot of credit. You underestimate the importance of the Mathematical Association to him. Your Highness, this time, you have provoked someone you can't afford to offend. Peter's face was pale, and he murmured, Why, he is just a scholar, a scholar. Shut up. Orlando Warner walked in from outside, his face gloomy, and said, You know how influential the Mathematical Association is. You know how many countries' mathematicians gathered in the capital. Do you know that just now, scholars from 15 countries protested against me? Orlando looked at Pete, and at this moment he wanted to kill him. He knew that Blair had a high status in the mathematics world, but he didn't know that it was so high. Andy, the president of the Lauren Mathematical Association, united countless mathematicians in the capital for his cause. Some of these scholars belonged to Lauren, and some belonged to other countries. Those scholars from other countries were all attracted by Lauren's mathematics, and they all had a very respected status and great influence in their respective countries. Once the status of scholars is high to a certain extent, the influence is more terrifying than that of magicians. Those scholars who have promoted the progress of human wisdom are regarded as the wealth of all mankind. The price paid for assassinating them is so high that even the kingdom of Lauren can't afford it. Once a king of a small country executed a great scholar in his country. After the incident was exposed, scholars from all over the world protested. Some famous scholars, relying on their influence, went around and made the 4 empires jointly pass a special order. That time, the 4 empires sent 4 great magicians to publicly execute the king of that small country, overthrow the regime of the royal family of that small country, and change the royal family of that small country's surname. This incident that shocked the entire continent happened only 100 years ago. The great scholars were respected by the royal family, not only because of their knowledge. The fall of the royal family of that small country had long sounded the alarm for them. Orlando knew Andy, the president of the Mathematical Association. A long time ago, Andy was his math teacher. It was because he knew Andy's character that he knew more clearly how angry the old man, who had always been kind and gentle, was about Blair's assassination. The anger of the great scholars could burn everything. Do you want to drag the Warner family to be buried with you? Orlando was still in shock. He looked at Peter and gritted his teeth and said, If anything happens to him, you will die 100 times. Go to Yabo City and never come back. Peter's legs softened and he collapsed to the ground. He had fought with the eldest prince for more than 10 years for the throne. His father Orlando's words just now completely cut off his possibility of inheriting the throne. The reason for all this was just because of an insignificant noble scholar. Of course, Peter now knew that the scholar named Blair was not insignificant, but it was too late. Chapter 178. The death of the great magician Waters caused a sensation in the capital. The second prince was furious and searched for the murderer almost frantically. However, the murderer who assassinated Waters was not found, and the second prince himself was expelled by the king. Waters was once a knife in the hands of the second prince Peter Warner, clearing many obstacles for him on the road to the throne, because he was a great magician whose strength was extremely close to that of a magician. Although everyone knew that those things were done by him, there was no direct evidence, so Waters could only continue to do whatever he wanted in the capital. However, this time, the second prince and Waters chose the wrong target. No one expected that the 17-year-old boy named Blair had such a high status in the Mathematical Association. In the land of God's grace, scholars are more difficult to mess with than magicians. Because they are more united and crazy, it happens that the Lauren Mathematical Association is in a leading position in the entire continent. When the president Andy raised his arm, scholars from various countries responded. Even Orlando Warner, the king, could not bear this pressure. If we only talk about the value to all mankind, I am afraid that the entire Lauren kingdom has no greater significance to mankind than the Mathematical Association. In order to calm the anger of scholars, even if Orlando is unwilling, he must give Peter a heavy enough punishment. For a prince, there is no more cruel punishment than expelling him from the capital and depriving him of his right to inherit the throne. No matter how hard he tried before, it became a bubble because of this assassination. Through this incident, the nobles once again realized the unity and strength of scholars, and the tragedy 100 years ago began to be mentioned frequently. There is no doubt that the young Viscount Blair has an extraordinary influence in the mathematics community of Lauren, and even in the world mathematics community. To some extent, he no longer belongs to Lauren. After this incident, no one will dare to despise this 17-year-old boy. Lauren has lost the second prince, the eldest prince, and the third princess to inherit the throne, but without Blair and the Mathematics Association, the entire Lauren kingdom will have no sense of existence on the continent. Because of the second prince's incident, King Orlando Warner asked Christine to personally send a lot of gifts to Chenluo to express the royal family's apology. Christine stood in the yard, as if she had met Chenluo for the first time, and asked, "Do you know President Andy?" "Yes," Chenluo said. "Not only do I know him, but I am very familiar with him. We often discuss some mathematical problems." Christine knew that Chenluo was very successful in mathematics, but she did not expect that President Andy would do such a thing for him. I am afraid she has never realized how much he means to the Mathematics Association. Christine said, "President Andy led many scholars to protest to my father. This morning, my second brother was expelled to Yabo City. The Kingdom of Lauren is just a small country with a small area. Yabo City is located in a remote corner of the kingdom. As a prince, this is no different from exile. However, Chenluo just sent a letter back for Isabella yesterday. Isabella writes a letter to her family every month to tell her parents what happened in her 1 month in the capital. Chenluo is not sure whether she wrote about the second prince sending people to assassinate them, and he is even more unsure whether Austin will do something irrational if he knows about this. Chenluo has already sent the reward of the crow to him. Of course, he didn't give him 30,000 gold coins directly, but a voucher similar to the gold card of the Magic Association, which can be withdrawn from institutions like banks. The Mathematics Association is already preparing books on calculus, which may open the door to a new era for mathematicians, provide more convenient mathematical tools for scientific researchers, and bring more gold coins to Chenluo. It seems to be a small assassination, but it has greatly changed the pattern of the capital. Waters died, the second prince was exiled, and the eldest prince, who did nothing, may become the biggest winner. On the second day of the second prince's exile, Chenluo received an invitation to the banquet from the eldest prince, but he politely refused it. His top priority is to advance to a senior magician as soon as possible. If the second prince hadn't pushed him too far, he would not be willing to participate in the fight for the throne of Lauren. Moreover, Chenluo would not stay here for life. After becoming a high-level magician, conventional meditation and practice are far from enough to maintain the rapid growth of his spiritual power. At that time, Chenluo might choose to travel around the continent and obtain the resources he needs from magic associations in various countries. Speaking of which, Chenluo originally wanted to ask Crow if he could get witchcraft resources, no matter how much money he paid, but in the past few days, Crow has completely lost his trace, so Chenluo can only continue to break through from Catherine. In Catherine's clinic, she held a plant in her hand and said to Chenluo, "Some ingredients in this plant can treat coughs. Adding it to the medicine for treating fever can effectively relieve the symptoms of coughs." At present, among the medical schools that Chenluo knows, only Catherine's method is the most scientific. Chenluo has no doubts about her identity as a wizard. Only wizards can have such a deep understanding of plants. Although Chenluo's idea is good, the identity of a wizard is very sensitive. Chenluo has no doubts. Although he calls her sister Catherine and Catherine calls him Brother Blair, as long as he points out Catherine's identity as a wizard, the gentle sister Catherine is likely to turn against her and kill her. After all, Dr. Catherine is not Teacher Brittany or Isabella. Chenluo doesn't trust anyone except them. So far, Chenluo has not revealed any secrets in front of Catherine. At least, he has to wait until they are more familiar with each other before Chenluo can make preliminary tests. Catherine picked up a plant again and continued, "After this plant is crushed, it can effectively stop bleeding." What she said at this moment is actually the knowledge that wizards do not pass on. But after the incident with the second prince, they clearly realized what kind of scholar Blair was. His knowledge and influence far exceeded their previous estimates. Wizards also worship scholars, and because of the liquidation of the 4 major temples, They could only hide in the mountains, or hide their identities, and live in various unnoticed corners, which makes it difficult for wizards to produce scholars. Every scholar is a huge treasure for them. Chen Luo carefully identified several plants and murmured, "These plants are so magical." Catherine looked at him and suddenly said, "There are more magical things. I heard that some people have the ability to cure diseases." In order for Blair to trust them and join them, he needs to slowly understand wizards and eliminate his prejudice against wizards. In Catherine's opinion, she still has a long way to go to achieve this. Unexpectedly, Catherine would take the initiative to mention these things. Chen Luo raised his eyebrows and seized this opportunity to look at her and asked, "Sister Catherine, are you talking about wizards?" Catherine's eyelashes trembled, and she asked unintentionally, "Does Blair know wizards too? I've heard others mention it." Chen Luo nodded and said, "They say that wizards can control plants, cure diseases, and heal wounds. They also say that wizards are heretics and symbols of evil." Catherine's voice was trembling a little, and she asked, "Does Blair also say so? Do you think so?" "Of course not." Chen Luo shook his head and said, "If curing diseases and saving lives is also heresy, then aren't all doctors evil heretics?" Catherine suddenly raised her head, looked at him with her beautiful eyes, and asked, "Do you really think so? I think that before you know something, you are not qualified to evaluate it." Chen Luo said, "People say that witchcraft represents evil and magic represents justice, but I have never seen a wizard do evil. I have only seen magicians disregard the law and kill people wantonly." Chapter 179. Catherine is a wizard, so Chen Luo certainly can't say wizards are heretics in front of her. In fact, power is not good or evil. Not all magicians are like Waters, and not all wizards are Catherine. I have seen evil wizards and kind wizards. Catherine was silent for a moment and said, "Witchcraft and magic should not be used to distinguish between justice and evil, but the people who use them." Chen Luo took the opportunity to say, "In fact, I am also very interested in witchcraft. Wizards can control the power of plants and heal diseases and wounds. In some aspects, they are more magical than magic." Catherine smiled and said, "It's a pity that magicians can't learn witchcraft. Even if you get witchcraft, it's impossible to learn it." Chen Luo smiled and said, "I'd better learn medical skills." He had no reason to discuss witchcraft with Catherine in more depth. He had already gained a wave of goodwill with her today, and he could slowly advance in the future. Catherine said with some regret, "Some of Blair's views on medicine are very similar to my teacher's. It's a pity that teacher Diana has left, otherwise you would have had a very happy chat." Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Your teacher's name is Diana?" Catherine asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Chen Luo smiled slightly and said, "She has a very nice name." Chen Luo was very familiar with the name Diana. This name often appeared in Healy's wizard notes, so when Diana was mentioned, Chen Luo would think of a very beautiful woman with big breasts. Of course, that was 60 years ago. Chen Luo didn't know whether the teacher Catherine was talking about was the same person as the Diana he knew, so he quickly changed the subject. After sitting here for a while, Chen Luo said goodbye. It was getting late, and he should go back to cook for teacher Brittany and Isabella. He gained a lot today. Not only did he learn some pharmacology knowledge, but he also got closer to Catherine. Catherine sent Chen Luo to the door, and watched him walk away, and she breathed a sigh of relief. It was not until today that she really took the first step to approach Blair. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The plan to capture Catherine cannot be accomplished overnight. Chen Luo has long been prepared for a protracted war. After the second prince was exiled, everything returned to normal. Chen Luo went back and forth between school and home every day. He occasionally went to Catherine's clinic, or went to the Magic Association to sit with Jasmine. With the high-quality resources of the Crow, his mental strength increased rapidly, and he could become a senior magician in no time. Today's first class was a fighting class, but the class had been going on for a long time, and there was no sign of Christine. She had never been late for class before, and this was the first time. On the grass of the fighting class, Vic, who was passing by, glanced at him and asked, "Teacher Christine will not come today. What are you waiting for here?" Chen Luo looked at him and asked, "How do you know?" "You don't know?" Vic was surprised and said, "The second prince was attacked and killed before he arrived in Yabo City. The news just came back this morning." Chen Luo looked at Vic and said uncertainly, "The second prince is dead?" Vic nodded and said seriously, "It seems that people should not be too arrogant. The second prince has offended too many people in the capital. No one here can retaliate against him, but it is not certain outside the capital." Chen Luo asked, "Who killed him?" "How do I know?" Vic shook his head and said, I only know that he died under the ice needle technique, which is a superclass water magic. 10,000 needles pierced the body. It's too tragic to die. Ice needle technique. Chen Luo asked. Was it a great magician who killed him? More likely a mage. Vic said. There was also a great magician in the team escorting him to Yabo City. Even he didn't find the assassin who killed the second prince. This is not a great magician. Can do it. Vic suddenly looked at Chen Luo and asked, This doesn't have anything to do with you, does it? Chen Luo glanced at him and asked, What does it have to do with me? Although it wasn't you who did it, the second prince might really die because of you. Vic looked at him and analyzed. Think about it, Waters did so many bad things in the capital, but he was fine. He just attacked you, and was killed the next day, and the second prince was expelled from the capital after assassinating you. As a result, he didn't even enter the gate of Yabo and died on the road. Vic said, Could it be someone from your Mathematics Association? If it weren't for the protest of the Mathematics Association, the second prince would not have left the capital. Chen Luo can be sure that Peter Warner's death has nothing to do with the Lauren Mathematics Association. As for scholars from other countries, if his identity as the god of mathematics is exposed, it is not surprising that those fanatical mathematicians do such things. But at present, he is only Blair, and there is no reason for those people to kill the second prince to vent his anger. What's more, there is no one in the Magister Mathematics Association. The Magisters in the royal capital have not only never gone out, but also will not kill the second prince because of Chen Luo. The only explanation is that the man is also an enemy of the second prince. It's just that he usually lives in the royal capital, and there are many masters, which makes the strong men at the level of magisters also very afraid. Only when the second prince leaves the royal capital, he will have a chance to take revenge. Chen Luo couldn't help but want to complain in his heart. Christine is so smart. How could she have a brother like Peter? He really thought that he was a prince and could do whatever he wanted, and even dared to offend the magister. Now he died so miserably, it's not too unfair. The death of the second prince Peter Warner soon spread throughout the royal capital. It is said that when His Majesty the King learned the news, he was furious, and the Queen even cried and fainted. The royal family offered a huge reward to the murderer of the second prince through the Magic Association throughout the country. Even if you just provide information, you can get a lot of money. A reward of 100,000 gold coins is the first time that the Magic Association has encountered it. The Magic Association headquarters immediately sent this reward to various branches, especially several cities near Yabo City, which were given special attention. However, almost everyone had no hope for the royal reward. The second prince had too many enemies, and could not be checked at all. What's more, with the protection of the great magician, the murderer who killed the second prince could leave safely after killing the second prince without being discovered. This must be at least a magician. Although 100,000 gold coins are not a small amount, you must have the ability to earn them, and the life to spend them. At the Magic Association, the great Deacon Arthur personally issued the reward order, and then sat in a chair in a daze. He clearly remembered that powerful being said that he would deal with Waters, but Waters died the next day. Waters was the second prince's man, so it was very likely that the one who offended that person was not Waters, but the second prince. Now the second prince is also dead, killed by a magician. Who killed the second prince? Is there any need to guess? Arthur thought he had guessed the truth of the matter, but he did not intend to tell the king. In contrast, the Magic Association would rather be an enemy of the royal family than offend such a being. Chapter 180. The death of the second prince was a heavy blow to the Warner family. Although the Warner family was huge, and its overall strength was not inferior to the three major magic families, Orlando Warner, as the king, had only 2 sons. The pain of losing his sons made the most powerful man in Lauren become old and haggard overnight. In the dark hall of the palace, Horton knelt on the cold stone slab. As a great magician, he was the guard officer who escorted the second prince to Yabo City this time. The murderer killed the second prince without his knowledge, so he had to bear the primary responsibility. Orlando leaned hunched over, leaning on the throne, staring at his feet with a dull look, and asked, "You said, when Pete died, you didn't notice anything?" Horton lowered his head and trembled. "No, yes, the other party might be a wind mage." Orlando asked, "Does Roland have a wind mage?" Horton was speechless. Most of Roland's mages were fire mages, and there was no wind mage. He lowered his head and said, "I will definitely find the murderer. Pete is dead, what's the point of finding the murderer? If you find the murderer, can he come back alive?" Orlando was silent for a long time before slowly saying, "Your duty is to escort the second prince. The second prince was assassinated, why did you come back?" After hearing this, Horton's face changed, and he almost subconsciously condensed a wall of ice around his body. However, the next moment, he was surrounded by endless flames. Soon, Orlando walked out of the hall and said to the sheriff standing at the door, "Guard Officer Horton was too guilty about Pitt's death to face the king, so he ended his own life. Although this was his dereliction of duty, considering his lifelong loyalty to the royal family, his family's pension will be doubled." The sheriff said, "Your Majesty, be merciful." Orlando paused and said, "In addition, I don't want to see anyone who might be the murderer of Peter again." "Yes, sir." The sheriff bowed and asked, "Others are not difficult, but Viscount Blair has made great contributions to the kingdom, and he has a great magician around him, and his identity is also very sensitive." Orlando was silent for a moment and asked, "Could it be him?" The sheriff thought for a while and said, "He is the most suspicious. Even if it is not him, it may be related to him." Orlando thought for a long time this time before speaking again, but if it was not him, Peter would not be exiled. Lauren has God, it is enough, no devil. After half a year, the visiting scholar group of Gaia came to Lauren again. This time, their arrival did not cause much disturbance in Lauren. One reason is that Gaia's visit was just a normal academic exchange, and did not cause trouble in various cities, like last time. Another reason is that the mathematics of Lauren has developed rapidly. In this year, it has attracted scholars from too many countries to settle here. They are no longer surprised by foreign scholars. Because there are too many visiting scholars, Lauren no longer provides food and accommodation for the visiting scholars. All the expenses of the scholars must be solved by themselves. The scholars from Gaia have rented a hotel in the capital for a long time. It seems that they will stay here for a short time. Tangan knocked on Tashia's door with a book. He walked in and said in surprise, "Your Highness, we will introduce every book of the Lauren Mathematical Association to Gaia, the magical calculus, the magical reciprocal. When I came here, I realized that the world of mathematics is so vast. Sir Tang-In, please communicate directly with the Lauren Mathematical Association about these matters." Tasia looked at him and asked, "Have there been more assassinations in the capital these days?" Tang-In nodded and said, "Since the death of the second prince, several nobles and officials in the capital have been assassinated one after another. The king has ordered the sheriff to arrest all the assassins in the capital. First, it was the plague, then the second prince, and then these nobles and officials. Are there spies from other countries who want to disrupt Lauren? Catch the assassins, the king's order." Tasia shook her head and said, "But according to our investigation, these dead officials and nobles have had conflicts with the second prince Peter Werner." Tang-In was shocked and asked, "Your Highness is saying that this is Orlando?" Tasia said, "Orlando Werner is not a tolerant person." Tang-In thought about it, his face changed, and asked, "If that's the case, he is also likely to attack Mr. Blair. It seems that our trip this time was not in vain." Tasia looked out the window and said, "We will know whether it will happen or not. If Orlando really does that, then Roland doesn't deserve him." She was silent for a moment, then looked at Tang-In and asked, "How is the matter I asked you to do?" "It has been done." Tang-In said, "Originally, this is not in accordance with the rules, but because of your Highness's identity, they still agreed. Too many things have happened in the capital in the past month. Plague and assassination have killed many people, including great magicians, kingdom nobles, officials, and even princes, which has made the people of the capital begin to feel uneasy. Shenluo went out to buy 2 sets of tableware today. The tableware at home is fixed. In addition to the 3 of them, Isabella and Brittany, there is a set for Christine as a spare, and the other set has been used by Catherine." Shenluo thought about it, and decided to go out and buy 2 more sets. The reason why he wanted to buy new tableware was because the Austen couple came to the capital. Isabella really mentioned in the last letter that they were assassinated by the second prince and almost died. When the Austen couple heard about it, they immediately rushed over in person. Their love for Isabella was simply extreme. No wonder when Shenluo just met Isabella, she behaved like a spoiled princess. Anna held Isabella's hand and asked her questions. After confirming that she was not injured, she frowned and said, "Sasha, the capital is so dangerous. Why don't we go back to Yabo City?" "Mother, it's all right." Isabella comforted her. "The evil magician is dead, and the second prince is also dead. Do you want me to stay in Yabo City for the rest of my life? Don't worry, Teacher Brittany will protect us. Besides, I am already an intermediate magician and can protect myself." In the yard, Austen looked at Shenluo and asked, "Is this how you take care of Sasha?" Shenluo was already wronged enough for being suspected of being related to the death of the second prince. Now he has to be questioned by Austen and blamed for not taking good care of Isabella. He is really wronged. He was inseparable from Isabella every day, teaching her magic, cooking for her, filling her hot water bottle with brown sugar water when she had her period, and taking good care of her when she was sick, treating her personally. As a junior, he was doing the work of a nanny, shouldering the responsibilities of a husband, and working part-time as a doctor. How could he take care of her except that she didn't have personal protection when she slept at night? Chapter 181. Chen-Luo has a clear conscience in taking care of Isabella. As a former senior and now a classmate, Chen-Luo's care for her is higher than that of a classmate and a friend, reaching the level of taking care of a girlfriend. Chen-Luo glanced at Austin and said, "As a classmate and friend, I have fulfilled my obligations." Austin said, "You put her life in danger?" Chen-Luo was speechless for a moment. He always felt that Austin was prejudiced against him. This prejudice started in Yabo City. After Isabella picked up food for Chen-Luo, but not for him during dinner, Chen-Luo could even feel the strong resentment from Austin. On the other side of the table, Anna put down her fork and said suddenly, "No wonder Sasha would rather go to school than eat at home before. It turns out that Blair's cooking skills are so superb." Austin glanced at Chen-Luo and said, "It's just average." With Austin around, Chen-Luo felt uncomfortable eating. He quickly finished eating, put down his chopsticks, and left with teacher Brittany, leaving space for their family. Chen-Luo was practicing magic in the yard. He condensed a water wall. Chills gradually appeared around the water wall, but it could not condense into ice. Although the growth of mental power is a cumulative quantitative change process, when it accumulates to a certain extent, it will undergo a qualitative change at a certain point. Before and after the qualitative change, although the mental power only increased a little, the magic released was a world of difference. Brittany stood beside the stone pillar and asked, "Blair, you should be able to be promoted to a senior magician soon, right?" Chen-Luo nodded and said, "Soon." Brittany looked at Chen-Luo, with some emotional fluctuations in her eyes. It was almost impossible to be promoted to a senior magician at the age of 17. She was called the first genius of Luolan, but she was far from being comparable to him at the age of 17. This was certainly related to his extraordinary efforts, but more importantly, it was due to his talent. Sometimes, even Brittany had to wonder if he was really the reincarnation of a god. Extraordinary magic talent, obviously so young, but knowing everything about mathematics, being able to release magic, perform witchcraft, and communicate with elemental impurities. Everything that happened to him made people doubt his identity. Brittany looked at him and asked, "Blair, are you really a god?" Chen-Luo looked at Brittany, thought for a moment, and asked, "What exactly is a god?" "I don't know either." Brittany shook her head and said, "No one knows the answer to this question. I'm afraid only the 4 great temples know the secret of God." "I shouldn't be." Chen-Luo shook his head and said, "How can there be a god as weak as me? It's just that those scholars think so. If the god of mathematics really exists, then the god of medicine and the god of science should also exist. If we break it down, do the god of physics, the god of chemistry, and the god of biology also exist? How can there be so many gods? Rather than saying that Chen-Luo is a god, it's better to say that he is the faith of mathematical scholars. Driven by faith. No matter what Chen-Luo is, in the hearts of those scholars, he is no different from a god. As far as Chen-Luo knows, before him, there were only 6 gods that humans in the Divine Grace continent truly believed in. Needless to say, the 4 great gods of magic have countless temples, and believers in the 4 great empires until now. The 4 great temples are also the real controllers of the Divine Grace continent. The other 2 are the goddess of wisdom, and the god of darkness. The ancestors tended to believe that human wisdom came from the goddess of wisdom. But because there was no temple of wisdom, the goddess of wisdom had not shown any miracles in the past thousands of years. Her existence has been doubted by scholars, and even quite a number of people believe that the goddess of wisdom does not exist at all. As for the god of darkness, his gender is unknown. He is the god believed by wizards. He is incompatible with the gods of magic, and Chen-Luo does not know much about him. If these gods really exist, Chen-Luo would like to ask them what magic is, what is the principle of witchcraft, and whether there is a way to leave here and travel in parallel space. Let alone gods, he can't even see the holy magician. Brittany looked at Chen-Luo and asked, "Blair, you work so hard to improve yourself. What is your purpose?" Chen-Luo said, "To become a saint mage." Brittany said, "What will happen after becoming a saint mage?" Chen-Luo said, "I want to go out and see." Brittany asked, "To travel around the continent?" "No, to see another world." Chen-Luo shook his head and asked with a smile, "Teacher Brittany, have you ever thought of a possibility that there is another world outside the Divine Grace continent, where there is also the sun and the moon, where there is no magic, no witchcraft, but there are other continents, countless countries, they speak different languages, use different characters, although the humans in that world do not understand magic. They can go to the moon and fly to the deeper universe. Ignorance. Austin stood in the corridor and said, "Do you think there are no magicians who try to approach the moon? When you become an intermediate magician and learn the art of flying, you will know that the higher you fly, the colder it will be, and even breathing will be difficult. Even the great magician cannot leave the continent." He glanced at Chenluo and said, "Instead of thinking about these unrealistic things, it is better to worry about yourself. Those who may be related to Peter Werner's death have been dealt with. Orlando Werner is not the kind of person who will do nothing after his son dies." Austin was reminding him that the series of assassinations in the capital in recent days were done by His Majesty the King. In response to this, Chenluo had an urge to curse. It's okay for him to take the blame for Water's death. After all, it really has something to do with him. But does Peter being beaten into a sieve have anything to do with him? He just helped Isabella send a letter when she complained to Austin. As for suspicion, Austin is the most suspicious. With his love for Isabella, if he knew that someone almost killed his precious daughter, he would definitely not let him go so easily. If Chenluo was Austin, he would not be able to relieve his hatred without killing Pete. But Austin is only a high-level fire magician. Even if he wants to take revenge, he does not have that kind of strength. However, Pete assassinated his political enemies for the throne. Orlando, as a king, did the same thing as him to vent his anger. It is true that like son, like father. The entire Werner family, except for Christine, is relatively normal, and the psychology of others is more or less abnormal. Although Christine was a little violent, compared with her father and brother, she immediately became much cuter. After Austin walked in, Brittany looked at Chenluo again and said, "What the city lord Austin said is right. We have no way to leave here and go to the moon. As for the other world outside the Divine Grace continent, it is also difficult to imagine." Chenluo smiled and said, "I'm just talking casually, don't worry about it, Teacher Brittany. Although it sounds incredible, we can try." Brittany thought about it seriously, then looked at him and said, "Maybe becoming a saint mage will reveal many secrets. I believe that one day, I will try my best to help you realize your dream." This was the first time that Chenluo shared his true thoughts with Teacher Brittany, and it was also the first time that the two reached an agreement on this matter. Although he was able to advance to a senior magician before the age of 18, 2 years earlier than Teacher Brittany, but when he really accompanied Teacher Brittany day and night, he would feel that after she was promoted to a great magician, her strength was rapidly improving every day at a speed that Chenluo could feel. She gave Chenluo the impression that for the same course, Chenluo spent more than half of his time every day immersed in a sea of questions, racking his brains to study, and only by cheating could he get a score of 90 in the final exam. She was doing other things throughout the semester, and just flipped through the book 2 days before the exam, and she could easily get full marks. Chapter 182. When Teacher Brittany began to meditate, Chenluo was obviously much more relieved. It is better for 2 people to work together than for 1 person. Teacher Brittany has shared the pressure on Chenluo's shoulders to a large extent. The only people around him who really treat him well without asking for anything in return are Teacher Brittany and Isabella. After more than a year of companionship, their relationship has far exceeded that of student and teacher, senior and junior. As the lord of Yabo City, Austin seems to have the idea of living in the capital for a long time. He actually bought the house next door to Chenluo, and also bought the one that Chenluo rented. It is not uncommon for the lord to leave his city in Lauren. Rather than saying that they are lords, they are lords. They can make some laws in their cities. Even the king cannot dismiss them without a particularly legitimate reason. The consul and tax officer are the tools used by the king to restrain the lord. Austin and his wife lived next door, but Isabella did not move there. Chenluo thought that their lives would be disrupted, but except for the first meal, the Austins did not disturb them again. King Orlando Werner did not seem to blame Chenluo for Peter's death. Not only that, he also hung Chenluo's portrait on the kingdom's wall of heroes. The capital has a special building with countless portraits. The owners of these portraits are some powerful magicians and some world-famous scholars. Without exception, they have made great contributions to Lauren and are recognized as Lauren heroes. It is reasonable for Chenluo, who blocked the Gaia scholars, restored Lauren's honor, cured the plague, saved the capital, and made great contributions in academia, to hang his portrait on the wall of heroes. His Majesty's move was also considered by people to be a manifestation of open-mindedness. After all, the second Prince Peter Werner was expelled from the capital because of him, and was assassinated on the road. His Majesty not only did not resent him, but made him a hero. This kind of magnanimity is not something that everyone can have. The more Orlando was like this, the more vigilant Chenluo became. Normally, Chenluo indirectly caused Peter's death. Even if Orlando did not intend to avenge Peter because of his many identities and his contributions to the kingdom, he would not do the opposite. Unless he is really an open-minded person. But after Peter's death, a series of follow-up events in the capital showed that his mind was narrower than Peter's. The only explanation is that he did all this deliberately in order to establish an image of open-mindedness in people's minds. The better he is to Chenluo now, the more fierce his means will be in the future. There is no doubt that Chenluo will bear the blame for Peter's death. It is obviously useless to resent the real murderer at this moment. In addition to vigilance, he also needs to improve his strength. After being promoted to a senior magician, the 4 series attack magic can show its true power in his hands. At that time, even if he faces the magician head-on, he will not be afraid at all. When he is promoted to a great magician, no one below the holy magician will be able to do anything to him. It has not been long since the second prince died. In the short term, Orlando should not take any action. At most 2 months later, Chenluo will be a senior magician. In the absence of a great magician, no one in the kingdom of Lauren will be able to pose a fatal threat to him. Even though Orlando is the king of Lauren, and he has enormous power in the capital, he dare not do anything to Chenluo openly. Otherwise, the entire Lauren royal family will face a heavy blow. As for the school, Christine has never come to school to attend classes since the death of the second prince. The death of her own son made the queen too sad. Christine took over the royal palace nights. In addition to accompanying the queen, she also had many things to do. The new teacher is called Avalo, a great magician of the water system. He mainly teaches magic to students of the water system, while the fighting class is taken over by Helen Stern. After hearing the news, Vic's face was pale all day. Helen Stern's strictness is well known throughout the first grade. She merged the fighting classes of the water system and the wind system, and the 2 departments would have classes together at a fixed time every day. Among the students of the wind system, Chenluo saw a person who surprised him greatly. She looked at the petite girl and said, "Your Highness Tashia you." Tashia smiled and said, "Classmate Blair, you can call me Classmate Tashia from now on." The princess of the kingdom of Gaia, who had not been seen for a few days, became a student of the Magic Academy. Chenluo didn't know what the people of Gaia were up to, so he politely said, "Classmate Tashia, why did you come to the Magic Academy?" Tashia said, "The Gaia scholars will settle in Luolan for a long time, and I want to experience the Magic Academy." Alice looked at the 2 people who were talking happily, and her eyes stayed on Tashia's long black hair for a long time. Tashia came to the academy for the first time, and was not familiar with everything here. After school at noon, Chenluo took her to the restaurant for dinner. Isabella, who always walked with Chenluo, deliberately lagged far behind him this time. She looked at Alice beside her and asked, "Why is she here?" "She is a student of the wind department." Alice asked, "Do you know her?" "A student of the wind department?" Isabella was surprised and said, "Isn't she Princess Gaia?" Alice said, "I haven't seen her in the academy before. It seems that she just appeared today. But why would the Princess of Gaia come to the Luolan Capital Magic Academy?" Isabella shook her head and said, "How do I know?" Alice thought for a while and said, "You can ignore other girls, but you must be wary of Tashia." Isabella. Bella said, "Why?" Alice said, "Because she might take Blair away from you." Isabella defended, "Who?" "I reminded you because I think you are a friend. If you don't like Blair, just pretend I didn't say anything." Alice shook her head and said, "Anyway, Tasia and Blair look like a couple. They both have black hair and black eyes." "You? It's been so long, do you still want to deny it?" I can help you, but the premise is that you can't keep lying to yourself." In Chenluo's impression, the relationship between Isabella and Alice seems to have never been like this. In the past, they were like 2 tigresses on a mountain, confronting each other everywhere, but now, their relationship is so close that they walk hand in hand together. Chenluo and Isabella are much more familiar with each other than Alice, and she has never done this to herself. Friendship between women is often incredible. However, this is also a good thing for Chenluo, which means that he no longer has to choose between them and face the Shura field of 2 women. Moreover, he doesn't know if it's his illusion, but he always feels that after Isabella and Alice became good friends, they seem to be influenced by Alice and become much gentler. There are many things worth being happy about these days. Isabella's change is one of them, and another is that after a meditation, Chenluo accidentally released the ice cone. This means that his mental power has reached the level of a high-level magician. From that moment on, he truly had the strength to gain a foothold on this continent. Chapter 183. From intermediate magician to senior magician, it is an important watershed of magician strength, and it is also the first leap of magic power. This is also one of the important reasons why senior magicians are noble. Because their personal strength is far beyond that of ordinary humans, they are extremely dangerous and destructive, and can cause extremely bad damage and impact on society. When their strength reaches this level, the constraints of the law on them will gradually become smaller. A large part of the serious cases in the kingdom every year are committed by high-level magicians. Not only Luolan, but also in many countries on the continent. Ice cones, wind blades, earth walls, fire dragons. Chen Luo's magic reserves are far beyond those of ordinary magicians. In addition to the several improved magics obtained from Crow and the resources of the Luolan Magic Association, although they are not enough for him to successfully advance to the great magician, they can also give him something to do in the next few months. Unknowingly, the time has come to the end of the semester. Near the end of the year, the capital is still not completely settled. Several scholars from Lauren were assassinated in their own residences. Although no serious consequences were caused, several people were slightly injured. The official explanation for this is that Lauren's academic development has attracted the jealousy of other countries, so they sent assassins and spies to murder Lauren's scholars in order to block Lauren's academic development. Every scholar is Lauren's wealth. In order to protect those scholars, Orlando has drawn a lot of magicians from the palace and specially strengthened patrols near the capital. Yesterday, President Andy of the Mathematics Association repeatedly reminded Chen Luo to pay attention to his own safety. If those people's goal is Lauren's scholars, then Chen Luo must be their primary target. If such a thing as attacking scholars from other countries is exposed, that country will suffer a heavy blow from the four empires. Chen Luo is not afraid of this, but rather a little bit looking forward to it. Since he was promoted to a senior magician, he has not had a decent fight. In the Magic Academy, Chen Luo has not learned anything. Since Helen Warner lost to Chen Luo in fighting, she approved Chen Luo not to take her fighting class anymore. As for magic classes, as long as students can meet the graduation standards at the end of the semester, they do not have to stay in the academy. Now Chen Luo has already met the graduation standards of the Magic Academy. It's just that he has not been verified in the Magic Association. At present, his information in the Magic Association is still a junior magician. In a hotel somewhere in the royal capital, Tangen slammed his hand on the table and said, "Why do you say that it was our Gaia who did it? How could Gaia do such a thing to scholars? Scholars in Lauren have been assassinated one after another. Although the murderer has not been found, Gaia has become the object of suspicion of the people of Lauren. Even Gaia's visiting scholars have been boycotted." Tasia said, "The rise of Lauren's academics has had the greatest impact on Gaia. It is normal for them to doubt us. Gaia's academic level is second to none in the entire continent. Lauren's academics are not bad either, and they have been competing with Gaia for many years. If Blair and Chen Luo had not appeared, Gaia would have been ahead of Lauren for many years. They made Lauren's mathematics lead the world, and as the foundation of many disciplines, the leading mathematics will also greatly promote the development of other disciplines." Tangen said with some depression, "Could it be that other countries want to frame us?" Tasia thought for a moment and said, "Maybe they are doing it for others to see." Blair, a junior magician. In a low-rise house in a slum area in the capital, a figure covered in a black robe looked at the portrait in his hand and said, "Although his magic level is not high, he is a hero of Lauren. Killing him will take a great risk." Opposite him, another masked man asked, "So you can't take this job?" The black-robed man said, "Of course I can take it, but the price is..." The man said, "Add another 5,000 gold coins, it will be enough to kill the great magician." The black-robed man simply said, "Deal." "Student Blair, be careful on the road." Before school was over, the new teacher of the water department, Avalo, specifically reminded Chen Luo, saying, "Recently, assassins from other countries have been harmful to Luolan scholars. You are of great significance to Luolan, so you must be more careful." "Thank you, Teacher Avalo, for your concern." Chen Luo smiled and said, "I will go back with Teacher Brittany, nothing will happen." Although Chen Luo said this, he did not go back with Teacher Brittany. After school, he went to the library first, and left the school when it was almost dark. Walking out of the Royal Capital Magic Academy, the sky had completely darkened. Chen Luo spread out his mental power, and walked on the dim street. It was very cold near the new year, and at night, there were no people on the street. Occasionally, there were pedestrians passing by, but they were also in a hurry. In front of Chen Luo, a fireball was suspended, illuminating the small space around him. At a certain moment, the fireball in front of Chen Luo suddenly went out. Almost instantly, Chen Luo dodged a wind blade with a flash, raised his hand, and threw several ice cones, flying to the darkness on the side. Puff! There was a sound in the darkness, followed by a horrified voice. You are not a junior magician, you are a senior. The fireball spell illuminated the space again, and a man in a black robe appeared in the darkness. 2 blood holes appeared on his shoulders, and cold air was still coming out. He didn't care about treating his injuries, and quickly flew up, wanting to leave here. In the case of injury, he could never be a match for a senior magician of the same level. Fortunately, he was a wind magician, and the speed of flying magic was higher than that of water magic, so he could get rid of him quickly. Chen Luo could kill the assassin before he cast the flying spell, but he didn't intend to do so. He also wanted to get some useful information from the assassin. However, before Chen Luo could catch up, an ice spear broke through the air, pierced the assassin's chest, and nailed him to the ground. The assassin died before he could even scream. The sheriff arrived in time with several of his men, bowed to Chen Luo, and said, "Viscount Blair, I am the sheriff of the capital. Sorry, we are late." Chen Luo looked at him and asked, "Do you know me, sheriff?" The sheriff said, "I was fortunate to see Viscount Blair's portrait on the Wall of Heroes. The assassin has been shot dead by me." The sheriff looked at Chen Luo and warned him, "The capital has not been peaceful these days. There are assassins from enemy countries who want to harm Luolan scholars. People like Viscount Blair, who have made great contributions to the kingdom, must also be their targets. Please be careful." Chen Luo nodded and said, "I know, thank you, Your Excellency the Sheriff." The sheriff smiled and said, "This is my duty. I will escort Lord Blair back." "No need." Chen Luo smiled and said, "I don't think there will be a second assassin, and my home is not far ahead." Chen Luo glanced at the sheriff and turned away. The sheriff watched his back disappear at the end of his sight, and then looked at the dead assassin. His eyes stayed on the wound on his shoulder for a long time, and murmured, "Senior magician, how is this possible?" Chen Luo walked most of the street, and when he reached the corner of the street, he stopped and said, "I have been following you for so long, it's time to come out, right?" After he finished speaking, there was still silence around him. Chen Luo raised his hand and released a wind blade, and a figure walked out from behind the haystack behind him. "Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to assassinate you." The man wearing the crow mask looked at Chen Luo and said, "Someone offered me 10,000 gold coins to kill you. We can make a deal. If you give me 20,000 gold coins, I will give up killing you. What do you think?" Chen Luo looked at the crow and said, "I don't have that much money." The crow thought for a moment and said, 15,000 is fine." Chen Luo shook his head and said, "Not even 15,000. Forget it then." The crow waved his hand and said, "I didn't want to take your job anyway. You are a good person. Remember to be careful. A big shot wants to kill you." Chen Luo asked, "Who wants to kill me?" The crow shook his head and said, "You can't disclose the employer's information. This is the principle of a killer." Chen Luo thought for a moment and asked, "Even me?" Hearing the familiar voice, the crow was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, "Brother Vic. So you are Brother Vic." He reacted almost instantly and immediately said, "Brother Vic, follow me." Chapter 184. Chen Luo followed Crow to a dilapidated house, but it was not the same one as last time. Crow looked Chen Luo up and down, and said in disbelief, "Blair is Brother Vic, and Brother Vic is Blair." Chen Luo explained, "I didn't mean to lie to you, but my identity is not convenient." "I understand." Crow said, "Magicians who participate in the black market rarely use their real identities, and my name is not Crow." He looked at Chen Luo and asked, "Brother Blair, who did you offend?" Chen Luo shook his head and said, "If I knew, I wouldn't ask you." Crow said helplessly, "The employer didn't reveal his identity, and I don't know who wants to kill you, but besides me, there are many assassins in the capital who have received this task. It's a big deal. The person who can hire so many assassins to kill you must be a big shot in the capital." Chen Luo looked at Crow and asked, "How are you going to explain this to the employer?" "It's okay. Anyway, I haven't received their money yet, so the employment relationship is not established." Crow shook his head and said decisively, "Besides, how could I harm you? You are my best friend. For the sake of money, for the sake of friendship, I will definitely help you." Although he didn't know when the relationship between the two of them became so good, Chen Luo still looked at Crow and said, "Thank you, Brother Crow." Crow patted his chest and said, "Brother Blair, don't worry, I will find out who wants to harm you. Wait for my news." The two talked for a while, and then separated quickly. Crow watched his back disappear into the darkness, clenched his fist and said, "Who on earth wants to hurt such a rich friend of mine?" On the black market, Blair's life is worth 10,000 gold coins. But for Crow himself, Blair is not only his only recognized friend, but also his biggest customer. In the capital, there may be people who are richer than him, but no one is more willing to spend money than him. If he had met him earlier, he might not have embarked on the path of a killer. His appearance greatly changed Crow's situation, and even changed his life. No matter who got the 10,000 gold coins, Crow would lose far more than 10,000 gold coins, and he would never allow such a thing to happen. He walked out of the dilapidated house, and arrived at a hotel in the capital a quarter of an hour later. Crow walked into the hotel, went up to the second floor, and knocked 3 times on a door of a room. After a moment, the door creaked open, and Crow walked in and said coldly, "You gave me wrong information. He is a senior magician, not a junior one." Inside the room, the masked man said, "Sorry, our information was wrong this time. To express our apology, we will compensate you with 5,000 gold coins, and at the same time, his bounty will be doubled." "I believe you again." Crow looked at him and suddenly asked, "Who are you?" "As a killer, this is not something you should ask." The masked man said lightly, "As long as you kill this scholar from Lauren, the bounty will not be reduced by a single gold coin." "A scholar from Lauren?" The Crow looked at him and asked, "Are you from Gaia or other countries?" The masked man did not answer, but urged him to leave. The Crow looked at him again, and turned to walk out of the room. After half an hour of grace, the masked man left again. He did not notice that not far behind him, a figure that merged with the darkness was following him silently. The masked man was alert all the way. After a round of grace in the capital, he walked in from the back door of a manor. In the manor, the sheriff stood up after hearing his words and said, "You go back and wait for news. I will go to the palace to see His Majesty immediately." Senior magician. In the palace, Orlando Warner looked at the sheriff and asked, "A 17-year-old senior magician, are you sure?" The sheriff has been doubting himself for a long time. The Stern family claims to be the descendants of gods, and has the blood of gods. No one has ever reached such a height at the age of 17. But he was a great water magician, and it was impossible for him to mistake the damage of the ice cone. Moreover, there was an elemental trajectory that could be used to infer that Blair had indeed injured the killer with the ice cone. This was probably the reason why the senior magician ran away immediately. The sheriff nodded and said, "It is certain that Viscount Blair is indeed a senior magician." Orlando stood up and said, "He didn't even go to the Magic Association for certification." The sheriff said, "Many magicians will not go to the Magic Association after they are promoted. These people are often very cautious." He paused, looked at Orlando again, and asked, "Your Majesty, a 17-year-old senior magician will definitely become a great magician in the future. The great magicians on the continent are not as good as him when they are 17 years old. If he is given another 20 years, he can become the patron saint of Lauren. Do we really want to? Great magician?" Orlando glanced at him coldly and said, "Do you think it is a good thing to have a great magician? Those great magicians and great scholars always look down on the royal family. The great scholars can force the king to exile the prince, and the great magicians can command all the magicians in Lauren. Are they the king, or am I the king?" When he said the last sentence, Orlando almost roared. The sheriff stood below, lowered his head, and said nothing. He knew that the matter of the second prince had made His Majesty the king's dissatisfaction with scholars accumulate to the extreme, but just like he could only be submissive in front of the king, the royal family of Lauren had to put down the dignity of the royal family in front of the great scholars. The anger on Orlando's face subsided after a long time, and he said lightly, "I didn't expect him to be a high-level magician. In this case, there is no need to arrange those killers. In a short period of time, he can't become a great scholar or a great magician. We have plenty of time." The sheriff realized that his words just now made His Majesty the king more determined to kill. The existence of scholars and magicians has greatly restricted the power of the royal family. His Majesty has been dissatisfied with this for a long time. This time, Andy, the president of the Mathematics Association, forced him to exile the second prince, which led to the death of the second prince. I am afraid that the long-standing resentment in his heart has been completely ignited. The sheriff was about to leave, but Orlando looked at a stone pillar on the right and asked, "Where are you going?" Christine's figure appeared from behind the stone pillar. She looked at Orlando with a pale face and said, "Father, you can't do this. He is Llewellyn's hero. Llewellyn doesn't need heroes, only obedience." Orlando said coldly, glanced at the guards on both sides, and said, "Take the princess away. Don't let her leave the palace. The queen is sick and needs her company. The sheriff walked to Christine and said helplessly, Your Highness Christine, let's go. Crow worked very quickly. The next afternoon, Chen Luo came to the place he and Crow had agreed on. In the ruined courtyard, the Crow looked at Chen Luo and said seriously, Brother Blair, do you know who wants to kill you? Chen Luo thought for a while and asked, Orlando Werner? The Crow was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, You already know? Guessed. The Crow's expression had already given him the answer. Chen Luo said, If it weren't for me, the second prince would not be exiled. His death is also related to me. I think His Majesty the King will not let me go. The Crow thought for a while and said seriously, Brother Blair, you'd better run away. In the capital of Lauren, Orlando wants to kill someone. There are countless ways. Chen Luo shook his head and said, I won't leave now. Leaving Lauren now is no different from a stray dog. Even if he wants to leave, he wants to leave by himself. What's more, the capital is safe for him. In the capital, Orlando can only do some tricks behind the scenes. If he leaves the capital, he doesn't have to be restrained. Crow couldn't help but say, People like you will be welcomed wherever you go. Orlando treats you like this, why do you have to stay in Luolan? Chen Luo smiled and said, Don't worry, it's not that easy for him to kill me. Or, there is another way. Crow looked at Chen Luo and said embarrassedly, How about you give me 100,000 gold coins, and I will help you kill Orlando. Chapter 185. Lauren is just a small country. There are dozens or even hundreds of countries like this in the entire Shannon continent. Even so, the king of a country cannot be assassinated just because he wants to. To lurk or rush into the palace directly, assassinate or kill the king, one must have the strength of a great mage or above. Without a great mage of the same level, or more than 10 mages, one cannot resist a great mage at all. But the great mage will never do this. Killing the king of a small country is not a difficult task for the great mage, and there is no need to worry about the retaliation of the small country. But this behavior is tantamount to provoking the empires behind these countries. Which of the 4 empires does not have 2-digit great mages? For the 4 empires, those below the holy mage are all ants. Chen Luo looked at Crow and said in disbelief, Brother Crow, you have earned tens of thousands of gold coins from me. Are you so short of money? Crow sighed and said, Brother Blair, you don't know that there are not many people as generous as you in the whole capital, and business is difficult now. Before you, I haven't made a business for half a year. Moreover, no one has ever bought so many improved magics at a time like you. If it weren't for you, the children at home wouldn't even survive this winter. Chen Luo thought about it, and it was true. For most magicians, it is not easy to master basic magic. Learning improved magic is just a waste of time. With that kind of time, it is better to meditate to improve mental strength. Forget about the assassination of Orlando. Chen Luo waved his hand and said, The palace is heavily guarded, and Orlando himself is a high-level magician. I'm afraid you will die. The Crow thought he didn't have that much money for the time being, and said, If you don't have enough gold coins, you don't have to give it to me all at once. I believe in the reputation of Brother Blair. Although Orlando is the king, as long as I am given time to prepare, it shouldn't be a big problem. I will be careful about this matter myself. Chen Luo stopped talking about this topic and asked, Do you have any advanced improved magic? No, advanced improved magic is prohibited from being passed on in any country, and it is difficult to get it. I have already given you all the resources I have accumulated. The Crow shook his head, looked at Chen Luo, and sighed, Brother Blair, your magic talent is really, I have never seen such a genius. Advanced magic cannot be obtained for the time being? Chen Luo asked the Crow again, Brother Crow, can you get witchcraft? Hearing witchcraft. When he was doing the magic, the Crow's face changed and asked, Brother Blair, what do you want witchcraft for? Chen Luo said, I'm just interested. The Crow looked serious and warned, Brother Blair, I advise you not to get involved with witchcraft, otherwise, you are likely to be considered a witchcraft accomplice and a heretic. The 4 major temples have always been ruthless against heretics. I am a scholar. Chen Luo smiled and said, For witchcraft, I have a research attitude. Don't worry, I know it. The Crow thought for a while and said, I will help you keep an eye out. Chen Luo said, Thank you, Brother Crow. You're welcome. The Crow said, Just be careful. Since Orlando wants to kill you, he will definitely not give up. Next, he is likely to send a great magician. Orlando has countless masters around him. However, after being promoted to a senior magician, Chen Luo is no longer the little magician who can be manipulated by others. Although he is devoted to magic and does not want to care about other trivial matters, let alone provoke the royal family. But if Orlando goes too far, Chenluo has the ability and strength to let the Lauren royal family change its name. However, after the assassin incident, there was nothing unusual around Chenluo for a long time. It has been a while since they came to the capital, and the Austin couple has no plans to return to Yabo City. It seems that they will spend the new year here. During this period, Austin's attitude towards Chenluo has eased, mainly because he began to ask Chenluo for cooking skills. It is impossible for him to be hostile to him as before. Putting aside other things, Austin is definitely a good father and a good husband. The reason why he learned to cook from Chenluo was because Isabella's mother praised Chenluo's cooking skills. After that, the dignified lord of Yabo City, senior magician, Duke Austin, often worked in front of the stove with an apron like Chenluo. Chenluo started cooking by himself to practice the mastery of the fire element. Later it became a habit, doing it by himself, so that he didn't have to endure the torture of eating bread for 3 meals a day. Austin was very talented in cooking. Chenluo taught Brittany and Isabella step by step, but what they cooked was still dark cuisine. Austin only watched Chenluo cook a few times, and he could do it himself, and he didn't just repeat Chenluo. He even made some original changes according to the taste of Isabella's mother. As his daughter, Isabella did not inherit his talent in this area at all. This is a good thing for Isabella. Even if she leaves Chenluo, she still has Austin as her father. But teacher Brittany makes Chenluo worry. If he leaves the capital to travel around the continent in the future, I wonder if she can get used to it alone. During the meal, Brittany looked at Chenluo and asked, "Blair, has Christine come to school these days?" "No." Chenluo shook his head and said, "I haven't seen her for a long time." To be precise, Chenluo has never seen Christine since the death of the second prince. The water department changed its instructor. Chenluo has not seen her in school, and she has never come here again. Chenluo once asked Catherine, and the answer he got was that the queen was too sad because of the loss of her beloved son, and Christine had been with her. But this is simply too abnormal. Even if the queen is sad because of the loss of her son, Christine does not have to accompany her 24 hours a day. This is more like a kind of house arrest. Only the king can put the princess of the kingdom under house arrest. Chenluo thought for a moment and said, "I will ask Dr. Catherine to help me find out about teacher Christine." Chenluo and Catherine are now very familiar with each other. When he mentioned this matter, Catherine agreed without hesitation. "Although I can't see Her Royal Highness now, I will try my best to find a way." "Thank you, Sister Catherine." Chenluo looked at her and said, "If you really can't see her, don't force it." Catherine smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will be careful." After an hour of divine grace, Chenluo saw Catherine again. She looked at Chenluo with a serious expression and said, "Something seems to have happened in the palace. The princess is not in the queen's palace. His Majesty the King does not allow her to see anyone, and my request has been rejected." Chenluo murmured, "Can't I see her?" Catherine handed a folded paper to Chenluo and said, "Although I haven't seen Her Highness, the leader of the royal knights asked me to give this to you. She said it was from Her Highness Christine." Chenluo opened the folded paper and found words on it. "Go, leave the capital, leave Lauren." Christine wrote this line of words clearly on the white paper. Chapter 186. Christine's short letter with only one line of words may seem confusing to others, but Chenluo knows it well. The fact that she took such a big risk and sent this letter with difficulty shows that Orlando has not given up on him after the assassin incident. As a member of the Werner family and Orlando's daughter, she can do this, which makes Chenluo a little moved. "Blair, what happened? Why was Her Highness Christine imprisoned by the king? Why did she ask you to leave the capital and leave Lauren?" Catherine looked at Chenluo, and after thinking carefully, she seemed to have thought of some possibilities, and said in disbelief, "Could it be that you fell in love without telling anyone and wanted to elope, but were stopped by His Majesty the King?" Chenluo's train of thought was interrupted by Catherine's imagination, and he quickly explained, "Sister Catherine misunderstood. It was the king who blamed me for the death of the second prince. Teacher Christine must have noticed something and reminded me." Catherine said in a daze, "The second prince's death was caused by me. What does the death of the prince have to do with you?" Chenluo said, "After all, the second prince was exiled because of me. The king's son died because of me. After the death of the second prince, he arranged for an assassin to kill me. That is the punishment he should accept." Catherine said angrily, "You are trying to eliminate the plague, save the capital, and save all the patients suffering from diseases on the continent. The second prince only wants his throne. The king actually blames you for his death. He is as stupid as a pig. Sister Catherine, calm down, calm down. Chen Luo hurriedly said. The most important thing now is how to rescue teacher Christine. No, the most important thing now is how to ensure your safety. Catherine shook her head and said, although your highness has lost her freedom, at least she is safe. The king wants to harm you, and may have already started to act. Chen Luo nodded and said, I will be careful. Catherine thought about it carefully and said, perhaps, you should listen to the princess and leave the capital and Luolan. It is not worth staying here, and Luolan does not deserve you. Chen Luo shook his head and said, I will leave Luolan, but not now. Chen Luo and Orlando, one in the open and the other in the dark. His Majesty the King is a kind, selfless hero who will not harm the country in the hearts of the people of the capital. The assassination incidents that Luolan scholars encountered were all conspiracies of other countries. The several incidents in the capital a few days ago have made people's hearts more cohesive. If Orlando wants to maintain this image, he can never come out of the shadows and use the power of the state machinery. This means that even if he dislikes Chen Luo, he can only do some small tricks such as assassination. But if it is just assassination, unless he invites the Grand Mage, he has no chance at all. Catherine's clinic. Catherine looked at a man in the yard and said, please tell the priests that I apply for protection for Blair. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, compared to Blair, Orlando is more valuable to us. He is an ambitious king who is unwilling to be manipulated by the OS Empire and the Temple. Orlando has the same goal as us. I don't think so. Catherine said firmly, Blair is still young, and his future achievements are limitless. His value far exceeds that of a kingdom of Lauren. Who can tell what will happen in the future? The man shook his head again. Whether he has a future or not depends on whether he can survive. Catherine looked at him disappointedly and murmured, you will regret it. Since the last time she saw the crow, nothing has happened around Chen Luo except that he received a letter from Christine. As the new semester is coming to an end, his first winter vacation in the capital is about to begin. Before that, they still have the most important practical class to take. Both St. Donis College and the Capital Magic College attach great importance to students' practical magic skills. The Shenin continent is a world where only the strong have the right to speak. Civilians rely on the law, and the strong trample on the law. The civilians at the bottom are muddle-headed for their whole lives, but since they have embarked on the path of magicians, they have to face the cruel law of the jungle. The law is used to protect the weak. If magicians want to protect themselves, they can only rely on their own strength. The admission standard of the Royal Capital Magic Academy is already very high. After one semester, almost all students in the magic department have been promoted to junior magicians. Those who have not been promoted will be retained for 1 year. If they cannot be promoted to junior magicians during this year, they will be directly persuaded to leave. This practical class is a test of the practical ability of all students, testing their mastery of magic, practical application of fighting skills, combat awareness, etc. This time, the task of the first-year students is no longer to catch rabbits. The rabbits that can only spit out fireballs slowly can no longer pose any threat to them. The location of the practical class is still in the wild. Most of the students in the academy are flowers in a greenhouse. In the deep mountains far away from the capital, they will encounter real dangers and even the threat of death. Unlike the one in Yabo City, this practical class is in a real primitive forest. The threat to the students is the beasts in the mountains. Some of the animals that can mobilize magic elements are only as strong as magic apprentices, but some can match high-level magicians. However, these beasts only have primitive fighting skills, and human high-level magicians can easily kill them. Even so, they are a big threat to these students who are only junior magicians. Of course, the purpose of the academy is to train students, not to kill them. Every 3 groups of students will be accompanied by a teacher from the academy to prevent accidents. The teachers are only responsible for protecting the safety of the students. Unless their lives are threatened, the teachers will not take action. Even if the students are injured in practice, as long as it is not fatal, they will choose to stand by and watch. This time, the practice was conducted in classes, with 4 or 5 people in a group. The water system was divided into 9 groups, led by 3 teachers, including 2 senior magicians and 1 great magician. The mental power of high-level magicians is very strong, spreading out, and can sense a large distance around. With their protection in secret, there has never been any accident in the practical classes of the Magic Academy over the years. Chen Luo's group was led by the great magician of Olo. His other 3 partners were Alice, Lisa, and Emma. There was nothing that could be done about it. Except for Chen Luo and Vic, the water group was all girls, and Chen Luo had no other choice. Although they were in the deep forest, the 3 girls were not nervous at all. The most important reason was that the person in charge of them was Avalor, a great magician, who was fully capable of protecting their safety. Isabella knew about Chenluo and Alice's teaming up yesterday, but what happened last time did not happen this time. Not only was she not dissatisfied at all, she also told Chenluo to take good care of Alice. Alice and the other two treated this practice as a trip, but Chenluo did not relax his vigilance. Orlando had restrained himself for so long. If he wanted to do it, this would be a great opportunity. This place is far away from the capital, in the wilderness, and is definitely a good place to kill and dump corpses. It can also be disguised as an accident and blame the Magic Academy. Putting himself in her shoes, if Chenluo was Orlando, he would not miss this great opportunity. I've checked just now. There are no powerful beasts around here. From now on, you can complete your practical tasks. Avalor slowly descended from the air, bringing more than 10 people to the ground, and said, "You can move around here freely. If you enter a dangerous area, I will remind you." Chapter 187. The practical task of the Academy is to let each group of students capture or kill at least one intermediate magic beast. The magicians call the beasts that can release magic beasts, and they are divided into levels. Some magic beasts are very weak, such as rabbits that can only spit fire, which can be easily dealt with by magic apprentices, but some magic beasts are very powerful, such as the powerful wolf species, which can spit wind blades from their mouths and move very quickly. If a senior magician is not careful, he will die under their wind blades or claws. They are already considered to be high-level magic beasts that pose a great threat to humans. And the beasts that can rival the great magicians have not appeared so far, which is why the Academy is relieved to let these students practice here. An experienced senior magician is enough to deal with all emergencies here. After all, although the attack power of the beasts is strong, the threat is doubled with magic, but their wisdom is limited, and the magic attack method is also very simple. As long as they are more alert, a team of 4 can protect themselves here. This kind of task is more friendly to students of the fire department. It is still difficult for the other 3 departments, especially the water department, to complete the practical tasks. Fortunately, the strength of the intermediate monsters is not strong, and it is not a big problem to capture them even without magic. Students of the Magic Academy should not be underestimated. Although they are in the magic department, fighting is also a compulsory course for them. If a battle really happens, a soft girl like Alice can instantly become a female warrior. More than a dozen people are divided into 3 teams. With this place as the center, they walk in the same direction and go deeper into the forest. In order to facilitate the teacher's protection, the directions of the 3 teams were only slightly offset. When any team walked out of the safe area, the responsible teacher would remind them. Chenluo and his 4 companions chose a road on the left. After walking for a while, they soon lost sight of the other 2 teams. Walking in the dense woods, Chenluo felt like a fish in water. Spreading his mental power, he could feel the strong vitality of every plant and tree here. The trees and vines in front of him seemed to have become part of his body. Chenluo had a feeling that as long as he wanted, the surrounding plants could become his weapons. This was not an illusion. It was clearly written in Elia's notes that this was one of the abilities of a wizard. However, at present, Chenluo could only promote the rapid growth of plants, and did not understand the witchcraft of manipulating plants. Lisa looked at the dense woods around her and said worriedly, "This place is so big, where can we catch the intermediate monsters?" Chenluo pointed to the front and said, "There seems to be some movement in front." Lisa looked at him and said in surprise, "Wow, Blair, can your mental power sense so far? Are you about to be promoted to an intermediate magician?" Alice looked at her and said, "Let's go to the front first." While she was talking, Lisa had already walked forward quickly. There was a half-human-high bush a few dozen steps away. Before Lisa approached, a ball of fire suddenly appeared in the bush, ignited the bush, and attacked her. When the huge fireball attacked, a water curtain rose in front of Lisa. After the water curtain wrapped and swallowed the fireball, it turned into a water rope and covered the bush. Soon, a wow sound came from the bushes. A fiery red animal about 1 foot long, tied by a water rope, emerged from the bushes. Lisa was a little disappointed and said, "It turned out to be a little fire fox." The fire fox is a fire-type magic beast. Its young can release simple fire magic. Adult fire foxes can generally release elementary magic. There are also very few that can grow into intermediate magic beasts, and their magic power can reach the intermediate level. What Lisa encountered was just a young fire fox, which was at most equivalent to a magic apprentice. This is also the reason why Chenluo was relieved to let her come over. Only an adult fire fox can pose a little threat to her. Just a little bit. Even if Lisa's magic is not as good as a fox, the sword on her back is not vegetarian. The students taught by Christine are ahead of the other three systems in fighting skills. Although the girls in the water system are all elementary magicians, in terms of comprehensive strength, those intermediate magicians, who have not received systematic education, may not be their opponents. Lisa was about to let go of the little fire fox, but Emma suddenly said, "Lisa, don't worry. If we follow this little fox, can we find its family? What if there is a fox in its family that is an intermediate magic beast?" Lisa was stunned for a moment, and then said in surprise, "Yes, why didn't I think of it?" She untied the little fire fox, and the latter immediately turned into a red shadow and disappeared in the grass. Lisa hurriedly said, "Everyone follow it." The three seemingly delicate girls, with long swords on their backs, were still agile and fast in the woods. Although the fiery red shadow fled quickly, it was still firmly locked by them. Compared with a few months ago, their changes were earth-shaking. Although Christine's requirements for them were strict, the effect was also significant. Chen-Luo followed the three closely, spreading his mental power and paying close attention to the movements around him. The little fox ran very fast, and the three girls' physical strength soon became insufficient. Next to Chen-Luo, Alice's breathing gradually became rapid, and her chest rose and fell more and more. The young fire fox disappeared in the dense grass for the last time. Lisa, who was in the front, was about to continue chasing, and suddenly a dense fireball appeared in front of her. The fireball was very fast, and came to her in an instant. Lisa was startled and had no time to release the water curtain protection. The next moment, those fireballs suddenly disappeared out of thin air. If there was no feeling of heat coming to her face, she must have thought she had hallucinations just now. In such a short time, Chen-Luo and the other two had already caught up. Emma looked ahead and said in shock, "What happened just now? Was that the fire rain?" The ability to release magic similar to the fire rain means that there is a high-level magic beast ahead, which is equivalent to the existence of a high-level magician. Even if there are four of them, they have to hide as far away as possible. Alice shook her head and said, "No, those fireballs just now were far less dense than the fire rain. At most, they were only at the level of intermediate magic, but why did those fireballs disappear? It must be that the magic is too strong, and it can't control it." Lisa said excitedly, "So, there is a mid-level magic beast ahead?" As soon as she finished speaking, a huge red fox jumped out of the bushes. It opened its mouth and spit out a series of fireballs, heading straight for the four people. Lisa slashed several fireballs with a sword, and Emma summoned a water curtain to block them, but the fox spit out fireballs too fast, and the two of them were a little flustered for a while. Although the magic of this fire fox lacks changes, in terms of mental power, Lisa and Emma combined are not as good as it. If the two of them rubbed fireballs like this fox, they would soon faint due to mental overdraft. Just when they were almost unable to resist, the fireball spit out by the fox suddenly disappeared while flying. This scene surprised Lisa and others, and also frightened the fox. Confusion flashed in its eyes first, and then fear. The fireballs it spewed out became smaller and smaller, and the speed became slower and slower. In the end, it could only spit out a few sparks. Its four legs softened and it collapsed on the ground, panting. Lisa stared at the front in a daze and said, "This fox, what's wrong with it?" Chen-Luo said, "It can't even spit out fireballs well. Maybe it's not well trained. From the speed and number of fireballs it spit out at the beginning, this fire fox is undoubtedly an intermediate magic beast." Their four-person team easily completed this practical task. Lisa took out the rope that had been prepared long ago, intending to tie up the fire fox. The fox lying on the ground suddenly let out a sharp whistle. As its cry spread, bursts of strange noises suddenly came from the bushes in all directions in the distance. Red shadows ran out from the bushes and surrounded Chen-Luo and the other four. At a glance, there were dozens of foxes. Lisa's face turned pale, and she screamed, "It's over, we broke into the fox den." Emma's body trembled slightly and asked, "What should we do?" Alice was the calmest and said immediately, "We release the water curtain spell at the same time and condense into a water curtain shield." Almost the next moment, when the four people condensed the shield and covered them, countless fireballs were spit out from the mouths of those foxes and shot towards them. When those fireballs touched the water curtain shield, they would make a hiss-hiss sound, and part of the water elements would be evaporated. The four people could only keep replenishing. But this is not a solution. There are only four of them, but there are at least 40 foxes outside. Sooner or later, the water curtain spell will not be able to hold up. In addition, there are already several smart foxes, who want to use their bodies to break through the blockade of the water curtain. Just when Chen Luo was thinking about whether to secretly drive away these fire foxes, the surrounding foxes stopped spitting fireballs at the same time, as if they were frightened by something, and fled in all directions. Lisa hid in the water curtain and asked in surprise, "What happened to them?" Chen Luo didn't say anything, but looked in a certain direction. The foxes just fled in all directions, but none of them chose that direction. Chapter 188. Under the gaze of the four people, a canine species, with a body length of nearly 2 meters appeared in front of him. It looked very similar to a dog, with gray-black fur, a thick tail dragging on the ground, and sharp eyes scanning back and forth on Chen Luo and the other four. Emma screamed, "It's a wind wolf!" As she and Lisa panicked, their mental powers also fluctuated, and the water curtain shield disappeared. The two quickly untied the long swords on their backs, held them with both hands, and looked ahead vigilantly. Most canine species are wind-friendly, and wind wolves are natural wind killers. They are huge and agile, and can threaten adults with their sharp teeth and claws alone. What's more, adult wind wolves are not only extremely fast, but can also spit wind blades from their mouths. They are the most common high-level magic beasts. The wind wolf is ferocious by nature, and low-level magic beasts will be hunted by it. In many cases, it will also attack humans. Lisa was so nervous that she was shaking all over. She said in a trembling voice, "How can there be a wind wolf here? Teacher Avalor clearly said that it is safe here." Chen Luo glanced at Alice and said, "Alice, take Lisa and Emma first and go find Teacher Avalor. The speed of the wind wolf is one of the best among the monsters. Not only can it run very fast on land, but its flying speed is also far faster than that of ordinary high-level magicians. If a junior magician encounters a wind wolf, running away is simply a dead end." Alice looked at him and said worriedly, "Blair, can you deal with a wind wolf alone?" Chen Luo nodded and said, "Don't worry, high-level monsters are also wild beasts. I will be careful, and there should be no problem." Chen Luo didn't want Emma and Lisa to know about his identity as a senior magician and some special methods. Alice thought for a moment, looked at Lisa and Emma, and said, "You go find Teacher Avalor, I stay to help Blair." Lisa and Emma looked at them and said, "Then be careful." They didn't hesitate much. With their strength, they couldn't help much if they stayed. It would be better to go back and ask for help. As long as Teacher Avalor arrived, even a group of wind wolves could handle it. Moreover, from the bottom of their hearts, they didn't want to stay. Blair and Alice were their classmates, but their relationship was not good enough to be willing to sacrifice their lives for each other. Chen Luo glanced at Alice and said, "Student Alice, you should leave quickly, I can handle it alone." Alice shook her head, tightly holding the long sword in her hand, and said firmly, "Student Blair, I will protect myself." Chen Luo no longer had time to let Alice leave, because the wind wolf had already rushed over. Its primary target was Chen Luo. Before it got close, it opened its mouth and roared a few times. Chen Luo's body shook and disappeared directly on the spot. At the same time, several deep marks suddenly appeared on the tree behind him, as if they were chopped by a knife or an axe. One of the reasons why high-level wind magicians are feared is that the wind blade is invisible and hard to defend against. However, when the wind blade technique is released, it will inevitably drive the flow of air. This allows Chen Luo to clearly feel the trajectory of the wind blade and avoid it in advance. The wind wolf was about to continue attacking, but its body suddenly moved sideways several meters out of thin air. Almost the next moment, the ground where it had just stood was splashed with mud, and a deep mark appeared. It leaned forward, staring at Chen Luo with a pair of dark green eyes, but did not continue to attack. Its intuition told it that the human in front of him was not easy to mess with. The wind blade missed, which gave Chen Luo a further understanding of the strength of the monster. Although they could not use multiple magics as flexibly as magicians, they were born with a keen perception of magic elements. It had already noticed Chen Luo's wind blade just condensed. After staring at Chen Luo for a while, the wind wolf suddenly turned around and ran towards Alice. Alice summoned a series of fireballs and hit the wind wolf, but the wind wolf just opened its mouth and spit, and after a gust of wind, the fireballs were blown to pieces and dissipated. However, just as it was about to spit wind blades at Alice, a blue fireball suddenly appeared on its face. The wind wolf turned into a fire wolf almost instantly, and it was drowned in the thick flames before it could even howl. Alice took the opportunity to run to Chen Luo and asked in disbelief, "Blair, did you do this?" After the last assassin incident, many people already knew his identity as a senior magician. When Alice asked, Chen Luo did not deny it. Alice continued to ask, You should be a senior magician, right? Chen Luo nodded and said, I just got promoted not long ago. Alice moved her lips, but didn't know what to say. The former magic waste of St. Donis College has grown to a point that she can't imagine in such a short time. Just as Alice was about to say something, they suddenly heard the roar of a wild beast again. As the ground under their feet trembled, a huge brown bear soon appeared in front of Alice, Chen Luo. Alice's face changed again, and she said in shock, Earth Bear. Chen Luo didn't know why there were so many high-level monsters here. The Earth Bear was a high-level Earth-type monster with thick skin and flesh. Even among the high-level monsters, it was the most powerful existence. The target of this brown bear was obviously them. As soon as it appeared, it roared at Chen Luo and Alice. Chen Luo released a wind blade. The wind blade hit the chest of the brown bear, which only made it pause. Soon it rushed up again. Chen Luo noticed that the moment before the wind blade hit, its chest was almost petrified, and it easily resisted the attack of the wind blade. The defense of Earth magicians is abnormally strong. Although their attack power cannot leapfrog like that of wind magicians, their defense is extremely strong. If high-level Earth magicians are determined to retreat, even wind magicians will not be able to break their defense easily. The high-level magic of the other three systems can't do anything to high-level Earth magic beasts. Chen Luo released several blue fireballs again, and the brown bear instantly covered its entire body with a layer of earth armor. The fireballs only left a charred mark on the earth armor. It seemed that the brown bear felt the burning temperature of the earth armor, and the roar of the brown bear became louder, rushing towards Chen Luo and Alice at a faster speed. Although Chen Luo was not afraid of this bear, he still had to take care of Alice. He picked up Alice in an instant, took her to the sky, and looked down at the brown bear below. Although the earth bear has abnormal defense, it can't fly. It stands on the ground, looking up at Chen Luo and Alice, roaring continuously, and the big trees on the ground are damaged, and several of them are pulled up by it. Chen Luo told Alice, Student Alice, the situation is special now, please hold me tight. Alice doesn't know how to float, and Chen Luo has just been promoted to a senior magician. His mental strength is not strong enough, so he can't fly around with a person like Christine. Alice's face is slightly red, but her arms are tightly holding Chen Luo, burying her head in his chest, and it seems that she can't even hear the roar of the earth bear below. Chen Luo was about to take care of a safe place to put Alice down, and the roar of the earth bear below suddenly changed. Its original angry mood became panic and fear. Thick vines suddenly emerged from the ground and bound its limbs tightly. The earth bear was hung in the air, struggling desperately, but there was no place to get support. The vines became stronger and stronger, gradually binding him to death. Until it could no longer struggle, two figures slowly walked out of the woods. They were two people wearing animal skins, a man and a woman. The man was at least 2 meters tall and very strong. The girl was only 5 or 6 years old, and sat on the man's shoulders. The man walked out of the woods, and looked up at Chen Luo and Alice in the air. Chen Luo felt dizzy in his mind. Alice, who was holding him tightly, cried out in pain and let go of her arms. Chen Luo held Alice's waist to prevent her from falling. He flew farther, and looked at the strong man from afar. Alice had fainted. This man could actually attack directly with his mental power. In the distance, a figure was approaching this side rapidly. Avalor looked at Chen Luo floating in the air from a distance and asked with concern, Classmate Blair, are you okay? Avalor arrived in an instant. Chen Luo's eyes flashed, and he looked down and said, What is that? Avalor looked down and said in surprise, It's a wizard. Chapter 189. The Shenin continent is a world of magicians. Wizards either hide their identities, and live in shame, or escape to the mountains, and survive with difficulty. Capturing wizards, or providing information about wizards is a great achievement. Chen Luo held Alice and landed on the ground, putting her in a safe place. Avalor said, Blair, you stand there, don't come over, I will catch these two wizards. This time, you have made great contributions to the kingdom. As Avalor said this, he walked in front of Chen Luo, his hands changed quickly, and bursts of cold air began to permeate the air. Thick ice cones with cold light shining on their tips began to condense and take shape. The sturdy man on the opposite side finally showed a solemn look on his face. He stood in place without any movement, but the thick branches around him began to grow wildly and intertwined in the air, tightly protecting him and the little girl. Whoosh! The ice cone shot out at a rapid speed, but it did not rush forward, but to Chen Luo behind Avalor. Bang! 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 One after another, the ice cones hit the earth wall, making muffled sounds. Cracks appeared on the earth wall, but it still did not break. Avalor turned to look at Chenluo and asked, "How did you know?" "You are too stupid," Chenluo said indifferently. "There are only a few people who know that I am a high-level magician, and Orlando is one of them. If you didn't know it in advance, how could you be so calm?" In fact, Avalor had hidden it deep enough. If he hadn't revealed the biggest flaw just now, Chenluo might not have suspected him. Avalor realized that if he was just a teacher at the Magic Academy, Blair's magic level should be just a junior magician in his opinion. It was because he subconsciously believed that Blair was a high-level magician that he did not show any doubt or surprise when he saw him holding Alice and flying down with the flying technique. He was very careful not to reveal any flaws, but he did not expect that the absence of flaws was the biggest flaw. Student Blair is really smart. Avalor no longer concealed and said, "His Majesty the King wants you to die, and I am just following orders." Chenluo looked at the distance between the two and asked, "Did you arrange the Wind Wolf and the Earth Bear?" Avalor said, "Beasts are beasts. It seems that we still can't count on them. However, after fighting with two high-level magic beasts, your mental power should have been almost consumed, right?" Chenluo said calmly, "You can come and try." "I'm not that stupid." Avalor shook his head and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you should be a full-system magician. Your fighting skills are not even a match for Helen Stern, so I won't look down on you just because you are a high-level magician." Chenluo glanced at the distance and asked, "Are those two wizards also yours?" "This is an unexpected gain," Avalor said. "I didn't expect to meet a wizard here. Maybe there is a hidden place for wizards here. As long as I tell the temple about this, I will have a chance to leave Lauren. Lauren is too small. The Four Empires are the holy land of magicians." Chenluo said, "After saying so much, what do you want to do? You may not know how much His Majesty the King wants to kill you." Avalor looked back and said, "In order to deal with you, he actually arranged two great magicians." Chenluo turned his head and saw a figure flying quickly from a distance, blocking his way forward and his way out, one in front of the other with Avalor. Chenluo looked at the man and said, "Teacher Hebrew." Like Avalor, Hebrew is the person in charge of the extracurricular practice of the water system. His strength is that of a high-level magician, but judging from the fluctuations of his mental power at this moment, this person is actually also a great magician. Hebrew said, "I'm sorry, Blair, I didn't want to strangle you, but you shouldn't offend His Majesty the King." Chenluo thought for a moment and said, "You can do it to me, but can you let Alice go?" "No." Avalor said, "Everyone who knows about this incident must die. Soon, the students of the water department will know that Blair and Alice encountered danger in the practical class and died tragically under the palm of the Earth Bear. Even their bodies were eaten by the ferocious monster. As a teacher, I am sad and regretful about this, and I will take the initiative to resign." Chenluo said, "Teacher Avalor, keep these words for the Earth Bear." The bear said. After that, he began to change his gestures quickly and chanted a spell, "The fire element wandering in the world. Please listen to my call, and come, fire rain." Compared to the high-level magician, the great magician released magic faster. Avalor calmly condensed a water wall in front of his body, stood behind the water wall, and smiled. "Didn't your previous magic teacher teach you not to use fire magic to attack water magicians, who are higher than your level?" After Chenluo finished chanting the spell of fire rain, an invisible wind blade, at a swift speed, easily passed through Avalor's water wall like cutting tofu. Avalor only felt a dizzy feeling. In the last second before he lost consciousness, he saw Hebrew, who was terrified, and also saw another self. The other self stood behind the water wall. The biggest difference between him and the usual self was that the other self had no head. The next moment, he realized that he was now only a head. Avalor's head rolled on the ground for several times before stopping. His eyes were wide open, as if he was still thinking about why Blair could chant the spell of the rain of fire and release the wind blade before he died. If he had known this earlier, how could he have only released a water wall to resist in order to save mental energy? If he had known earlier, what he had just released must have been an ice wall. However, his thinking and life had ended here. Hebrew stood there in a daze. The great water magician Avalor died in front of him in such a weird way that subverted his cognition. When Hebrew saw Chenluo looking at him, he felt his scalp tingling and immediately stepped back a few steps. At the same time, he summoned fireballs that were denser than the fire rain spell, and smashed them at Chenluo. Chenluo walked slowly towards Hebrew facing the dense fireballs. Seeing those fireballs disappearing one after another, as if swallowed by something, Hebrew's fear could no longer be suppressed, and he turned around to run away. At this moment, a huge vine suddenly pierced through his chest. Hebrew looked down, his head tilted, and he died completely. The giant man walked out from behind the tree and looked at Chenluo vigilantly. Although the two magicians who posed a huge threat to him were dead, he was very clear about the scene just now after witnessing it with his own eyes. The seemingly harmless magician boy in front of him was the biggest threat. In order to prevent the gathering place of the tribe from being discovered, he had to keep him even if he died. Besides, the powerful magician on the opposite side will definitely not let them go. Chenluo glanced at the giant man who was facing a great enemy and said, "Don't be nervous, we are one of us." The giant man took 2 steps back and said coldly, "Evil magician, who are you to me?" As he finished speaking, the grass under his feet suddenly began to grow wildly, and soon it was over his knees. The little girl hiding behind her said in surprise, "Brother, he used witchcraft." The giant tilted his head and stared at Chenluo in a daze, with extreme confusion on his face. Chapter 190. Horta looked at the wildly growing grass under his feet and felt that his brain was not enough, although his brain was not enough to begin with. He had just seen the boy release magic, but how could a magician possibly use their magic? Only those who believed in the goddess could obtain the power of a wizard. He looked at Chenluo and asked, "Are you a wizard? What do you think?" Chenluo stood there, without any movement or spells, and the grass under Horta's feet grew faster. Horta scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Then why do you know magic?" "Only magic can defeat magic. If you want to defeat magicians, you must first understand them." Chenluo looked at him and asked, "Don't you know the old saying that knowing yourself and knowing your enemy will ensure victory in every battle?" Horta said honestly, "I don't know." Chenluo asked, "What are you doing here?" "Hunting." Before Horta spoke, the little girl answered, "Winter is coming. If we don't hunt, Para and her brother will starve to death." Horta hurriedly pulled him behind him and said, "We can't trust him yet." Chenluo looked at Horta and continued to ask, "What did you do to my friend just now?" Horta said, "She's fine and will wake up soon." Chenluo had just checked Alice's breathing and pulse, and guessed that she was just fainting for a short time. He only knew about growth and healing techniques, but he didn't expect that wizards actually had a way to attack directly with mental power. If you suddenly do this to the enemy during a battle, even if it only makes the opponent dizzy for a short time, it is enough to change the outcome of the battle. After Horta answered him, he carried the brown bear that had been strangled to death by the vines, waved to the little girl named Para, and said, "Let's go." Although he didn't completely believe Chenluo, he no longer regarded him as an enemy. As long as he knew witchcraft, he was a wizard. Horta couldn't kill their compatriots, and of course, he couldn't beat them. Chenluo pointed to the brown bear and said, "You just eat this?" Para nodded and said, "Bear paws are delicious, wizard brother. Do you want to eat them? We can give you one." Chenluo shook his head and said, "It's best not to eat wild monsters. You will get sick, and even healing can't cure it." Hearing this, Horta seemed to think of something terrible, and his face began to turn pale. 2 years ago, because someone ate a ground rat and contracted a disease, it brought a plague to the tribe, and even healing was useless. Horta and Para's parents died in that plague. He was terrified of the plague from the bottom of his heart. But it is already difficult to find magical beasts in the forest. If it weren't for this earth bear, he and Para would starve to death this winter, even if they didn't die of illness. Chenluo saw the wizard situation from Horta's face. Under the pursuit and interception of magicians, wizards either forget their identities and hide in the magician's city like Catherine. Some wizards live in groups and hide in the mountains. This is their home battlefield and a place that magicians avoid. But although the mountains are safe, there is a lack of food. Although there are many magical beasts, hunting wild magical beasts is risky and increases the chance of contracting diseases. If you are not careful and eat something you shouldn't, the whole tribe will be affected. Although wizards can perform healing techniques, and general injuries or viral infections are no problem, they are not immune to all viruses. Malaria in the capital is an example. Chenluo looked at Horta and said, "If you trust me, I can provide you with food for the winter." Horta did not accept it immediately, but looked at him and said, "We have nothing to exchange with you. Wizards in the world are one family. This is what I provide to you for free. If you trust me, wait for me on the mountain over there in 3 days." Chenluo said to Horta, pointed to a mountain in the distance, and walked towards Alice. Although it was not easy to meet a real wizard, Chenluo wanted to seize this opportunity to learn more about witchcraft, but from the attitude of this strong man, he did not trust him very much. His excessive enthusiasm would be counterproductive. Until Chenluo's figure disappeared, Para looked at Horta and asked, "Brother, will that wizard brother give us food?" Horta thought for a while and said, "Para, you must remember not to trust outsiders, nor other wizards." Para nodded, and then said with some disappointment, "I really want to eat bread." I heard that there is bread that tastes better than bear paws in the city outside. When he found that Avalor was in trouble, for Alice's safety, Chenluo put her on a cliff far away. When he came here again, Alice had not woken up yet. Aura's mental power was only at the level of a senior magician, but even Chenluo was dizzy for a moment just now. Alice was only a junior magician, and could not resist the mental power shock just now. Chenluo gently picked her up, performed the flying spell, and flew down the mountain. Helen Stern flew from a distance, and when she saw Chenluo, her face, which had never had any expression, also showed a shocked expression. You are already a senior magician? Then, she remembered something and asked, where are Avalo and Hebrew? Helen Stern was one of the 3 teachers in charge of this practice. Chenluo looked at him, and said, Avalo and Hebrew are spies of the enemy country. They wanted to harm me just now, but now I have killed them. Those 2 people are dead, and there is no evidence. Even if Chenluo said that they were instigated by Orlando, not many people would believe it. After all, he could only influence the mathematical association, and these forces are not enough to compete with Orlando as a king. Avalo and Hebrew are both great magicians, and Chenluo is just a senior magician, but when Helen Stern heard him say that he killed the 2, she did not doubt it at all. She is also a senior magician, and can do this. She was silent for a moment, then looked at Chenluo and said, before becoming a teacher, Avalor was a captain of the Royal Palace Magician Corps. Hebrew's grandfather was once the governor of the kingdom. The one who wanted to kill you was none other than King Orlando, right? She looked at Chenluo and Alice, who was held by him, and said, Avalor and Hebrew were bribed and wanted to use this practical activity to assassinate Lauren Scholar Blair. Helen Stern saw through it, and killed the 2 traitors. If anyone asks, you can say that. Although Helen Stern was only a senior magician, no one would doubt whether she had the strength to kill 2 great magicians. This will allow Chenluo to get out of the whole thing. This is exactly what Chenluo needs. Chenluo looked at Helen Stern and said, Thank you, Teacher Helen. Helen Stern said calmly, I don't want to care about your affairs with Orlando, but in my class, it is my duty to protect you. Since there is no need to be exposed, Chenluo simply landed on the ground, holding Alice, and walked down the mountain along the way he came. Helen Stern went to inform all the students that this practice was temporarily suspended, and everyone gathered at the camp on the mountainside. At this time, Chenluo was facing an embarrassing scene. He could feel that Alice in his arms had woken up, but she did not open her eyes, and Chenluo could not wake her up. But holding her like this was not a solution. Chenluo was a normal person, and normal men would have some normal reactions when holding Alice. If Chenluo was not only normal but also upright, he might have done something sinful to her when she was unconscious just now. When they were about to reach the gathering camp, Chenluo could no longer pretend to know nothing. He lowered his head and whispered, Alice, wake up. Alice's long eyelashes trembled, and finally opened her eyes, confused. Blair, what happened? Why are you holding me? Chapter 191. Chenluo explained to Alice, You fainted just now, so... I remember. Alice suddenly showed a look of surprise on her face, and said, We seem to have met 2 strange people. The man looked at me and I fainted. Chenluo looked at Alice and suddenly said, Student Alice, can you not tell others about this matter? Alice looked at Chenluo and nodded. I know, I won't tell anyone. Chenluo said, Go back first. What happened? Teacher Helen will tell you. Alice took 2 steps. Then her legs softened and she almost fell. Chenluo hurriedly supported her and asked, What's wrong with you? I don't know either. Alice shook her head and said, I just feel a little dizzy and can't use my strength. The wizard's attack method is indeed special. This kind of mental attack actually has a lot of sequelae. Chenluo is already a little impatient to understand. He squatted down in front of Alice and said, I carry you back. Alice blushed, nodded slightly, and said, Thank you, Blair. Carrying Alice for a distance was not a big deal. After all, after such a long period of training, Chenluo's physical fitness had already improved a lot, and with the wind magic, it took almost no effort. It's just that he had never had such close contact with a girl before, and he was distracted many times along the way. Although he often slept with Isabella, in some ways, the gap between Alice and Isabella was the same as the gap between Isabella and Chenluo. Carrying Alice and carrying Isabella are 2 completely different concepts. After returning to the student camp, Chenluo put Alice down to rest. Lisa and Emma ran over first, asking questions with concern. Vic ran over quickly and asked Chenluo, Why did you carry Alice back? What did you do? Chenluo said, She was not feeling well. Vic sighed and said, Why didn't I encounter anyone who was not feeling well? When he first came to the capital, Luo had no good impression of everyone in the Stern family, but gradually Luo's concept changed. Although Vic was a little lustful, he was not without any advantages. He was born in a noble family, his father was a magician, but he did not have a noble heir. He had principles and bottom lines in doing things, never bullied others, and besides liking to chat up, he did not tease female classmates. Helen Stern was very strict with students. She was known as a devil in the first grade, but at critical moments, she could also stand in front of Luo and block huge troubles for him as a teacher. The early end of the extracurricular practice puzzled the students of the water department. After returning to school, they learned about the incident from the school. Avalor and Hebrew, the leading teachers, turned out to be spies from the enemy country. They hid in the capital to kill scholars from Lauren. This time, their purpose was to kill Blair, the hero of Lauren and an extremely important figure in the mathematics community of Lauren. Fortunately, Teacher Helen arrived in time and rescued Blair from the two of them. At the same time, Avalor and Hebrew, the two traitors of the kingdom, were also killed by Teacher Helen. No one would doubt Helen Stern's words, and no one would doubt the math devil Blair. One of them is the first genius of the Stern family, and the other is a hero who saved Lauren twice. There is no need to lie about such things. After this incident, people have a new understanding of Blair's status in the academic world. In a short period of time, he encountered many assassinations, which is enough to show that even in the eyes of other countries, Blair is the leader among Lauren's scholars. And Helen Stern, as a senior magician, killed two great magicians, which also amazed everyone. The Stern family not only has outstanding magic talent, but also can fight across levels. Helen Stern's record once again proves the foundation of the Stern family. This is also an important reason why the magic family can stand firm. They not only have magic talents that ordinary people do not have, but also have magic education that ordinary magicians cannot compare with. The people of the royal capital strongly called on the kingdom to protect these distinguished scholars. Before the winter vacation, the Royal Capital Magic Academy also launched a strict review of the teachers of the academy. Such a big thing happened, but the palace has been very quiet. His Majesty did not express any opinion on the matter, nor did he take any measures. However, the Stern family welcomed a special guest. Edward Stern looked at Brittany, with a trace of relief on his face, and said, "You are finally back." Brittany looked at him and said calmly, "Promise me one condition, and I will be promoted to a great magician as a member of the Stern family." Edward shook his head and asked, "Do you think we are really just for a small Lauren Magic Association?" Brittany looked at him expressionlessly and said sarcastically, "Isn't it?" Edward said with some disappointment, "It seems that you have forgotten what kind of family Stern is." He said in a heavy tone, "In the history of the Stern family, there have been 5 Saint Magister-level strongmen. The name of Stern has spread throughout the continent, but in the past few hundred years, the descendants of Stern can only stop at the Grand Magister. Now, Magister is our end. If this continues, Stern will become history forever and be completely forgotten by people." He looked at Brittany and said, "The family not only needs a great mage needs a holy mage, and only you can go that far." Brittany said, "I will become a holy mage, but not for you. The reason is not important." Edward said, "Whether you are willing to admit it or not, the blood flowing in your body is the blood of the Stern family." "No, the reason is also important." Brittany looked at him and said, "And you have to agree to one condition of mine." Edward stood up and said, "I will warn Orlando about your student. That kind of thing will never happen again." Brittany glanced at him, said nothing more, and turned away. Another man walked in from outside and asked, "Orlando is a lunatic. This will completely turn against the Warner family." "Turning against each other," Edward said nonchalantly. "If this continues, I'm afraid everyone will forget the past of the Stern family." Palace. The Warner family was having a dinner party. In addition to King Orlando, several princes, dukes and other core members of the Warner family were also present. People only knew that there were 3 major magic families in Lauren, but few civilians knew that the strength of the Warner family was not inferior to any of the 3 major families. At the table, a duke in a crimson dress looked around and asked, "Where is Christine? Why can't I see her?" Orlando, who was sitting in the front, said, "She is not feeling well and is resting in her room." The duke did not ask any more questions. With Orlando's announcement, the banquet officially began. Orlando picked up his knife and fork and just cut a piece of beef when a guard came to his side and whispered, "Your Majesty, Sir Edward is here." Edward Stern was the vice president of the Magic Association and a powerful mage. Even Orlando had to give him some respect. He stood up and said to everyone, "You guys eat first, I go see Lord Edward." "No need," Edward walked in from the door and said, I'm here just to tell His Majesty the King something. Orlando looked at Edward, his eyes slightly stern, and asked, What? Edward glanced at everyone in the Warner family, and finally looked at Orlando, and said slowly, Blair's matter ends here. If he has any accidents in the future, I will blame everyone present. Chapter 192. The dinner of the Warner family was interrupted by the sudden arrival of Edward's turn. He said something inexplicable, and left directly. What does Edward mean? Is he threatening us, threatening our Warner family? Blair, isn't he the young scholar? Why did Edward say these words? On the dining table, a gray-haired old man looked at Orlando and asked, Orlando, what's going on? As King Orlando's uncle, Prince Bolton had been promoted to a mage 20 years ago. He was the strongest man in the Warner royal family, and was qualified to call Orlando by name. Orlando's younger brother, another mage of the royal family, Duke Charles, looked gloomy and said, No matter what the reason is, Edward is too arrogant to talk to the royal family like this. Does he want to declare war on the Warner family? Orlando looked at the direction where Edward disappeared, his face gloomy, and he said nothing. Prince Bolton stood up and left the banquet. He glanced at Orlando and said, Although you are the king, you must consider the family and Lauren in everything you do. No matter what you did before, stop from now on and never forget that you are the king of Lauren. After he said this, he left directly. Although Orlando is the king of Lauren, Prince Bolton is the real power holder in the Warner family. If he wants, he can completely abolish Orlando. In addition to him, there are many people in the Warner family who are qualified to inherit the throne. Prince Bolton's departure caused many people to leave the table. This family banquet just started and ended hastily. Orlando looked at the acquaintances who stayed behind and sneered. See? This is the descendant of God who threatens the royal family. Those magicians, those scholars, the magicians and scholars who think they are superior, they never take the royal family seriously. As a Warner, do you feel proud? Duke Charles looked at Orlando and asked, Is Blair's matter really related to you? Orlando said grimly, Peter died because of him. Those old guys in the mathematical society can force the king for him. Why do I keep such a person? Charles was silent for a moment and said, Don't worry about Blair anymore. Now is not the time to turn against the Stern family. The Stern family is not easy to mess with. Moreover, the people of the Walker Lawn and Cavendo families will be happy to see this scene. Orlando's face became more gloomy, but he did not refute. The focus of Charles's words was not on Walker Lawn and Cavendo families, but on Stern. In the kingdom of Lauren, any family, even the royal family, can be provoked, but Stern cannot be provoked. Even the four empires, and the various temples would not do such a thing easily. The name Stern has created too many glories. When their family was at its peak, even the empire and the temple were afraid of it. No one dared to underestimate the family that once had 5 holy magicians. Although Edward is still a magician now, the gap between magicians is greater than the gap between magicians and dogs. Edward Stern was promoted to a magician 10 years ago. Who knows how strong he is now? Has he been promoted to a great magician? His threat, Orlando and Warner families have to take it seriously. Orlando clenched his fists and was silent for a long time before he gritted his teeth and said, The action against Blair ends here. Let Christine out. On the first day of winter vacation, the not-so-spacious yard of Chenluo's home was particularly lively. Alice and Tessia came to visit him at the same time, and Chenluo also met Christine, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. She didn't change much except that she looked a little more haggard than usual. Thank you, Teacher Christine, for reminding me. Although Chenluo knew that the assassination was arranged by Orlando, as a royal princess, Christine was willing to take such a big risk to remind him, and Chenluo was still very grateful for this. Christine looked into his eyes and asked, Why don't you leave? Leave? Chenluo shook his head and asked, Where to go? Go to the Empire, go to Gaia, go anywhere. Christine said, With your status, anywhere is better than here. Tessia on the side suddenly said, If Blair is willing to go to Gaia, I guarantee as the future queen that you will receive the highest level of courtesy in Gaia, and I will do my best to meet all your requirements. In addition, Lord Achilles also wants to meet you. I think he will give you a lot of help in wind magic. Chenluo said righteously, Your Highness Tessia, I'm so sorry, I major in water. Tessia just smiled and didn't continue the topic. Chenluo looked at Christine again and asked, Did His Majesty finally let Teacher Christine out? It's Edward Stern. Christine said, Edward Stern threatened my father and the Warner family. You can rest assured that he will not do anything to you again. Chenluo looked at the flower bed involuntarily. Teacher Brittany was watering the flowers in the flower bed leisurely. Although it was Edward who came out, Chen Luo had no friendship with the Stern family. Edward could not have turned against the Werner family for him. It must be that Teacher Brittany did something or agreed to something with him. Chen Luo did not ask, nor did he intend to ask, let alone say thank you. Chen Luo would not take the initiative to ask anything that Teacher Brittany did not tell him. They lived together day and night, and their relationship had exceeded that of teacher and student. Many things were in their hearts without words. Christine was silent for a moment and said, in fact, my father has always disliked various associations in the royal capital. He believes that the existence of those associations is a provocation to the royal family. He has never liked scholars, so leaving Lauren is your best choice. Lauren has a small land area and weak national strength. It depends entirely on academics to make other countries on the continent remember this name. When the Gaia scholars came to Luolan to challenge him, Orlando also sought to reward the scholars. It can be seen that he did not hate magicians and scholars, but magicians and scholars who were not under his control. He was an ambitious king, and he wanted to get the power that the king really had. But he himself had no ability, and his mind was extremely narrow. He could only rely on scholars, but he did not want to rely on scholars. The current state of Chen Luo and Orlando was that they both disliked each other, but they could not do anything to each other. Orlando wanted to get rid of Chen Luo as soon as possible, but he was afraid of the Stern family and the mathematical association. And now Chen Luo couldn't do anything to him as a king. No matter how small Lauren was, it was still a kingdom. The Werner family was a royal family recognized by the OSS Empire. There was no direct evidence of assassination. Orlando was still the benevolent king in most people's hearts. At the moment, Chen Luo had more important things to do than Orlando. Tomorrow was the day he and the wizard Orta agreed to meet. Chen Luo didn't know if he would keep the appointment. After all, the identity of a wizard was too sensitive. If it were Chen Luo, he would not easily trust others. He bought some food and meat in the capital, put them in a huge bag, and came to the mountain he designated. The reason why it was not the place where they met was because it was the place where Avalor and Hebrew died. Although Helen told the college that the bodies of the two had been dealt with by her and Orta would definitely clean up the scene, it was hard to guarantee that no one would find out there. Chen Luo put the bag of food on an open space and stood there waiting quietly. The forest is the territory of wizards. As long as they are here, they will definitely find Chen Luo. In fact, Chen Luo did not wait for long, and three figures came out from behind a big tree. One of them was the giant Orta whom Chen Luo had seen before. The other two were two old men, a man and a woman. They were very old, with wrinkles on their faces. They wore white robes, and held a strange-shaped cane in their hands. Orta pointed at Chen Luo and said to them, "Two elders, that's him." The male elder looked at Chen Luo and asked, "Are you a wizard?" Chen Luo did not speak. He stood there. The vines on the tree next to him suddenly grew wildly, and spread to his feet. The male elder nodded, and another female elder stepped forward and asked, "Do you know magic?" Chen Luo stretched out his hand, and a fireball appeared above his palm. Seeing this, the two old men finally showed a trace of excitement on their faces. They knelt in front of Chen Luo, stretched out their arms, prostrated themselves on the ground, and said in unison, "Loyal believers, welcome the messenger of the goddess." Chapter 193. Orta stared at Chen Luo in a daze, and then knelt down without hesitation. Although he didn't know why he had to kneel, the two elders of the tribe had already knelt. How could he dare to stand? The sudden action of the three people also frightened Chen Luo, who was caught off guard. He looked at the two people on the ground and said in surprise, "Messenger?" The old woman with white hair knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "You can use witchcraft and release magic. You are the messenger of the goddess." Chen Luo shook his head and said, "I am not a messenger." The old man said firmly, "For thousands of years, we have been waiting for the messenger. The sage once predicted that when the messenger appears, it is the time for the goddess to come again." The two wizard elders obviously misunderstood something. He would never believe that someone knew that he would travel from another world to the Divine Grace continent thousands of years ago. However, this is not a bad thing for Chen Luo. He looked at the two and asked, "Has there never been a messenger before?" "No." The two shook their heads, and the old woman continued, "Our ability to communicate with the magic elements was taken away by that group of shameless thieves. The goddess taught us magic. For thousands of years, we have been waiting for the goddess to come again." In the brief conversation, Chen Luo got several important information. First, the wizard has never had a messenger appear. He is the first one. That is to say, from ancient times to the present, He is the only one who can release witchcraft and magic at the same time. Second, the person called the god of darkness by the magician, the wizard called her the goddess. This is the first time Qianluo learned the gender of the god of darkness. Third, the goddess will come again, which means that she has lived for thousands of years. So, if the magic gods are still alive, they are all thousand-year-old monsters. Fourth, he said that their ability to communicate with magic elements was deprived, which means that wizards were originally able to use magic. What is the reason that made them lose this ability? Could the shameless thieves he mentioned be the magic gods? There are some things that Qianluo can't get answers for the time being. He looked at the two and said, I don't know if I am the messenger you are talking about. Maybe you have recognized the wrong person. No mistake. The old woman said, the wizard who can use magic is the messenger selected by the goddess. Please ask the messenger to follow us to the tribe. The development of things was beyond Qianluo's expectations. He originally wanted to use a month's food to build a good relationship with Orda, and when he got familiar with them, he would get more witchcraft from them. He never thought that he would become the messenger of the wizard inexplicably. This was obviously a misunderstanding. Qianluo was not an envoy, but he did not deny it firmly. After all, this identity could bring him more convenience and benefits. The spiritual power of the two wizard elders was only that of a great magician. They could not fly, but branches rose from under their feet to carry them forward. The speed was not slow, not slower than Qianluo's flying technique at all. The primeval forest was a natural maze. Qianluo was in it. Even if he flew in the sky, after going deep into it, he could only see the sea of forests and could not tell the direction at all. Just find a place here and hide hundreds or thousands of people. Others would not be able to find them at all. Along the way, Qianluo was not idle, but asked them many questions. Most of his previous doubts were also solved. Sure enough, wizards are heretics in the eyes of magicians, and magicians in the eyes of wizards, and even their magic gods are not much better. The two elders told him that magic was not taught by the magic gods, and the ability to communicate with magic elements was the innate talent of the ancestors. It was the magic gods who restricted the ability of the ancestors to use magic. From then on, magicians needed to communicate with magic elements through spells and gestures. In order to resist these shameless thieves, the ancestors of wizards took another path different from the four magics, and their guide was the goddess in the eyes of wizards, the dark goddess in the eyes of magicians. The old woman said angrily, magic belongs to everyone. It is those thieves who limit our abilities and make us worse than the beasts. The funny thing is that those stupid magicians actually regard those thieves as true gods. They are the shame of mankind. Qianluo racked his brains, but couldn't figure out how to limit the talent of a race and add such a weird setting to the magic that originally did not require spells and gestures. What is the difference between a life that can change the rules of the universe and has such means and the creator? Of course, it may also be that Qianluo's knowledge is limited, and he can't imagine the means of advanced civilizations or advanced life. But he felt that what the old woman said made some sense. It is easier to explain for someone like him, who doesn't need spells and gestures to cast magic, especially since even a rabbit can spit out fireballs at will. Humans with high intelligence have to accept such a weird setting? The way wizards perform witchcraft is a confirmation of this speculation. Logically speaking, magicians and witchcraft are essentially the same kind of mysterious power. Why do some people need spells and gestures, while others don't? Qianluo didn't dare to think deeply about these things, because as long as he started thinking, he couldn't bypass the magic gods and the dark goddess. What kind of existence can change the established rules of a universe? Just thinking about these gods still existing in the Shinan continent, Qianluo was a little terrified. The gathering place of the wizard tribe was farther than Qianluo imagined. When he flew a full Shinan, the old woman pointed to the front and said, Mr. Envoy, the tribe is in front. Qianluo looked over and saw an area with particularly lush trees. In that forest, almost every tree was as thick as 10 people hugging. Looking carefully, he found that it was not a tree. The trunk was hollow, and there were doors and windows on the tree. Those were actually exquisite tree houses. If you just look down from the sky, you can only see a lush canopy of trees, and you will never find that there is a human tribe hidden here. Qianluo and his 4 companions walked in, and from time to time someone came out of the tree house and saluted the old man and the old woman. Those people looked at Qianluo with curiosity. Many people saw outsiders for the first time since they settled here. As for the children, they hid their heads behind the windows and looked at Qianluo with curiosity and fear. The wizards were far away from this city and hid in the mountains. Although it was safe, there were many inconveniences. The shortage of food and supplies was the biggest disadvantage. This place is not suitable for planting. Apart from hunting monsters, they can only rely on some wild game grown in the mountains. As Chen Luo walked along, he saw that everyone, whether adults or children, was skinny. There were very few strong people like Orda. The adults were thin, and the children were pale and thin. Most of them looked malnourished. Suddenly, a little girl of about 5 or 6 years old ran out of a tree house in front. She ran to Chen Luo, blinked her big eyes, and asked, "Brother Wizard, you are here." Chen Luo gently touched Para's head, looked at the old man, and asked, "The tribesmen don't seem to be having a good time." The old man sighed and said, "In the past few years, the nearby monsters have been hunted down. The monsters dare not approach here, and the children can only go to farther places to hunt. However, there is still some food in the tribe, which should be enough to survive this winter." The food that Chen Luo brought was only enough for Orda and his sister to eat for half a month under normal circumstances. He wanted to use it to increase the number of contacts with wizards, but now it is not necessary. He took out a gold card, handed it to the old man, and said, "There are 1,000 gold coins in it. Give it to the tribesmen to spend the winter. Wizards can only hide from place to survive, and it is even more difficult to earn gold coins to obtain living supplies. 1,000 gold coins are enough for all the tribesmen here to survive several difficult winters." The old man slowly reached out to take the gold card and said respectfully, "Thank you for the reward, messenger." He did not refuse, nor was he polite. In their hearts, the status of the messenger was only below that of the goddess. They would not refuse the messenger's reward, nor would they refuse the messenger's other orders. Chapter 194. The wizard tribe hidden here probably has dozens of households and hundreds of people. If they just buy ordinary food, 1,000 gold coins are enough for them to spend several winters safely. The appearance of wizards is no different from that of magicians. As long as they don't actively reveal their magic, others will never know their identities. This is also the reason why a large number of wizards can survive in the magic world. With gold coins, they can purchase food in the magic city. If they are careful, it is not difficult to transport it in. The two elders were not polite at all. They obviously regarded Chen Luo as one of their own. The male elder named Matt looked at Chen Luo and asked carefully, "Mr. Messenger, do you want to tell other tribes about the arrival of the messenger?" Chen Luo asked, "Can you contact other tribes?" Matt shook his head and said, "Sometimes, the temple priest will send people to contact us. We can tell the messenger about the next time the priest sends someone. Not for the time being." Chen Luo waved his hand. He did not come here to lead the wizards to overthrow the 4 major temples. Even if he was confident, he was not arrogant enough to compete with creatures that could change the rules of the universe. Helping this small tribe improve their lives within the scope of his ability was already the limit of what Chen Luo could do. For this reason, Chen Luo did not even let the two people publicize his identity as a messenger in the tribe. No matter what the truth was in ancient times, the current wizards could not compete with magicians at all. The 4 great magic temples control the entire continent through the 4 great empires, and have countless magician believers. Even if all the wizards on the continent united, they would probably not be a match for any empire. Leading them to fight against the 4 great temples would simply be courting death. Chen Luo looked at Matt and asked, "What is the strength of the priests in the goddess temple?" Matt said respectfully, "The priests are all the most powerful great wizards. The levels of wizards are not as detailed as those of magicians. Apprentice wizards, junior, intermediate, and senior wizards, and before holy wizards are collectively called great wizards. In other words, great magicians, and great magicians are all great wizards corresponding to the levels of wizards. The mental power of a great wizard may only be at the level of a newly promoted great magician, or it may be only one step away from a holy magician." Matt saw Chen Luo's thoughts and added, "The strength of the priests is equivalent to the great magician of a magician." Chen Luo asked again, "How many priests are there among the wizards?" Matt said, "I don't know the exact number, but it should not exceed 10. Which of the 4 empires does not have more than 20 great magicians? There are probably about 100 of them in total. What kind of storm can 10 great magicians cause? If the OS Empire dispatches half of the great magicians, it can eliminate all the wizards on the continent." After hearing Matt's words, Chen Luo was more determined not to get involved in this matter. Matt continued, "In addition to the sacrifice, we also have a saint. Although the saint's whereabouts are hard to find, he must still be somewhere." "Holy wizard?" Chen Luo was surprised and asked, "Is there a holy wizard?" The holy wizard is equivalent to the existence of the holy mage. He is truly at the peak of personal strength in the Shenan continent, and it is also the goal that Chen Luo has always pursued. Matt nodded and said with great confidence, High Priest Healy has been promoted to a Holy Wizard 20 years ago. He is our guardian. Qianluo was thinking about the Holy Wizard, and then he found that the name Matt said was familiar. Qianluo looked at Matt and said uncertainly, Healy? Yes. Matt nodded and said with great respect, the name of the saint is Healy. Over the years, the 4 major temples did not dare to kill all the wizards because of the deterrence of the saint. Catherine's deceased teacher was called Diana, and the holy wizard in Matt's mouth was called Healy. No one is more familiar with these 2 names than Qianluo. Healy was his witchcraft enlightenment. And Diana was once a very beautiful girl with big breasts. Qianluo vaguely felt that the Healy who wrote the notebook and the Saint Healy in Matt's mouth should be the same person. After he asked about the era when Healy lived, he could be sure that the Saint Healy and the young Healy recorded in the notebook were the same person. The apprentice wizard who wanted to become a great wizard and protect his beloved girl has now become a saint in the eyes of others. 60 years ago, the little wizard who only had the girl's breasts in his heart should never have thought that there would be such a day. Matt looked at Qianluo and asked tentatively, "Does the envoy know the saint?" Qianluo came back to his senses and said, "I have heard of his name." After hesitating for a long time, Qianluo decided to ask the question that he had buried in his heart for a long time. He looked at Matt and asked, "Does Saint Harry have a partner? Have you heard of Diana?" Although Matt was surprised why the envoy asked such a question, he still answered patiently, "The saint has never married, and Priest Diana has always been alone. Moreover, Priest Diana has passed away 10 years ago." Perhaps because he had read the notebook too many times, Qianluo sometimes put himself in the shoes of the little wizard, and he would involuntarily put Isabella in the shoes of Diana. However, the characteristics of the 2 people were too different, which greatly affected the sense of substitution. Later, I don't know why, when Qianluo saw Diana, he would think of teacher Brittany. It may be because their names are both 3 characters. This made Qianluo empathize with the thoughts of the young Healy, and subconsciously expected that the 2 childhood sweethearts should be together when they grow up. When he learned that the facts were not as he thought, Qianluo couldn't help feeling sad. Matt felt his mood change and said in a panic, "Mr. Envoy, what's wrong?" "Nothing." After Qianluo came to his senses, he waved his hand and said, "When you go out to buy food, be careful. It's best to disperse in different places to avoid being noticed by others. If these gold coins are not enough, you can come to the capital to find me." "Enough. Matt said hurriedly. "There is still some monster meat in the tribe, enough. Don't hunt monsters anymore in the future. The meat is unhygienic and unsafe." Qianluo said, "You stay in the tribe. I will come again when there is not enough food." The 2 elders said in unison, "Obey the order of the envoy." Qianluo walked in the woods and heard a series of crisp sounds coming from a tree house, not far ahead, that was several times thicker than ordinary trees here. Matt explained, "That is the school of the tribe, where children learn witchcraft and knowledge." "School?" Qianluo's eyes lit up and he said, "Let's go and have a look." The school of the small tribe naturally cannot be compared with the Royal Capital Magic Academy or St. Donis. The so-called school only has a tree house. In front of the tree house, a middle-aged man was demonstrating the wooden arrow to a dozen students. A boy of 12 or 13 years old, after being called by him, walked to the podium and successfully summoned a wooden arrow, piercing a target made of hay. Seeing the 2 old men coming in, including the middle-aged man, they all saluted to the 2. Matt looked at the middle-aged man and said, "This is an important guest of the tribe." Qianluo smiled at the middle-aged man and said, "You continue your class, I just take a look. Witchcraft should start with children." Qianluo looked at Matt and asked, "What kind of witchcraft do children usually learn?" Matt picked up a book and handed it to Qianluo with both hands, saying, "This is the children's textbook." The wizard's textbook is more delicate than the paper Qianluo usually uses, which means that their paper-making technology is more advanced. Qianluo opened the witchcraft textbook and read it carefully page by page. Wooden arrow, wooden chain, wooden thorn, wooden spear, wooden shield, spiritual thorn. He nodded slightly as he read it. "Elder Matt, you will demonstrate all the witchcraft in front of me in a while. Try to attack me with them. I will use magic to resist or attack. You have never fought with a magician. You need to gain experience in this area." Chapter 195. Outside the woods where the tribe is located, Elder Matt summoned a dense array of wooden arrows, and Qianluo condensed a wall of earth in front of him. The rain of arrows shot at the wall, leaving pits and even fine cracks on the wall, but it did not completely break his defense. The power of wood arrow is about the same as that of ice cone, and the solidity may be a little stronger than that of ice cone. Then, Qianluo felt his legs tighten, and when he looked down, he found that his legs were entangled by 2 vines. However, the next moment, the middle of the 2 vines began to spontaneously combust, and turned into ashes under the fire magic. It can be seen that the witchcraft released by wizards relying on plants does not have good fire resistance, and is even perfectly restrained by the fire system. Wood thorn is a sharp wooden thorn protruding from the ground, which is very similar to ground thorn, but the sharpness is not comparable to ground thorn. It can easily pierce the enemy's feet, but it is limited by the environment. As for the wood chain, it was the move that Orta used to capture the earth bear. This move seemed to be of average power, but if a magician's hands were tied, and he could not make magic gestures, he would be no different from an ordinary person, and could only be slaughtered. The following wood thorn spell and wood chain were both cracked by Chen Luo using fire magic, which once again confirmed his discovery. Under the condition of similar mental power, wizards do not have an advantage over fire magicians. Moreover, they rely too much on the environment. If they leave the place where trees and plants are lush, their strength will be greatly reduced. But wizards are not without any advantages. Free from spells and gestures, they can release witchcraft faster than magicians, and they can also attack directly with mental power, which is the biggest threat to magicians. Spiritual thorn is to attack spiritual power directly with spiritual power. There is no physical method to defend against it. Matt's spiritual power is much stronger than Chen Luo's, which can have a significant impact on him. And it is not easy for the attacker to perform such an attack. It consumes more spiritual power than any witchcraft. If the attack misses or does not have an attack effect, the original advantage may instantly become a disadvantage. Moreover, this attack can only be used when the opponent's spiritual power is similar to or lower than that of oneself. Using spiritual thorn on a superior with strong spiritual power will cause injury due to the backlash of spiritual power. The magician cannot resist the spiritual attack, which can be regarded as the wizard's recovery of a city for himself. However, the wizard has a way to temper his spiritual power. Through this method, the spiritual power can become more condensed and can greatly resist the spiritual attacks of others. Magicians also have similar methods. Many magicians are not in a hurry to advance, but will continue to condense their spiritual power. The condensation of spiritual power can enable them to communicate with magic elements faster, and the magic they cast is more stable, and the power is also greatly increased. At present, this small tribe only has these witchcrafts. More powerful witchcrafts need to be obtained from the goddess temple, and Chen Luo has no way to get them for the time being. Matt looked at Chen Luo and said with a bit of depression, "Outside, wizards are no match for magicians of the same level." Chen Luo looked at him and smiled. "First lead the tribe to spend this winter well. By the way, copy your witchcraft for me, I will see if there is any improvement." Matt heard this and said gratefully, "Thank you, envoy." After getting the witchcraft he needed, Chen Luo did not stay here for long and said goodbye to the 2 elders. Chen Luo gained a lot from this trip to the wizard tribe. The witchcraft related to plants can be completely defined as wood magic, or this is the 5th magic. Although their power is not very great, under the right environment, it can double his strength and greatly promote the growth of mental power. And these are just what Chen Luo exchanged for 1,000 gold coins. Chen Luo did not want to take advantage of others. He owed this favor. If they have any financial difficulties in the future, Chen Luo can help them free of charge. But it is impossible for him to lead them to fight against the 4 major temples and the magicians of the entire continent. He did not want to face nearly 100 great magicians, or even holy magicians. After accidentally obtaining these witchcrafts, Chen Luo no longer had to go to Catherine to test. As a magician, he always went to Catherine's clinic to inquire about her past, which was something that could easily be misunderstood. Chen Luo learned from Matt that wizards were not monolithic. Different factions had different ideas. Some wizards kept their identities secret and lived a life no different from normal people. Some wizards were always thinking about revenge, overthrowing the 4 major temples, and creating crisis and panic in various countries on the continent. This was also a big part of the reason why magicians were terrified by the word wizard. Chen Luo did not have any great ambitions. If he could not become a holy mage, or could not return to his hometown after becoming a holy mage, it would be good to start a new life here. During this period, Chen Luo had not been to the Magic Association. When he returned to the city, he went to see Jasmine. Chen Luo once wanted to hire Jasmine as his financial officer, but later changed his mind. The Magic Association and the Mathematics Association would not touch his money. The money he earned was more than enough to spend, so there was no need to invest more energy. Moreover, being able to become John Cavento's student, Jasmine should have greater achievements in magic. Jasmine was born in a poor family in Yabo City. This was her only chance to cross the class. Tying her to his side was not conducive to her development. After Chenluo left the Magic Association, John Caventu appeared beside her and asked, "Little Jasmine, are you familiar with him?" Jasmine nodded and smiled. "Blair is my friend in Yabo City." "Blair, he is that Blair." John's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and he suddenly looked at Jasmine and asked, "Little Jasmine, do you like him?" Jasmine was stunned for a moment, then immediately shook her head and said, "Teacher, don't say that. I am not worthy of him." "Humph, what are you talking about?" John said coldly. With a snort he said, "There is no one who is not worthy of my students. Even if it is the prince of the Werner family, I don't like him. It's just Blair. If you like him, the teacher will help you." "No, no, no." Jasmine was startled and waved her hands repeatedly, saying, "I. Forget it." Seeing her nervous look, John waved his hands and stopped talking about this matter. He said, "Your friend named Chenluo has not come to the Mathematics Association for a long time, and there has been no news for a long time. Has he left the capital?" Jasmine lowered her head and whispered, I don't know about Mr. Chenluo. The temple in the capital of Luolan was built very quickly. It was completed in a few months. In the Shenin continent, this is the only temple besides the 4 major temples of the gods of magic. The only temple recognized by the continent. The wizards also built a temple for the god of darkness, but it was not recognized by the magicians. No one knew where the dark temple was. Once the address of the dark temple was known by the 4 major temples, I am afraid that the high priests of the holy mage level would personally go to destroy it. The god of mathematics is different from the god of darkness. What he brought to people was not destruction and chaos, but knowledge. Those advanced mathematical knowledge promoted the development of many disciplines, which also made the god of mathematics gradually recognized by other scholars on the continent. It is said that even the magic temple is looking for the god of mathematics. However, the god of mathematics, Chenluo, has not shown miracles for a long time. After knowing about the gods, Chenluo told Andy, the president of the Mathematical Association, not to reveal his identity no matter who asked. He used to think too simply. In a world ruled by the magic gods, how could other gods be allowed to exist? It was not necessarily a good thing for the magic temple to look for him. If it is not necessary, it is better not to appear as Chenluo. The Mathematical Association will not reveal his identity, so he does not need to worry about it. The current situation made him a little overwhelmed. Some time ago, he got a lot of witchcraft, and he has been digesting it recently, and he has not been to Catherine's clinic. At this moment, Catherine was standing in front of Chenluo, looking at him with a sad look, and asked aggrievedly, "Blair, did I do something to make you unhappy? Why don't you go to my place recently?" Chapter 196. Faced with the aggrieved and resentful Catherine, Chenluo was somewhat speechless. He had contacted Catherine not for any other reason. He coveted her identity as a wizard, not her body. And now, Chenluo has already obtained what he wanted from Catherine from the wizard tribe, so there is no need to deliberately approach her. Catherine is beautiful and sexy. Running to the residence of such a single female doctor all day long, it is inevitable that Isabella and Brittany will misunderstand something. But looking at her aggrieved expression, Chenluo felt that it was wrong for him to do so. When you think a woman is useful, you deliberately approach her, and when you find that she is not useful, you abandon her without hesitation. What is the difference between this and a scumbag, especially since Catherine is sincere to him, not only teaching him pharmacy, but also risking entering the palace to help him pass messages? Thinking about this, Chenluo felt that he was a scumbag. He looked embarrassed and said quickly, "Sister Catherine misunderstood. I just haven't been out much during this period of time. I was planning to visit you tomorrow." Catherine smiled again. "Really?" After Isabella's training, Chenluo found that he was getting more and more experienced in coaxing women, and he got away with it with a few words from Catherine. After calming down, Chenluo gradually realized that Catherine approached him for other purposes. The power of wizards is still too weak compared to magicians. Only by themselves, they can hardly resist the 4 major temples. Winning over people who have a certain influence in the magician world is also an important purpose of wizards' activities on the continent. This is also one of the things that the temple and the empire are very vigilant about. Generally speaking, magicians who turn to the wizard camp will be punished like wizards. Under this high-pressure policy that is applicable to the entire continent, people are afraid to talk about wizards, and are unwilling and dare not have any relationship with wizards. Catherine didn't know what happened to Chenluo. She looked at him with a little worry and asked, "Have you thought about how to deal with the king's matter?" "It has been resolved." Chenluo said, The Stern family will come forward, and Orlando will not attack me again in the future. Catherine was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, That's good, but after such a thing happened, will you stay in Luolan in the future? Chen Luo shook his head and said, I think it won't be long before I will travel around the continent. Chen Luo didn't have much affection for Luolan, but his friends, the people he cared about most, were here. For him, there is not much difference between Lauren, Gaia, or other places. Chen Luo once wanted to go to the east. Although this place is no longer the Earth he is familiar with, he has an inseparable sense of intimacy with that direction. However, after consulting various materials, Chen Luo realized that the Earth in this parallel space is different from the Earth he is familiar with in terms of geological structure. The Shinan continent is very large, larger than the Eurasian continent and the African continent combined, and its topographic structure is completely different from that of the Earth. It is said that a holy magician once flew from the far empire in the south of the continent to the depths of the sea, and finally landed in the water empire in the north. There was also a great magician who set out from the OS empire in the west, flew forward, experienced 2 cold frozen zones, and finally flew to the Windu empire in the east. This made people realize that the land under their feet was a sphere, and later countless great magicians proved this fact. People began to realize that they lived on a huge sphere, and there was only one continent on this sphere, which was the Shinan continent. In another world, geologists have shown that 1 to 1.3 billion years ago, there was only one land on the Earth called Pangaea. Chen Luo guessed that the Shinan continent should also be a similar Pangaea. Perhaps in the distant future, this continent will also drift due to plate tectonics, but it is generally recognized that there is only one continent on the Earth. Without 5 oceans and 7 continents, Chen Luo naturally gave up the idea of going to Asia. Austin sat on the other side of the yard, basking in the sun, while watching Chen Luo and Catherine talking and laughing. At one point, he looked at his wife and asked, Are there too many girls around Blair? In addition to the one from the Hermann family, there is also the Princess of Gaia. Dr. Catherine seems to have other ideas about him. Anna flipped through a medical book and said casually, This shows that there is something about him that attracts them. You are not related to Blair. Why do you care about these things? Austin said, Blair, if you don't care, you should at least care about it, right, Sasha? Anna said, What does this have to do with Sasha? Austin snatched the medical book from her and said, Can't you see that Sasha likes him? Do you want Blair to have so many lovers after they get married? Sasha and him. Anna looked at him and said, When we were in Yabo City, although I had doubts, it's been so long and they haven't dated yet. Are you sure Sasha likes him? How can I not know what my daughter is thinking? Austin looked at Chen Luo and frowned, but Blair is like this, which makes it difficult for me to give Sasha to him. Anna glanced in that direction and said, But how do you know that Blair must like Sasha? Austin said angrily, What's wrong with Sasha? Why doesn't he like her? Anna took the book from him and said, Who can tell clearly about love? Maybe he likes other types, maybe Herman. Alice from the family, or the little Princess of Gaia, or even Miss Brittany. Austin said, How could it be Miss Brittany? She is at least 4 years older than Blair, right? Anna said, Love has nothing to do with age. Dr. Catherine is 9 years older than Blair. Don't they look very compatible? Austin waved his hand and said, It's impossible for them to be like this. She is Blair's teacher. Anna looked at him and said, But I heard that Grand Mage Meili has returned to the capital. Miss Brittany and Princess Christine went to visit her. I heard from them that they wanted to ask Grand Mage Meili to accept Blair as a student. A few days before the new year, a big event happened in the capital. The Grand Mage who had left the capital for 2 years returned to the capital. Grand Mage Meili is not only the strongest person in the kingdom of Lauren, but also a great scholar. In Lauren, scholars and magicians all respect her very much. She is the honorary president of the Lauren Magic Association, and the honorary president of the Lauren Mathematics Association. To some extent, her status in Lauren is even higher than that of the royal family. There are not many legendary things in the life of Mage Meili. She was born in a mathematics family, and showed extraordinary talents in mathematics and magic since she was a child. When she was 25 years old, she was promoted to a great magician, and made great achievements in mathematics. It was from that time that she left Lauren, and began a long journey until 30 years later. When she returned to Lauren, she had already reached the realm of a great magician, and became the strongest person in Lauren, and the patron saint of Lauren. Mage Meili has 2 disciples. One is Brittany, a magic genius rarely seen in the Stern family for 100 years. She was promoted to a great magician at the age of 22, and her talent was higher than that of Mage Meili when she was young. The other is the only princess of the royal family, Her Highness Christine. Although her magic talent is not as high as Brittany, she is proficient in fighting skills, and her real strength is no less than that of a great magician. Chen Luo didn't know much about Grand Mage Meili, so when teacher Brittany told him that she would take him to see Grand Mage Meili, he was full of anticipation. There were only a handful of Saint Mage on the continent, and the one Chen Luo was about to meet was the strongest he had come into contact with since he came to this world. He had a lot of questions in his mind, and he couldn't wait any longer. Chapter 197. The address of Brittany's teacher, Grand Mage Meili, is not in the capital. The king once built a manor for her, but she did not accept it. She lived alone in an ordinary house outside the city. Chen Luo, Brittany, Christine and Isabella each performed flying magic, and in about half a quarter of an hour, they arrived in front of a courtyard at the foot of the mountain. This is a separate house, located alone at the foot of the mountain, with no neighbors, backed by green mountains, and the environment is very quiet. Brittany knocked on the door, then pushed it open and walked in. Chen Luo followed her and walked in slowly, and saw an old man with silver hair and wrinkles on his face, sitting in the yard to bask in the sun. Grand Mage Meili has long passed the age of 60. Even a Grand Mage cannot resist the ravages of time, and has the same life as ordinary people. No matter how Chen Luo looked at her, he could not see the aura of a strong man from her. Of course, whether it is a great mage or a magic apprentice, it is difficult to tell their level without actively showing their spiritual power. Chen Luo's soul is unusually powerful. Although he can't see it, he can feel what kind of powerful power is hidden in the thin body of this old man. Brittany walked over slowly and said softly, "Teacher." Chen Luo and Isabella said, "Meet the great Mage Meili." The old man opened his eyes, glanced around, and finally fixed on Chen Luo and Isabella, and asked, "Are these the two children you mentioned?" Brittany nodded and said, "They both have good magic talents, so I asked the teacher to accept them as students." Brittany was talking about the two of them, which surprised Chen Luo. Isabella, who had been in a bad mood since the beginning, was even more stunned. Meili looked at Chen Luo and said, "A 17-year-old senior magician, I have nothing to teach you." After that, she looked at Isabella again and said slowly, "The Clavis family is amazing, and she doesn't need me to teach her." Chen Luo and Isabella stood there, not knowing how to respond. Grand Mage Meili was silent for a moment before saying again, "Orlando is a little too much as a king. If you like, just call me a teacher." Chen Luo then understood what teacher Brittany meant. Orlando was wary of the Stern family, but he was probably more than just wary of the kingdom's only Grand Mage. Grand Mage Meili was like a big tree. As long as the tree didn't fall, no one would dare to act recklessly under it. Chen Luo and Isabella said in unison, "Teacher." Grand Mage Meili was full of old age, and seemed to have no interest in anything. She did not teach Chen Luo and Isabella magic, nor did she say anything more. Chen Luo had many questions to ask, but it seemed that this was not the right time. Brittany also noticed something, and on the way back, she took the initiative to explain to Chen Luo. Teacher was not like this before. Christine said, "Teacher traveled this time to find an opportunity to break through the Saint Mage, but only a year later, she returned to the capital again. It should not be smooth." More than not smooth, Chen Luo could feel that Grand Mage Meili should have given up. Shenin continent is so big that there are countless magicians, but there are only 4 known holy magisters. Including the Saint of the Wizard, there are only 5. In other words, more than 95% of the great magisters can never become holy magisters. Brittany looked a little disappointed and said, "The teacher said that her life has come to the end, and she will leave soon." Christine looked at her and asked, "The Stern family once had 5 holy magisters. Didn't they leave any clues to become holy magisters?" Chen Luo was shocked. His mental strength was unstable, and he almost fell from the sky. Brittany grabbed his wrist in time and said, "Blair, you must concentrate when releasing magic. It's dangerous for you to do this." "Thank you, Brittany, senior sister." He was not used to calling her teacher for a long time, and suddenly changed his words. However, this is not the most important thing. Chen Luo looked at Brittany and asked, "Has the Stern family ever produced so many Saint Magisters?" Brittany nodded and said, "There is no record of the Saint Magisters in the family, but it is certain that there is no special method required to upgrade from a Grand Magister to a Saint Magister. It seems to be only related to mental power, but the mental power required by the Saint Magister is too huge. Many magicians cannot achieve it even if they meditate for a lifetime." Chen Luo asked, "It is said that the Saint Magister has a longer life. What about the Saint Magisters of the Stern family? Where did they go later?" "I don't know." Brittany shook her head and said, "According to the family's records, After they were promoted to Saint Magisters, they seemed to have left the Shannon continent and never came back. Qianluo's eyes lit up. They went to another space? Brittany shook her head again and said, only they know this. After being promoted to Saint Magister, in order to pursue the end of the magic road, most of the Saint Magisters finally chose to leave. The Stern family actually had 5 Saint Magisters. Qianluo had many questions to ask Grand Magister Meili, but it seemed that senior sister Brittany seemed to know more. Although the Grand Magister was powerful, he might not be able to answer Qianluo's questions. It would be best if a Saint Magister could answer Qianluo's questions in person, but the 4 major temples were extremely dangerous places in Qianluo's mind. It was obviously not a wise choice to chat with the high priests of the 4 major temples. After excluding the 4 major temples, there was only the Wizard Saint. Although Qianluo knew Helia did not know him, and the whereabouts of the saint had always been a mystery. Even wizards could not find him, let alone Qianluo. Qianluo and his 2 friends separated from Christine at the city gate. Qianluo waved to her and said, "Goodbye, Teacher Christine. Call me Senior Sister Christine from now on." "Goodbye, Senior Sister Christine." Although Qianluo had expected this day to come, he was used to calling them teachers, and it was still a bit awkward to suddenly change his words. When calling them teachers, Qianluo always felt that they were a generation older than him, but when he called them senior sisters, Qianluo realized that they were actually only a little older than him. Isabella walked on the road, looking at Brittany in confusion, and asked, "Teacher Brittany, why do I also?" "You don't have to call me teacher in the future." Brittany smiled slightly and said, "You don't want Blair to call you niece either." "He dares." Isabella glared at Qianluo fiercely, then looked at Brittany and asked tentatively, "Then can I call you sister in the future?" Brittany smiled and said, "Of course." Isabella held her arm intimately. In the past, even if the relationship was close, because of the relationship between teacher and student, she did not dare to show too much intimacy, but in fact, in her heart, she had already regarded Brittany as her sister. She held Brittany's arm, glanced at Qianluo proudly, and said, "Blair, you will call me senior sister again in the future." Qianluo ignored the complacent Isabella. He was silent for a moment, looked at Brittany, and said, "Senior Brittany, starting from next semester, I want to travel to other countries." Chapter 198. After being promoted to a senior magician, he will travel around the continent. This is a decision Qianluo has made long ago. His magic path is very different from that of ordinary magicians. Although his mental power is not as mature as that of teacher Brittany, and he can grow it without meditation, he also has a shortcut to quickly improve his mental power. In theory, as long as there are enough resources, he will never encounter a bottleneck. Luolan is very small, and the Luolan Magic Association is even smaller. Such a small place is not enough to provide Qianluo with the magic resources he needs later. Brittany had known about Qianluo's decision for a long time. Although she was not surprised, she was still a little worried and asked, "You have just been promoted. Isn't it too early to travel around the continent now?" Most magicians start traveling after they are promoted to great magicians. Qianluo smiled and said, "Don't worry, I can protect myself." Brittany looked at Qianluo. Although she knew that his goal was to become a holy magician, her intuition told her that he worked so hard to improve his magic level and couldn't wait to travel around the continent. He wanted to be promoted to a holy magician as soon as possible. It was definitely not just to verify whether there was another world outside the Shannon continent. There must be a more important reason. But since he didn't say it clearly, she probably couldn't ask it. Brittany didn't persuade Qianluo anymore and asked, "When do you plan to leave?" Qianluo said, "I leave after the new year." Isabella, who had been stunned since just now, finally came back to her senses. She looked at Qianluo and asked, "Blair, are you going to leave school and leave the capital?" Qianluo nodded and said, "I can't learn anything in school anymore. I want to travel around the continent and visit more countries so that I can advance faster." "Oh," Isabella responded, then lowered her head and stopped talking. After hearing the news, she seemed to be in a low mood because she was excited about becoming Qianluo's senior again. The news that Grand Mage Meili accepted 2 new students on the first day of her return to the capital quickly spread throughout the capital through Princess Christine. Who doesn't want to have a teacher at the level of a Grand Mage? This not only means that they will not encounter any obstacles before they are promoted to Grand Mage, but also means that they have a Grand Mage level backer. Whether it is the royal family or the 3 major families, they all have to give face to the Grand Mage. One of Grand Mage Meili's students is Miss Isabella, a celebrity in the Magic Academy who has countless admirers. Not only is she of noble birth, but she has also been promoted to an intermediate magician at a young age, and her talent is no less than that of the top geniuses of the three major magic families. As for the other one, although his magic talent is average, his reputation is greater than Isabella. As the youngest viscount of the kingdom, Blair is known as a devil in the mathematics world. The collective protest of the Mathematics Association, which led to the expulsion of the second prince from the capital, made the people of Lauren deeply aware of the importance of the devil Blair to the mathematics world of Lauren and the mathematics world of the continent. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely become a scholar who is famous in the continent in the future, making Lauren, a small country with no sense of existence on the continent, even surpass the four empires in academics. In fact, the current Lauren has already achieved this to some extent. The temple of the god of mathematics is in Lauren. If the noble god of mathematics shows a few more miracles, it is guaranteed that scholars from all over the continent will flock here. Royal Palace? Orlando said coldly, "One Edward Stern is not enough, and you want to use Grand Mage Melee to suppress me?" His younger brother, Duke Charles, wondered, why is Grand Mage Melee's trip so short this time? I thought she would be back for at least 5 years. Orlando said, Grand Mage Melee has no hope of being promoted to Saint Mage. There is not much time left. Charles sighed and said, without the Grand Mage, Lauren will lose the biggest deterrent, and its status in the Empire will be greatly reduced. Orlando said, who said Melee? After Lee died, there is no Grand Mage in Lauren? Charles looked at him and asked, could it be? Uncle Bolton is about to be promoted to Grand Mage. Orlando smiled and said, at that time, it will be time to settle accounts with the Stern family and the Mathematical Association. Although Chen Luo wanted to run to the magic associations of various countries as quickly as possible to obtain high-level and super-level variant magic, there were 4 major empires and dozens of countries on the continent. Even if he ran to one country every 10 days, it would take nearly 2 years to run through all the countries. What's more, the magic associations of those countries are similar to Lauren. In order to obtain their resources, in addition to a large amount of gold coins, they also require certain contributions. It is impossible for Chen Luo to carry a lot of gold coins when traveling around the continent, and it is even more impossible to spend a lot of time to make full contributions in the magic associations of various countries. This is a problem to be solved. In addition, he also needs to plan the route in advance. After all, he has serious things to do this time, not just a pure tour, and he must ensure efficiency. The choice of the first stop of the tour is very important. Guy is the closest to Luolan, but Chen Luo did not consider Guy at all during this tour. First, he offended Guy too much last time, and even offended a Great Wind Mage. Second, it is precisely because Guy is the closest to Luolan that the magic resources sold on the black market are almost all Guy's magic resources. Chen Luo has already obtained the high-level magic he needs from Crow, so there is no need to go to Guy again. Although there is no superclass magic for the time being, maybe Crow can still get it, and he has no need to take this risk. After thinking about it, Chen Luo decided to go to the Kingdom Abyss to the west of Luolan first. The Kingdom Abyss is smaller than Luolan in terms of land area, and its overall strength is not as good as Luolan. There are only 5 small cities in the entire kingdom, and the strongest person in the kingdom is just a mage. Before leaving, he had to say goodbye to some people. He went to the wizard tribe and handed over several gold cards worth 10,000 gold coins to the 2 elders. In this way, even if Chen Luo could not come back in a short time, they would not worry about food. He also went to the Magic Association and planned to talk to Jasmine about this matter. Unfortunately, Jasmine was not in the Magic Association. Chen Luo learned from a receptionist that Jasmine went to Yabo City to reunite with her family 2 days ago, and would not return to the capital until after the new year. It was Lisa's birthday, and all students of the water department were invited to attend the banquet. At the banquet, Chen Luo told Alice about his travels. Alice's eyes were full of reluctance, but she still smiled and said, Blair, go and pursue your own dreams, remember to protect yourself, I will help you take care of Isabella. Vic, who was standing by, looked at Chen Luo with a smile on his face that was hard to hide, and also said with confidence, Blair, you can go with peace of mind. After you leave, as the only man in the class, I will take good care of other students. Chen Luo did not expect that Lisa would invite Tasia to her birthday. As the Princess of Gaia and the future queen, she has stayed in Luolan for so long and did not go back during the Chinese New Year. I don't know what her specific purpose is. Apparently she had heard about this from someone else. She walked up to Chen Luo and asked, is Blair going to travel the continent? We are also planning to leave the capital. Do you want to go to Gaia with us? Chen Luo shook his head and said apologetically, to be honest. Tasia said, if Blair is willing to go to Gaia, Gaia is willing to provide you with everything you need, including magic resources, academic resources, various variants and improved magic, notes of great scholars, notes of holy magicians. Qianluo looked at Tasia and smiled. To be honest, the first country I chose for this trip is Gaia. Chapter 199. Great magisters are common, but saint magisters are rare. For a long time, saint magisters in the Shenin continent have been almost monopolized by the 4 major temples. If one is produced in other places, it will soon disappear from the continent. The Stern family has produced 5 saint magisters, but none of them left a notebook. The saint magister's notebook is more tempting to Qianluo than money and power. As a magician with dreams and pursuits, a magician who is eager to climb to the top of magic, who can resist the temptation of the saint magister's notebook? Although Qianluo once caused serious psychological damage to the scholars of Gaia, after several months of in-depth understanding, Qianluo felt that Princess Tasia was not a grudge-bearing person, and would not do anything to trick him to Gaia to settle the score. Tasia obviously did not expect Qianluo to agree so straightforwardly. Before this, she had invited him too many times, but without exception, she was rejected every time. This time, she was actually prepared to be rejected by him again. Judging from his expression just now, it was indeed the case. However, the ending of the matter was far beyond her expectations. Tasia looked at Qianluo, her eyes moving. There must be some reason that made him change his mind. Was it the improved magic, academic resources, or the notes of great scholars, the Holy Mage's notebook? Qianluo looked at Tasia and asked, "Does Gaia have the Holy Mage's notebook?" Tashia's eyes flashed with understanding, and then she smiled and said, "Hundreds of years ago, Gaia had a holy mage, who was one of the priests of the Temple of Wind. He once left a note, which was collected by the royal family. As far as I know, the secret of the holy mage is mentioned in that note. Although I can't give it to classmate Blair, I can ask my father to let you read it once." Qianluo said, "Thank you, Your Highness Tasia. The holy mage's notebook itself is not important. What is important is the content inside." Just taking a look at the notebook is enough for Qianluo. "You're welcome." Tasia continued, "The visiting scholars group from Gaia will return home in half a month. If Blair needs it, we can adjust it again." "No need." Qianluo waved his hand and said, "Whenever you go back, I can go with you." Qianluo's original plan was to go to the Kingdom of Bis first. The Kingdom of Bis is to the west of Lauren. If he went to the Kingdom of Bis first, his travel route should be to travel through the OS Empire first, then go north to the Water Empire, then pass through the Windu Empire, then the Far Empire, and finally return to Lauren. And Gaia is at the junction of the Far Empire and the OS Empire. If he goes to Gaia first, his entire itinerary will also change. However, for him, which country to go to first and which country to go to later is not very important. In comparison, the Holy Mage's notebook is important. While eating, Brittany put down her chopsticks and asked, "Blair, have you decided which country to go to first?" "I plan to go to Gaia first." Qianluo said, "It just so happens that the Gaia visiting scholar group will return home in half a month, and I will go to Gaia with them." "I'm full," Isabella whispered, took her bowl and chopsticks to the kitchen, and walked into her room silently. After leaving the capital, Qianluo was most worried about teacher Brittany. Austin has perfectly inherited Qianluo's cooking skills. Isabella can eat with her parents, but with teacher Brittany's personality, it is definitely impossible for her to eat with them. In the past year and a half, their eating habits have long been changed by Qianluo. I wonder if she can go back to the days when she had bread for 3 meals a day. Brittany watched Isabella walk out, winked at Qianluo, and said, "Blair, go see Sasha." Qianluo asked in confusion, "What's wrong with her?" Brittany said unhappily, "You really don't know what's wrong with her." Before Qianluo could finish his words, he was interrupted by Brittany. She looked into Qianluo's eyes and asked, "Blair, tell me the truth. What kind of status does Sasha have in your heart?" Qianluo replied without hesitation, "In my heart, Isabella and Brittany are like my relatives." "Relatives? There are also differences." Brittany said helplessly, "I mean, do you just regard Isabella as a sister, or as your future wife? Do you like her or not?" Qianluo has actually considered this question many times. Blair's body is not yet 18 years old. In Qianluo's concept, falling in love now is still considered premature love. After all, in another world, aren't there a lot of men and women in their 30s who haven't married yet? Although he has only been promoted to a senior magician not long ago, a large amount of witchcraft and advanced magic have made his mental power grow by leaps and bounds. It is not impossible for him to be promoted to a great magician before his 18th birthday. Grand Mage Meili was promoted to a great magician at the age of 25. If the magic resources can keep up, Chen Luo is even confident that he can be promoted to a holy magician before the age of 25. At that time, it was not too late to do anything. Even having children was the best age. Brittany looked at Chen Luo and asked, Blair, what are you worried about? The teacher in another world once asked Chen Luo's parents to come to school because he whispered with his female classmate in class when he was in high school. After he used a 5,000-word guarantee to explain that he did not have a premature love and it would not affect his studies, the math teacher and head teacher, who always wore a pair of reading glasses on his nose, let him go. They were both teachers, and they both taught math. Chen Luo's former teacher, now senior Brittany, took completely different approaches when they were the same age as Chen Luo. She almost wrote the word matchmaking on her face. Chen Luo was silent for a moment, and said honestly, I am worried that after becoming a holy magician, I will never come back after leaving here. Brittany was stunned for a moment and asked, Is it because of this reason? Chen Luo nodded. Brittany glanced at him and said, Blair, in fact, Sasha's magic talent is not worse than yours. I know. Chen Luo nodded again. When in Yabo City, Isabella's magic talent could only be said to be good, but after coming to the capital, she seemed to have awakened some strange attributes and almost became another teacher Brittany. If there is no new magic, just through meditation, Chen Luo's mental power growth speed is not as fast as hers. Brittany said, What I mean is that if you can become a saint mage, Sasha can also, and she may even be promoted to a saint mage earlier than you. She looked into Chen Luo's eyes and said, No matter where you go in the future, she can be with you, but if you miss her now, you may regret it for the rest of your life. I just don't want you to regret it later. Brittany looked at him for the last time and said, But the final choice is up to you. Isabella's room. She sat on the bed, feeling empty in her heart. This feeling was like when she lost her favorite doll at the age of 8. 10 years ago, she liked beautiful dolls, and 10 years later, she liked Blair. The doll was lost, and Blair was going to her country with Tessia. Perhaps, Tessia should be with Blair. They have the same hair and the same eyes. Tessia is a princess and a future queen, and she is nothing. But she is still sad. Blair is leaving, and he didn't tell her until he left. He didn't care if they didn't see each other for a long time, but she really cared. When he was in St. Donis, he clearly said that he liked her, but why did he prefer to tell Trish instead of her? Is this just a lie he made up at that time to reject Trish? Isabella thought that Blair had never shown his love for her, and he took care of her and indulged her only because she was his senior. But she had long since stopped considering him as a junior. Thinking of this, she felt a little wronged, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Chen Luo walked to Isabella's door, stood there for a long time, and then knocked on her door. Isabella wiped her eyes, walked over, and opened the door. Chen Luo looked at her and said, Senior Isabella, I have something to say to you. Isabella looked up at him, waiting for his farewell. Chen Luo took a deep breath and said, Senior Isabella, I have liked you for a long time. Isabella shuddered and said unsurely, What did you say? I like you. Chen Luo looked into her eyes and asked, Senior Isabella, are you willing to date me? Chapter 200. Chen Luo and Isabella walked on the streets of the capital holding hands. Although Isabella did not respond to him last night, she got up early in the morning and went out to buy groceries with him. She used to go out to buy groceries with Chen Luo and chattered all the way, but today she was particularly silent. The two of them walked side by side at first, and then got closer and closer. She walked on the right side of Chen Luo. As the distance got closer, the backs of their hands would collide intentionally or unintentionally. I don't know when, they naturally held hands. At first, it was casual holding hands, and later it became holding hands. This was not the first time that Chen Luo held hands with a girl. Before this, he had done this with Isabella and teacher Brittany. Of course, it was a promise at that time, which is different from the current situation. When they were about to reach the market, Chen Luo suddenly asked, Sasha, did you agree? Isabella asked with a trembling voice, Agree, what? Chen Luo said, Agree to date me. She lowered her head, and after a long time, she uttered a soft hum. She was silent for a moment, and suddenly asked, Blair, when did you start to like me? Chen Luo thought for a while, and said, Since you were willing to die with me, since you stayed in St. Donatus for me, since you changed your major for me. Isabella frowned and asked, Isn't it from the first time we met? Have you forgotten what happened when we first met? Chen Luo glanced at her and said, You bumped into me, and wanted to set me on fire at that time. How could I like you? Isabella said dissatisfiedly, It was you who bumped into me twice, and you also touched my mouth. Chen Luo suddenly looked at her and asked, I couldn't touch your mouth at that time, but now it's okay. Isabella's face suddenly turned red, and she asked, what do you want to do? Chenluo shook his head and asked, I have never dated a girl before, what should couples do? No, not now. I don't know what she thought of. Isabella's face was red as if blood was dripping. She let go of Chenluo's hand and ran away quickly. After running a few steps, she turned back and said with a red face, What are you still standing there for? Buy vegetables. The girl's voice was a little coquettish in her scolding, which made people feel numb all over. Except for Blair. The first love of every boy in St. Donatus was called Isabella. Love in youth is the purest love, but youth often means ignorance. At that age when one does not know the depth, the flower of love often does not bear fruit. Chenluo has long passed his teenage years, so he can see more clearly what Isabella has done for him. Teacher Brittany is right. It is better to seize the opportunity in front of you than to regret it later. Whether it is magic or life, Teacher Brittany has given him a lot of help. For a long time, she has been Chenluo's guide. Although their identities and relationships have changed now, some things cannot be changed. In her eyes, Chenluo and Isabella will always be her students. No matter what Chenluo calls her, this cannot be changed. This is a fact that Chenluo realized a long time ago. Seeing Isabella's unprecedented liveliness, Chenluo smiled faintly, but there was always a lingering melancholy in his heart. After buying vegetables, Chenluo walked out of the vegetable market with a basket in one hand and Isabella in the other hand. Isabella turned to look at Chenluo and said reluctantly, Blair, do you have to go out to travel? Chenluo nodded and said, my biggest dream is to become a holy mage. If I stay in Luolan, I may never be able to realize this dream in my life. Isabella thought for a while and said, I support your dream, but you are not allowed to mess with other girls outside. Chenluo asked, Am I such a person in your heart? Humph, Alice, Miss Jasmine, Her Highness Tishia, Dr. Catherine. Isabella counted on her fingers, snorted, and said, You still say you don't have it. Chenluo said, Dr. Catherine is too much. Isabella said, That is. Do you admit Alice, Jasmine and Tishia? You know best what the relationship between Alice and me is like. Chenluo explained, His Highness Tishia wants to win me over. I am a scholar, a very powerful one. Which king doesn't want to win me over? Can't you be more humble? Isabella glanced at him and asked, What about Jasmine? Jasmine. Chenluo thought for a while and said, She looks like my sister. Isabella looked at him and said in surprise, You have a sister, why don't I know? My sister in the dream. Chenluo said, I once had a very long dream. I dreamed of myself in another world. I had a sister in that world, and Jasmine looked very much like her. You dream about Jasmine all the time. Have you ever liked her? No, I swear, absolutely not. Isabella just said this. She trusted Chenluo very much. Although there were many beautiful girls around him, he lived with her and Teacher Brittany every day, and he locked himself in the room to meditate all day. It was impossible for him to have any thoughts about other girls. Isabella was very confident in herself. With Teacher Brittany, she felt that if they joined forces, they would have no rivals in the entire continent. Thinking of Teacher Brittany, Isabella suddenly realized something very serious. She looked at Chenluo and asked, What should we do with Teacher Brittany? Shouldn't we call her senior sister now? Oh, I'm used to calling her teacher. Isabella said with some annoyance, If we are together, won't Teacher Brittany be left alone in the future? Teacher Brittany said that she would never get married, but she would be very lonely alone. When did Teacher Brittany say such a thing? That day I slept with Teacher Brittany, and I asked her. Isabella said, Teacher Brittany said that she wanted to concentrate on learning magic and become a holy mage. Hey, Blair, Teacher Brittany's dream is the same as yours. Chenluo looked a little disappointed. She was in a trance, and then she smiled and said, Becoming a saint mage is the dream of every magician. Do you think others are just like you and only want to play? Isabella snorted and said, I declare that from now on, my dream is also to become a saint mage. Chenluo said, Okay, when you become a saint mage, I will take you to other worlds to play. It's as if you must become a saint mage before me. Isabella said unconvinced, and then said, Blair, I don't want to be separated from Teacher Brittany, you think of a way. Chenluo had long discovered that Isabella was very attached to Teacher Brittany, far more than a teacher and student. He had enough reason to doubt whether they were sisters in their previous life. But he knew Teacher Brittany, shook his head and said, At that time, even if you want to continue living with Teacher Brittany, she will not be willing. After Chenluo finished speaking, he suddenly saw a familiar figure in front of him. The figure also saw him and Isabella, and saw their hands holding each other. At this moment, Chen Luo felt the pressure from Austin that even Grand Mage Meili had never given him. Chapter 201. Father! Seeing Austin, Isabella trembled with fear and subconsciously wanted to let go of her hand. After a moment of hesitation, she still held Chen Luo's hand tightly, and did not let go. When he came out to buy groceries early in the morning, he saw a scene that made him extremely angry. Austin said with a dark face, "What are you doing?" Chen Luo said, "Buying groceries." Austin said coldly, "Do you need to hold hands when buying groceries?" Isabella looked up at Austin and mustered up the courage to say, "Father, Blair and I have started dating." Austin took a deep breath, looked at Chen Luo with sharp eyes, and said, "Come back with me, let's talk." The door was closed, and Austin and Chen Luo sat face to face, a familiar scene. "Are you dating Sasha?" "Yes." "Did she propose it, or did you propose it?" "It was me." Austin had a stern face, as if he was interrogating a prisoner, and Chen Luo responded calmly without being humble or arrogant. At that moment just now, he did feel a strong pressure from Austin. It was not because he was angry when he learned that his little cabbage was bullied, but because it was a real pressure from a strong man. A high-level magician could not have such pressure. The talent shown by Isabella made Chen Luo start to doubt whether Austin had hidden his strength. Magic talent is inherited from the family. Grand Mage Meili also mentioned the Clavis family. The pressure that Austin accidentally exuded today made Chen Luo more certain of this idea. His realm is definitely far more than a high-level magician, or even a great magician. He didn't release all his spiritual power, so Chen Luo couldn't see his realm, but Austin's true strength was at least that of a magician. Austin looked at Chen Luo for a long time and asked again, "Do you really like Sasha?" Chen Luo looked into his eyes, and said, "Please don't doubt it. What do you like about her?" Austin looked at him and asked back, "You like her looks, but her face will eventually age. You like her personality, but her character will also change. You like her characteristics, which can be found in others." Chen Luo said, "I like her, not because of her appearance, but because of how I look when I am with her." Austin was silent for a long time and said, "I hope you remember what I said today. I, Austin Kravis, only have her as a daughter. If you hurt her in the future, the fate of Peter Werner will be your fate." Chen Luo was not surprised at all and said calmly, "It turns out that you really killed the second prince." Austin said lightly, "Anyone who hurt Sasha deserves to die." His tone was very calm, as if he did not kill the second prince of the kingdom of Lauren, but a chicken or a duck. Chen Luo said, "She is one of the most important people to me. I will protect her with my life." Austin looked at him and asked, "One of them?" Before Chen Luo could answer, Isabella came in from the window and said to Austin, "Father, I am willing to date Blair. Don't make things difficult for him." "Why should I make things difficult for him?" Austin looked at her with a smile and said, "Blair is a viscount at a young age, and a world-renowned scholar. He has such a good talent for magic. I think he and Sasha are a good match. But you should not be too willful in the future. When two people are together, they should tolerate and accommodate each other." "Where am I willful?" Isabella put her hands on her hips, looked at Chen Luo, and asked, "Blair, tell me, am I willful?" Chen Luo shook his head decisively and said, "No." Austin looked at her and said, "Okay, Sasha, you go out first, I talk to Blair." Isabella glanced at the two of them, and did not notice any obvious hostility, so she walked out with peace of mind. Austin looked at Chen Luo and said, "Remember what I said just now, and don't tell her about Pete." When any father learns that his daughter has a boyfriend or a dating partner, there is not much difference between him and Austin, and Chen Luo understands this. Put yourself in his shoes. If Chen Luo was Austin, his attitude towards him might be even worse. As soon as he got home, Isabella ran over and asked, "Blair, what did my father say to you?" Chen Luo said, "Let me take good care of you, protect you, and accommodate you." Isabella said, "Then what?" Chen Luo said, "That's all." "That's good. I thought he would blame you." Isabella finally put her mind at ease and said, "Let's go cook. I want to learn to cook with you. After you leave, Teacher Brittany won't have to eat bread." Chen Luo still remembered the last time Isabella cooked. The dog in the academy was forced to eat the food she cooked, and from then on he would hide away from her, with his tail between his legs. However, this time, Chen Luo had to admit that Isabella seemed to have become smart in many ways after coming to the capital. Although she was a little rusty in cooking for the second time because of her lack of experience, the food she made was either too salty or too bland, but at least it was edible. "Blair, try this, try this." "No, I can't eat anymore." "Take another bite." "I really can't eat anymore." Open your mouth, I feed you. Brittany silently put down her chopsticks and left this space for them. She sat on the sofa not far away, looking at Chenluo and Isabella with a smile on her face. Since her mother and sister died, her father disappeared, and she left the Stern family. She hadn't had such a smile on her face for a long time. She thought she had no home, but not long after, in a remote town in Lauren, she felt the feeling of home again. Although Blair and Isabella had no blood connection with her, in Brittany's heart, they had long been her family. At this moment, she was sincerely happy for them. From Yabo City to the capital, she witnessed their feelings and their journey until today. Blair and Isabella being together was something she had been looking forward to for a long time. But at this moment, in addition to happiness, she also felt a deep sense of loss. She suddenly became an outsider in the original family of three. I like her, not because of how she looks, but because of how I look when I'm with her. Anna looked at Austin and smiled. I didn't expect him to say such things at such a young age. It seems that he really likes Sasha. Austin said, I don't doubt his feelings for Sasha. Anna asked puzzledly, then what are you worried about? It's not that simple. Austin sighed and said, I'm worried that Sasha will be hurt in the future. Anna asked puzzledly, what kind of hurt will Sasha suffer? Austin said, he looks at Sasha with a doting look. I believe what he said. He will protect Sasha with his life. He did so when he met Baird in Yabo City. Anna was even more confused. Then what are you worried about? Austin looked at the house next door and said slowly, but he looks at Miss Brittany in the same way. Chapter 202. Chenluo himself didn't know how long it would take to travel the continent this time. Perhaps he could return in 2 years, or perhaps even longer. After all, there were more than 50 kingdoms under the 4 empires. In addition, each of the provinces of the 4 empires was larger than Lauren. It took Grand Mage Melee 30 years to travel the continent. Of course, Chenluo didn't need that long. His purpose was very clear. He would only go to the capitals of various countries, and then obtain the resources he needed from the headquarters of the magic associations of various countries. Of these 50 countries, nearly 10 or so could be crossed out. These countries were all small pocket countries with only one city. The top masters of the countries might only be high-level magicians or great magicians. It was impossible to expect such countries to have any useful magic resources. In this way, at least 2 months could be saved for him. Even so, 2 years was the shortest time estimated by Chenluo. After passing Austin's test, Austin never said anything about his relationship with Isabella. Isabella's mother has been much kinder and more enthusiastic towards Chenluo during this period. Catherine gave Chenluo some emergency medicines to treat some common sudden illnesses. Although Chenluo didn't need them, he accepted them all. Alice gave Chenluo a short sword that can be carried close to the body. This kind of short sword is very popular among warriors. However, Chenluo's most useful melee weapon is the blue fireball. In order not to disappoint Alice, he also accepted her gift. Christine came once 2 days ago. She told Chenluo that Orlando had not given up. If he could not come back to Luolan, he should not come back. In the few days before leaving, he was probably just being affectionate with Isabella, holding hands, shopping, and then coming back to teach her how to cook. Half a month passed in a flash, and the carriage of the Gaia visiting scholar group appeared at the door of the house. Having just been together with Isabella, she was about to part ways. Although she was still reluctant, she was not as depressed as before. Chenluo gave her a hug and said, "Wait for me to come back." Isabella ignored the fact that Austin's face had turned black, kissed him gently on the face, and whispered, "Come back soon." He had only been with Isabella for a few days, and the only thing they had done was holding hands. This kiss was their most intimate move. Brittany came over, helped him straighten his collar, and said, "Take care of yourself outside, I will take care of Sasha." She was like a sister, taking care of Chenluo and Isabella meticulously. Chenluo stretched out his arms, hugged her gently, and said, "Take care of yourself too." Brittany was stunned, then smiled and said, "Come back soon. Sasha will miss you." Watching this scene, Austin frowned slightly, but he didn't know what to say. He turned his head to look at Isabella, who didn't care at all, and sighed leisurely. After saying goodbye to Isabella, who was reluctant to leave, Chenluo turned his head back until they disappeared from his sight. In the carriage, Tishia, with her long black hair draped over her shoulders, said, "Welcome, classmate Blair." Chenluo said, "I hope the people of Gaia think the same as your highness Tishia." Tishia said, "I will, the scholars in Gaia respect you very much." Chenluo still admires Gaia. Gaia's land area is not large, and its comprehensive national strength is not strong, but their academics lead the entire continent. Not long ago, it was still the world's mathematics center. In addition to mathematics, the development of other disciplines is also at the top level in the continent. Part of the reason is that mathematics is the soul of science, and many disciplines are based on mathematics. But the strong academic atmosphere in Gaia is also the reason why their science develops so fast. In Gaia and some other countries that highly respect science, scholars are much more popular than magicians. The Gaia Scholars group was very fast. They arrived in Gaia 2 days after leaving the capital. Wind magic can greatly increase the speed of travel. There are many wind magicians in the scholar group, and there is a wind magician leading the team. In addition to protecting the safety of the scholars, the magician's powerful mental power can make the carriage slightly higher than the ground and suspended in the air, minimizing friction to the maximum extent. Magic has a history of thousands of years on the continent, and people have long applied magic to all aspects of life. In the carriage, Tashia looked at Chenluo and said, I have asked someone to go to the capital first and prepare the magic resources that Blair needs, but the Holy Mage notebook cannot leave the palace. I will trouble Blair to go and see it in person. Tashia's politeness and generosity made Chenluo a little embarrassed. After learning that Chenluo needed variance and improved magic, she bought all the high-level and super-level magic from the Gaia Magic Association. High-level magic is not cheap, and the price of super-level magic is astronomical. No merit, no reward. Chenluo felt a little guilty for accepting a heavy gift from others for no reason. He looked at Tashia and asked, I don't know what I can do for His Highness, otherwise, I can't accept His Highness's gift. Tashia did not refuse, but smiled and said, if Blair can help improve Gaia's mathematics level, Gaia scholars will be grateful to you forever. I wonder if this will embarrass Blair. No. Chenluo looked at her and said, knowledge belongs to all mankind, not to any one person or any country. The temple of the god of mathematics is in Lauren, and Lauren has become the world's mathematics center. This is a fact that cannot be changed no matter what Gaia does. In theory, as a scholar of Lauren, Chenluo should stay in Lauren and serve the country, and should not help Gaia improve his mathematics level. But how much he contributed to Lauren and saved so many lives. But in return, he was assassinated again and again by King Orlando. What he did to Gaia scholars was not excessive, but Tashia did not hold a grudge, and gave him magic resources, and let him read the Saint Mage's notes. Chenluo is not a broad-minded person. He is not magnanimous at all, and he will not repay kindness with kindness. He only knows how to repay kindness with kindness, and revenge with revenge. Moreover, he is not Blair. In his eyes, there is no essential difference between Roland and Gaia. The level of Gaia's mathematical scholars is actually higher than Roland. It's nothing more than that Chenluo provided Roland with too many advanced mathematical concepts and knowledge. Without his explanation, Andy, the president of the Mathematics Association, found it difficult to understand. Too much advanced knowledge is no different from the heavenly book in the eyes of Gaia's mathematical scholars. When Gaia scholars returned to China this time, they took away a large number of mathematical books from Roland, all of which were obtained from the Mathematics Association. Knowledge sharing is the tradition of the Mathematics Association. Unfortunately, no one in their entire group of scholars, including the vice president of the Mathematics Association, Tang Yin, could understand it. Since he decided to repay Tashia, Chenluo explained it to several mathematical scholars in the group along the way. They are actually very capable, but they lack the understanding of basic concepts. What Chenluo has to do is to lead them into the door. After that, they will be able to explore the content on their own. After asking another question about calculus, Tang Yin respectfully bowed to Chenluo and retreated. Tashia looked at Chenluo and asked, does Blair want to collect improved magic from various departments during his trip to the continent? Chenluo nodded and said, I am very interested in the improvements and variants of various magic departments. Collecting more will help with research. Tashia thought for a while and said, the magic associations of various countries attach great importance to super-level magic, which cannot be bought with gold coins. Gaia has close relations with many countries. If Blair needs it, I can ask my father to buy some from those countries. What Tashia said was exactly what Chenluo was worried about. And if Gaia is willing to come forward in the name of the country, this matter will become very simple. How can I be so embarrassed? Chenluo was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, buy the gold coins you need, and I will return them to you after returning to Lauren. Tashia shook her head and said, no, this is the reward you deserve. Mr. Tang Yin and several mathematicians said that you opened a new door for them. Compared with the progress of Gaia mathematics, these gold coins are nothing. Talking about money is indeed a bit vulgar. Chenluo looked at Tashia and said seriously, I really need those magic resources. Your Highness helped me a lot. I will repay your Highness in the future. Chapter 203. Starting from Luolan, Chen Luo and others arrived at the capital of Gaia in just 10 days. Tasia announced their itinerary early. 5 miles away from the capital, scholars in long robes began to appear on both sides of the street. The closer to the capital, the denser the crowds on both sides of the road. I heard that the math devil Blair has come to our Gaia. He's in that carriage. His Highness Tasia actually invited him here. This is a top priority in the math community. It would be great if he could stay in Gaia. Roland has the god of mathematics, and we have the math devil. The devil may not lose to the god. Chen Luo in the carriage lowered the curtain, retracted his gaze, and said to Tasia, "It seems that His Highness is very popular in the country. They don't welcome me." Tasia looked at Chen Luo and said, "Student Blair doesn't know yet, but your reputation has spread all over Gaia." Chen Luo noticed those people. They didn't have stone lettuce leaves in their hands, let alone rotten eggs. It seems that Tasia didn't lie to him. The convoy stopped a mile away from the capital. Tangan lifted the curtain from outside and said, "Your Highness, Mr. Blair, His Majesty the King is waiting in front to greet you." Chen Luo did not expect that the King of Gaia would personally greet them. From what he saw and heard along the way, and the King's attitude, it was no wonder that Gaia was called a paradise for scholars. The attitude of the royal family towards scholars alone was unmatched by other countries. Tasia jumped off the carriage, walked to the front, and said to a middle-aged man wearing a crown, "Father, I'm back." Evan smiled at her and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Tasia looked at Chen Luo beside her and introduced him. "This is Mr. Blair." Evan smiled and said, "Mr. Blair is much younger than I thought. Welcome to Gaia. The palace has set up a banquet. Please go to the palace." The road to the palace was blocked and crowded with onlookers. Chen Luo and others flew to the palace. During this process, Chen Luo was surprised to find that King Evans of Gaia was also a magician. The surface strength of King Orlando of Lauren was a great magician, but his real strength had reached the level of a magician, which was not a secret among the upper nobles. The 4 empires prohibited open wars among the kingdoms, but there were not many restrictions on the change of regime within the kingdom. The royal family needed to have strong strength to ensure its stability. Chen Luo had attended the royal banquet once, and this time it felt more formal to him. The people who attended the dinner with him were not nobles from Gaia, but scholars. Most of them were mathematicians, including the president and vice president of the Gaia Mathematics Association, the president of the Science Association, the president of the Astrology Association, the president of the Alchemy Association, etc. Tasia introduced them to him one by one, but Chen Luo didn't remember many of their names. He was not interested in these scholars, including the sumptuous dinner, and was thinking about the Holy Mage notebook that Tasia promised him. Tasia felt Chen Luo's absent-mindedness. Halfway through the banquet, she looked at Evans and said, "Father, Mr. Blair has been traveling all the way and is very tired. I will take him down to rest first." Evans nodded and said, "You are familiar with Mr. Blair. This time, you will represent the royal family and entertain him well." Tasia stood up, winked at Chen Luo, and said, "Briar, let's go." After Chen Luo understood, he bowed to the king and said, "I go down first, Your Majesty, enjoy it slowly." The two walked out of the banquet hall, and Tasia whispered, "I'm taking Blair to see the Holy Mage's notebook now, but the Holy Mage's notebook is not allowed to be viewed by outsiders. Can Blair keep it a secret?" Chen Luo nodded and guaranteed, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Tasia whispered, "Follow me." Chen Luo followed Tasia, walked through most of the palace, walked through 2 long corridors, and came to a tower-shaped building. "This is the royal library." Tasia took out the key, unlocked it, and pushed open the heavy door of the library. According to Tasia, the books stored here are all precious, including the manuscripts of great scholars, and the magic notes of great magicians. The most precious one is the notes of the Saint Magician, which is stored on the top floor of the library. The two walked along the spiral stairs step by step to the top floor. There was a platform in the center of this floor, on which was placed a thin book covered with a glass cover. Tasia said, "This is the magic notes of Saint Magician Cole. It records his experiences after becoming a Saint Magician. This note has existed for a long time. Please be careful when Blair flips through it." Chen Luo nodded and said, "I will be careful. This is not the first time he has come into contact with a Saint-level strongman. The Saint Wizard among wizards is equivalent to the Saint Magician among magicians. It's just that the witchcraft notes of Saint Wizard Hariel were written when he was just an apprentice wizard 60 years ago. There is nothing valuable in it except the breasts of a girl. But the Holy Mage's notebook in front of him was different. Luo had already learned clearly from Tashia that this was written by this holy mage after he became a holy mage. It must contain the secrets that Luo wanted to know. Luo communicated with the wind element and carefully turned a page. The notes written by this holy mage named Cole were not like a diary, but his magic manuscript. With the experience and knowledge of the holy mage, he conducted an in-depth analysis of the fire magic from apprentice magic to superclass magic. This was a great help to Luo. In the future, on the road of magic, teacher Brittany's help to him was limited. The notes of holy mage Cole paved the way for him. At least in learning the superclass magic of the fire system, it can save him a lot of time. The things recorded in this note are very scattered, and some are obviously his momentary thoughts. After appearing once, they were never mentioned again. Luo benefited a lot from the contents of the notebook. After humans are promoted to Saint Mage, it seems that some kind of evolution will occur, which not only prolongs lifespan, but also has a certain degree of immunity to magic elements. At the same time, Luo also learned that saint-level magic needs to be obtained in the 4 major temples. When the spiritual power of the Grand Mage reaches the promotion requirements, they can go to the 4 major temples by themselves, where they can learn how to be promoted to Saint Mage and obtain saint-level magic at the same time. Luo continued to turn the pages until he saw this sentence. Lucia asked me a question today. Why does her rabbit spit out fireballs without magic spells or gestures, but we magicians need? I can't answer her question, because as a holy magician, I can't do what this rabbit can do. Aren't magicians the favorites of the gods? Why are we not as good as magic beasts? I heard that wizards don't need spells or gestures to release witchcraft. What is the difference between witchcraft and magic? It shouldn't be like this. I can't figure this out. I have a guess. I'm going to the temple to find the answer. This is also a question that Luo has been puzzled about for a long time. When he couldn't wait to turn to the next page, he found that there was no more below. Chapter 204. Luo looked at the blank page, looked at Tashia, and asked, "No more?" This is the entire content of the notebook. Tashia nodded and said, "After that, Saint Mage Cole went to the temple and never came back." Luo wondered, "Didn't the temple say anything? This happened hundreds of years ago." Tashia said, "No one knows what happened after Saint Mage Cole went to the temple." Luo looked at the notebook carefully, and found some uneven marks in the gap between the pages. It seems that someone tore off a page of paper here. In other words, what he saw was not the last page. Someone tore off the last page of the notebook, of course. It could also be the waste paper torn off by Mage Cole himself. Luo thought about it carefully. Saint Mage Cole would cross out the wrong part of the content in the front of the notebook and start a new line. It is unlikely that he tore off this page. He looked at Tashia and asked, "How did you get this notebook?" Tashia thought for a moment and said, "It was given to the royal family by the descendants of Saint Mage Cole." Luo continued to ask, "Are the descendants of Saint Mage Cole still in Gaia?" Tashia nodded and said, "Saint Mage Cole is from the Koblenz family. To this day, the Koblenz family is still the first magic family in Gaia." Luo asked, "I want to meet the descendants of the Koblenz family. Is it convenient?" Tashia smiled and said, "Even if you don't tell me, I will take you to see Lord Achilles. Lord Achilles has wanted to see you for a long time." Luo was stunned when he heard this. "Ah, Achilles?" Tashia nodded and said, "Lord Achilles is the descendant of Saint Mage Cole." Luo thought about it and said, "I think this matter needs to be considered in the long run." Although Luo was very curious about the ending of Saint Mage Cole, he was even more reluctant to meet Achilles. If he had known that there would be such a day, he would have made up a random race, which would have been 10,000 times better than humiliating the real Grand Mage. The Grand Mage of the Wind, Achilles, was known as the strongest under the Saint Mage. However, he was remembered by the people of the continent not because of his strength, but because of a turtle. A Grand Mage, the one who was most likely to become a Saint Mage, was firmly tied to a turtle. No one could stand it. After a whole night of hesitation, Luo decided to visit Achilles. After all, he will stay in Gaia for quite a while, so hiding is not a solution. Since he can't hide sooner or later, he might as well face it calmly. After learning Luo's thoughts, Tashia smiled and asked, "Do you need me to accompany you?" Luo nodded without hesitation and said, "That's great. After all, I'm not familiar with the roads here. Grand Mage Achilles is the strongest in the kingdom of Gaia. Whether it is magicians, scholars, or the people of Gaia, they all respect him very much. Unlike Grand Mage Melee, Achilles lives in the most prosperous area of the capital. He is not only a magician, but also a scholar. After becoming a Grand Mage, he actually spent more time on academics. Therefore, many people assert that if he could put aside academics and concentrate on studying magic, he might have become the 5th Saint Mage on the continent. The magic gods have never been fair. If you count the powerful magicians who have appeared on the continent for thousands of years, you will find a fact. Many powerful magicians who have left their names in history come from the same family. For example, the Koblenz family of Gaia and the Stern family of Lauren have produced a large number of powerful people. The same is true in other countries. The powerful people live in families, and the saying of the blood of God is gradually recognized by everyone. The great magician Achilles is much younger than Qianluo imagined. He looks about the same age as Austin, but he is already the first person under the holy magician. Even though she was a princess, Tashia still respected Achilles and introduced him. Lord Achilles, this is the Lord Blair you often mentioned. It's your highness, Tashia. In the study, Achilles put down a thick book in his hand, looked at Qianluo, and said with a smile, "Interesting little guy, how is the great magician Meili?" Achilles didn't seem to be hostile to him, so Qianluo was relieved and said, "The teacher's health is not very good." "What a pity." Achilles stood up, shook his head, and said, "The next time you see the great magician Meili, please say hello to her for me." After that, he glanced at Qianluo again and asked, "Your highness said you had something to ask me. What, do you want to know if I can catch up with the tortoise?" "This is a misunderstanding." Qianluo said, "Lord Achilles is the fastest man on the continent. I admire you very much. At that time, I just wanted to give an example. I guess Lord Achilles shouldn't blame me, right?" "The fastest man on the continent?" Achilles thought for a moment and asked, "Why do I feel like you are scolding me?" Qianluo shook his head and said, "Absolutely not." Achilles did not dwell on this question and asked, "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Qianluo said, "I have read the magic notes of Saint Mage Cole. I want to ask Sir Achilles about Saint Mage Cole." Achilles shook his head and said, "My talent is not as good as that of my ancestors. I am afraid I cannot answer questions about Saint Mage Cole. I just want to ask, where did Saint Mage Cole go in the end?" Achilles said, "My ancestor went to the temple to find the answer to a question, but the temple did not answer his doubts. Later, he returned here and left again soon, saying that he would continue to look for the answer and never came back." Qianluo did not know whether Cole finally found the answer, but according to the wizard, everyone is born equal. Magicians, like Warcraft, communicate with magic elements and release magic as their instinct, and they do not need spells and gestures. The reason why they are now is that the magic gods have restricted their abilities. Qianluo didn't know why the magic gods wanted to restrict the magician's ability, and how they restricted it. Although this explanation was reasonable, the wizard's unilateral statement could not be easily believed. Qianluo finally did not ask what was written on the incomplete page, and said, "Thank you, Mr. Achilles, for clearing up my doubts." Achilles glanced at him and asked, "Are you interested in the Saint Mage?" Qianluo smiled and said, "Becoming a Saint Mage is the dream of every magician." Achilles showed a half smile on his face, and said, "There are hundreds of millions of magicians in the Divine Grace continent, but there are only 4 Saint Mage. People need to have dreams, but don't be delusional. What's more, becoming a Saint Mage may not be a good thing." Qianluo raised his eyebrows, looked at Achilles, and asked, "Why?" Achilles shook his head and said, "In history, almost all Saint Mage disappeared. Don't you think this is a very... Is it something unlucky?" Qianluo said, "Perhaps, they just went to another space to pursue the end of magic. Isn't it said that the Holy Mage can control the power of space?" Achilles said nonchalantly, "I haven't seen the Holy Mage, who knows?" Anyway, Qianluo also got a lot of useful information from Achilles. He bowed to Achilles again and said, "Thank you, Mr. Achilles, we won't bother you anymore. No, I like interesting young people like you very much." Achilles looked at him and smiled. "Since you are here, why not stay and have dinner before leaving? What do you want to eat, steamed turtle, roasted turtle, or boiled turtle? By the way, do you like turtle soup?" Chapter 205. It was hard to refuse the hospitality of the great mage Achilles, so Qianluo had to stay and enjoy a feast of turtles at his home. Although turtle meat is very nutritious and tastes good, after eating steamed turtles, boiled turtles, and drinking a large bowl of Poria Coco's turtle soup, Qianluo felt that he would have a nosebleed tomorrow. However, Achilles finally passed this stage, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Anyone who is always thinking about a great mage will not feel at ease. After returning to the residence in the palace, Tashia had someone send the advanced and superclass magic collected by the Gaia Magic Association. Among them, the advanced magic is what Qianluo can learn now. Because of the crows, Chen Luo has already learned 2 of them. As for the others, the quality is not very high, but they can barely play a role. As for those superclass magics, Chen Luo can't use them for the time being. And Tashia also asked the king to help Chen Luo buy the resources he needs from several kingdoms that are friendly with Gaia at the first time. Regardless of whether it can be bought or not, Chen Luo owes a big favor this time. He originally only planned to help Gaia rebuild the mathematical system. Now it seems that if it is just this, it seems a bit stingy. But for a moment, he couldn't think of how to repay her. Favors cannot be repaid with body, but he has to do something. Tashia looked at Chen Luo, slightly surprised, and asked, "Medical reform?" Chen Luo nodded and said, "Today's medical theories and methods have big problems. Some medical methods not only have no therapeutic effect, but will aggravate the patient's condition." Although Chen Luo didn't know much about medicine, he could at least tell which doctors were saving people and which were murdering people. There are many medical schools in Shannon continent, each with different theories and different methods of treating patients. Among them, some doctors, based on a large number of experiments, have summarized treatment methods that are really helpful for the disease, but most doctors are just trying to make money and kill people. What's more terrible is that they don't realize this at all. When he was in Lauren, Chen Luo often chatted with Catherine. He also wanted to promote medical reform, but the plan he and Catherine submitted was buried in the sea, and there was no news. First, Orlando didn't take it seriously at all. Chen Luo might have some authority in the mathematics world, but in terms of his contribution to medicine, he just invented the stethoscope and happened to cure a plague. He didn't have more say in the Lauren Medical Association. Second, the water in the medical world is very deep. No school is willing to admit that their theory is wrong. The current scientific level can't prove that their theory is wrong. After all, many diseases can be cured without treatment. As long as the patient is not dead, it is the doctor's credit. If the patient dies, it is not the doctor's fault. After all, not all diseases can be cured, and it cannot prove that their treatment methods are ineffective. After all, aren't there so many cured cases? Tashia came back to her senses and asked uncertainly, "Does Blair know medicine?" "A little bit." Chen Luo said, "If Her Highness Tashia believes me, I can write a medical reform plan." Chen Luo did not say anything more. If Tashia believes, he can believe. If not, he can also compensate in other ways. Tashia looked at him and said without hesitation, "I believe you." Chen Luo had discussed the issue of medical reform with Catherine in depth. At that time, he needed a reason to approach Catherine, and medicine was a good breakthrough. That plan, called reform, was actually more like fighting fraud. No matter what disease the patient had, it was definitely wrong to bleed right away. Doctors who use bloodletting as the main method must be revoked of their medical qualifications. Those who were keen on drilling holes in the patient's skull were not allowed to practice medicine again in their lifetime. As for inducing vomiting at every turn, smearing pigeon droppings on the soles of the patient's feet, and encouraging the patient to swallow gold and mercury, they must not happen again. In addition, Chen Luo also attached the treatment methods of some common diseases. The most important thing is that he referred to modern medicine and pointed out the development direction for those scholars who are really passionate about medicine. This reform plan is the result of his and Catherine's hard work. It can save countless lives and repay Tashia's kindness to him. The Palace in a Palace. King Evans opened the booklet in his hand, looked at Tashia, and asked, "He is a mathematician. Do you think he can understand medicine?" "He never said he was just a mathematician." Tashia thought for a moment and said, "If we can't even believe in God's words, who else can we believe in?" Evans was silent for a moment and asked, "Are you sure he is God?" Tashia said, "Is he? Let's see if these are useful, and we will know." Evans nodded and said, "Take these to the president of the Medical Association and see what they say. Why do you say we are wrong? What basis does he have? Who is Blair? What qualifications does he have to say that? I think he is right. Your wrong theory should have been discarded long ago." A medical reform plan from the palace caused a huge uproar within the Gaia Medical Association. The president of the Medical Association stretched out his hand to stop everyone and explained, "Blair is a famous mathematician on the mainland." A scholar said angrily, "Mathematicians, what do they know about medicine?" The president of the Medical Association glanced at everyone and continued, "At the same time, he is also the inventor of the stethoscope. The sickle of the god of death once reaped the lives of patients in southern countries, and was considered an incurable disease. It was because of the medicine invented by Blair that this disease has been conquered and solved." "What? That damn stethoscope was invented by him? That magical medicine is also his masterpiece?" The words of the president of the medical association temporarily calmed the noisy meeting room. Although many people still hate Blair for not studying mathematics and coming to the medical association to cause trouble, whether it is the stethoscope or the special medicine for treating malaria, they are the most significant achievements in the medical field in recent decades. The math devil Blair can barely be considered half of their peers. However, that medical reform plan completely denies the theories supported by most scholars here. Even if he has made great contributions to medicine, people will not allow him to slander his own school. He needs to provide evidence to say that our theory is wrong. Even if he is very authoritative in the mathematics world, this is the medical association. He needs to show his true ability. We can't believe him unless he proves it to us. The president of the medical association stretched out his hands, and after the atmosphere on the scene calmed down, he slowly said, "We are scholars, and scholars pursue facts and truth. Whether Mr. Blair's plan is truth or fallacy, it needs to be strictly tested." In the next few days, the medical association conducted experiments on a large number of patients in a short period of time. They divided 3 patients with similar symptoms into 3 groups, and performed bloodletting therapy on one of them, and smeared bird droppings on his soles, while for the other person, they just let him drink the medicine extracted from a certain plant mentioned by Blair. As for the last person, no treatment measures were taken. The result was that the patient who drank the medicine improved on the second day, while the patient who underwent bloodletting therapy became more seriously ill, more seriously than the patient who did not undergo any treatment. They conducted such experiments many times, and what surprised and disbelieved the scholars was that Blair's method showed strong effectiveness in treating various diseases. In contrast, their theories often only made the disease more serious. Some scholars' methods have also promoted the cure. However, in that reform plan, Blair had affirmed the theories of these schools and pointed out a direction for their development and research. The theoretical disputes between different medical schools have lasted for decades. They never thought that the one who finally defeated them was actually an outsider. The president of the medical association looked at the large amount of data in his hand, looked at Tashia with a puzzled face, and asked, "Your Highness, is this Mr. Blair really studying mathematics?" When Tashia saw Chenluo again, she bowed to him respectfully and said, "Student Blair, thank you for your great contribution to the development of Gaia medicine." "You're welcome." Chenluo smiled and said, "There is an old saying in my hometown that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. Your Highness, if you need any help in the future, just speak up." Chapter 206. The math devil Blair intervened in the academic dispute in the medical field and proposed a reform plan for medicine. Once this plan was proposed, it caused an uproar in the Gaia Medical Association. The academic dispute in the medical field is more intense than that in the mathematical field. Schools of all sizes have been arguing for dozens or hundreds of years without any result. Blair directly denied the theoretical foundations of many schools, which attracted dissatisfaction and criticism from many schools. However, after verification by the Medical Association, it was proved that his method was correct. A large number of successful cases made some scholars deeply doubt the theories of their own schools. Of course, there are still a large number of scholars who try to prove and defend their own schools, but the increase in experiments, the disclosure of experimental data, and the improvement of patient cure rates have also shaken their beliefs. In addition, the calls from many patients have doubled the pressure on these schools. At this time, no one would think that the invention of the stethoscope and the discovery of a specific drug for malaria were just rare accidents. Obviously, Blair is not only an excellent mathematician, but also an outstanding doctor. Some of the theories he proposed in that plan constitute a brand new system that is difficult for most scholars to understand. Whether this system is right or wrong will have to be tested by time, but there is no doubt that this is a new medical system that is enough to support the theoretical foundation of a school. Under the demonstration of a large number of experiments, many people in the Gaia Medical Association have begun to support the medical reform proposed by Blair. Internal and external voices have had a serious impact on some medical schools active in the capital of Gaia. After the theories of some small schools were denied, the entire school collapsed directly. Although several large schools did not collapse, different voices within the school also seriously shook the foundation of the school. This can't help but remind people of Lauren's School of Numbers and Gaia's mathematics community. It seems that wherever the devil Blair is, there will be no peace. It used to be mathematics, and now it's medicine's turn. In addition to learning new magic these days, Chenluo has been helping the Gaia Mathematics Association to establish a modern mathematics system. He also pays attention to the affairs of the Medical Association. Gaia's academic style is very good. Scholars do not believe in authority, but only in facts. In the past, they lacked a correct understanding of diseases and scientific experimental methods. Although Chen Luo knows little about medicine, anyone with a high school education or above in the 21st century can reform the backward medicine here. With the correct theoretical guidance, they will not go astray in the future. This is also a little repayment from Chen Luo to Tashia. She doesn't need gold coins. These are all Chen Luo can give her. As for the medical association, they can handle it themselves. But the Mathematics Association took Chen Luo a lot of thought. The development of a discipline is originally gradual. Even if it is just a small step forward, there has been enough accumulation before this small step. Forcibly instilling too much advanced knowledge is tantamount to teaching advanced mathematics to students who have not yet graduated from junior high school. Their current cognitive level must be taken into consideration. Those who can listen to his lectures in the Mathematics Association are the best mathematicians in Gaia and even the entire continent, but if you don't even understand the most basic concepts, it's still a bit difficult to listen to his lectures. If the function is smooth enough, when the derivative values of each order of the function at a certain point are known, the Taylor formula can use these derivative values as coefficients to construct a polynomial approximate function and find the value in the neighborhood of this point. After explaining a knowledge point, Chen Luo saw that many people below were confused, so he put down the pen in his hand and said, "Do you have any questions about today's content?" A gray-haired old man stood up, bowed to him, and asked, "Dear Mr. Blair, this is a magical and incredible formula, but since it was proposed by the god of mathematics, why is it called the Taylor formula? Who is Taylor?" Chen Luo glanced at him and said, "If every formula is named after a god, can you still get a share?" The old man suddenly realized, thanked Chen Luo, and slowly sat back. Most of the existing formulas and theorems in the mathematical world were proposed by Chen Luo, the god of mathematics. If each one is named after God, I am afraid that the mathematicians on the mainland will go crazy. It is precisely because of these considerations that there are Euler curves, Gauss's theorem, L'Hopital's rule, Taylor's formula, etc. God really has good intentions for them. But these names are not only strange to hear, but also make them, as mathematicians, feel a tremor from the soul. After answering several people's questions, Chen Luo glanced at everyone and said, "Today's class ends here. Everyone will review today's content after returning home. Tomorrow we will talk about integral calculus." Chen Luo never thought that one day he would resume his old job in another world. However, watching these scholars and great scholars sitting down and listening to the lectures like elementary school students and taking notes seriously, he still felt quite accomplished. Chen Luo walked out of the Mathematical Association and saw Tashia waiting for him outside. There was an old man standing next to her. When she saw him coming out, Tashia introduced him. "Student Blair, this is President Scott of the Medical Association." Chen Luo smiled at him and said, "President Scott, I'm glad to meet you." Scott said excitedly, "Sir Blair, it's my honor to meet you." Chen Luo asked, "Is there anything President Scott can do for you?" "Let me tell you." Seeing that Scott was a little nervous, Tashia smiled and said, "I wonder if Student Blair has any plans to establish a school." Chen Luo was stunned for a moment. "School?" "Yes." Tashia nodded and said, "The medical concept proposed by Student Blair in the reform plan is different from the theory of any school. If you establish a medical school, many scholars will definitely join. There are many schools in the Shinin continent. The scholars in the schools have the same ideas. So many people gather together, which is also a great force. The influence of some schools can even exceed that of a kingdom, and even the empire has to pay attention to it." However, Chen Luo's knowledge of medicine was limited, and he didn't have the time. He shook his head and said, "Sorry, I don't have the time to manage the school." Scott hurriedly said, "The school doesn't need you to manage it yourself, and you don't need to waste your time. You just need to guide us and point the way for us." "That's absolutely not possible." Mason, the president of the Mathematical Association, strode out and said, "Even if Mr. Blair wants to establish a school, it will be a mathematical school. In the Gaia Mathematical Association, the fact that the devil Blair is the god of mathematics Chen Luo is a secret known to very few people. But as the president, how could he not know it? How could he watch the god of mathematics being deceived by the people of the Medical Association? If the god of mathematics was taken away by Scott in front of him, how could he face other mathematicians? He will become the biggest sinner in the history of mathematics." Scott looked at Mason and said solemnly, "President Mason, you know that Mr. Blair is very loyal to our Medical Association. How important will it be? Do you know how many patients' lives he can save?" Mason was not moved at all and said, "Do you know how important Mr. Blair is to our Mathematical Association? The progress of mathematics is the progress of science. The progress of science will promote the development of all mankind. Do you want to use the lives of a few patients to block the future of all mankind? Scott was furious. Mason, this is not a matter of a few patients. Mason said firmly, even if there are dozens, hundreds, or thousands of them, they cannot hinder the development and progress of all mankind. Tasia saw that the two were arguing fiercely, and even had the tendency to fight each other. After thinking for a while, she said, maybe there is another way. Chapter 207. Many schools on the continent are not single schools. Lauren's School of Numbers is both a philosophical school and a mathematical school. They advocate using mathematics to explain philosophy, and using numbers to represent the origin of all things. In Gaia, some schools combine mathematics and science, and some schools have deep research in astronomy and alchemy. Some medical schools also need to learn knowledge related to alchemy. Tasia looked at Chenluo and said, if Blair is willing, you can set up a school without a specific category. Whether it is mathematics or medical scholars, as long as they agree with your theory, they can join. The god of mathematics should only belong to mathematics. Although Mason is still a little reluctant, he cannot interfere with the decision of God. Scott also remained silent at this moment. Chenluo thought about it and said, I think about it. He has never thought about setting up a school. In his eyes, things that are useless for improving the magic level are not doing their job properly. But the experience of the past 2 years has made him gradually understand that the ideal life state does not exist. Without sufficient strength, he can't even protect himself in the divine grace continent. The strength here does not only refer to personal strength, but also to related forces. 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. When the forces behind are strong enough, even the empire and the temple will be wary. What's more, if the influence of the school is large enough, it will also be of great help to him in other countries or magic resources. Tashia's reminder made Chenluo realize that creating a school seems to be a good choice for him. The stars are shining tonight, a full moon hangs in the sky, the Milky Way passes through the sky and disappears at the end of the endless starry sky. Whenever he looks up at the starry sky, Chenluo always has a sense of satisfaction from the soul. Everything here is different from the earth. The only thing that remains unchanged is the eternal starry sky above. Chenluo stood outside, leaning on the railing and looking. Tasia walked over slowly and asked softly, has classmate Blair thought about it? Chenluo retracted his gaze and said, thank you for your suggestion, Your Highness, it sounds good to establish a school. Tasia smiled and said, with the appeal of classmate Blair, as long as the school is established, there must be many scholars willing to join. Has classmate Blair thought of the name of the school? In the Shenin continent, the names of schools are varied. Some are named after the first-generation leaders of the school, some are named after the country, such as the Gaia School, and some are named after the characteristics of the school, such as the School of Numbers. Chenluo didn't want to name it after Blair, nor did he want to use a country or place name. He looked up at the Milky Way flowing into the depths of the starry sky and said, let's call it the Milky Way School. The people of the Shenin continent began to study the starry sky a long time ago. They called the Milky Way the Tianhe. Chenluo still thinks that the Milky Way sounds better. The Milky Way School. Tasia whispered and asked, does it have any special meaning? In my hometown, the Tianhe is called the Milky Way. Chenluo smiled and said, when we look up at the starry sky and see the vast Milky Way, we will feel the insignificance of human beings. The starry sky of knowledge is incomparably brilliant. We will never be able to explore it completely, but even so, we can't stop moving forward. Tasia looked at Chenluo and said, but not only Luolan, but all the countries on the continent call it the Milky Way. Chenluo smiled and said, in my hometown, it is called the Milky Way. Tasia looked at him and suddenly asked, is Blair missing home? Chenluo said, why do you say that? Tashia's face showed a moment of confusion, and she slowly said, when Blair looked up at the starry sky, he seemed to be looking for his way home. Under the night, Chenluo did not see the fleeting confusion on Tashia's face, and the deep desire hidden in her dark pupils. Chenluo did not disturb her from appreciating the starry sky. After saying good night, he turned around and walked away slowly. With those witchcrafts and the high-level magic that Tasia gave her, his mental power grew rapidly, and he was very close to becoming a great magician. Chenluo had already made preparations to postpone his practice and establish the school first. However, before he could do anything, Tasia had prepared everything for him. She even chose a place for the Galaxy School on the most prosperous street in the capital of Gaia as the headquarters of the school. This was almost the same treatment as the major associations. Although Chenluo knew that she did this to keep the headquarters of the Galaxy School in Gaia and increase Gaia's academic competitiveness, he still had to accept her favor. Unconsciously, he owed Tashia a favor that was getting bigger and bigger. The Divine Grace continent was very tolerant of academics. As long as the number of people met certain requirements and the school's philosophy was not obviously anti-human and anti-temple, a school could be established. The Galaxy School currently has only two directions. One is mathematics and the other is medicine. Without Shenluo's instructions, Mason and Scott had already spread the word among scholars. Some scholars on the mainland would join the school, while others would not. The schools were not divided by country, and many schools even had members from the four empires. After the medical community experienced a heavy blow from Shenluo, many small schools were directly disbanded, and those large schools were not stable either. They revised their schools' propositions and concepts one after another. Many scholars in the schools also withdrew directly, resulting in a significant reduction in the strength of the schools. And in the Mathematics Association, those scholars, who did not have a school, almost all of them, applied to join the Galaxy School. Those who already belonged to a certain school also withdrew from their original school and applied to join the Galaxy. Especially the joining of Scott, the president of the Medical Association, and Mason, the president of the Mathematics Association, made scholars in the royal capital follow suit. Shenluo did not want to gather a group of rabble, so he specifically instructed Scott's Mason to carefully select school members and not to accept them all at once. He had seen the first list of members. Although the magic power of the scholars was generally not high, there were also some strong ones at the level of senior magicians and great magicians. Gaia is the academic capital of the world. There are countless scholars and many schools in the capital, but the most popular one in recent days is the Galaxy School. In the mathematics world, the name of the devil Blair is often mentioned with God. He established his own school, which is enough to drive mathematical scholars crazy. There is no doubt that he has the most advanced mathematical ideas in the world today. Even several great scholars have to listen to his lectures. How lucky is it for a scholar who loves mathematics to be able to accept his guidance? In the medical field, at least in the medical field of Gaia, Blair's name is both the nightmare and the dawn of countless scholars. He is the nightmare of the old era and the dawn of the new era. The old era of medicine has ended, and the dawn of the new era is about to come. If they do not keep pace with the times, they will eventually be eliminated by the times. Unfortunately, the review of the Galaxy School is very strict, and most scholars do not meet the qualifications to join. But this does not affect scholars from learning their advanced ideas and regard joining the Galaxy School as a long-term goal. And the name of the leader of the Galaxy School, the devil who is keen on destroying the foundation of the school, is gradually known by scholars in other fields. In the palace, King Evans holds a list in his hand. The list records the members of the Galaxy School. These names include almost all the outstanding scholars in the mathematics and medical fields of Gaia. In other words, the Galaxy School has just been established, and all the fields involved in the school have stood at the top of the continent. The Mathematical Association's actions are understandable. After all, he is their god, and it is not surprising for Mason scholars to do anything. He did not expect that the madness of medical scholars is no less than that of mathematics. Tashia stood beside him and explained. President Scott said that the development of medicine has ushered in a new era. For a long time, Gaia's medicine will lead the world. Orlando is such a fool. Evans looked at her and said seriously, do everything you can to keep him. Chapter 208. Chun-Lu originally did not plan to stay in Gaia for long. He just wanted to finish reading the Saint Mage's notes, obtain the magic resources of the Gaia Magic Association, repay Tashia, and then go to the next country. But now his plan has been disrupted. First, he owed Tashia more and more favors, and it would be irresponsible to just leave. Second, the Galaxy School has just been established, and he must at least wait until everything is stable before leaving. What's more, Tashia is still looking for magic resources for him, so he has enough reasons to stay here. In the past few days, Chun-Lu, in addition to practicing, also took the time to meet with some important figures in the school. Although it is called an academic school, in fact, each school is a small religion. The members of the school are the most loyal believers, and the influence of the school leader is not limited to the school. If Chun-Lu did not live in the palace, Tashia helped him block most of the visitors, he would have met with those scholars for many days. She directly rejected all the ordinary scholars, and she left the choice to Chun-Lu himself for those famous scholars with considerable influence. Looking at the pile of visiting letters in front of him, Chun-Lu finally couldn't help asking Tashia, are there so many famous scholars in Gaia? These scholars are not only from Gaia. Tashia explained, every World Science Conference is held in Gaia. Half a month later, it is the time for the next conference to start. This conference has scholars from more than 40 countries in the mainland, including scholars from the 4 major empires. They all want to see you. Qianluo flipped through the visiting letters, and found that these people came from different countries. The names on the visiting letters were also varied. In addition to the Mathematics Association, there were the Astrology Association, the Alchemy Association, and the Science Association, all of which were presidents and vice presidents. Among all the associations on the continent, the most powerful one is the Magic Association. The Science Association, which explores the truth of the world, followed closely behind. In fact, strictly speaking, alchemy, astrology, and even medicine can be classified as science, but in the Divine Grace continent, these branches exist independently. Tashia looked at him and asked, "Some of these people are very famous scholars. Would you like to meet a few of them, Mr. Blair?" "No need." Qianluo shook his head. "There are so many scholars. No matter which one he meets, he will offend others. It is better to treat them all equally, and not meet any of them." "Okay then." Tasia didn't say anything else, and said, "I take you to the Mathematics Association." Sometimes Tasia would sit in on Qianluo's lectures. Today Qianluo was talking about double integrals and triple integrals. Mason arranged a larger conference room as a classroom this time, because Tasia was not the only one who was sitting in. The World Science Conference is about to be held in Gaia, and countless scholars will gather here. If those famous scholars want to sit in on a few classes at the Gaia Mathematics Association, Mason can't refuse. What's more, as the leader of the Galaxy School, which has been in the limelight recently, too many people want to know whether the rumored Devil Blair is as scary as the legend says. The double integral is the integral of a binary function in space. It is similar to a definite integral. It is the limit of a certain form of sum. Its essence is to find the volume of a curved top cylinder. To calculate double integrals and polar coordinates, the integrand f, x, y, the integral region d, and the area element d sigma must all be expressed in polar coordinates. The polar coordinate form of the function f, x, y is: let the ternary function z equals f, x, y, z be defined on the bounded closed region omega and arbitrarily divide the region omega into n subdomains. Most of the scholars present came here because they wanted to see what kind of ability the leader of the Galaxy Association has. After listening in a daze for a quarter of an hour, someone finally couldn't help asking, "What is he talking about?" The scholar next to him shook his head and said blankly, "I don't understand. Are the mathematical scholars in Gaia so good at playing? What are those weird symbols? What function integrals? What's the point of studying these?" There was a noisy sound in his ears. Qianluo glanced down and said, "Please keep quiet." After the voices of the people below subsided, he continued his lecture. These contents sounded a bit difficult for the best mathematicians in Gaia to understand, and they needed to spend a lot of effort outside of class to understand them. These scholars in unknown fields didn't even have the slightest foundation, and they sounded no different from the heavenly book. After this class, Mason needed to be reminded to limit the number of people attending the class and emphasize classroom discipline. As a teacher, he hated people who didn't listen in class and affected others the most. After finishing the last knowledge point, Qianluo put down his pen and said, "Today's class ends here. Get out of class dismissed." "It's really hard to meet Mr. Blair." As soon as he walked out of the classroom, a voice came from behind him. This voice was 7 points of dissatisfaction and 3 points of contempt. Qianluo turned his head and saw several figures walking towards him. The leader was a middle-aged man in a gray robe, followed by 3 young men. The one who spoke was a young man standing on his left. At this moment, he was looking at Qianluo with a not-so-gentle look. Qianluo looked directly at the middle-aged man and asked, "Your Excellency is?" Tashia came out in time and introduced, "This is the scholar Will. He is from the OS Empire, and is the Grand Deacon of the OS Empire Science Association." Qianluo had some impression of the name Will because his letter was placed on the top of the pile of visiting letters, which meant that his status was also the most honorable. The Grand Deacon of the OS Empire Science Association was indeed honorable. And from the attitude of the young man, he seemed to be very dissatisfied with himself. Qianluo could not easily think of the reason. There are many scholars in the Shinan continent, but there is also a chain of contempt between scholars. First of all, scholars from the 4 empires do not look down on scholars from these small countries. After all, compared with the empire, a place like Loring Gaia is just a tiny country. They may pay a little more attention to scholars from Gaia, but most scholars from other countries are not taken seriously by them. As a world academic center, although Gaia is not strong and its area is not large, Its academic development makes Gaia scholars superior to scholars from other countries. In the academic world, the contempt chain between countries is probably the four empires, Gaia, and other countries. There is a contempt chain between countries and between disciplines. Scientists stand at the top of the contempt chain. They believe that they study the laws of the universe and the origin of all things. They look down on mathematicians and think that mathematics is just a tool for them to study science. Astrology and alchemy are just their branches. Also standing at the top of the contempt chain are mathematicians. They believe that mathematics is the foundation of all disciplines. Without mathematics, science is just a castle in the air. Any science that cannot be attributed to mathematics is pseudoscience. The astrology, alchemy, and medical scholars below them despise each other and think that their disciplines are the greatest disciplines in the world. As a mathematician, Chen Luo refused the invitation of the Grand Deacon of the OS Empire Science Association to meet. In their view, of course, it was an extremely impolite thing. Chen Luo looked at the middle-aged man and said, "So you are the scholar Will. I have heard of your name for a long time." The scholar Will was kind, looked at Chen Luo, and smiled. "I have heard of the name of the devil Blair for a long time, but I didn't expect that the leader of the Galaxy School, Mr. Blair, was so young." The young man looked at Chen Luo arrogantly and said disdainfully, "What devil? He just deliberately said some messed up things that no one could understand. I can do it too." Chapter 209. "Pierre, don't be so rude." Will gave Chen Luo an apologetic smile and said, "My students are ignorant. Please don't take it to heart, Mr. Blair." Will seemed to be apologizing, but he didn't mean to blame Pierre at all. In the academic world, scientific scholars stand at the top. No matter how thorough the mathematical research is, it is just to serve them. Moreover, most of the research of mathematical scholars, in their opinion, has no practical effect. Chen Luo still has a lot of things to do, and has no time to entangle with these people. He waved his hand and said, "If you don't have anything to do, I leave first." Before Chen Luo walked far, the young man snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "You really think you are a big shot?" Will's expression was still indifferent, and he said, "Young man, it's normal to have some temper. He is younger than you. In the fields of mathematics and medicine, he is already the leader of the top schools. In the academic world, no one has ever been able to do this at his age." Pierre's face. He showed dissatisfaction and more jealousy, and said coldly, "So what if he is a devil? Mathematics and medicine, how can they be compared with science? I will prove to Tashia that her vision is wrong." Will looked at him and said, "You'd better not get close to him. He likes to destroy the foundation of the school the most, so he is called the devil. If you can't make friends with such a person, stay away from him." "Teacher, are you worried that he will shake our school? How is that possible?" Pierre seemed to have heard a big joke and said, "Is he more powerful than the sage?" On the way back, Tashia explained to Chen Luo, "Pierre comes from a magic family in the imperial capital. His grandfather is one of the temple priests, a great magician who is very close to the holy magician. He has a low magic talent. He has been with the scholar Will since he was a child. Now he is also a well-known scholar. His personality has always been like this. Don't be angry, classmate Blair. It's okay." Chen Luo didn't mind it. He was born into an imperial noble family. His grandfather was a temple priest, and his teacher was a scholar of the Science Association. Whether in the magic world or the science world, he was at the top of the contempt chain. He was used to looking at people with his chin, and he could no longer lower his head. The two of them hadn't walked a few steps when they suddenly heard footsteps behind them. Pierre walked quickly to Tashia and asked with a smile, "Your Highness Tashia, do I have the honor to have dinner with you?" Tashia smiled slightly and said, "I'm sorry, I've already made an appointment with Blair." Pierre glanced at Chen Luo, smiled but not really, and said, "What a pity, let's do it next time." After Pierre left, Tashia looked at Chen Luo apologetically and said, "Sorry, classmate Blair, I didn't get your consent." Chen Luo asked, "Does Pierre often pester you?" Tashia said helplessly, "He started pursuing me when he first attended the World Science Conference 5 years ago, and he hasn't given up until now. Although the guy looks arrogant, he is still very persistent. With his identity and status, it is rare for him to be like this to a princess of a small country." Chen Luo joked, "Pierre is good-looking and knowledgeable. Your Highness Tashia, don't you consider it?" Tashia glanced at him with a reproachful look and said, "If he is as modest as Blair, I can still consider it." Chen Luo hurriedly said, "I already have a date." "Don't worry, I promise Miss Isabella." Tashia glanced at him and said, "Would you like to have dinner together?" Chen Luo smiled and said, "Thank you for your invitation, Your Highness, but I still have to prepare for class, so I go back first. Although Isabella is not here, Chenluo is still as self-disciplined as ever. He came to Gaia for serious things to do, not to date beautiful girls. Through this period of training, the scholars in Gaia have roughly adapted to Chenluo's pace, and have a certain foundation. Next, he decided to speed up the pace of the lecture, so that he could repay Tashia's favor earlier. There are fewer foreign scholars auditing today than yesterday, and Chenluo does not need to maintain the class records. When he finished the class, he met Pierre again outside the Mathematics Association. Pierre was obviously waiting for him. When he saw Chenluo coming out, he looked at him with contempt and disdain and said, "Tashia is mine. She was, is, and will be." It seems that after what happened yesterday, this guy has obviously regarded him as a real rival in love. Chenluo was too lazy to pay attention to him, and left. Pierre looked at his back as he left, clenching his fists. He was younger than him, but he was already the leader of a school. What's more, he had the same black hair and black eyes as Tashia. This guy named Blair gave him a threat that no one else had ever given him. His face changed for a long time. He returned to the hotel where he lived, knocked on the door of the Will Scholar, and said, "Teacher, I want to ask you a favor." Chenluo originally thought that Pierre was just a talker, but he didn't expect that he was actually a man of action. Before class the next day, he learned from several scholars that this morning, Pierre actually asked Will Scholar to propose to King Evans, hoping to marry Princess Tashia of Gaia. Will Scholar has a high status in the academic world, and is one of the top ones. Pierre's identity is even more terrifying. His father holds a high position in the Magic Association of the OS Empire. His grandfather is a top magician, and one of the priests of the Earth Temple. His identity is completely worthy of the Princess of Gaia. In a way, his identity is more noble than King Evans of Gaia. But Tashia is the first heir to the Kingdom of Gaia. According to the Royal Succession Act, the throne is first inherited by the eldest son of the king, followed by the second son, and finally the princess. His Majesty the King has no son, only one princess. If nothing unexpected happens, Princess Tashia will be the next Queen of Gaia. Before His Majesty the King expressed his opinion on this, Duke Vitello expressed his approval of this matter. He believed that the marriage between Princess Tashia and Pierre was a good thing for Gaia, which meant that Gaia would establish close ties with the Empire, the Temple, and the Imperial Science Association at the same time. Of course, everyone also knew that the reason why Duke Vitello strongly supported this marriage was because he was the king's younger brother, and the second heir to the throne. A married princess could not inherit the throne again. In this way, his second in line became the first in line. Although Pierre could not represent the Temple and the Empire, let alone anything else, King Evans could not respond abruptly just because the Scholar University came forward in person. Obviously, Tashia was in trouble. When Chenluo saw her again, she was obviously in a bad mood. Chenluo looked at her and asked, "Didn't His Majesty refuse directly?" Tashia shook her head and said, "Uncle Vitello also has a lot of say in the kingdom. In addition to him, my father also has to consider the feelings of the Scholar Will." Chenluo was worried that he would not have the opportunity to repay Tashia. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "I said I would repay your highness." Tashia was stunned for a moment, as if she thought of something, then looked at him and said happily, "Yes, if you also propose to me, your father will not have to be embarrassed." Chapter 210. No, your highness misunderstood. Seeing that Tashia was eager to try, Chenluo hurriedly explained, "Besides this, there are other ways." What a joke. Before he left, he told Isabella that he wanted to quickly improve his magic skills. He married the Princess of Gaia within a month of coming out. Even if Isabella could forgive him, Austin would pierce him with ice needles. Tashia was puzzled. What else can we do? Chenluo said, "Although Pierre has a grandfather who is a temple priest and a father who is the vice president of the Imperial Magic Association, Gaia is still a kingdom. The temple and the empire will not embarrass Gaia for his affairs. There has never been such a precedent on the continent. The key to this matter lies in the Scholar Will." Tashia nodded. The Scholar Will has a great influence in the academic circles of the entire continent. The School of Truth, where he belongs, is the largest and most influential school on the continent. In the continent of God's grace, the fact that a school can be named Truth is enough to show their strength. Pierre entrusted Will to propose marriage, and with the Duke of Vitro's promotion, even King Evans would find it difficult to refuse directly. Tashia looked at Chenluo and asked, "What are you going to do?" Chenluo looked at her and asked, "If I destroy the 3 theoretical foundations of the Truth School, Will not be interested in helping Pierre propose marriage, right?" Tashia was stunned and said unsurely, Destroy the 3 theoretical foundations of the Truth School?" Chen Luo nodded and said, their three theoretical foundations are all wrong. As the most influential school in the mainland, and one of the earliest schools in the mainland, the founder of the School of Truth is considered to be the founder of early science. His thoughts have influenced countless scholars in later generations. The School of Truth has three theoretical foundations. The time an object falls is inversely proportional to its weight. If one object weighs twice as much as another object, it will only take half the time to fall in the same process. Celestial bodies always move in uniform circular motion around the Earth, the center of the universe. Except for rising and falling, all other movements of objects on the ground are force movements. Any moving object must have a promoter. There are many propositions and conclusions of the School of Truth, but the most far-reaching ones are these three. Scholars of the School of Truth have introduced many new conclusions based on these three theories in the following hundreds of years. Their first truth is the free-fall motion that was overturned by Galileo. Although later studies have shown that Galileo did not conduct experiments on the Leaning Tower, this does not affect the correctness of the conclusion. Chen Luo once bet, with a big stone and a small stone, and won 10 gold coins from Isabella. However, teacher Brittany did not let them announce this discovery. Later, Chen Luo learned that the person who proposed this theory was the founder of the School of Truth, who was known as a sage in the academic world. At that time, they were just students in a small college in the kingdom of Lauren. If they overturned the conclusion of the sage and destroyed the foundation of the School of Truth, they would probably have been destroyed by them. It's different now. With Chen Luo's current status in the academic world and his own strength, he doesn't have to be afraid of the School of Truth at all if he has mastered the truth. Now is the World Science Summit. This move can not only make the Galaxy School famous and expand the field of science, but also repay Tishia's kindness. It is simply killing two birds with one stone and achieving the best of both worlds. After Tishia came to her senses, she looked at Chen Luo and whispered, "Student Blair, are you serious?" To overturn the three major claims of the Truth School, he will not only face the Truth School, but also the doubts of scholars from almost all countries on the continent who are gathered here at the moment. Chen Luo looked at her and asked back, "Do I look like I'm kidding?" The first law of the Truth School is that the time an object takes to fall is inversely proportional to its weight. If one object weighs twice as much as another object, it will only take half the time to fall in the same process. This fallacy was overturned by Galileo long ago, and the rumor about the Leaning Tower of Pisa has been circulating for hundreds of years. The second law of the Truth School is that celestial bodies always move in uniform circles around the Earth, the center of the universe. Copernicus later proved that this was wrong. Although Copernicus himself was not quite right, the geocentric theory was obviously more completely wrong. The third law of the Truth School is that except for rising and falling, all other movements of objects on the ground are force movements, and any moving object must have a mover. Galileo proved through experiments that force is not the cause of maintaining the motion of an object, but the cause of changing the state of motion of an object. Later, Newton stood on his shoulders and told the world that any object must maintain uniform linear motion or be stationary until an external force forces it to change its state of motion. For any high school student in later generations, these three theories are obviously wrong, but this obvious mistake has dominated the academic world for nearly 2,000 years. If Chen Luo lived before the 17th century, he might be more surprised than Tishia to hear such incredible remarks. However, he is obviously luckier than Copernicus, Galileo, and others. In the continent of God's grace, the temple is the supreme existence, but as long as scholars do not collude with wizards to overthrow the temple, they will not care about the affairs of the academic world. Although some dark things often happen in the academic world, in most cases, it depends on who holds the truth. It's just that these three things are a bit troublesome to explain. Galileo's three laws cannot be avoided. Kepler's three laws can no longer be hidden. Universal gravitation needs to be proposed as soon as possible, and Newton's classical mechanics is also established by the way. Since it has been decided to offend the School of Truth, they simply overturn their tables. The new era of medicine and mathematics has arrived, and science cannot lag behind. Chen Luo's ultimate goal is to make the Galaxy School the first school in the continent of God's grace in the shortest time. In the hotel where scholars from the OS Empire are temporarily staying in the capital of Gaia, Pierre knocked on the door of Will, walked in, and asked, "Teacher, what did the king say?" Will finished reading a journal of Gaia before answering. "The king didn't say anything, but Duke Vitro will do his best to help you." Pierre sneered and said, "Blair, doesn't Tishia like you? The more she likes you, the more I want to get her. I want to show you who is the real devil." Will shook his head and said, I finally understand a little bit of the mathematical theory that Blair talked about. The depth of these contents is far beyond my imagination. He is not as simple as he looks. You'd better not provoke him again." As soon as he finished speaking, a scholar ran in from outside. He was sweating and breathing rapidly as he looked at the scholar Will, and tremblingly said, "Something bad has happened." Will looked at the scholar with a face full of fear, and a sense of foreboding also emerged in his heart. He slowly stood up and asked, "What happened? Please take a look at this first." The scholar put 2 journals in front of him. Will glanced at them, and found that these were the research results of the Galaxy School published in the Gaia Science Association. Dialogue on the 2 new sciences of mechanics and position motion. Mathematical principles of natural science. Just seeing the introduction of these 2 journals, Will felt dizzy. These 2 journals actually denied the 3 theoretical foundations of the truth school. Regardless of whether the content in them is true or not, this is an unprecedented shock to the truth school. What frightened him most was that Blair's name was signed on both journals. Although Blair has no achievements in the scientific community, how could someone who has reached the top of medicine and mathematics not understand science? If he has no basis, how dare he challenge the truth school? Pierre saw Will's expression, his face changed, and he asked hurriedly, "Teacher, what's wrong? Does the king not agree with my marriage with Tashia?" Chapter 211. Shut up. Will couldn't care less about Pierre's marriage at this moment. If the 3 theoretical foundations of the truth school were overturned, the entire building of the truth school would collapse. He trembled and grabbed a journal, and cast a fearful look at it. If a light object and a heavy object are tied together and dropped from a height, according to the theory of the truth school, the heavy object will fall faster. At this time, the light object will produce a resistance to the heavy object, making the heavy object fall slower. However, from another point of view, the mass of the 2 objects tied together should be greater than that of any single object, so the speed of the entire system should be the fastest, which contradicts the theory of the truth school. Seeing the content of the journal, Will's hand stopped shaking, but his mind exploded. He had never seen such a thing before. Without any experiments, let alone strict deduction and proof, only a hypothetical experiment overturned the concept that the truth school believed in for thousands of years. Blair is one of the smartest people in the world. In academia, he will never do things that he is not sure of. The truth of the whole theory is easy to prove. Just find 2 objects of different weights and try it out. Will had 2 stones picked up and sent to the same height of the roof using levitation, and then observe their falling time. Falling from the same height, the 2 stones did not land at the same time, but the time interval was very short. Blair explained in the journal that this was due to air resistance. If an airless environment can be created, even feathers and iron balls will land at the same time. Strictly speaking, the people of the truth school can use this little error to attack Blair's theory. But obviously, according to the philosophy of the truth school, the big stone should have landed long before the small stone. They cannot ignore the huge and obvious mistake of the truth school, and cling to the flaws that Blair can reasonably explain. One of the theoretical foundations that the truth school has adhered to for thousands of years was overturned by 2 stones. In addition to fear, the scholar was a little puzzled. Why is it so simple? Just find 2 stones to try, and no one, including him, has ever done it in these thousands of years? He was silent for a while, and his eyes continued to move down. Blair denied the view that the Earth is the center of the universe, redefined the laws of planetary motion, and gave a formula. He also proposed universal gravitation to improve his view. Whether his theory is right or not can be verified by substituting existing astronomical observation data. Before Will finished reading the rest of the journal, another scholar ran in and said in a panic, "Great scholar, it's bad. The people of the Galaxy School are going to throw iron balls on the tower of the Science Association." The World Science Conference has always been held in Gaia. Now that the conference is approaching, the capital has gathered famous scholars from all over the world. They were originally going to attend the scientific conference to be held soon, but because of the 2 journals of the Gaia Science Society this morning, they were completely blown up. The degree of discussion among scholars has far exceeded that of previous years. The 2 journals, Dialogue and Principles, denied the conclusions of the sage and overturned the 3 theoretical foundations of the truth school. This is undoubtedly the biggest earthquake in the history of the scientific community. The School of Truth is the largest school on the continent. The origin of their school can even be traced back to the origin of science. The first leader of the School of Truth is a great sage, who is the faith of the world's scientific scholars. When someone wants to overthrow their faith, the scholar's first reaction is anger. This is ridiculous. How could the sage be wrong? The Earth is not the center of the universe, nor is the sun. Then where is the center of the universe? Are you going to completely overthrow mechanics? It's incredible. The sage can't be wrong. But why do I think what is written here makes sense? Go to the Science Association. I heard that people from the Galaxy School are going to do experiments there. The scholars who have read the 2 journals flocked to the Gaia Science Association. Compared with the text without any persuasiveness, they still believe in their own eyes more. However, when they arrived at the tower, the iron ball experiment had ended. What awaited them was another group of scholars, with a confused face, and a nearly collapsed worldview. How is this possible? What did I just see? The speed at which objects fall is not proportional to their mass. Sage is wrong. So, their other 2 conclusions may also be correct? In just 2 divine graces, the entire capital of Gaia was in chaos. The seemingly absurd conclusions that could be proven by experiments drove the scientific scholars almost crazy. These conclusions violated the truth that was deeply engraved in their hearts. But they saw it with their own eyes, so they had to believe it. They studied science to see the world more clearly, but now they need to reshape their understanding of the world. Not only the scientific community, but also scholars in the Astrology Association have gone crazy. If the Earth is not the center of the universe, and the stars they observed are all orbiting the sun, doesn't that mean that all their conclusions in astronomy are wrong? If this is really the case, what have astronomers done for hundreds and thousands of years? What is the meaning of their research over the years? If Blair's description of planetary motion is correct, the existing astronomical theory will be completely destroyed. However, astronomers are not the worst is the true school. The 3 theoretical pillars that the school has adhered to for thousands of years are all wrong, which means that their research results based on these 3 theories over the years are also wrong. Although the Truth School has extensive research, these 3 pillars have fallen, and the largest school on the continent has also existed in name only. After experiencing the initial madness, scholars from all over the world quickly calmed down. The amount of information in dialogues and principles is so huge that it almost rebuilt the entire scientific system. They don't care whether the old theory has been overturned, they only care whether the new theory is true. When they personally completed the experiment and substituted the data, they found that the concise formulas and theorems were so perfect. The mechanical and astronomical systems rebuilt by Blair can almost perfectly describe all the phenomena they can observe. Miracle, this is a miracle. Galaxy School, I want to join the Galaxy School. The truth is in their hands. Mr. Blair will go down in history. He is a sage, a real sage. I seem to see the dawn of a new era. When other scholars cheered wildly because they were infinitely close to the truth, the members of the School of Truth, who came to Gaia, were all ashen. The 3 theoretical foundations of the school have collapsed, and the School of Truth is no longer worthy of the name of truth. Pierre looked at Will with a dull expression and said with difficulty, "Teacher. Don't call me teacher anymore." Will waved his hand with effort and said, "From now on, I am no longer your teacher." Pierre's lips moved, his face became paler, he only felt that the sky above his head was covered by a dark cloud, and the devil was hiding behind the dark cloud, staring at him indifferently. If he could be given another chance, he would definitely hide far away, away from Tashia and away from the devil. He is a real devil, a devil who specializes in destroying the foundation of a school of thought. He has brought disaster to the mathematics community, the medical community, and now it is the turn of the scientific community. While he is bringing disaster to the scientific community, he has also destroyed the astronomy community. Pierre smiled bitterly and said sadly, "I am really stupid, really. I only know that he is the devil of mathematics and medicine. I don't know that the nature of the devil will not change anywhere." Chapter 212. This time, Chen Luo did not only for Tashia, but also for the newly born Galaxy School. The School of Truth is very powerful, but the scholars in this world believe in truth, not God, and will not tie people with different opinions to pillars, and burn or sink them into the sea. Chen Luo convinced them with reason, and they could not be unreasonable. Gaia gathered so many scholars, and under the gaze of countless eyes, the School of Truth had no other choice but to admit its mistakes. 3 days later, Chen Luo met the scholar Will again. This great scholar, who has a huge influence on the entire continent, looked very depressed at this moment. The overthrow of the 3 theoretical foundations of the school made his lifelong faith collapse, half a lifetime of research wasted, and made the old man extremely haggard in just a few days. When facing Chen Luo, he opened his mouth several times but said nothing. Finally, he asked helplessly, "What we think is the truth is all fallacy. Is everything we do meaningless?" "No." Chen Luo shook his head and said, "Truth and fallacy are originally opposites and unity. People can obtain truth and make mistakes in the process of cognition. They are an inevitable contradiction in the process of cognition. Well, university scholar said helplessly, but we have never found the truth. Chen Luo looked at him and asked, are you pursuing the truth or the school of truth? In Chen Luo's opinion, the attitude of scholars in the Shenan continent toward science is not pure. They explore the mysteries of the world, but are restricted by the school. They are unwilling to jump out of the cage of thinking. This has led to slow scientific development over the years. Some scholars, who are shackled by the wrong ideas of the school, will only go further and further on the wrong path. Bold assumptions and careful verification are the attitudes towards science. Failure will only eliminate the wrong direction for them and get closer to the truth. They should take failure as experience, rather than being discouraged and losing faith when encountering failure. Truth, or the school of truth? Well, university scholar murmured these words. His eyes became brighter and brighter from the initial turbidity, and he whispered tremblingly, what we pursue is truth, truth. The discovery of truth may experience many setbacks, but every failure will accumulate successful experience. Although your theory is wrong, your spirit of pursuing science and finding truth is not wrong. Don't be afraid of mistakes, and be brave to move forward. This is the attitude that scholars should have. Chen Luo looked at him and said slowly, so, you should be happy that the wrong theory has been overturned, and you are one step closer to the truth. If the wrong theory is not overturned, the new theory will not appear. Since you are pursuing the truth, what is there to be unhappy about? At the right time, giving students chicken soup is a teacher's self-cultivation. After a moment, Will crossed his hands, respectfully saluted Chen Luo as a student, and said, I understand, thank you, Mr. Blair, I will keep your words in mind. Chen Luo waved his hand casually and asked, Her Highness Tishia's marriage. I will immediately withdraw my request to the king. Will said hurriedly, then looked at Chen Luo tentatively and asked, Mr. Blair, may I join the Galaxy School? This World Science Conference has not even started yet, but it has already reached its climax. The 3201st year of the Divine Grace calendar is definitely the greatest year in the history of science. What happened at the Gaia World Science Conference this year will be recorded in history forever. In this year, the old science was completely overturned, and the scientific community ushered in a new era. Scholars from all over the world gathered here to witness the opening of the new century. Blair. As the founder of the new science, he completely destroyed the old science and brought the dawn of truth. In the hearts of countless scholars, he has become the supreme existence. And the Galaxy School has also become the holy land of all scholars' dreams. They were established not long ago, but they have become synonymous with truth. Scholars rushed to join, which once paralyzed the traffic on several streets around the Galaxy School and made it difficult to move. For safety and peace, Chen Luo has not come out of the palace these days. The affairs of the Galaxy School are all taken care of by Tishia. 3 days ago, Tishia officially became a member of the Galaxy School. Her duty is to help Chen Luo take care of the daily affairs of the school. Scholar Will had long ago withdrawn his marriage proposal, and Duke Vitro was exiled to a remote city by King Evans. After dinner, while walking in the palace, Tasia reported to Chen Luo, in addition to mathematics and medicine, I have established branches such as science, astronomy, chemistry, and biology according to your wishes. However, there are too many scholars who have signed up, and most of them have been screened out, but I am still a little overwhelmed. Moreover, as the news spreads, I am afraid that there will be 10 times or 100 times more scholars who want to join in the future. The current situation is indeed beyond Chen Luo's expectations. If it weren't for Tishia, he might not be able to handle it alone. Chen Luo looked at her and said gratefully, Thank you, Your Highness. I should thank you. Tishia shook her head and said, The Galaxy School is here. When this scientific conference is over, Gaia will become the world scientific center and the capital of scholars. This is all because of classmate Blair. She looked at Chen Luo and murmured, Sometimes, I even doubt whether classmate Blair is the god of wisdom. Chen Luo smiled and said, It's impossible. Everyone knows that the god of wisdom is a woman. Those are rumors. No one knows whether the rumors are true or not. Tishia said, It is also said that the god of darkness is a woman, and the goddess of wisdom has a sister. In addition to Tishia, there are many people who suspect that Blair is a god. Although most scholars have achieved most of their life achievements when they are young, he is a little too young. At the age of 18, under normal circumstances, he should still be studying in the academy. But he destroyed most of the scientific community, rebuilt new science, and created the most influential school on the continent. This is not something an 18-year-old boy can do. The only one who can be compared with him is the god of mathematics in Lauren. When people began to associate him with the god of mathematics, they gradually discovered some coincidences. The god of mathematics came from Lauren, Yabo City. Blair also came from Lauren, Yabo City. They were both proficient in mathematics, and at the same time, they disappeared from Yabo City and appeared in the capital of Lauren. The god of mathematics created countless new branches of mathematics. Blair introduced science into a new era. There is no doubt that they are all men standing at the pinnacle of world academia. Why do such beings all appear in the kingdom of Lauren? When all kinds of coincidences come together, some people begin to have a bold guess. The devil Blair is the god of mathematics. Perhaps, it is more appropriate to call him the god of scholars. Although he is like a devil, and likes to destroy the foundation of other people's schools and their beliefs, he also brings truth and new knowledge. If the cage of old knowledge is not broken, new knowledge will never appear. Spreading knowledge and spreading wisdom, he is doing what a god should do in his mortal body. Of course, guesses are guesses. Even if many people have already determined this in their hearts, they dare not verify this matter in person. If Blair was not Chen Luo, wouldn't he be very unhappy if he asked so rashly? If Blair was Chen Luo, then he must have his reasons for doing so, and they would not dare to ask. The World Science Conference had not yet begun, but the biggest change in the history of the scientific community had already triggered a strong earthquake with Gaia as the center, sweeping in all directions with speculations about gods and demons. Chapter 213. Lauren is adjacent to Gaia. Within a few days, this great earthquake in the academic world has spread to the whole of Lauren. The 3 theoretical pillars of the Truth School have been overturned, which means that all scholars have to re-establish their worldview. The Galaxy School was established in Gaia, and coincided with the convening of the World Science Conference. The top scholars from the mainland gathered in Gaia. In a very short period of time, it attracted countless outstanding scholars to join. It is undoubtedly the first school on the mainland. And Blair, the leader of the Galaxy School, is Blair, the math devil of Lauren, and was also known by scholars at the first time. Why did Mr. Blair establish a school in Gaia? I heard that Blair is Chen Luo, and the math devil is the god of mathematics. Is this true? Why is it Gaia? Why not Lauren? If he is in Lauren, Lauren will not only become the world's mathematics center, but also the world science center. Why did Mr. Blair leave? The upheaval in the scientific community deeply shocked the scholars of Lauren, and also made them feel confused and dissatisfied. As a scholar of Lauren, Blair established a school in Gaia and helped Gaia consolidate its position in the academic world. This is no different from betrayal. The former hero of Lauren has now become a hero of Gaia. The scholars of Lauren cannot accept it, and are unwilling to accept it. Amidst these accusations and complaints, there are also different voices. Humph, why don't you ask what the king did? If it wasn't for the king's coercion, why would Mr. Blair leave? It is the Werner family who should leave the kingdom. They made Lauren lose a huge opportunity. They should get out of the capital, get out of Lauren. In the discussion of the crowd, the story of the second Prince Peter was gradually dug out. Blair saved the capital from the plague, but because he accidentally destroyed the second prince's plan, he was assassinated by the second prince's great magician. Later, the second prince was exiled and died on the way to exile, but the assassination of Blair still did not stop. The spearhead of the subsequent events was directly pointed at King Orlando. Although he always pretended to be kind and tolerant in front of the people, he was actually the one with the narrowest mind. These things were originally just rumors, but a mysterious killer in the capital provided important evidence at a critical moment. After learning the truth of the matter, the wind direction among scholars reversed in a short time. Scholars from all over the country gathered in an organized manner to protest against King Orlando, and the image of kindness created by Orlando was completely shattered in the minds of the people. Anyone can be the king, but there is only one Blair. If it weren't for the suppression of the Magic Association, uncontrollable riots would have occurred in all the major cities of Lauren. In the capital, in a dilapidated house, a smile appeared under the crow mask. Brother Blair, I can only help you here. In the palace, the sheriff looked at King Orlando and said regretfully, Your Majesty, he is actually a god. Orlando sighed and shook his head. I really regret it. The sheriff said regretfully, But it's too late to win him over now. Orlando took a deep breath and said, I really regret that I should have sent a magician to kill him. The sheriff stood there in a daze, muttering, But Gaia is about to become the world's academic capital, and Lauren will never be able to catch up with them again. The academic capital, what's the use? Orlando sneered and said, Roland doesn't need scholars, who are above the royal family, nor does he need any gods. Evans and others are a disgrace to the royal family. He doesn't deserve to be called a king. The sheriff raised his head and asked tentatively, those scholars who took the lead in protesting. Orlando said grimly, since they are so loyal to God, send them to see their God. In the courtyard of the royal capital, Christine, who hurried over from the palace, looked at Brittany and asked, Blair is Chenluo, you knew it a long time ago, right? Isabella looked at him blankly and shocked. Brittany murmured, no wonder he always smells like lilies. I should have thought of it earlier. This matter has been widely spread outside. Brittany knows that she can no longer hide it, so she nodded and said yes. Alice rushed in from the door, grabbed Isabella's wrist, and said in disbelief, Sasha, have you heard? They said Blair is Chenluo, the Chenluo who saved us. How could Blair be him? Isabella murmured, I don't know. Let me be quiet. Damn it, I was deceived by him. Austin stood in the corner, with a chill in his eyes. Anna stood beside him, and said in disbelief, how is this possible? He was just a magic apprentice at that time. He still has many secrets that we don't know. Austin glanced at Isabella, who had not yet recovered from her shock, and said in annoyance, I regret handing Sasha over to him. Catherine's clinic had heard the news for a long time, but her face still showed a strong look of disbelief. The man in black robes stood in the yard, his tone full of regret. I should have listened to you at the beginning. Fortunately, it's not too late now. When he comes back here, you must win him over, at all costs. At the headquarters of the Magic Association, John circled around Jasmine, muttering, Impossible, this is impossible, is he hiding his strength? It must be like this. Jasmine looked at him with some worry, and asked, Teacher, will Mr. Blair be in danger? There is no danger. John waved his sleeves and said, No one is safer than him, those scholars are all crazy, and even the temple will not want to provoke him in the future. Jasmine breathed a sigh of relief, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Yabo City. St. Donis College. Achior looked at the other three vice presidents and asked, I plan to erect a statue for classmate Blair in the college. What do you think? The three looked at each other and nodded. Blair is the greatest pride of St. Donis. This suggestion is very good. In this way, the college will definitely attract more outstanding students. I have long seen that Blair will definitely become such a big man. Wow, is this true? The god of mathematics came from our college. If we had come a year earlier, we could have seen him in person. I really want to join the Galaxy School. I heard that the top scholars from the whole continent gather there. My dream is to become a great scholar. The god of mathematics, the leader of the Galaxy School, is our senior. Ah, why didn't I enroll earlier? Inside the classroom, the freshmen were talking about it. The teacher who was teaching the class was also rarely maintaining discipline. He looked dazed and muttered, I am actually the teacher of God. Grade 3, Class 1. Toby spit out half a piece of bread in his mouth and said in shock, Blair is the god of mathematics. Linda, who was sitting next to him, glanced at him and asked, You are his best friend, don't you know? Of course I know. Toby straightened his chest and said, We are good brothers who have slept in the same bed. I don't know anything about Blair. Linda looked at him and gossiped, In this case, tell me, who Blair likes, Isabella or Alice? I have wanted to know this for a long time. Neither. Toby held his chin, with a simple smile on his face, and said, Blair is so powerful now, he must be able to be with the person he really likes. OS Empire, Imperial Capital. An urgent letter from Gaia caused an unprecedented turmoil in the School of Truth, which was headquartered in the Imperial Capital. It was not only the School of Truth that was in turmoil. The publication of Dialogue and Principle made the scientific community sink and the astronomical community despair. The new scientific theory caused the worldview of countless scholars to collapse, and they fell into confusion and hesitation. In a short period of time, a large number of scholars left the imperial capital and rushed to Gaia at the fastest speed. The impact of this earthquake in the academic world was far-reaching, and it was by no means limited to the academic world. Outside the imperial capital, on the towering holy mountain, the majestic temple has stood for thousands of years. God? In the deepest part of the temple, in an ancient building, an old and almost decayed voice came out. An old man with gray hair, wearing a khaki magic robe and 6 silver lines on his chest, knelt outside and said, Many scholars call him so. His influence on the continent cannot be ignored. Do you need to check the temple? Chapter 214. Although Chenluo did not intend to reveal his identity too early, his actions in the scientific community were already earth-shattering, even more so than in the mathematics community. It didn't really make much difference whether his identity, as the god of mathematics, was exposed or not. The only problem was how to explain it to Isabella when he returned. But this matter was not a top priority at the moment, and he could still do it when he returned to Lauren in the future. Tasia brought him superclass magic collected from surrounding countries, and the Galaxy School had already established a firm foundation in the scientific community, so it was time for him to leave. Chenluo handed her a thick stack of manuscripts and said, "This is what I sorted out. The future development direction of each discipline. Please give these to the heads of each discipline, Your Highness. The fun of science lies in the process of exploration." If Chenluo told them all the knowledge, then what was the meaning of the Galaxy School's existence? Of course, in order to prevent them from going astray, Chenluo still specified a general development direction for them. The structure diagram of the microscope has been given to them. Medical scholars should work harder on human anatomy and microbiology, and not be misled by those strange disease theories. The scholars of the Astrology Association should stop being so arrogant as to think that the Earth is the center of the universe. If they have nothing to do, they can use an astronomical telescope to look at the stars, measure the circumference and mass of the Earth, or simply cast their eyes on the more distant universe. The secrets of the Andromeda Galaxy and the M78 Nebula are also waiting for them to explore. The periodic table and the properties of each element should be enough for the Continental Alchemy Society to study for dozens or hundreds of years. Optics, acoustics, and mechanics can also make the Science Association take its eyes off the stone. The development of science does not have only one direction. Chenluo gave them enlightenment and direction. Perhaps they can bring surprises to Chenluo. Tasia looked at Chenluo and asked hesitantly, "Should I call you Chenluo or Blair?" Chenluo said indifferently, "Whatever. It's more comfortable to call Blair." Tasia picked up the manuscripts, then looked at him again and asked, "Are you leaving?" Chenluo smiled and said, "I have disturbed you for too long. It's time for me to leave." Tasia smiled and said, "If you want, you can settle here permanently. Gaia will always welcome Sage Blair." Sage is the new name given to him by those scholars. The great scholar stands at the top of a certain subject, and there is only one sage, standing at the top of the entire academic world. Chenluo is now the person standing on the top of the mountain. He looked at Tasia and said politely, "Let's talk about it later. Traveling the continent is my ideal." Tasia nodded slightly and said, "Then I won't bother classmate Blair." The reason why Chenluo was so anxious to leave was that with the convening of the science conference and the spread of the earthquake news in the academic community, more and more scholars began to gather in the capital. All the hotels in the capital were full, and even the villages around the capital were full of scholars staying overnight. If you don't leave now, it will be even more difficult to leave in a few days. After Tasia left, Chenluo closed the door and prepared to practice new magic. Suddenly, he was startled, his hair stood up, and he turned his head suddenly and looked at the desk. At this time, there was a person sitting on the chair next to the desk in his room. This was a middle-aged man, probably in his early 40s, wearing an ordinary long gown, looking at him with a smile on his face. The one who could avoid the guards of the capital and approach Chenluo so closely without being discovered by him must be at least a great magician. There was only one great magician in Gaia, but the man in front of him was obviously not Achilles. He gave Chenluo the feeling that he was more powerful than the great magician Meili. He flicked his fingers, and a small fireball shot towards Chenluo. Chenluo summoned a water curtain and easily blocked the fireball. At this moment, his heart was full of doubts in addition to vigilance. The great mage in front of him was the strongest person Chenluo had ever seen. If he had no hostility towards Chenluo, why would he attack him with fireball? But if he really had hostility towards Chenluo, why did he only release one fireball at him? When the middle-aged man saw the water curtain released by Chenluo, a smile appeared on his face. He stood up and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Theodore, the priest of the Earth Temple, Sage Blair, and I am glad to meet you." The Earth Temple is one of the 4 great temples, located in the imperial capital of the OS Empire. There are countless powerful magicians in the temple. In addition to the high priest, there are 10 priests under him, each of whom is a great mage. Chenluo looked at him and asked calmly, "What does Priest Theodore want to see me for?" "No big deal." Theodore smiled and said, "Such a thing happened on the continent, and those old guys were worried, so they let me take a look. I didn't expect Sage Blair's magic talent to be so high. He should be promoted to a great magician soon, right?" Chenluo did not answer this question and asked, "Which old guys? Is Priest Theodore standing up for the School of Truth?" Theodore said, "Of course not. In fact, I have long felt that the Earth is not the center of the world, and the sun is obviously the center. Those guys in the School of Truth always say that I don't understand science. Sage Blair, is the sun the center of the world? Shenluo said, no. Theodore said with some disappointment, that's a pity. Academic matters are always a headache. In fact, my previous ideal was to become a great scholar, but mathematics is too much of a headache. Shenluo was a little confused about the purpose of this temple priest. He came all the way from the imperial capital to here, obviously not to discuss with him whether the sun is the center of the universe. In short, Sage Blair has nothing to do with those heretics. I have to meet a friend. We will meet again if we have a chance. Theodore's voice came from near to far, and the moment he finished speaking, he disappeared in front of Shenluo's eyes. Shenluo wiped the cold sweat from his palms. Theodore was too powerful. If he came to kill him, Shenluo might not even be able to die with him. He underestimated the power of the Grand Mage. Theodore was definitely not an ordinary Grand Mage. The Grand Mage merely gave him a feeling that was far from comparable to Theodore. Obviously, with the influence he has now caused on the continent, even the temple has been alarmed. From Theodore's words, it is not difficult to guess that the temple asked him to come to Gaia, this time to confirm whether he is a wizard. The fireball released by Theodore just now was just a test. If Shenluo had used witchcraft just now, I am afraid that what he discussed with him would not be the question of whether the sun is the center of the universe. A temple priest is so terrifying. There are at least 10 powerful ones, like Theodore, in the Earth Temple. How can the wizard win, and what can he win with? There is no doubt that he has just experienced a life-and-death crisis invisibly. If the temple wants to attack him, the Galaxy School can't protect him, and the scholars on the mainland can't protect him either. Shenluo looked out the window, and soon retracted his gaze and began to learn new magic. He had to be promoted to a great magician before leaving Gaia. In the palace, whether it was the patrolling soldiers or the powerful magicians like Evans, they didn't notice that there was a powerful existence who came here silently and left silently. Tashia stood at the highest point of the palace, and her black hair fluttered in the breeze. Her dark pupils looked in a certain direction of the capital, which was the residence of the great magician Achilles, and the direction where Theodore disappeared. 2 turtles, one large and one small, fell from the sky and landed almost at the same time. The great magician Achilles touched his chin and muttered, "How boring must one be to think of doing such an experiment?" He quickly shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He looked at the butler beside him and said, "There are guests coming. Take these 2 turtles to make soup." Chapter 215. Theodore landed in the yard and looked at Achilles and said, "Long time no see." Achilles said, "The speed of the temple is still so fast. The temple has to be careful." Theodore shook his head and said, "His influence on the continent is second only to the gods of magic. If he is a wizard, it will be a disaster. Do you think wizards dare to be so open and above board? Those old guys are worried, and I can't do anything." Theodore looked at Achilles and said, "Actually, I have another thing to do. No need to say, if you still want to drink turtle soup." Achilles waved his hand and said, "I will not join the temple. Science is more attractive to me. Otherwise, you don't want to be a priest. That little guy has brought up a lot of interesting things this time. Maybe you are interested in them." "Forget it." Theodore shook his head repeatedly. "I am not you. Those things give me a headache. But do you really want to be a scholar for the rest of your life? If you want, you can become the next Holy Mage Cole." Achilles showed a meaningful smile on his face. "You are not a scholar. How do you know the fun of scholars?" "I have only felt the pain of scholars." Since Achilles has made it clear that he will not join the temple, Theodore will not waste his words, and said, "Tell me about you and the turtle." Shenluo did not tell Tashia that Theodore had looked for him. After staying in the kingdom of Gaia for another 10 days, Shenluo said goodbye to her. The appearance of Theodore made some subtle changes to Shenluo's travel plan. This time, he planned to bypass the capitals of the 4 empires, which were the locations of the 4 major temples. Each temple had a holy mage in charge. Just because the great mage couldn't discover his secrets didn't mean the holy mage couldn't either. After all, on the continent, they were the closest to God. Not sure if he would come here again in the future, before leaving Gaia, Shenluo decided to meet Achilles again. In the manor, Grand Mage Achilles was lying on a rocking chair, basking in the sun leisurely. His eyes swept over Shenluo and asked, "Little guy, do you still want to drink turtle soup?" Shenluo said, "I am leaving Gaia. Before I leave, I want to ask Sir Achilles a question." Achilles said, "If it is about the Holy Mage, then you should go to the temple. It is about the notebook of Holy Mage Cole." Shenluo said, "The notebook is missing a page. I want to ask Grand Mage Achilles what is written on the last page." "I don't know." Achilles shook his head and said, "That was hundreds of years ago. How could I know?" Chunlu glanced at him and said, "Excuse me." His intuition told him that the last page of Cole's notebook must contain very important content. Whether Achilles knew it or not, he was obviously unwilling to tell him. Chunlu had no way to force a grand mage, so he could only suppress his curiosity temporarily. "Are you curious about the answer to that question?" Just as he was about to reach the gate of the manor, a voice suddenly came from behind him again. Chunlu stopped and said, "I am a scholar. This is the curiosity of a scholar. Mathematics, medicine, science, astronomy, alchemy, literature, philosophy." Achilles chuckled and said, "This is what scholars should study. Don't try to interpret magic, it will lead you to the bottomless abyss." Chunlu finally did not get the secret of the last page of the Holy Mage from Achilles, but his last reminder was meaningful. Since Holy Mage Cole, the Koblenz family has had countless great mages, but no Holy Mage has ever appeared. Including Achilles, all the members of the family have stopped at the peak of the Great Mage. This is definitely not a coincidence. When he has the strength to talk to Achilles on an equal footing, he will ask this question again. After Chunlu left for a long time, Achilles stood up from the recliner and turned to walk into the room. His room was full of bookshelves. On the bookshelf on the left, a thick book floated down from the bookshelf and floated in the air. As the pages turned, a yellowed page appeared in his eyes. This page is just a fragment, with jagged marks on the edge. The page is secretly filled with words. Many of the words have become very faint, but the last line is still clearly visible. "In the name of Cole Koblenz, I hereby inform the descendants of the Koblenz family that all Koblenz people are prohibited from advancing to the level of Holy Mage. The World Science Conference has been over for a long time, but scholars from various countries on the continent are still staying in the capital of Gaia. Not only did they not leave, but there were also a steady stream of scholars coming from all directions. In order to solve the accommodation problem of these scholars, King Evans ordered the craftsmen to build a city of scholars outside the capital as quickly as possible to receive scholars from all over the world. The headquarters of the Galaxy School is located in the center of the city of scholars, occupying a very large space. The sage has left Gaia, but the Galaxy School is still there, and news about the sage gathers here every day. Even many scholars have left Gaia, following the sage's footsteps all the way. In April of the 3201st year of the Divine Grace calendar, the sage traveled through the kingdom of Wayland, and it happened that smallpox was rampant in the kingdom of Wayland. The sage eliminated the plague in the kingdom of Wayland through a magical treatment method, and also brought a new direction for vaccination to medicine. In June of the same year, the sage arrived at the kingdom of Haina under the command of the Far Empire. At the invitation of the king of Haina, the sage gave a 3-day lecture in the capital of Haina. In this lecture, he proposed the 3 laws of thermodynamics, opened up a new direction for science, and at the same time, he also added a lot of knowledge about astronomy and alchemy. Following the Gaia World Science Conference, the development of science has once again received a huge boost. In May of the 3202nd year of the Divine Grace calendar, the Big Bang Theory was first mentioned in the kingdom of Wager of the Windu Empire, and scholars conducted an in-depth discussion on the principle of the constancy of the speed of light. In October of the same year, the traces of the sage appeared again in the kingdom of Baker of the Water Empire. In February of the 3203rd year of the Divine Grace calendar, some people said that they saw the sage in a province of the OSS Empire. After that, the traces of the sage disappeared from everyone's sight. More than 2 years ago, at the Gaia World Science Conference, a new era in the academic world officially kicked off. It was also from that time that countless scholars began to follow the footsteps of the sage. They followed the sage to travel around the continent, listened to every lecture he gave, and witnessed that as soon as the sage arrived in a country, the surrounding countries rushed to invite him. Wherever the sage went, scholars lined the streets to welcome him. In the past 2 years, the sage traveled all over the continent, leaving his legends in countless countries, and his theories and ideas also spread to every corner of the continent. Scholars on the mainland agree that the progress made by the mainland academic community in the past 2 years has exceeded the sum of the previous 2,000 years. The sage stands at the pinnacle of academia, and the Galaxy School has also completely consolidated its position as the #1 school on the mainland in the past 2 years. Countless scholars want to follow the sage and listen to his teachings, but the sage's traces are hard to find. At this time, it has been 4 months since he disappeared last time. No one knows where the sage went, but they know where he will eventually return. Countless scholars are rushing to the capital of Lauren. June, the 3203rd year of the Divine Grace calendar. Abio City, St. Donis College. Amid the sound of cicadas, the sun shines through the shadows of the trees and falls on the ground in patches. A young man in his early 20s stands at the gate of St. Donis College, looking at a statue erected at the school gate, stunned for a long time. Chapter 216. The planned tour turned into a lecture, and the time was half a year longer than Qianluo expected. But the identity of a sage was not completely useless. Whenever he arrived at a kingdom and offered to buy their magic resources, he was never rejected. No contribution or gold coins were needed. The kings or scholars of those countries would offer him the superclass magic he needed. Later, he didn't even need to ask. The countries along the way would prepare everything for him. Of course, Qianluo didn't take advantage of them in vain. Whenever he arrived at a place, he would give lectures there for a few days. During this period, he spread the knowledge of many disciplines in bits and pieces. After more than 2 years, although the scientific development of the Shannon continent was still very backward, almost every discipline had the correct development direction. For this reason, during his travels, some scholars followed him step by step. The resources of superclass magic were already very scarce. Qianluo traveled through the 4 empires and dozens of countries, and the resources that were useful to him were very limited. It took him 2.5 years to advance from a great magician to a mage, which was longer than the time it took him to advance from a magic apprentice to a great magician, and he had almost used up all the magic resources he could collect. In other words, if there were no new ways to advance from a mage to a great mage, and then to a holy mage, he would only have to meditate. In this way, he didn't know when he would be able to advance to a holy mage. Although he had the advantage of being immune to spells and gestures compared to the magicians on the mainland, judging from the speed at which his mental power increased during normal meditation, he could only be considered an average genius, not as good as the top geniuses of those magic families, let alone Isabella and Brittany. Qianluo stood under his statue, took a deep breath, and his mood gradually calmed down. In any case, a 21-year-old magician is already a miracle in the Shannon continent. More than 2 years have passed, and I don't know how Isabella and Brittany are doing. Qianluo is eager to fly to the capital, but when he passes by Yabo City, he decides to come in and take a look. As his first stop in the Shannon continent, this place left him with too many memories. Qianluo stood at the entrance of the academy, and was about to walk in when a voice suddenly came from his side. "Classmate, are you a third-year student? How come I have never seen you before?" Qianluo turned around and looked at a girl behind him, shaking his head and said, "No, I have graduated from here for several years." "So it's you, senior?" The girl smiled at him and said, "My name is Erica." "Senior, you look like someone." Qianluo said, "Like Blair?" "Many people say so." The statue at the entrance of St. Donis College probably looks like Qianluo 3 years ago. During these 3 years of travel, Qianluo has changed a lot. First of all, his height is at least half a head taller than 3 years ago. Although his appearance has not changed much, the immaturity of 3 years ago can no longer be found on his face. 3 years ago, Qianluo could barely be called a teenager, but now he can no longer find any trace of Blair. Even if he is standing under his own statue, few people would think he is Blair. The girl frowned upon hearing this and said, "Although you may be Blair Sage's senior, you can't call him by his name directly." "Sorry." Qianluo gave her an apologetic smile and said, "I have been in seclusion for the past few years to improve my magic, so I don't know these." After hearing Qianluo's explanation, the girl's displeasure disappeared, and she said with reverence, "Sage Blair is the pride of St. Donis and the pride of Yabo City. Unfortunately, if I had enrolled a year earlier, I could have studied with him." As the girl spoke, Qianluo was also looking around the surrounding environment. Compared with 3 years ago, St. Donis has changed a lot. Although the main teaching building has not changed much, the layout around it has obviously been more attentive. On both sides of the road, every few steps, there is a beautifully shaped fountain column. The grass is trimmed more smoothly than before. The stone slabs on the ground have obviously been replaced, and theorems and formulas are engraved on them. In front of the library, Qianluo saw a larger statue that belongs to him. On the left side of the library, there was another long queue. Qianluo looked at the girl and asked, "What is that?" "They are visiting the place where Sage Blair used to live." The girl named Erica said, "Sage Blair used to live in a utility room in the library from a poor family. It was during that time that Sage Blair read a lot of books. Modern science also sprouted there. It is a holy place in the hearts of countless scholars." Erica looked at Qianluo and asked, "Senior, do you want to go in and take a look? I have a friend who works in the library, and can take you through the back door. Chenluo shook his head and smiled. No need. Erica suddenly said, by the way, senior, you haven't told me your name yet. Yes, is it Blair? Before Chenluo answered, a trembling voice suddenly came from behind him. Chenluo turned his head and saw a woman not far away trembling, and the books in her arms fell to the ground. Chenluo looked at the familiar yet strange face, stretched out his hand to her, and smiled. Classmate Tracy, long time no see. Blair. After a short silence, a scream suddenly came from beside Chenluo. You are Blair Sage. Erica's eyes were wide open, looking at Chenluo, her lips trembling, and she couldn't even speak clearly. Just now she felt that he was very similar to Blair Sage, but now she remembered that it was more than just a resemblance. It was rumored that Blair Sage was born different, with black hair and black eyes. Although many people dyed their hair black because of their worship of the sage, the color of the pupils could not be changed. She was anxious and looked at Chenluo's eyes carefully, and then her eyes went dark. Chenluo performed the floating spell in time, so Erica didn't fall down. He looked at her with a smile and said, "Thank you for the introduction, Erica. The school has changed a lot in recent years." "No, you're welcome." Erica bit her lip, forced herself to calm down, and said in a trembling voice, "Blair Sage, Teacher Triss, you chat, I'm leaving first." After returning to the classroom in a daze, Erica came to her senses, but still couldn't believe what had just happened. She talked to the sage, and she even scolded him. My God, let her die. The first year that Blair left, Toby and Linda were together. They all went to the capital. Linda was admitted to the Capital Magic Academy. Toby was admitted to the Capital Knight Academy, and I chose to stay in the academy as an assistant teacher. In the classroom dormitory building, Tracy poured him a cup of tea and said, "When we first heard the news, we couldn't believe it. How could Blair become the god of mathematics and the sage?" Chenluo shook his head and said, "A lot of things have happened in the past few years, and it can't be explained in a few words." Tracy smiled and said, "The sage's thoughts don't need to be explained to others, but Blair may have to explain to Isabella that you are Chenluo. Linda went back to Yabo City last year and said that you and Isabella were together. The sage's matter is not difficult to explain, but the fact that he is Chenluo, but it has been kept secret from Isabella, I'm afraid it's not so easy to reveal. At his speed, he will be able to return to the capital tomorrow. There is no way to justify this matter. I can only let her decide the fate of him." Tracy looked out the window and said with a smile, "Let's get out early, otherwise Vice Dean occur, and the others will blame me for occupying the sage for too long." Chapter 217. Since just now, the figure of Vice Dean Archer has flashed outside the window many times. Looking at Chenluo's back as he walked out, a trace of sadness flashed in the depths of Triss's eyes. The distance between them was once very close, but now 3 years have passed, and the former front desk and back desk are in very different situations. Linda and Toby went to the capital, and she stayed in St. Donis to teach. Blair, who once left a deep impression in her heart, has also gone further and further away. She can see his back, but she can no longer get close to him. Chenluo walked out of Triss's dormitory, and 4 figures had been waiting outside the door for a long time. He stretched out his hand and greeted the 4 people. Dean Archer, Dean Ivan, Dean Hill, Dean Philip, long time no see. Blair and Sage, St. Donis welcomes you. Archer spoke subconsciously, and immediately changed his words, with a somewhat awkward expression on his face. 3 years is not a long time, and they are no longer the same as they were 3 years ago. The 4 of them are still the vice presidents of St. Donis, and they are still senior magicians. The little magic apprentice, the ordinary student of St. Donis College 3 years ago, has stood at the pinnacle of the continent's academic world and is known as the Sage. He changed the academic world and St. Donis College. Countless people want to follow the footsteps of the Sage, and too many scholars want to send their children to St. Donis. Today, St. Donis College is the first college under the 5 famous schools in Lauren. Chenluo smiled and said, "The college has changed a lot in recent years." Akir said respectfully, "This is the place where the sage grew up. Not only the college, but the entire Yabo City has changed a lot because of the sage. The Divine Grace continent is a place where faith is supreme. The magic gods are the faith of magicians, and the sages are the faith of scholars. It is not surprising that scholars do anything for faith." Chenluo knew without thinking that he would return to the capital soon, and the current capital of Lauren must be very lively. He remembered something and suddenly asked, "Is Lord Austin in Yabo City?" Akir replied, "Lord Austin now lives in the capital and rarely returns to Yabo City. It seems that Austin is still worried about Isabella." Since Austin is not there, Chenluo has no need to go to the city lord's mansion. Aekir looked at him and said, "Should we tell the scholars about the return of the sage to Yabo City?" "No need." Chenluo waved his hand and said, "I just happened to pass by here and left after seeing a few old friends." Without teacher Brittany and Isabella, there would not be much for Chenluo to linger in St. Donis College. Before leaving the academy, he went to see the dormitory where he once lived with teacher Brittany and Isabella. To his surprise, no one lived in that dormitory. Not only that, the entire floor was protected by the academy. Although the furnishings in the room were slightly different from when Chenluo and the others left, they had not changed much. Even the pots and pans in the kitchen that they did not take away were left there intact. The room was obviously cleaned regularly, and it was spotless, even cleaner than when Chenluo lived there. Aekir stood behind him and said, "After teacher Brittany left, this dormitory was vacant, and the academy has not arranged for other teachers to move in. Although they can't come back, the college is very thoughtful in the details." Chenluo thought about it, looked at Vice Dean Kerr, and said, "St. Donis College is where I used to study. I want to take out a part of the gold coins every year to establish a Blair scholarship in the college to reward those students with outstanding performance. What do you think, Vice Dean Kerr?" St. Donis was originally just an ordinary college in Lauren. Because the sage once studied here, the college has ushered in rapid development in the past 2 years. If we can have a deeper connection with the sage, it will undoubtedly be of great benefit to the future of the college. The 4 vice presidents expressed their deep gratitude for Chenluo's proposal, and even proposed that the gold coins of the Blair scholarship should be borne by the college. Chenluo refused, of course. He didn't know how much he was worth, and what he wanted couldn't be bought with gold coins. Within his ability, he was also happy to do something for St. Donis as a reward for alumni. After arranging this matter, Chenluo left the college. He went to the Mathematical Society to meet Calvin, and also met Abel Howard, then vice president. After the heavy blow of irrational numbers, the School of Numbers was once severely damaged and almost collapsed, but under Abel's management, the School of Numbers has risen again in 3 years, and is even better than before. After the advent of the new era of mathematics, the glory of many scholars became a thing of the past. They were gradually eliminated because they could not accept new knowledge. There are also some scholars, like Abel, who seized the opportunities brought by the new era, and began to emerge in the academic world. After leaving the Mathematics Association, Chenluo went to the Magic Association, where he met Andre, the intermediate deacon of the fire department, but did not meet the president Angus and the vice president Elton. For years later, Andre is still an intermediate magician of the fire department. Although he is not a scholar, the name of the sage is often heard even by magicians. He looked at Chenluo with a look of realization and asked, "Mr. Blair, I'm sorry to ask, what level are you now?" Chenluo said, "Mage." Andre trembled, and was speechless for a moment. For years ago, Blair's magic apprentice qualification was passed in his hands. For years later, Blair was already a powerful mage, and he was still helping magic apprentices to certify their levels. The world is so big, and the gap between ordinary people and geniuses is so big that it makes people despair. Throughout the history of magic, perhaps no one has ever been promoted to a mage before the age of 21 like Chenluo, but for Chenluo, this is not something to be proud of. The more you know, the more you will realize your ignorance. The higher the magic level, the deeper the awe in your heart. Now he has been promoted to a mage. In terms of real strength, he is not inferior to the general great mage. If the priest Theodore 3 years ago stood in front of Chenluo now, Chenluo could confidently talk to him on an equal footing. But the existence of the holy mage is like a stone, always weighing on his heart. Under the holy mage, it is common for magicians to defeat enemies above their level, but only the holy mage can defeat the holy mage. Even if Chenluo is promoted to a great mage, he is still no match for the holy mage. The promotion of the holy mage is definitely not that easy. From the information he got from traveling around the continent, the 4 great temples are the path for magicians to become holy mage, and they cannot be bypassed. Throughout history, it seems that very few magicians can be promoted without going through the 4 great temples. But the notes of Holy Mage Cole, the disappearance of Holy Mage, and the existence of wizards made Chenluo distrust the 4 great temples. If he could choose, he would rather choose the wizard's method than deal with the 4 great temples. The Holy Mage is similar to the Holy Mage. The promotion of the Great Mage to the Holy Mage must not be through the 4 great temples. Perhaps they have some kind of promotion method that can bypass the 4 great temples, but he has no way of knowing it at present. 2.5 years ago, the appearance of Theodore largely shows how vigilant the temple is against wizards. No matter whether it is the youngest mage or the sage, as long as they have a relationship with wizards, the temple will not be merciful. Although the 4 great temples are located in different empires, they are closely connected and firmly control the entire continent. Chen Luo may be the most famous person on the continent, but fame does not mean strength. At present, he cannot compete with any temple. A person's travel, and nearly 3 years of intense training have exhausted his heart. The flying skills of the magician are much higher than those of the senior magician. It was only one day after leaving Yabo City that the familiar outline of the capital appeared in Chen Luo's eyes again. In the small house, the trees are green. Isabella sits on the swing, her eyes are scattered, and she swings from time to time. Blair has been away for too long, so long that she doesn't even want to settle accounts with him. When she first learned that Blair was Chen Luo, and he had been deceiving her, she was very angry, and vowed to wait for him to come back and ignore him for a few days. Later, she just looked forward to his return. His whereabouts were not a mystery to Isabella. Which country did the sage go to and what theories did he propose? Those scholars were more active than her. Isabella watched him travel across the continent, and after going through dozens of countries, he appeared in the OS Empire again. This means that he is coming back soon. Isabella smiled and snorted softly. Bad guy, wait for you to come back, and see how I punish you. Beautiful lady, who makes you so angry? A familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Isabella's body trembled, and she jumped off the swing almost instantly, running towards the figure not far behind her. The familiar lily fragrance came to her face. Chen Luo opened his arms, and then was thrown to the grass by Isabella with a beautiful side throw. Isabella rode on Chen Luo, and said angrily, You still know to come back. Chapter 218. After not seeing each other for nearly 3 years, Isabella's fighting skills have improved a lot. Although he is still not as good as Chen Luo, he can definitely resist, but who will resist at this time? Chen Luo lay on the grass. Isabella rode on him. He held her hand, gently exerted force. She lost her balance, and fell on Chen Luo. Chen Luo leaned close to her ear and whispered, I'm sorry, I'm late. The warm breath brushed past her ears, making her slender white neck covered with a layer of pink. Chen Luo kissed her forehead gently, and Isabella leaned on his chest, no longer having any strength. A short separation is better than a new marriage. Chen Luo should have lingered with her for a while, but this is really not the right place, and at the same time he kissed Isabella, the magic elements of the entire space around him began to disorder. At the same time, Chen Luo felt a spiritual power fluctuation that was no less than that of the temple priest Theodore. The source of this spiritual power came from the door. Austin was standing there, looking very unhappy. Chen Luo held Isabella, floated up from the grass, then looked at Austin and said, Lord Austin, long time no see. Austin said coldly, Sage Chen Luo, long time no see. His words were full of resentment, and it was directed at Chen Luo. Chen Luo explained, I had no choice at the time, and I didn't conceal my identity intentionally. Please don't blame me, Lord Austin. Isabella pinched him lightly on the waist, obviously very dissatisfied with this matter. There were footsteps coming from behind. Chen Luo turned around and saw the figure standing in the corridor. Brittany was as gentle and quiet as before. She stood there with her mouth raised, smiling at Chen Luo. Chen Luo looked at her and smiled. I'm back. In the more than 2 years since Chen Luo left, Luolan and even the entire continent have undergone great changes. First of all, the academic field of the continent has made unprecedented development in this short period of time. People call the year when he overthrew the 3 theoretical pillars of the School of Truth the first year of science. Since the first year, the science of the continent has entered the new century. Scholars on the continent unanimously believe that Sage Blair opened the door to the new century with one hand. He is the guide of the new century, and the founder of new science. In terms of magic, the combination magic he proposed also injected new vitality into the magic world that had been stagnant for a long time. A small number of gifted magicians have doubled their combat power. In the 100 people who have influenced the course of human history selected by the mainland last year, Sage Blair ranked only below the gods. It can also be said that since the disappearance of the magic gods, he is the only living god on the continent. Because of him, countless scholars have flocked to Lauren in the past few years. Although this still cannot change the trend of Gaia becoming the world's academic capital, and the mathematics center that has moved to Lauren also began to move to Gaia. As the hometown of sages, Lauren's presence on the continent is increasing day by day. A year ago, the prince of the Werner family, Bolton Werner, successfully promoted to the Grand Mage, and soon after the promotion, he accepted the invitation of the temple and became a priest of the temple, which made Lauren a country ranked among the top in strength under the OS Empire. This has helped to dissipate the resentment that the people had accumulated towards the royal family because of the sage's expulsion. 1 month after Bolton Werner was promoted to Grand Mage, Edward Stern, the helmsman of the Stern family, also passed the Grand Mage certification and became the official president of the Lauren Magic Association. In this way, together with Grand Mage Meili, the entire Lauren has 3 powerful Grand Mages, one of whom is a temple priest. Although it lags behind Gaia in academics, in terms of the number of Grand Mages, Lauren is now only below the 4 empires. It was not surprising that the Werner family had a Grand Mage. Chen Luo had investigated the Werner family in detail, and knew the existence of Bolton Werner. His status in the Werner royal family was higher than that of King Orlando. As for Edward Stern, Chen Luo believed that he had long been promoted to Grand Mage, but he had not been certified. There are about 100 certified Grand Mages on the continent. After nearly 3 years of traveling, Chen Luo can be sure that the actual number of great magicians on the continent is definitely more than 100, and maybe more than twice this number. There must be many strong people like Austin who do not show their true strength. The talent of the Clavis family does not seem to be shown at the beginning. Isabella's extraordinary magic talent only began to awaken at the age of 18. When Chen Luo left the capital, she was only an intermediate magician. And a few months before he came back, she had successfully promoted to a great magician. Like Chen Luo, she still has a few months to go before she turns 21. Even teacher Brittany is only a senior magician at this age. However, compared with Isabella, Brittany's progress is even more incredible. In 2.5 years, Isabella went from an intermediate magician to a great magician, and Chen Luo also went from a senior magician to a mage, and crossed 2 realms, but the difficulty is incomparable. Similarly, Brittany only took 2.5 years to advance from a great magician to a great mage. Although there is only a difference of 1 word, it is a world of difference. Chen Luo had to start doubting whether such a thing as blood power really exists. From a scientific point of view, perhaps human magical talent is controlled by DNA, and the ancestral DNA of the Clavis family, and the Stern family may really be different from that of ordinary people. Luolan is a well. Staying in this well, you can only see the sky at the mouth of the well. After walking out, you will find that the world outside the well is very big. In the past 2 years, Chen Luo has traveled to almost all countries except the 4 imperial capitals, and has seen too many geniuses. A 20-year-old senior magician is a top genius in Luolan, but looking at the entire continent, he is just a little outstanding. In the 4 empires, there are countless magic families with the blood of God. Chen Luo has seen 18-year-old senior magicians, and heard that someone was promoted to a great magician before the age of 20, but even so, a 25-year-old great magician has never appeared in history. Teacher Brittany did not tell anyone except Chen Luo about her promotion to a great magician. In Chen Luo's room, she looked at Chen Luo and said, "In 5 years at most, we can verify your guess." What she meant was that she would be able to advance to the Saint Mage in 5 years at most. This was something that seemed incredible to others, but when she said it, it was so understated. She seemed to have thought of something, waved her hand to close the door, and then released a blue fireball under Chen Luo's gaze. "A year ago, I accidentally discovered that I could also control elemental impurities freely." She looked at Chen Luo. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, and said, "Is it because I had already advanced to the mage at that time? But Sasha could do this when she was a junior magician." Chen Luo was puzzled by this. He thought it was his unique talent at first, but later found that Isabella could do it, and now, teacher Brittany can do it too. The common point between the two of them is that they both have high magic talent. If this ability is related to magic talent, Isabella can do it when she is a junior magician, but teacher Brittany did not awaken this talent until she became a magician. "Blair, Blair, are you in there?" Before Chen Luo figured out this problem, an excited voice suddenly came from outside the door. Brittany walked into the study room inside, and temporarily avoided it. Chen Luo opened the door, and a fat figure appeared in front of him. Toby looked at him and said happily, "Blair, you seem to be a little taller than before." Chen Luo patted his shoulder and smiled. "Fatty, long time no see." Toby's height has not changed much from 3 years ago, but his figure is more burly, not fat, but strong. At first glance, he also looks a bit like a warrior. Toby walked into the room and said, "Linda came to see Senior Isabella. I followed her here. Senior Isabella said you were back, so I ran over first." Chen Luo punched him on the shoulder and said, "Of course, after not seeing each other for a few years, you even hooked up with Linda." Toby punched him back and said in Chen Luo's words, "That's not as good as you. Not only did you become a sage, you also hooked up with Senior Isabella, who is the goddess in the hearts of many of us. As he spoke, his voice suddenly became smaller, and he looked at Chenluo tentatively and asked, Blair, have you really let it go? Chenluo was stunned for a moment. Without a response, he asked, what do you want to put down? You know what I'm talking about. Toby looked at him, sighed, and said, I reminded you at that time that it was impossible for you and teacher Brittany to be together. Even if you became her student, and even lived with her in order to get close to her, you would not be able to. Seeing Chenluo standing there in a daze with a miserable look, Toby looked at him with complicated eyes, and said seriously, I know it's difficult, but since you already have Senior Isabella, forget about teacher Brittany. I will keep the secret that you like teacher Brittany for you for the rest of your life. Chapter 219. Teacher Brittany was still in the study. Toby's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, extinguishing Chenluo's joy of meeting his old friend again. Toby looked at him with concern and asked, Blair, are you okay? Nothing. Chenluo came back to his senses and said, well, Toby, go out first. I'll be out soon. Toby walked to the door and turned back and said, don't worry, I won't even tell Linda about your secret. Chenluo nodded and resisted the urge to use a combination of punches on this fat face. In a short time, he had already thought about how to explain to teacher Brittany. He stood at the door of the study, hesitated for a long time, took a deep breath, and walked in. However, there was no one in the study. The window opposite the desk was open, and teacher Brittany had left long ago. Chenluo stood in the room in a daze, his mind was in a mess. If she was in the room, she must have heard the conversation between him and Toby. Although it would be difficult to explain, Chenluo could still try. But she was not there, and Chenluo didn't know when she left or whether she heard what they just said. If she didn't hear it, Chenluo would be confessing to her by explaining to her. If she heard it, she would probably show a different emotion from usual. Chenluo decided to observe first. Isabella's voice sounded from outside. Blair, what are you doing in the room? Come out quickly, Linda and Toby are here. Chenluo drove some messy thoughts out of his mind, walked out of the room, and saw Isabella, Linda, and Toby standing in the yard. Unlike Toby, Linda, who used to be hot-tempered and unruly, was a little restrained in front of him. Toby was still the same as 3 years ago, with no major changes except that his body became stronger. Brittany was in another corner of the yard, chatting and laughing with Isabella's mother. There seemed to be nothing unusual, but Chenluo was still a little unsure. He was a little depressed, looked at Toby, and said, I haven't seen you for 3 years. I want to see how your fighting skills are doing. Toby smiled and said, Blair, you have to be careful. I am not the same person as before. Chenluo had not strengthened his fighting skills for a long time. Fighting skills are mainly used for battles below the level of high-level magicians. With flexible body movements and fighting skills, ordinary people can compete with magicians. But above the high-level magician, especially the great magician and the magician, the speed of casting magic is extremely fast, and it will not give others the opportunity to get close. The power of super-level magic is far beyond the low-level magic, and the power of the flesh cannot compete at all. Of course, the number of high-level magicians is scarce, and warriors can still play a miraculous role in low-level battlefields, and their existence is necessary. Because of the ban of the 4 empires, there are few wars between kingdoms, but almost every kingdom has not relaxed the training of soldiers. They have to defend against wizards. All the countries on the continent who believe in magic gods are preparing for the magic witch war that may come at any time. In terms of body size, Chenluo and Toby are not in the same level. But a strong man at the level of a magician, even if his fighting skills are slightly weaker, is not comparable to a junior magician. After Chenluo kicked him more than a dozen times on the fleshy parts of his body, Toby knew that he was no match for him and hurriedly stopped the fight. He patted his butt and shook his head. You are still the same as before, I can't beat you. Not far away, Anna looked at the few people and sighed. 3 years ago, Blair looked like a child, as if he had become an adult in the blink of an eye. When he was his age, Austin had already married me. Brittany looked at Chenluo, with an inexplicable emotion in her eyes, and nodded. Blair has grown up in the past 3 years. Anna retracted her gaze, and suddenly said, Sasha and Blair are not young anymore. I want them to get engaged early. What do you think, Miss Brittany? Brittany was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and said, This is Blair and Isabella's business. I can't make a decision for them. Anna said, Blair's parents have passed away. Miss Brittany was once Blair's teacher, and is now his senior. She is no different from his family. Brittany said, Blair is already an adult. I think he should have his own ideas. I will not interfere with his decision. Then let's discuss it with Blair later. Anna smiled, then looked at Brittany and asked, Miss Brittany is not young anymore. Don't you have any plans to get married? Brittany shook her head and said, I have planned to devote my whole life to magic. Anna saw that her tone was firm and did not say anything else. In this world, there are too many people who have chosen the same path as her, including the great magician Meili. She has this idea, perhaps influenced by her teacher. It is not summer vacation yet. Whether it is Toby and Linda, or Isabella, they all have to go to school, and studying at the Royal Capital Magic Academy has no meaning to Chenluo. After Isabella went to school, Chenluo and Brittany went to visit Grand Mage Meili. When Grand Mage Meili accepted Chenluo as a student, it only made Orlando more wary. Now the Werner royal family already has a Grand Mage who has become a temple priest. A Grand Mage Meili naturally cannot scare Orlando. But Chenluo is no longer the same as before. Bolton Werner, who has just been promoted to Grand Mage, is not his opponent. Grand Mage Meili is even older than when Chenluo met her 3 years ago. This legendary strongman of Lauren has reached the end of his life. There are more wrinkles on her face, and her eyes have become turbid. She sits in silence in the house, staring at a certain direction. After Chenluo saluted her, he said, Teacher, when I passed by Gaia, Grand Mage Achilles asked me to say hello to you on his behalf. In terms of age and qualifications, Grand Mage Meili is older than Achilles. Achilles. When she heard this name, Grand Mage Meili's scattered eyes focused a little, and she asked in a low voice, Has he not yet been promoted to Saint Mage? Chenluo said, Not yet. Grand Mage Meili was silent for a long time before she said to herself, The Koblenz family has a richer blood of God than Stern. Why has no one ever been promoted to Saint Mage since Saint Mage Cole? Saint Mage, what kind of realm is that? Her eyes showed a gloomy look, and she looked at Brittany lovingly and said, It's a pity that I won't see the day when you are promoted to Saint Mage. Teacher. Brittany held her hand, her eyes reddened. It's okay. Meili patted her hand and smiled. I've lived for a long time. With students like you, I have no regrets even if I die now. You can definitely do what I didn't do. Chenluo stood quietly aside without disturbing them. Grand Mage Meili watched teacher Brittany grow up. Their relationship is not just as simple as teacher and student. He was just a little sad. Magicians spend their whole lives pursuing the end of the magic road, but only 1 in a million people can eventually become a Grand Mage. The population of Shenin continent is in the billions, and the number of Saint Mage can be counted on one hand. The two stayed here for a long time before leaving. Along the way, Chenluo was hesitant about one thing, not knowing whether to tell her. The Stern family had produced 5 Saint Mage Masters, so it was impossible for them to know nothing about the secrets of the Saint Mage Masters. He wanted to visit Edward Stern, but he was concerned about teacher Brittany's feelings. The Stern family had brought her too much harm. If it wasn't necessary, Chenluo didn't want to have anything to do with them. After thinking for a long time, he decided to ask for her opinion. He turned around and said, Senior Brittany, there is something I want to ask your opinion on. Brittany's body trembled, and her voice was a little flustered, and she asked, What is it? Chenluo looked at her and said, I think. No. Brittany's face turned pale, and she said firmly, No, Blair, this is absolutely not allowed. Chapter 220. Brittany's face lost color, and she shook her head, saying, No, this is not possible. You can't let Sasha down. Chenluo stared at her blankly and said, I just want to go to the Stern family, visit the great magician Edward, and ask him about the holy magicians in the history of the Stern family. What did senior sister Brittany say? Brittany's voice stopped abruptly. She looked at Chenluo and said after a long time, Okay, I will take you to the Stern family. If Chenluo still doesn't know what happened, it would be too stupid. He sighed and asked, Senior sister Brittany heard what Toby said. You should call me teacher. Brittany lowered her head and said, I didn't mean to hear it. Her reaction was just as Chenluo expected. Although their ages were not much different, their identities were destined from the beginning. Whether his love for Brittany was due to the influence of Blair's residual consciousness or Chenluo's own heart, whether it was before or after meeting Isabella, there was only one result. That is the result now. Although Toby seemed a little stupid, he saw some things more accurately than Blair. Chenluo smiled slightly and said, I will control my emotions. Don't worry, teacher Brittany, that's all in the past. Brittany didn't say anything else, and silently took him to the Stern family. Her mind was in a mess, and the experience of St. Donis College a few years ago kept flashing in her mind. The pair of eyes staring at her in a trance in class, the sumptuous breakfast prepared every morning before she got up, the figure who stood up to defend her in the academic salon. It was then that she realized that Blair's study of magic with her in the name of learning mathematics might just be an appearance. His real purpose was actually. Brittany's heart was more flustered than ever before, so that after coming to the Stern family, she was still uneasy. Helen Stern looked at her and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Brittany shook her head and said, "I'm fine." Helen said expressionlessly, "Has anyone told you that you are not good at lying? All your emotions are written on your face." Brittany looked around and said, "I just thought of the past. The Stern family once brought her many unpleasant memories." Helen Stern was silent for a moment. Her voice softened and said, "It's all in the past." Brittany sorted out her mood and smiled. "It was a long time ago. In a blink of an eye you also become a great magician." Helen looked up at her and said softly, "It seems that I will never be able to surpass you, sister." In the Stern family's reception room, Edward Stern, who is already the president of the Lauren Magic Association, looked at Chen Luo and asked, "When did the sage come back?" Chen Luo said, "Just now." Edward's eyes showed a strange color and asked, "It seems that the sage came to the Stern family for something important." "It's not important," Chen Luo said. "I just have a question for you, Edward." Chen Luo looked at him and asked, "The Stern family has had many holy magisters. Sir Edward must know the secret of the promotion from Grand Magister to Holy Magister." Edward nodded and said, "This is not a secret for all families that have had holy magisters. I think Sir Blair must have guessed it. Yes, if a Grand Magister wants to be promoted to Holy Magister, in addition to his mental strength reaching the requirements of Holy Magister, he also needs to go through the promotion ceremony of the temple." "Promotion ceremony?" Chen Luo asked. "Can the Stern family with the blood of God be exempted?" "No one can be exempted." Edward shook his head and said, "The Holy Magister is the person closest to the gods of magic. To be promoted to Holy Magister, he needs the approval of the gods, and the blessing of the gods. As the head of a magic family that has been passed down for thousands of years, Edward obviously knows more secrets." Chen Luo thought about it and asked, "Excuse me, what are the gods?" "It's gods, not things." "I mean, what are gods?" Edward said, "Gods are the enlighteners of the ancestors. They pass magic to the creatures on the continent. They have infinite life and incredible power. They are in the God space, overlooking everything on the continent." God space? God space is where the gods are, and it is also the destination of the Holy Mage. Edward obviously knows more than Achilles. It was the first time that Chen Luo heard these secrets. He asked, "Did the Holy Mage go to the God space?" This was originally a secret of the Stern family. Edward glanced at him and said, "However, you are Brittany's student, and you are also half a member of the Stern clan. It's okay to tell you. You guessed it right. The Holy Magister can master the power of space. Almost all of them went to the God space to pursue the end of the magic road. With so many Holy Magisters, is there no one who came back?" "No," Edward said. "The Holy Magisters have a longer life. For them, what is more important than pursuing the end of the magic road? Or maybe it is easy to go to the God space from the God's Grace continent, but it is impossible to come back from there." Edward answered all of Chen Luo's questions. Although Chen Luo did not completely trust him, his intuition told him that Edward was not lying. In the past 3 years, he traveled all over the continent and visited countless magic families, but even though he had a high status in the academic world, no family was willing to tell him these things. However, through clues, Chen Luo still found out some information. What he found out was not much different from what Edward said. What teacher Brittany knew was not the truth. Not only ordinary magicians, but even the strong men of the Stern family had to pass through the temple if they wanted to be promoted to Saint Magisters. The existence of the God space also explains why so many Saint Magisters eventually chose to leave. Those who can be promoted to Saint Magisters, in addition to having top magic talents, are extremely obsessed with magic and will never give up their pursuit of magic. But Chen Luo still did not relax his vigilance against the temple. He looked at Edward and said, "Since you can't bypass the temple to advance to the Holy Mage, why did Grand Mage Edward refuse the invitation from the temple?" Like Bolton Werner, Edward also received an invitation from the temple after he was promoted to the Grand Mage. If he hadn't refused at that time, Lauren should have 2 temple priests now. Edward shook his head and said, "I don't like being constrained, and I don't have the possibility of being promoted to the Holy Mage, so there is no need to join the temple." Walking out of the Stern family, Chen Luo stood outside the door waiting for Brittany. Edward's words can't be believed or disbelieved. Chen Luo can be sure that he has concealed some important things from him. He has a hunch that Edward is very much hoping and even promoting Chenluo's contact with the temple. This is worth being vigilant, but at least, after Edward's confirmation, some of the information he investigated himself has also been implemented. There is an inseparable connection between the Holy Mage, the temple, and the space of God. In the Stern family meeting room, Brittany looked at Edward and asked, "Why did you tell Blair that?" Edward said, "He is your student, and is half a member of the Stern family." Brittany looked questioning and said, "But I don't even know this." Edward said, "That's because you never asked." Brittany was silent for a moment, and said seriously, "If Blair is hurt, our previous agreement will be invalid." Edward looked at her and asked, "Which is more important to you, Blair or the family?" Brittany said, "I don't have a family." She didn't answer directly, but it was clearer than a direct answer. Edward was silent for a long time before speaking again. "Keep him away from the temple."